Ah, my head hurts so much. Li Yi shook his head, his vision blurry as he looked around. Yellowed posters hung on the low, crumbling earthen walls. The dim room reeked of sour decay, and the shabby, outdated furnishings felt both familiar and alien. Where? Where am I? Wasn't I on a business trip? Ah. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his brain. A flood of chaotic memories surged into his mind. 1990. I've traveled back in time. After a moment, Li Yi's eyes cleared. Staring at the reflection in the Marora face, covered in stubble, yet still youthful, Li Yi trembled, unable to hide his excitement. It was himself, 30 years younger. Huh. I'm back. 30 years ago, I'm back. Li Yi threw his head back and laughed. Yet a single tear slipped down his cheek. His life had been filled with too many regrets, too much guilt he could never make up for. Young Li Yi had been a scoundrel, drinking, gambling, idling away his days, racking up gambling debts, squandering his family's fortune until his parents disowned him, yet still refusing to repent. Finally, his wife, unable to endure it any longer, left with their daughter, and he ended up in detention. It wasn't until he turned 30 that Li Yi finally woke up, reformed himself, and started anew. After more than 20 years of relentless effort, he eventually achieved late success, becoming a well-known private entrepreneur in Jiang province, worth hundreds of millions, famous and accomplished. But it was too late. His parents had already passed away. Despite spending a fortune, he could never find a single trace of his wife and daughter, and ultimately died alone. He never expected heaven would grant him a second chance. Father, mother, Xiaoming. This time, I swear I won't let you down. Never again. Li Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he felt nothing. Skreek. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. A little girl with pigtails came running in, excited. Daddy, you're awake. That's great. Xiaoming. Seeing the rosy-cheeked little girl, Li Yi's eyes instantly welled up. 30 years. 30 long years. Hearing the word daddy again, Li Yi vowed that even if he died right then, it would be worth it. Xiaoming, my daughter. Li Yi trembled as he opened his arms, wanting to embrace his daughter. Xiaoming, come here. A cold, sharp voice suddenly cut through. At the sound, Li Yi flinched. He looked up to see a slender woman standing in the doorway. Her once white shirt was faded and worn, her hair tied up carelessly, yet it couldn't hide her delicate beauty and grace. It was Su Yuping, the woman he had longed for his entire life as wife. Mommy, daddy's awake. Xiaoming tried to rush forward, but Su Yuping yanked her back. She bit her lip, staring at Li Yi with cold indifference. Meeting her gaze, Li Yi couldn't hide his guilt. Since marrying him, Su Yuping had never lived a single day of peace. She had worked tirelessly, running the entire household. Yet Li Yi had treated her with nothing but violence and abuse. Yuping, since you're fine, Xiaoming and I are leaving. Su Yuping coldly interrupted Li Yi. Leaving? Li Yi's pupil shrank. He suddenly remembered. Today was the day his wife took their daughter and left. Ridiculously, in his past life, he hadn't cared at all. Instead, had yelled at Su Yuping and gone right back to drinking. Mommy, where are we going? Xiaoming tilted her head, looking back at Li Yi with longing. Su Yuping said nothing, pulling her daughter toward the door. No. Li Yi snapped to attention, quickly climbing out of bed and blocking Su Yuping's path. You can't leave. Move. Su Yuping's eyes remained icy. I won't. Li Yi shook his head. I won't let you leave. Huh, what if I insist on going? Su Yuping sneered. Are you going to hit me again? Fine. Go ahead. Unless you kill me. I'm taking Xiaoming out of this den of wolves today. Li Yi, if you got the guts, kill me. Su Yuping gritted her teeth and instinctively closed her eyes. Seeing the scars on her neck, Li Yi's eyes trembled. He wanted to slap himself hard. I'm such a damn monster. Wah. Daddy, Mommy, please don't fight anymore. Did I make you angry again? I don't want my school back. I won't go to school if you just stop fighting, Wah. Xiaoming clung to Su Yuping's hand, crying uncontrollably. Li Yi's lips trembled. His voice was hoarse. Yuping, please don't leave. I was wrong before. I promise it'll change. Hearing her daughter's sobs, Su Yuping's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but her resolve hardened instantly. She wouldn't have made this choice unless pushed to the brink. Again and again, this man had crushed her hope until she was utterly broken. Li Yi, he'll never believe you again. I'm begging you let me and Xiaoming have a way out. Su Yuping wiped away her tears, ignoring her daughter's resistance as she pulled her toward the door. Daddy, Daddy. Li Yi stood frozen, like a wooden statue, the cries echoing in his ears. Thud! He suddenly shuddered, dropping to his knees. Li Yi, you. Su Yuping stared in disbelief. Yuping, please believe me one last time. Li Yi gritted his teeth and roared. This Neil carried 30 years of sorrow and guilt from his past life. This Neil was what he owed them. Su Yuping's body trembled slightly. A man's knees are made of gold. He actually knelt to stop me? Could it be? Has this man truly changed? Daddy, Xiaomeng doesn't want to go. I don't want to leave you, Hua. In the instant Su Yuping was distracted, Xiaomeng broke free, rushing into Li Yi's arms. Xiaomeng, Daddy's so sorry. Daddy will never leave you again. Li Yi clutched his daughter tightly, as if letting go even slightly would make her vanish again. Seeing this, Su Yuping's frozen heart finally softened. Get up. For Xiaomeng's sake, he'll give you one chance. But you must promise me no more drinking, no more gambling. If you break this, he'll leave immediately. Yes, yes, yes. He'll agree to anything, as long as you stay. Li Yi stood up, smiling. Great. Mommy's not leaving. Xiaomeng stopped crying and beamed, cleverly grabbing the bag in Su Yuping's hand. Unfortunately, being just a 5-year-old, she couldn't lift it and ended up plopping down on her bottom. Xiaomeng, Li Yi, and Su Yuping both bent down to help her, their hands brushing together. Su Yuping blushed, quickly pulling her hand back. Cough. Yuping, your neck. Is it okay? It's fine. He'll go cook. Clearly unaccustomed to Li Yi's sudden concern, Su Yuping's eyes flickered as she hurried into the kitchen like she was fleeing. Sigh. Watching his wife's back, Li Yi let out a long breath. Was I really that stupid before? Having such a gentle, beautiful, and virtuous wife and not cherishing her? But luckily, this time, everything will be different. Chapter 2. Selling the Daughter. Come here, Xiaomeng. Daddy will carry you. Li Yi grinned, opening his arms. No. The little girl shook her head, beaming. Daddy's been holding me since just now. I'm almost suffocated. I need to breathe. Carry me again later. Li Yi awkwardly scratched his nose. Everything felt like a dream. He was truly afraid that if he woke up, it would all vanish. Could this guy really have changed? Su Yuping frowned slightly, watching the playful father and daughter. Hadn't this been her deepest dream all along? No matter how poor they were, no matter how lazy Li Yi was, as long as the family lived in harmony, she'd be happy. She could work a few extra jobs. As long as Li didn't go down the wrong path, that was all she wanted. So simple. Daddy, will you really agree to anything I ask? Xiaomeng blinked her big eyes. Of course. Tell Daddy what you want. Li Yi smiled, placing her on his lap. Then, Xiaomeng twisted her clothes, hesitating. Xiaomeng, want a school bag. A Calabash Brothers school bag. A school bag? Li Yi blinked. A tiny school bag had become a luxury for his daughter. A pang of sorrow hit Li Yi's heart. Not okay. Then I don't want it. Xiaomeng lowered her head, disappointed. Silly girl, it's just a school bag. Daddy will buy it for you right now. Li Yi ruffled her hair. Really? Yay. Xiaomeng loves Daddy most. The little girl jumped with joy. Buy a school bag? Su Yuping approached, carrying a bowl of rice. 2 yuan for a school bag? That could buy dozens of eggs. Isn't the bag I made from a feed sack good enough? But all the other kids at school have school bags. Xiaomeng looked at Li Yi, her eyes pleading. Xiaomeng, stop whining. Time to eat. Su Yuping shot Li Yi a glare. You know how things are at home. Hee, honey, don't be mad. It's just 2 yuan. We're buying it. Li Yi grinned. Just 2 yuan? Easy for you to say. Su Yuping slammed the bowl down. We're even borrowing 2 jean of flour from Annie Lu next door. 2 yuan? Do you even have it? Li Yi patted his pocket, then froze. I actually do. 100 yuan? Seeing the red bill in Li Yi's hand, Su Yuping's eyes widened in shock. Li Yi, where'd you get so much money? This. Li Yi scratched his head. His memories were still messy. He didn't even know how the 100 yuan bill got into his pocket. Cough. Probably won from gambling? You actually win money gambling? Though her words were bitter, Su Yuping's eyes sparkled with joy. She narrowed her eyes, already calculating how to spend the 100 yuan. Great. With this 100 yuan, Xiaomeng's tuition is covered. We can repay Annie Lu her 1.2 yuan, buy some eggs. Daddy, what about my school bag? Xiaomeng rubbed her tiny hands, hesitant. Of course. After lunch, we're going to the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Yi laughed. Taking the bowl, he frowned slightly. A large bowl of thin porridge and 2 pickled cabbage strips was today's lunch. But in Su Yuping and Xiaomeng's bowls, there wasn't even a single strip of cabbage. It was the early 1990s. Reform and opening up had begun to show results. Living standards had greatly improved. For ordinary families, meat was still a luxury, but rice, flour, and vegetables were no longer scarce. Yet their family was even borrowing flour. How poor they must have been. Of course, it also showed just how much of a scumbag his past self had been. Don't be upset. The factory's been doing poorly Latolino wages. There's nothing else left. Just make do for now. He'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative later and buy some eggs to treat you. Su Yuping, seeing Li Yi's expression, quickly explained, fearing he'd get angry. It's great. Tastes delicious. Li Yi smiled and gulped down a big mouthful. Su Yuping stared, then lowered her head to eat. Mommy, the porridge has no taste. It's not good. Xiaoming complained. What does a kid know about taste? Eat quickly. After that, they'll take you to school. Okay. Xiaoming held her little bowl, slurping, but the porridge in her bowl barely decreased. Li Yi smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and moved the 2 pickled cabbage strips to her bowl. Daddy, aren't you eating? Daddy doesn't like cabbage. Come on, let's race who finishes first. Xiaoming wants to be first. The little girl hugged her bowl and quickly emptied it. Yay, Xiaoming won. Xiaoming's so awesome. Watching the happy father-daughter duo, Su Yuping couldn't help but smile. If only it could stay like this forever. But she wondered how many days would Li last like this? Daddy, why are you suddenly so nice to me? Xiaoming looked at Li Yi with shining eyes. Giving me pickled cabbage, buy me a school bag. You're not trying to sell me, are you? Ha, how could that be? Li Yi looked at her tenderly. Because you're my daughter. Daddy swears from today on, he'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Really? Xiaoming happily threw herself into Li Yi's arms. Thank you, Daddy. All right, time to go to school. Su Yuping shook her head, pulling the 2 apart. Bang! Just then, the front door suddenly burst open. Several rowdy young men barged in. The leader, bald and wearing a flashy shirt, carried a briefcase none other than Zhang Debao, the town's notorious hooligan. Li Yi, where's your daughter? Zhang Debao croaked in a raspy voice. His beady eyes instantly locked onto Xiaoming beside Su Yuping. Hey, this must be Xiaoming. What a clever little girl. Mommy, I'm scared. Xiaoming hid behind Su Yuping. What do you want? Su Yuping frowned. What do we want? Huh? To collect? What's ours? Zhang Debao sneered. Li Yi already sold his daughter to me. Didn't he already take the 100 yuan from me? Didn't he tell you? TSK Li Yi, you're really stingy. Even if she's your own daughter, sending her off with just this? Not even buying a piece of meat? You're truly something as a father. At Zhang Debao's words, Li Yi's mind went blank. He suddenly remembered everything owed gambling debts and pawned his daughter as collateral. In his past life, Su Yuping had taken Xiaoming and left early, so the deal never went through and had forgotten this incident. Damn it, this is bad. Li Yi's face turned pale. Sure enough, he turned to see Su Yuping glaring at him, her eyes blazing with fury. Li Yi, you beast. So that's why you stopped us from leaving. That's why you suddenly turned kind to us. For just 100 yuan, you sold Xiaoming? She's your flesh and blood. Are you even human? No, Yuping, let me explain. Enough. He'll never believe you again. Su Yuping screamed, her eyes bloodshot. She grabbed a kitchen knife and pressed it to her neck. If you dare touch a single hair on Xiaoming, he'll die right here in front of you. Chapter 3. 3 days, Yuping. What are you doing? Put down the knife. Li Yi exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wah, Daddy doesn't want me anymore. Daddy truly intends to sell me. Li Xiaoming cried uncontrollably, her tears cascading like rain on a pear blossom. No, Xiaoming, I never planned to sell you. Yuping, please. Let's discuss this calmly. Li Yi's expression was one of bitter helplessness. Don't come any closer. Su Yuping bit her lip, her demeanor defensive. I warn you, no one is taking Xiaoming away today. Hey, are you two putting on a show for me? Zhang Daba's face was clouded with displeasure. Li Yi, I have already contacted the buyer. He is a big boss from Hong Kong. Get lost. Li Yi interrupted Zhang Daba coldly. Li, you think you're something, huh? Do you dare to yell at me? I told you to get out. Li Yi shouted, his eyes reddening with fury. Zhang Daba was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Li Yi, what do you mean? The fact that a big boss is interested in your daughter is a blessing you could only dream of. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Bring that little girl over here. Zhang Daba waved his hand, and a few of his henchmen, their faces grim, began to close in. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Su Yuping, flustered, clutched the kitchen knife, momentarily at a loss. Li Yi's pupils constricted. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yuping was distracted, he rushed forward and snatched the knife from her. Well done. Take that little girl away. Zhang Daba sneered, reaching for Li Xiaoming. Don't touch my daughter. Li Yi roared, filled with rage. Despair washed over Su Yuping as she collapsed to the ground. Clang. At that moment, Li Yi turned and swung the knife. Ah! Zhang Daba yelped, quickly retracting his hand. Smack! The corner of the wooden table shattered neatly. Li Yi, are you out of your mind? Zhang Daba stared wide-eyed, shaken. Had he been a second slower, it would have been his hand severed. Anyone who dares to harm my daughter will meet the same fate as this table. Li Yi raised the knife and struck it down on the table. His eyes filled with a fierce crimson glare. The men surrounding Zhang Daba recoiled in fear at Li Yi's ferocity. Li Yi, think this through. You owe me $2,000, and if you refuse to sell your daughter, how are you going to repay me? Smack. Before Zhang Daba could finish his sentence, Li Yi hurled a wad of cash at his face. 3 days. If you can't repay the money, I'll chop off this hand for you. But today, if anyone dares to touch her, I'll fight to the death. You. Zhang Daba's eyes darted nervously. Brother Yi, if the money isn't enough, we can negotiate. How about I add another 200? Get lost. Fine. Li Yi, you better have the money in 3 days, or you'll regret this. Zhang Daba glared at Li Yi, then retreated with his group of henchmen. Huh. Li Yi exhaled deeply, approaching and lifting his daughter into his arms. Xiaoming, are you all right? Wah. Daddy, please don't sell me. I don't want the backpack anymore. I promise I will eat properly from now on. Daddy, please, don't sell me. Li Xiaoming sobbed. Her voice choked with emotion. Li Yi felt a sharp pang in his heart, his eyes moistening once again. Don't be afraid, Xiaoming. Daddy will never sell you. Not ever. Really? Then let us make a pinky promise. Yes, a promise. Soothing his daughter, Li Yi extended his right hand towards Su Yuping. Leave me be. Su Yuping coldly pushed Li Yi away. She stepped forward, tightly grasping Li Xiaoming, and silently walked out with her luggage. Li Yi understood that this time, no matter what he said, she would no longer believe him. Zhang Debao is not someone to be trifled with. If you don't repay the 2,000 yuan, he will not let you leave the town. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Su Yuping trembled. She embraced Li Xiaoming and wept bitterly. Oh heavens! What sins did I commit in my past life to endure such tribulations? If you must punish someone, let it be me. I beseech you, spare my little Meng. She is but 5 years old. Observing his tearful wife, Li Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Do not cry. I will find a way. Find a way? That is 2,000 yuan. What will you use to repay it? Su Yuping glared at Li Yi in indignation. In this era, an ordinary worker earns merely 70 to 80 yuan a month. 2,000 yuan is an astronomical sum for their family. Rest assured, there will be a way. Li Yi's gaze was resolute. With 30 years of experience and insight beyond this time, how could a mere 2,000 yuan daunt him? Humph. Believing you can procure that money is akin to believing a sow can climb a tree. Wiping her tears and tidying herself up, Su Yuping prepared to leave. What are you going to do? Borrow money. Su Yuping shot Li Yi a fierce glare and led her daughter out of the room. Li Yi could only smile wryly. Su Yuping's family was well off, both of her parents being teachers. However, due to his influence, she had never been able to hold her head high among them, and they had nearly severed all contact over the past 2 years. If not for desperation, Su Yuping would never consider returning to her family for financial help. It seemed that she was utterly despairing of him. Li Yi gazed at the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, determination flickering in his eyes. Just wait. In this lifetime, I will ensure that you both become the happiest people in the world. After rummaging through the house, Li Yi finally found the razor he had purchased for their wedding. He washed his face, meticulously shaving off the scruffy stubble, and changed into a t-shirt and slacks. Feeling significantly more refreshed, Li Yi smiled at his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Now that looks presentable. After tidying up the room, Li Yi sat on a small stool in the yard to contemplate his strategy. The 1990s, often referred to as the Golden Era, was a time of soaring prosperity, brimming with miracles. It was once said that during this period, with enough effort, even a pig could take flight. While this assertion may have been exaggerated, it aptly illustrated the characteristics of the age. Li Yi had once been a business magnate, with countless methods for making money swirling in his mind. First and foremost, the quickest way to earn money was undoubtedly through stocks. He recalled several stocks that could yield 10-fold or even 20-fold returns in a short time. However, the issue was that the domestic stock market would not officially open for another 2 years. Currently, trading could only be conducted in Hong Kong. With merely 3 days to travel from Baitown to Hong Kong, time was insufficient, and he lacked the necessary capital. Troublesome indeed. Li Yi's brow furrowed in concern. A skilled woman finds it hard to cook without rice. Although his mind is brimming with ideas, the path to implementation and swift profitability remains arduous. Li rubbed his temples and rose to gaze into the distance. This was a habit cultivated in his past life. Whenever confronted with a dilemma, he would clear his mind, hoping to stumble upon an unexpected revelation. Before him lay undulating hills, adorned with an abundance of orange trees. their golden fruits glistening under the autumn sun, a breathtaking sight. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a faint, tantalizing fragrance of fruit. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes widened. Oranges? Ha ha ha. I've got it. I found a solution. Looking out at the golden expanse, Li Yi burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 4. The Way to Make Money Juice. The idea that dawned upon Li Yi was to produce juice. This venture promised substantial returns and was grounded in practical feasibility. In terms of resources, Bai Town was mountainous, with nearly every household cultivating orange trees and benefiting from high-quality spring water, resulting in minimal costs. The market, having flourished post-reform, now boasted a significantly enhanced standard of living and purchasing power among the populace. However, besides canned goods and a few snacks, the consumer food market was nearly barren. Technologically, Li Yi had previously collaborated extensively with Huiyuan Group, thus possessing ample knowledge in processing techniques. What he lacked now was starting capital. Money, money, money. It all circles back to money. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi's gaze fell upon the cupboard in the inner room. He recalled that when Su Yuping married him, she had seemingly brought a set of gold and silver jewelry as her dowry. With this thought in mind, Li Yi promptly entered the room to search. Sure enough, he unearthed a red cloth bag from the bottom of the cupboard. As the bag opened, a jingling sound echoed, revealing 3 pieces of gold and 3 pieces of silver jewelry. Su Yuping had only worn these adornments once during their wedding, and he vividly remembered how stunningly beautiful she had appeared then. Li Yi picked up a dragon and phoenix bracelet, examining it for a moment before shaking his head and placing it back down. Never mind, perhaps I should consider other options. Li Yi was acutely aware of the significance of a dowry in this era for a woman. Just then, the door creaked open, and Su Yuping stepped inside. Oh, Yuping, what brings you back? Li Yi was taken aback. Are you secretly taking my dowry? Upon seeing the items in Li Yi's hands, Su Yuping's eyes instantly turned red. No, Yuping, it's not what you think. Li Yi's expression darkened as he attempted to clarify. However, Su Yuping swiftly pulled out a crumpled wad of cash and thrust it against his chest. You wanted money for drinks, didn't you? Here, take it all. Is this enough? She snatched the dowry and held it tightly to her chest, tears welling in her eyes. Li Yi bent down to gather the crumpled bills and pressed them into Su Yuping's hands. Yuping, I know you don't trust me, but I truly had no intention of touching your dowry. Furthermore, I've discovered a way to earn money, so you need not borrow anymore. How will you earn it? By gambling? Su Yuping scoffed. By establishing a juice factory. A factory? With your capabilities? Yes, with my capabilities. Li Yi gazed intently into Su Yuping's eyes. Su Yuping had initially intended to retort, yet she found herself inexplicably swayed by the confidence radiating from Li Yi. To her astonishment, she realized that this man before her seemed somewhat transformed, even more handsome than before. What a foolish dream. Su Yuping awkwardly averted her gaze from Li Yi. Believe it or not, I will undoubtedly establish the factory. Li Yi grinned widely and declared, moreover, I swear that from this day forth, if I take another sip of alcohol, may lightning strike me. He was acutely aware of the dangers of drinking. After his release from the detention center in his previous life, he had sworn off alcohol. I'll be waiting. Su Yuping shook her head, clearly still unconvinced. Is he go home? At that moment, several fashionably dressed young men entered the courtyard. Oh, sister-in-law is here too. Upon seeing them, Su Yuping disdainfully stepped aside. Lu Tang? Li Yi furrowed his brow. The leader of the group, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, was named Lu Tang, one of his former companions in mischief. What are you doing? Come on, let us go drink. Lu Tang tossed a cigarette aside. Not going, I've quit. Li Yi's gaze was icy. This group of individuals treated him as a cash cow, always leaving him to foot the bill when the drinking sessions concluded. Quit. Lu Tang was taken aback. What are you joking about? A man who doesn't drink is wasting his life. Who doesn't know that you, can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Exactly, let us go. The others chimed in enthusiastically. Had it been the former Li Yi, he would have been easily flattered and would have boisterously insisted on treating them. Unfortunately, he was no longer that man. You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Tang and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? This guy usually just needed a few sweet nothings to happily reach for his wallet. Why did he seem like a different person today? He's busy with the important matter of starting a factory, no time for drinking. Although Su Yuping's words were sharp, She felt a flicker of surprise at seeing Li Yi genuinely refraining from frivolous activities. Starting a factory? Lu Tang and the others looked astonished. Ego. That's not something easy to do. It requires a significant amount of money. How can an ordinary person like us afford to establish a factory? Unless our ancestors' graves are smoking or money falls from the sky. Money falling from the sky. Dream on, haha. They wore smirks, all believing Li Yi was merely jesting. Money falling from the sky. An idea sparked in Li Yi's mind, and his gaze suddenly turned intensely fervent. Want a drink, do you? Let us go. He chuckled softly, throwing his arm around Lu Tang's shoulder. Huh. Lu Tang scratched his nose, feeling an odd sensation from Li Yi's intense gaze. Let us go? Let us go? The others cheered. I told you, one can't just quit drinking like that. As they left the courtyard, Su Yuping shot Li Yi an exasperated glare. Humph, be careful or you might get struck by lightning. Coughing lightly, Li Yi chose not to provide any explanation. Moments later, they arrived at a restaurant. 2 plates of peanuts, 8 bottles of liquor, and a few individuals began to clink their glasses. Come, Ego, I toast you a drink. A slender man with yellow hair cheerfully raised his glass. This individual, named Zhao Qingkai, was the son of the village chief from Zhao family village outside the town, and the second in command of their little group. Apologies, my brothers, I just promised my wife that I would quit drinking. Li Yi smiled lightly and poured himself a cup of tea. Here, I shall offer tea in place of wine to apologize to all of you. What? Tea instead of wine? Zhao Qingcai's expression darkened instantly. Ego, what do you mean by that? Are you disrespecting me? Li Yi, your actions lack transparency. A chorus of voices chimed in. My friends, as the ancients said, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot pulled by 4 horses. We are all people of the world. If we cannot even honor a promise made to a woman, what face do we have to navigate this realm? Li Yi pondered for a moment. Zhao Qingkai and his companions fell momentarily silent. Most of them had barely completed elementary school. How could they possibly counter the seasoned Li Yi? I believe Ego speaks wisely. A robust man with a deep voice chimed in. My father always said, the most important thing in life is to uphold one's word. A promise made is a promise kept. That is true heroism. Huh. Taiju, you illiterate peasant. What do you know of heroism? Zhao Qingkai scoffed. Today's matter is indeed my fault. Therefore, I shall treat everyone to this banquet. Li Yi waved his hand grandly. Boss, bring us 4 more plates of pig's head meat. Let everyone eat and drink well. If it's not enough, order more on my tab. What? Pig's head meat. For plates? Instantly, a wave of saliva flowed as the group gazed at Li Yi with newfound admiration. Ego is so generous. Come, I toast Ego. Laughter erupted as they raised their glasses. After all, they had invited Li Yi to pay the bill. If he wasn't tea drinking, it was indeed for the better. With a casual demeanor, Li Yi accepted the compliments and then grabbed his chopsticks, savoring 2 pieces of pig's head meat. Although the taste paled in comparison to his previous life, having abstained from meat for half a month, he thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Ego, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself. Lu Tang squinted, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Li Yi set down his chopsticks and smiled enigmatically. Finally, the bait had been taken. Since earlier, Lu Tang had been scrutinizing Li Yi, sensing something amiss. After all, a plate of pig's head meat contained several pieces. And even he hesitated to order 1. Yet this fellow ordered 4 outright. Moreover, he had been boasting about starting a factory. Something was definitely off with him. Heh, what prosperity. It's merely a stroke of luck. I've recently stumbled upon a profitable venture. Li Yi replied nonchalantly, I earn a little over 1,000 a month. What? A little over 1,000? The group collectively halted their movements, staring at Li Yi with wide eyes. 1,000 was no small sum. Ordinary workers earned barely 70 or 80 a month, and here was Li Yi earning what they made in a year. How could they not be astonished? Brother Yi, how can you be so ungracious? Such a profitable opportunity, and yet you want to share it with your comrades? Isn't it true that earning wealth together is the hallmark of true brotherhood? What precisely is this lucrative venture? Please enlighten us, Brother Yi. Seeing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Li Yi maintained his smile. The reason he had agreed to join them for drinks was precisely for this moment. Are you familiar with the Zhongtuan Jian 221 Western Revitalization Sunshine Project? 221? Sunshine Project? What is that? Lu Tang and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. It's only natural that you're unaware. After all, this project is a newly approved internal initiative from the capital. Li Yi casually cracked a couple of peanuts. Feigning mystery. What exactly does this Sunshine Project entail, brother? It sounds incredibly profitable. Indeed, it is a national initiative of great significance, concerning a monumental project that spans a century. Li waved his hand grandly. Let me inform you, the western region of our country is vast and sparsely populated, yet it conceals abundant deposits of gold, oil, and precious metals. Zhongtuanjian is the state-sanctioned organization tasked with establishing 221 large-scale mining bases in the West, dedicated to extracting these resources. Have you heard of Fengcheng? It's famously dubbed the city on coal. What was once a remote village became the backbone of the entire Nanjiang GDP upon the discovery of coal. I know. Zhang Taizhu chimed in, raising his hand with a booming voice. My second uncle's family hails from Fengcheng. They were once impoverished, barely scraping by. But after the coal discovery, now every household possesses luxury cars. Wow, every household has luxury cars? How extravagant. Haha, compared to this project, Fengcheng is insignificant. Just imagine. Thousands of kilometers of barren land in the West. How much gold, oil, and minerals lie beneath? If we were to excavate those, it would be worth a fortune. Li Yi eloquently elaborated, his fervor infectious, leaving the group in awe. So, brother, what does this 221 project have to do with us? Zhao Qingkai inquired, scratching his nose. Are we expected to go west and mine ourselves? Certainly not. Li Yi squinted and smiled. What we will do is crowdfund investments. Crowdfund. Invest. Precisely. This project is a state-backed initiative with boundless prospects. Let me put it this way. If you invest 1,000 now, you will at least receive 10,000 in return, tenfold profits. What? Tenfold profits. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Tenfold profits are an extraordinary concept. Considering that bank deposit interest barely reaches 3, does this mean that by simply investing money, one can sit back and wait for riches to flow in? Truly impressive. A project from the capital. Brother, I wish to invest. Let us ride this wave together. Observing the fervor in their eyes, Li Yi smiled. The 221 project was indeed fabricated, yet he had no intent to deceive his companions. As long as he secured the initial investment, he was confident he could swiftly establish a beverage factory. Although the profits would certainly be substantial, achieving tenfold returns in the early stages was unrealistic. Nevertheless, the narrative belonged to him. Li Yi, where did you acquire information about such a project? At that moment, Lu Tang, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. If this project is so lucrative, why would it involve us? Upon hearing Lu Tang's words, the group fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the project seemed to be a stroke of luck, akin to a pie falling from the sky, prompting a degree of skepticism among them. Li Yi cast a casual glance at Lu Tang, his smile unwavering. Lu Tang possessed a certain level of intellect, though it was merely a form of cleverness. Have you all forgotten who my father is? Your father? The director of the water plant, Li Ligua. Unlike these common folk, the Li family boasts a lineage of well-educated individuals. Years ago, Li Yi's father had answered the call to go to the countryside, relocating from the capital to Baitown. Later, during the reform and opening up period, he was among the first to engage in water plant construction, ultimately rising to the position of director. However, due to a strained father-son relationship, many had even forgotten about this aspect of his identity. One of my father's old classmates is currently serving in the capital. It is through his influence that I have the opportunity to invest in this project. Ah, so that is how it is. No wonder brother Yi knows high-ranking officials in the capital. Zhao Qingkai and the others were expressions of flattery, evidently believing much of what Li Yi had said. Lu Tang furrowed his brow, still appearing conflicted. Li Yi, how much does this crowdfunding investment require? Starting at 1,000. Li Yi held up a finger. What? Starting at 1,000? That is quite a sum. Huh, what did you expect? This is a special project sanctioned by the capital. Do you think it's just a joke? Nevertheless, that is still a considerable amount. Indeed, 1 or 2,000 is not a trivial sum. Brother Yi, could you lower the amount? I'd like to invest 10 yuan as a trial. The group's expressions turned troubled, and their enthusiasm dimmed significantly. Li Yi had anticipated their reaction. However, he remained unperturbed, for Lu Tang and the others were not foolish. They merely needed a stronger incentive to part with their money. My brothers, whether you choose to invest is entirely your prerogative. However, let me make it clear. This project is not open to everyone. The slots are limited. Should you miss this opportunity, do not blame me for lacking loyalty. Li Yi yawned and rose from his seat. You all continue eating. Taiju, accompany me to the restroom. Huh. Zhang Taiju looked bewildered as Li Yi pulled him outside. Watching Li Yi's retreating figure, Zhao Qingkai and the others began to murmur among themselves. Is what Li Yi said truly credible? Is it really that profitable? Exactly. Could he be attempting to swindle us and vanish? Does he have the audacity to pull off such a scam? Tango, what do you think? The group turned their gaze towards Lu Tang. He set down his wine glass, his brow furrowed. Let us observe further. Outside the restaurant, Li Yi led Zhang Taiju to a secluded alley behind the establishment. Hey, brother Yi, weren't we just going to relieve ourselves? Why are we here? Taiju, do I treat you well? Li Yi smiled enigmatically. Yes. Zhang Taiju scratched his head. All right then, I remember you have a Soviet-made truck. Take me to a place. Huh. Where? Zhang Taiju looked perplexed. To the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Yi's gaze burned with intensity. Chapter 6. Inquiring for news. Zhang Taiju was profoundly affected by Li Yi's formidable aura, taking quite some time to regain his composure. What are we going there for? Brother Yi, do you intend to purchase something? Not to buy, but to sell. Zhang Taiju was utterly bewildered. Sell? What do we have to sell? After a moment of confusion, he suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes widening as he stared at Li Yi. You can't be thinking of selling my family's bicycle. The 28-inch one. Brother Yi, that would be disastrous. My father would surely kill me. What are you thinking? I have no intention of selling your bicycle. Then what do you plan to do? That's none of your concern. Just hurry and fetch your bike. I'll be waiting for you at home. Zhang Taiju, with his naive disposition, usually got along well with Li Yi. Thus, accepting Li Yi's words without further inquiry, he set off. After taking a few steps, Zhang Taiju abruptly halted and turned back to look at Li Yi. What about Lu Tang and the others? Don't worry about them. Just go and return swiftly. Setting aside the fact that Li Yi and Zhang Taiju had barely eaten the dishes they had just ordered, they had treated Lu Tang and his companions numerous times. It was high time for them to contribute. Moreover, Li Yi and Zhang Taiju were not part of the same circle as Lu Tang and Zhao Qingkai. Their only connection had been Lu Tang's perception of them as easy targets for exploitation. There was no way Li Yi would allow himself to be taken advantage of by Lu Tang any longer. After sending Zhang Taiju on his way, Li Yi wasted no time and hurried back home. He found that Su Yuping and her daughter, Li Xiaoming, were not present. It was during Su Yuping's working hours, and she likely took Li Xiaoming along to the factory. It seems Su Yuping still lacked faith in herself, fearing that she might sell her daughter. With a resigned smile, Li Yi thought little of it and began rummaging through his belongings to locate the suit he had worn on his wedding day. In this era, suits were quite fashionable, and ordinary people seldom donned them. This particular suit had been a gift from Li Yi's father. After adorning himself, Li Yi admired his reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of a bicycle bell rang from outside, and Li Yi recognized it as Zhang Tieju's arrival, prompting him to rush out. Upon seeing Li Yi, Zhang Taiju was taken aback. Brother Yi, what are you up to? You aren't going on a blind date, are you? Blind date? Nonsense. My daughter is already grown. You know that. Then why are you all dressed up? Li Yi plopped onto the back seat of the bicycle. Never mind that. Just take me there. Zhang Taiju, robust from years of farm work, found it effortless to pedal with Li Yi aboard. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative was rather desolate today, with only a handful of people present. Through the glass door, which was adorned with large red characters and slightly tinged green, Li Yi could clearly see several salespeople congregated, munching on sunflower seeds and exchanging cheerful banter. Once Zhang Taiju secured the bicycle, Li Yi began to relay his instructions. Do not speak once you enter. Regardless of what I say, maintain your silence. Furthermore, when I converse with you, simply state that the leader does not permit it. Under no circumstances should you utter a word, no matter what you see or hear. Do you comprehend? Zhang Tizhu's confusion deepened. Nevertheless, confronted with Li Yi's imposing gaze, he instinctively nodded. I understand. Satisfied. Li Yi nodded in return and pushed open the door adorned with large panes of glass, stepping into the supply and marketing cooperative. The commotion at the entrance immediately drew the attention of several sales clerks. Before they could utter a word, Li Yi, with an air of authority, spoke with a dark expression. Who permitted you to chat during work hours? Eating seeds, I presume? Without compensation, I assume? Are you aware of the implications of your behavior? Li Yi's commanding presence left the sales clerks momentarily stunned. The cooperative was a focal point for inspections that occurred regularly. Yet, There had been no prior notice of an inspection today. Not only the sales clerks, but also Zhang Tizhuz, who trailed behind Li Yi, felt a jolt of fear. It is well known that the sales clerks held considerable status. Offending them could jeopardize future transactions. Had Li Yi not instructed him outside, Zhang Tizhuz might have intervened to mediate. Even in his silence, he remained acutely anxious, fearful of any misstep. May I inquire which department you represent? Li Yi, startled by the bold inquiry from one of the sales clerks, slammed his hand on the counter. What? Now I must report to you? Summon your supervisor immediately. His thunderous shout sent a tremor through the sales clerks. One astute clerk hastily retreated to the back, while the others, cowed, returned to their posts, heads bowed. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, wearing a broad smile, emerged briskly. Leader, I apologize for the inconvenience. Li Yi regarded the man with a slight furrow of his brow, asking coldly, Are you the person in charge? I am Lei Guoqiang, the director of the cooperative. Perhaps we should discuss this inside? Noticing customers arriving to purchase goods, Lei Guoqiang quickly invited Li Yi and his companion into the office. Li Yi chose not to press him further, nodding lightly as he followed. Once inside, Lei Guoqiang warmly offered them seats and promptly prepared tea. In stark contrast to Li Yi's composed demeanor, Zhang Tizhuz felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Gentlemen, may I ask how to address you? Accepting the cup of tea offered by Lei Guoqiang, Li Yi smiled gently, responding casually, I am Li Yi. He made no introduction for Zhang Tizhuz, allowing Lei Guoqiang to presume that he was merely an aide, thus diverting attention away from him. What is your purpose for visiting today? Lei Guoqiang, having spent many years at the cooperative, was astute enough to discern that Li Yi and his companion were not here for an official inspection. Due to the nature of discreet investigations, one would only covertly document the situation here and report back for future reckoning. The prospect of transparent inquiries is even less likely. Who would come for an inspection without revealing their identity? Recognizing that Lei Guoqiang was already aware that they were not here for an inspection, Li Yi remained unperturbed, merely sipping his tea before he spoke. Director Lei, you must be aware that recent policies have shifted, correct? What? The regulations regarding individual economic entities have become increasingly lenient. My father wishes to establish a juice factory and has sent me here to inquire whether you accept juice and what the sales figures are like. Chapter 7. Is that your father? Lei Guoqiang paused momentarily, regaining his composure. May I inquire as to who your esteemed father is? Li Yi, crossing his legs nonchalantly, did not directly respond to Lei Guoqiang's question, but turned to Zhang Taizhu instead. Xiao Zhang, please introduce my father to Director Lei. Although Zhang Taizhu was straightforward, he was not foolish. Upon hearing this, he immediately recalled the earlier instructions given by Li Yi. Thus, he quickly feigned a look of difficulty. This might not be appropriate. The leadership has instructed us not to casually invoke his name in public. Li Yi was quite pleased with Zhang Taizhu's performance. Mentally commending him, he then turned back to Lei Guoqiang. Director Lei, I sincerely apologize. My father dislikes others speaking of him publicly, so it would be best for you to know little about his identity. However, I can share that he has recently been reassigned and is a newcomer in his position. That is all I can disclose. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lei Guoqiang. It seemed that the higher-ups had recently appointed a new leader, and all the details aligned perfectly with what Li Yi had mentioned. Most notably, it appeared that the new leader also shared the surname Li. With so many coincidences converging, Lei Guoqiang no longer deemed it to be mere chance. Convinced of his assumptions, Lei Guoqiang began to treat Li Yi with increased courtesy. Yes, I understand completely. Li Yi had not anticipated matters would unfold so smoothly. His confidence in orchestrating the situation stemmed from the rapid developments of recent years and the frequent personnel changes across various roles. By merely hinting at certain information, he could potentially glean valuable insights. He had mentally prepared to adopt a more assertive stance should Lei Guoqiang press for further inquiries. However, Lei Guoqiang's unexpectedly warm demeanor indicated that such measures were unnecessary. Nodding in feigned agreement, Li Yi replied gently, Director Lei, if that is the case, I would greatly appreciate it if you could issue a note for me. This would facilitate our acquisition of fruits and the sale of juice. Not a bother at all. It is my duty. As he spoke, Lei Guoqiang retrieved a pen from his desk and, with a flourish, signed a document bearing the official seal of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for Li Yi. The document primarily serves to inform those selling goods to Li Yi or purchasing Li Yi's juice that he has a cooperative relationship with the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Thus, Collaborating with him poses no issues. When presenting this certificate to Li Yi, Lei Guoqiang had discreetly slipped a few banknotes beneath it. Upon receiving the items from Lei Guoqiang, Li Yi unhesitatingly retrieved the concealed notes. Upon inspection, there were over 10 yuan. Director Lei, what is the meaning of this? Lei Guoqiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat and glanced at Zhang Taizhu before explaining. Li Xiao, this is merely a small token of my goodwill. I hope you won't mind. We are all friends here, and if the opportunity arises in the future, I would appreciate it if you could speak a few kind words on my behalf to the elder. Li Yi placed the money on Lei Guoqiang's desk. Director Lei, this kind of improper behavior is unacceptable. If you work diligently, opportunities for advancement will surely come your way. Such actions should not be repeated. Upon seeing Li Yi return the money to the desk, Lei Guoqiang's face paled. Had Li Yi accepted the money, it would have delighted Lei Guoqiang, signifying a potential prosperous alliance. Li Yi's refusal, however, coupled with his eloquent admonition, left Lei Guoqiang utterly baffled regarding Li Yi's intentions. If Li Yi disapproved of his actions, it could jeopardize Lei Guoqiang's future entirely. Li Xiao, I was foolish, momentarily misguided. I promise to strengthen my resolve and will never entertain such unscrupulous paths again. Please forgive me this time. Li Yi sought precisely this kind of acknowledgement from Lei Guoqiang. Observing Lei Guoqiang's demeanor, it was evident that he regarded Li Yi as a leader's son. With a light smile and a nod, Li Yi refrained from further comment, casually stating, All right, Director Lei, let us leave it at that for today. Remember, do not disclose today's events to anyone. And be wise. Do not let opportunities slip through your fingers. After speaking, Li Yi summoned Zhang Taizhu and turned to leave. Lei Guoqiang wished to see him off. Yet by the time he regained his composure, Li Yi's figure had already vanished from sight. Staring blankly at the door, Lei Guoqiang pondered deeply the implications of Li Yi's final words. What does it mean to seize opportunities when they arise? Could there be significant developments on the horizon? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, and his gratitude towards Li Yi grew. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced that he had refrained from making a foolish mistake, which could have potentially ruined his future. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Taizhu gazed at Li Yi in disbelief. Inside, he had meticulously adhered to Li Yi's instructions, refraining from speaking out of turn. After finally emerging, all of his doubts could no longer be contained. Ego, what on earth is going on? You said that Director Lei opened the door for you and even gave you money. Surely, you can't be his son? Li Yi cast a look of disbelief at Zhang Taizhu. Could you please say something pleasant? Don't go around claiming me as your father. Zhang Taizhu insisted. If he isn't your father, how could he possibly grant you such generous favors? In Zhang Taizhu's perception, the only conceivable reason for someone to bestow money so freely would be a parental connection. Li Yi merely scoffed. He recognized that Zhang Taizhu would likely never comprehend the intricacies of the situation. No amount of explanation would suffice. Taking a deep breath, Li Yi decided to disregard Zhang Taizhu and waved his hand dismissively. Let us go find Lu Tang and the others. Li Yi vaguely recalled that Lu Tang's family possessed an ancestral home that was currently unoccupied. Due to its remote location, it had no inhabitants. Li Yi had set his sights on this ancestral home, as he needed a suitable venue to establish the juice factory. Although the Lu family's ancestral house was dilapidated and isolated, this mattered little to Li Yi. It was merely a space for operations, and its seclusion was actually advantageous, sparing him excessive attention. Chapter 8. The factory. Initially, Lu Tang and Zhao Qingkai did not pay any heed to the departure of Li Yi and Zhang Taizhu. However, as the drinks dwindled and the dishes were nearly finished, they began to sense something amiss with Li Yi's absence. The group searched high and low within the tavern, but could not locate either Li Yi or Zhang Taizhu. Damn it, they haven't run off, have they? If I catch those two bastards, I swear I'll make them pay. Lu Tang cursed vehemently, while the tavern owner had already been keeping a watchful eye on them. Brothers, you've eaten your fill and drunk your share. Shouldn't we settle the bill now? How much? 50 yuan in total. That's outrageous. Why don't you just go rob someone? Upon hearing the price, Lu Tang was taken aback, jolting upright and sobering considerably. The tavern owner was unperturbed by Lu Tang's reaction. Why not take a look at how much you've consumed? Are you really planning to skip out on the bill? As he spoke, the owner summoned the waitstaff to gather around. Faced with the overwhelming numbers, Lu Tang dared not act defiantly. I never said we wouldn't pay. After much scrounging, the group managed to gather the 50 yuan. Grumbling, They exited the tavern only to find Li Yi and Zhang Taizhu leaning against a vintage bicycle. Waiting outside, Lu Tang and his companions instantly ignited with energy, rushing over to encircle Li Yi and Zhang Taizhu. What the hell do you think you're doing? Running off right after settling the bill? That meal cost us 50 yuan. You better return the money. Li Yi found it quite rare to encounter such brazen scoundrels and couldn't help but chuckle. He could not fathom why he had once considered such a scoundrel as a brother in his past life. Li Yi, what are you laughing at? He demanded. Did you hear me? I am asking for money. At that moment, Zhao Qingkai attempted to search through Li Yi's pockets, which displeased Zhang Taizhu, who promptly shoved Zhao Qingkai aside. What are you doing? Although Zhang Taizhu's intellect was somewhat limited, his imposing stature commanded respect. Zhao Qingkai was pushed back several steps. Zhang Taizhu, are you out of your mind? What does this have to do with you? How can it not concern me? How many times have I and Igu treated you all to meals? What is wrong with you treating us once in return? Besides, we haven't even eaten this meal yet, so why should we pay? Zhang Taizhu's words left Zhao Qingkai speechless, his face flushed with indignation, yearning to retort. But Li Yi intervened. All right, we're all brothers here. There's no need to escalate matters over such trivialities. Let us let this incident slide. I can always treat you later. Li Yi graciously offered Zhao Qingkai an escape route, and he, acknowledging the gesture, merely huffed in response and fell silent. Having smoothed over the situation like a potter molding clay, Li Yi turned his attention to Lu Tang. I recall that you have an ancestral home that is currently unoccupied, correct? Lu Tang looked at Li Yi in confusion. Yes, but why do you ask? The recent government initiative for the Sunshine Project is not merely about financial aid. We must contribute something to justify the investment. Hence, I am contemplating establishing a juice factory, and your ancestral home is the perfect location. A factory? Are you jesting? Lu Tang retorted, incredulity evident in his voice. You can't be serious. I hardly believe in that Sunshine Project you mentioned. As someone began to challenge Li Yi, Zhang Taizhu hastily leaped to his defense. What Igu said is absolutely true. We were just at the supply and marketing cooperative. You should have seen the director. He treated Igu like his own son. Li Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He wished he could silence Zhang Taizhu for his unwarranted exaggeration. Just as he was about to clarify, Lu Tang interjected with a question aimed at Zhang Taizhu. The director of the supply and marketing cooperative? Is it Lei Guoqiang? Yes. That's the one. He's the one who keeps giving Igu vouchers and money. My own father has never been so affectionate. If Lu Tang and the others had been skeptical of Li Yi's words, Zhang Taizhu's statements carried considerable weight, as he was known for his straightforwardness and honesty. Noticing Lu Tang and the others fall into silence, evidently beginning to believe, Li Yi contemplated whether to clarify his relationship with Lei Guoqiang, but decided against it. After all, his own lineage was unblemished, and there was no need for excessive explanations. After a brief silence, Lu Tang raised his head and smiled warmly at Li Yi. Igu, I was just joking. I have always regarded you as a person of significance, and I wholeheartedly support your plan to open a factory. Zhao Qingkai promptly expressed his agreement, stating, Indeed, I must take my share of responsibility in this matter. With the declarations of Lu Tang and Zhao Qingkai, the others soon conveyed their unwavering trust in Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and produced the official document stamped with a seal, issued by Lei Guoqiang. This certificate from the supply and marketing cooperative would ensure that our future endeavors in acquiring fruits or selling our own juice would proceed without hindrance. Thus, I invite anyone interested in my juice factory to join me here tomorrow with an investment of 1,000 yuan each. I assure you that within a year, your investment will multiply tenfold. Initially, Zhang Taizhu had suggested that Li Yi was the son of Lei Guoqiang, and upon presenting this document, the others immediately became convinced of Li Yi's words. After dismissing the others, Li Yi requested Lu Tang to accompany him to his ancestral home to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Lu Tang's ancestral house comprised 4 rooms and a spacious courtyard, making it an ideal location for a factory. When Li Yi inquired about the keys, Lu Tang stopped him. Well, if I grant you the use of this ancestral home as a site, does that mean I can forego my investment of 1,000 yuan? Li Yi chuckled at Lu Tang's query, retrieving the keys from his pocket and returning them. You should reclaim this site. I will seek another location for the factory. Lu Tang quickly laughed. I was merely jesting. You may keep this place. I consider myself a stakeholder and wish to contribute to the juice factory. With that, Lu Tang hurriedly departed, as if fearing Li Yi might change his mind. Chapter 9. I am not in a hurry. Today was a day of diligent labor for Li Yi, exhausting him to the point of collapse. Fortunately, the results were quite commendable. The framework for the juice factory had been established. The thought of this brought a smile to Li Yi's face. Just as he arrived at the base of his apartment building, he was suddenly met with a shrill tirade of anger from above. The current residence was a public rental unit provided by Su Yuping's workplace, affordable but lacking in basic amenities, with a shared kitchen. The irate voice from upstairs was accusing someone of secretly using their cooking oil and salt stored in the kitchen. Li Yi recognized the woman shouting. She was Kai Xuexia, a colleague of Su Yuping. Known for her acerbic nature, Kai Xuexia had often bullied Su Yuping, likely out of jealousy of her beauty. In the past, Li Yi, being indifferent to such trivial matters, had overlooked these issues. However, things were different now. He discerned that Kai Xuexia was indirectly berating Su Yuping, and he could no longer tolerate it. With swift determination, he ascended the stairs. What a wretched family. Unable to afford their own oil and salt, they resort to thievery. Why not steal something from the toilet while you're at it? Kai Xuexia remained oblivious to Li Yi's arrival, continuing her veiled tirade, though she did not mention names. The neighbors in the building were well acquainted with one another and were fully aware of whom Kai Xuexia was denigrating. With a forceful kick, Li Yi struck the kitchen door, producing a resounding noise that startled Kai Xuexia. She abruptly turned to face Li Yi, who had barged in, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Although Li Yi typically appeared nonchalant and disinterested in domestic affairs, the community recognized him as a man of the streets. Thus, as an ordinary individual, Kai Xuexia harbored a modicum of trepidation towards him, particularly given his current demeanor, which resembled that of an enraged lion, exuding an aura of formidable power that rendered her unable to meet his gaze. In a moment of desperation, Kai Xuexia seized a nearby kitchen knife, raising it protectively before her. What do you intend to do? I warn you, don't act recklessly, she stammered, her hands trembling visibly. Li Yi, perceiving her fear with disdain, stepped forward without hesitation. What is this? Are you not satisfied with mere insults and now wish to wield a knife against me? If you have the guts, come at me. One strike, one tea suffice? Then bring two. He mockingly tapped his head, extending his arm towards her. Kai Xuexia, unaccustomed to such confrontations, felt her body quaking uncontrollably. Ah! She shrieked, and in a moment of utter fright, she flung the knife aside, seizing her as she attempted to flee. Li Yi delivered two resounding slaps to her face. Slap! Slap! Her cheeks instantly swelled. Let me make this clear. If you ever dare to bully Yu Ping again, it won't merely be 2 slaps you'll receive. After issuing his threat, Li Yi finally released her. Returning home, Su Yuping was tightly clutching Li Xiaoming by the bedside, weeping profusely. The building's inadequate soundproofing meant that she had undoubtedly overheard the earlier commotion. Lifting her tear-streaked face to Li Yi, she implored, "Why do you interfere in my life? Why?" If Su Yuping had previously considered leaving Li Yi, her resolve had diminished significantly by now. Kai Xuexia had consistently targeted her, both at work and at home. She was not naive. She fully recognized this reality. Yet, what could she do? Other women would confide in their husbands when wronged, but what good would that do her? There existed a real possibility that Li Yi might retaliate instead. Thus, she endured in silence. However, today was different. Someone had avenged her grievances. While Kai Xuexia was berating her, Su Yuping had refrained from tears, but upon hearing Li Yi's fierce reprimand of Kai Xuexia in the kitchen, she could no longer contain herself. Her tears flowed freely, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable and relentless. As he gazed at the tear-streaked face of Su Yuping, Li Yi found himself relentlessly berating his past self for his despicable behavior. He hurriedly stepped forward and embraced both Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming. Do not cry, do not cry. You are the dearest to me. I was foolish before and allowed you to endure suffering. I promise that from now on, neither of you shall face any injustice. Li Xiaoming, displaying remarkable understanding for her age, reached out to wipe her mother's tears. Mom, please stop crying, all right? I told you that Dad would protect us. Su Yuping merely nodded through her sobs, yet her tears continued to flow unabated. Observing Su Yuping's inconsolable state, Li Yi sighed helplessly, offering her further comfort before he finally exited to prepare a meal. In the kitchen, following the recent turmoil, no one else was present to cook, allowing Li Yi the opportunity to showcase his culinary skills. Not bad at all, he thought, immersing himself in the art of cooking. Just then, a delicate voice broke the silence at the door. Turning with curiosity, he discovered a woman clad in revealing attire and adorned with heavy makeup leaning against the entrance. Watching him, after a moment of contemplation, he recalled who she was. In this era, for those who wished to live comfortably without traditional employment, options were scarce. Some women resorted to an occupation long deemed obsolete by society, becoming clandestine courtesans. The woman at the door was one such individual residing in his building. Li Yi couldn't recall her name, only that she was commonly referred to as Sister Hua. Though Li Yi had once been a thorough scoundrel, he possessed one redeeming quality: he was not lascivious. This very trait had kept him at a distance from Sister Hua. Reflecting on it now, he realized that his lack of desire stemmed primarily from Su Yuping's extraordinary beauty, rendering ordinary women unremarkable in his eyes. Do you need to use the kitchen? I only have one dish to prepare, so please wait a moment. Sister Hua cheerfully shook her head and stepped inside. I'm in no hurry, take your time, she said, positioning herself less than a meter away from Li Yi, smiling intently at him. Chapter 10. Collecting payment with Sister Hua, gazing at him in such a manner. Li Yi found it difficult to concentrate on his cooking. An onlooker might easily misinterpret their interaction as something illicit. Sister Hua, if you have something to discuss, please feel free to say so. We are neighbors, and if I can assist you, I certainly will. If I cannot, please do not hold it against me. Having been shaped by the trials of a great era, Li Yi held no prejudice against Sister Hua as profession, allowing him to engage with her as he would any ordinary person. Sister Hua paused, her heart unexpectedly touched. The men she typically encountered sought to pursue extraordinary relationships with her. The woman, upon seeing her, either hurriedly walked away or spat, and then retreated. Although she appeared outwardly indifferent to such matters, Hua Jie was, after all, a living, breathing person. It would be a bizarre notion to suggest that she could remain unaffected by such blatant discrimination. After a slight adjustment of her emotions, Hua Jie smiled and said, "Please don't misunderstand. I genuinely have no requests for you. I merely wish to express my gratitude." "Thank you?" Li Yi replied, puzzled. "Indeed. That madwoman Kai Shuexia has often belittled me, and this time you have afforded me a sense of vindication." Li Yi nodded in understanding, recognizing that it was hardly surprising for someone like Kai Shuexia to harass Hua Jie. With a chuckle, he shook his head. There is no need for thanks. His reprimand of Kai Shuexia had not been for Hua Jie's sake. It was merely a misunderstanding on her part. Moreover, you should exercise caution. Kai Shuexia is not to be trifled with. I've heard she has a lover who is quite well connected. Be wary of her retaliation. Thank you for the warning. Li Yi was reluctant to linger in conversation with Hua Jie. While he was indifferent to the gossip of others, he could not ignore the potential harm to Su Yuping from such talk. After gathering the prepared dishes, Li Yi called Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming to the table. "Xiaoming, how does your father's cooking taste?" Gathered around the dining table, the family basked in a warm atmosphere, a scene Li Yi had long envisioned. Now, having realized this cherished dream, he wore an exaggerated smile. Li Xiaoming enthusiastically nodded in agreement. "Dad's cooking is the best in the world." Observing Li Xiaoming's innocent pride stirred mixed emotions within Su Yuping. Wiping the grains of rice from her daughter's mouth, she turned to Li Yi and asked, "Have you devised a solution for the Zhang Debao situation?" Su Yuping felt elated at Li Yi's transformation. Yet the matter of Zhang Debao loomed over her like a sharp sword. 2,000 yuan was an amount they could scarcely gather, even by selling everything they owned. Though Li Yi had promised to find a way to resolve the issue, Su Yuping, despite her doubts, felt compelled to place her hopes entirely on him. At times, Su Yuping believed that fate held a particular disdain for her. Why else would it offer a glimmer of hope only to extinguish it so brutally? Having finished his last bite with an air of ease, Li Yi replied to Su Yuping, "Rest assured, I will resolve this matter. You need not worry. Li Yi, please don't act recklessly. If all else fails, we should report it to the authorities. Their actions are certainly unsavory, and if we alert the police, they will surely face consequences." Su Yuping was deeply concerned that Li Yi might resort to illegal means to procure the money, fearing for his freedom. Li Yi playfully pinched her nose. "What are you thinking? I would never resort to illegal activities." Flushed with embarrassment from Li Yi's affectionate gesture, Su Yuping lowered her head shyly. Observing this scene, Li Xiaoming clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "How embarrassing!" As a result of Li Xiaoming's playful teasing, Su Yuping's face reddened even further, prompting her to set down her bowl and rise to escape the moment. Thus, the family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. By morning, when Li Yi awoke, Su Yuping had already left for work. Similarly, Li Xiaoming, attending the kindergarten at Su Yuping's factory, naturally departed alongside her mother. On the table lay a breakfast prepared by Su Yuping for Li Yi. As he savored the still warm steamed bun, Li Yi's mind began to contemplate the prospect of establishing a factory. The factory space was secured, and the fruits were abundant, with Lake Wuqiang ensuring a steady market. However, the most pressing issue remained the uncertainty surrounding the location of the necessary equipment. Acquiring a complete set of production machinery would require at least several tens of thousands of yuan, a sum that Li Yi could not possibly afford. Moreover, the quest for such equipment remained elusive. Rubbing his temples in concern, Li Yi resolved not to dwell on the matter. At present, the priority was to meet with Lu Tang and the others at the prearranged location. Upon his arrival, Lu Tang, Zhao Qingkai, and their companions had been waiting eagerly for him. As soon as they spotted Li Yi, they hurriedly surrounded him. "Brother Yi, why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for you all morning. We thought you were trying to deceive us." Lu Tang and the others had placed their complete trust in Li Yi, enticed by the allure of a tenfold return. After returning home, they had scrambled to gather funds, only to find themselves anxious when Li Yi had not shown up at the agreed time. Faced with their incessant chatter and reproaches, Li Yi merely smirked and replied, "What are you all so flustered about? To make a fortune, one must possess a certain level of shrewdness. Do you truly think you appear capable of earning a fortune in your current state?" Rather than feeling insulted by his words, Lu Tang and the others were only further convinced of Li Yi's integrity. If he intended to swindle them, he would certainly be eager to collect their money as soon as possible, rather than treating them with such indifference. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Tang retrieved a meticulously wrapped small cloth pouch from his pocket and handed it to Li Yi. "Brother Yi, this is my share of the capital, please count it." Following Lu Tang's lead, Zhao Qingkai quickly produced his contribution as well. "And mine too." The remaining members of the group hastily presented their funds to Li Yi, each fearful that if they delayed, he might refuse to accept their money. In this era, 1,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum. Yet many could muster the resolve to gather such an amount through collective family effort. Consequently, Li Yi soon found himself with 5,000 yuan in hand. After confirming the accuracy of the total, he cast a puzzled glance at Lu Tang. "Where is Taiju? Why isn't he here?" Chapter 11. Equipment. Lu Tang shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since I arrived this morning. Perhaps something came up, and he couldn't make it. Let's not concern ourselves with him." Zhao Qingkai waved his hand dismissively and turned to Li Yi. "Brother Yi, what do you propose we do next?" Li Yi was acutely aware of the dubious nature of Lu Tang and Zhao Qingkai. Their indifference towards Zhang Tieju's fate was evident, and in fact, they likely hoped Zhang would miss out on this fortuitous opportunity. After all, the prospect of becoming affluent in just half a year was something they had never even imagined. If it weren't for Li Yi's guidance, they would never have encountered such a chance. Naturally, the less people who shared in this profitable endeavor, the better. However, despite his understanding of their sentiments, Li Yi felt it inappropriate to voice any opinions at that moment. Ultimately, whether Zhang Taiju was willing to invest was entirely his own affair. With a slight sigh, Li Yi turned his attention to Zhao Qingkai. "Kai, hasn't the orange harvest ripened in your village recently?" Zhao Qingkai looked at Li Yi quizzically. "Yes, they are ripe. But so what? Just like previous years. They rot on the trees, and no one wants them." "Who told you that nobody wants them? Go tell your father that I wish to purchase the oranges from your village." Zhao Qingkai was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Li Yi. After a moment, he regained his composure. "Brother Yi, are you out of your mind? What on earth would you want to buy those for?" "To make juice." "Make juice? Is that feasible?" Zhao Qingkai questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. "My father's former classmate had aspirations similar to yours. He bought an entire set of equipment, and within a year, he went bankrupt. The equipment is still gathering dust at home. When you mentioned a juice factory before, I assumed you had some special technique. Now, it appears you're simply banking on our oranges. This seems rather implausible, doesn't it?" A chorus of voices echoed doubts regarding Li Yi's plan. Yet, Li Yi paid them no heed, for he had keenly grasped a crucial piece of information. Someone had just mentioned a previous juice factory that had failed, leaving its equipment idle. The speaker was Shi Hao, whose father was a supervisor at a local chemical plant. Shi Hao was merely a figurehead at the factory, idly mingling with Lu Tang and the others. Disregarding the others, Li Yi focused intently on Shi Hao. "Howsy, what did you just say?" Shihao was taken aback by Li Yi's intense gaze, and a wave of panic washed over him. He stammered, "I was telling the truth. My father does have a friend whose juice factory went under. If you don't believe me, I can take you to meet him." "Very well. Take me to him now." Li Yi ignored the others entirely. With the funds now securely in his possession, their opinions held no weight. Shihao stood frozen, instinctively turning to Zhao Chenkai for support. Noticing the pleading look in Shihao's eyes, Zhao Chenkai stepped forward. "I'll accompany you both." Li waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. You should hurry back and inform your father that I wish to purchase the oranges from your village. Don't inflate the price. I want as many as you have." Zhao Qingtai's father was the village chief of a nearby settlement, so if Zhao Qingtai handled this matter, it would proceed much more smoothly. When Zhao Qingtai attempted to say something further, Li Yi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "This is settled. I will leave with Shihao now. You should rush home to find your father." Lu Tang and the other two inquired, "What about us?" "Stand down and disperse," Li Yi instructed. Under Shihao's guidance, Li Yi soon encountered the man who had failed in establishing a juice factory. "Renshu, are you home?" "Oh, Xiaoshi. What brings you to my place today?" Shihao chuckled awkwardly, turning to Li Yi, unsure of what to say. Observing Shihao's demeanor, Li Yi shook his head in mild exasperation. He understood that relying on Shihao to manage this matter was nothing short of a foolish dream. Thus, he took the initiative to step forward. "Hello, Boss Ren. I am a friend of Shihao's. My name is Li Yi." Ren Shanming extended his hand, shaking Li Yi's briefly, his expression one of confusion. "Hello, what can I do for you? I heard from Shihao that you currently possess a set of juice production equipment, and I would like to take a look at it." Ren Shanming squinted, scrutinizing Li Yi from head to toe. He could distinctly sense a maturity in this young man that belied his years. Yet, despite this impression, he found it hard to believe that someone so young would come to him to discuss business. Thus, he furrowed his brow, puzzled. "I wonder what you intend to do with this equipment? If the equipment is of little use to you, Boss Ren, it might be wise to part with it. Perhaps I could extract some residual value from it, thereby ensuring that the resources are not wasted." "You wish to establish a juice factory?" Ren Shanming immediately saw through Li Yi's intentions. Li Yi, caught but unashamed, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is my intention. So, you need not worry that I am merely jesting. If the equipment meets my requirements, I can make a decision on the spot." Despite Li Yi's admission, Ren Shanming remained skeptical. After all, Li Yi was remarkably young. In such a competitive environment, it was hard for Ren Shanming to trust a youth boldly proclaiming his desire to start a juice factory, rather than vocalizing his doubts outright. Ren Shanming opted to test Li Yi first. "Are you aware of the challenges involved in starting a juice factory? There are many procedures to navigate." Li Yi squinted and smiled. "You need not be overly concerned, Boss Ren. The business licenses from the Commerce Department have already been secured. As for taxes and such trifles, they are not of immediate importance. I can lay the groundwork first and address those matters later." In his previous life, Li Yi had been a well-known entrepreneur in Jiang Province, thoroughly familiar with the intricacies of establishing a factory. Ren Shanming was taken aback by Li Yi's calm demeanor, finding it hard to believe that someone like Li Yi could respond so effortlessly to his probing questions. Many young people today are entirely oblivious to such matters, as the prevailing societal mindset still regards working as a laborer as the pinnacle of ambition. Even those who possess some knowledge merely understand the process superficially. The intricate details can only be addressed once the factory is operational, rendering comprehensive clarity unattainable. Chapter 12. Initial deposit. Those capable of articulating such sentiments typically fall into one of two categories. Either they are professionals with an intimate understanding of the entire process, or they possess influential connections, dismissing these details as inconsequential, confident that their directives will be executed flawlessly by subordinates. After observing Li Yi for a considerable time, Ren Shanming concluded that it was implausible for someone like Li Yi to be a specialist in the field, leading him to lean towards the latter possibility. Acknowledging the complexity of Li Yi's identity, Ren Shanming's demeanor shifted to one of politeness. "The equipment is currently housed in my warehouse. Come, let me show you." Ren Shanming guided Li Yi and his companions to a large warehouse nearby, produced a key, unlocked the door, and gestured for Li Yi to enter. The warehouse was suffused with the distinct scent of machine oil, and a colossal machine dominated the space, nearly consuming it entirely. "This machine is remarkable," Ren Shanming boasted. "From juicing to canning and sealing, it offers a fully automated production line, imported entirely from Germany, ensuring top-notch quality. Li Yi paid little heed to Ren Shanming's grandiloquent claims, instead meticulously examining the intricate details of the machine. Once he confirmed that the equipment was in satisfactory working condition, he turned to the incessantly chattering Ren Shanming. "Mr. Ren, how much do you want for this equipment?" Ren Shanming was momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating such a direct inquiry regarding the price. After a brief pause, he responded with curiosity, "What do you estimate this equipment is worth?" Li Yi chuckled lightly. "First and foremost, this equipment is not of German origin, but rather imported from Japan. Additionally, it is not brand new. You likely purchased it as secondhand. The wear and tear on this machine is quite severe, probably not even achieving 1/3 of its original functionality. While it may serve us in a small locale like this, in a major city, it would be relegated to the scrap heap. Therefore, should I make an offer, it would not be substantial. I suggest you provide your bottom line. If it seems reasonable, we can engage in further discussion. If the price proves unsatisfactory, I shall take my leave." Ren Shanming was left speechless by Li Yi's candid assessment, as he had effectively elucidated the condition of the equipment with remarkable clarity. Even Ren Shanming could not discern whether this equipment was of German or Japanese origin. Yet Li Yi could articulate it with certainty. This revelation undoubtedly astonished Ren Shanming. With some difficulty, he swallowed hard, realizing he had encountered a knowledgeable individual today. Henceforth, he refrained from speaking recklessly. Cautiously, he addressed Li Yi, stating, "When I acquired this equipment, it cost me nearly 300,000. I've used it for less than a year. How about I sell it to you for half price?" To Ren Shanming's proposition, Li Yi gently shook his head in disagreement. "A half price is absolutely out of the question. Mr. Run, I can unequivocally inform you that when you purchased this equipment, you were misled. In fact, even at half price, it is still overpriced, and now it holds even less value. Then how much are you willing to offer?" Li Yi feigned interest as he circled the equipment twice before finally extending 3 fingers before Ren Shanming's eyes. 130,000? Ren Shanming scoffed. "What nonsense. 3,000. That is far too low." He was nearly on the verge of jumping in disbelief. "I bought this for 300,000. And you expect me to part with it for a mere fraction of that? How is that reasonable?" Observing Ren Shanming's animated reaction, Li Yi chuckled. "Mr. Ren, offering you 3,000 is already a generous bid. I have no desire to travel to the coast. Otherwise, with just a little extra money, I could procure superior equipment. Why would I come to you? That is impossible." Ren Shanming still could not accept the notion of his equipment being sold for such a meager price. Indeed, in his eyes, the sum Li Yi offered was a blatant undervaluation of his asset. With a sigh of resignation, Li Yi remarked, "If you find this offer unsatisfactory, then so be it. But do not blame me for not warning you. The pace of technological advancement is rapid. Each day this equipment remains at home, it depreciates further. It would be wise to sell it quickly, lest it becomes a heap of scrap metal, rendering it truly worthless." After delivering these words, Li Yi pretended to walk away without any hesitation. Ren Shanming panicked and quickly intercepted him. Had Li Yi spoken these words upon his arrival, Ren Shanming would have dismissed them. However, having accurately conveyed the condition of the equipment, Ren Shanming now regarded Li Yi as an expert. Thus, he dared not dismiss Li Yi's words lightly. "Wait a moment, were those statements true? Is my equipment truly worthless? Why would I deceive you? You can inquire outside to discover just how swiftly the equipment industry is evolving. While it may be an exaggeration to say updates occur daily, it is no exaggeration that new technologies emerge every 3 days." Faced with Li Yi's assertions, Ren Shanming clenched his teeth, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to persuade himself, albeit with lingering resentment, to respond to Li Yi. "Then add a little more money, 50,000. And I will give you this set of equipment." Li Yi chuckled and shook his head. "If Boss Ren is so reluctant to part with this equipment, why not keep it for yourself? It might even appreciate in value as a potential antique in the future. I wouldn't want to take something you cherish. Don't rush to leave. Just tell me the actual price. How much can you offer?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yi raised 3 fingers again. "I've made myself clear, 30,000, and not a cent more. If Boss Ren finds this price unsatisfactory, perhaps you should seek other buyers or keep the equipment as a family heirloom." Seeing Li Yi about to leave, Ren Shanming finally abandoned all hesitation and stamped his foot in frustration. "Fine, 30,000 it is. I'll sell it to you." True to his word, Ren was a straightforward man. "I'll give you a deposit of 2,000, please deliver this equipment to this address. As long as everything is in order, I will pay the remaining balance afterward. Watching Li Yi count out 2,000 from his pocket and hand it over, Ren Shanming was momentarily speechless. Chapter 13. Unconventional tactics. However, Ren Shanming's thoughts on the matter were far from trivial. After being spoken to by Li Yi, he had lost all hope of successfully transferring the equipment. As Li Yi remarked, this opportunity might not come again. Although the deposit was merely 2,000, Li Yi had not stated he would withhold the remaining payment, leading Ren Shanming to agree to assist in delivering the equipment to Liu Tang's ancestral home. Upon leaving Ren Shanming's residence, Shi Hao was in a state of bewilderment. He was well aware of his father's friend's prowess. When the policies first began to shift, he seized the opportunity to resign and venture into business, accumulating a significant fortune over the years. His net worth was now in the hundreds of thousands. Shi Hao's father often spoke with admiration of Ren Shanming's capabilities. Yet, this individual, whom his father respected, was rendered courteous by just a few words from Li Yi. If previously Shi Hao had merely followed the trend in investing a sum with Li Yi, he now felt a genuine respect for him. Brother Yi, is Ren Shanming's equipment truly that undervalued? Faced with Shi Hao's question, Li Yi smiled but refrained from responding. While the equipment was indeed quite outdated, in today's market, rarity equates to value. That equipment was still worth a considerable sum. Regardless, it was impossible for 30,000 to suffice. Ren Shanming didn't truly understand the worth of such items, which was why he had been so easily persuaded by Li Yi. Naturally, Li Yi wouldn't foolishly divulge this insight to Shi Hao. Noticing Li Yi's silence, Shi Hao remained unperturbed, cautiously probing further. Brother Yi, Ren Shanming has previously run a juice factory, but suffered immense losses. If we take over now, will we really turn a profit? Do you know why Ren Shanming incurred losses? Shi Hao shook his head blankly. The reason for his losses is that he fundamentally lacks an understanding of commerce. His ability to amass wealth was solely due to favorable policies. Have you ever heard the adage that wealth acquired by chance will ultimately be lost through one's own abilities? Shi Hao gazed at Li Yi in bewilderment, clearly struggling to grasp the meaning behind Li Yi's words. With a sigh of resignation, Li Yi recognized that his insights were perhaps too advanced for Shi Hao to comprehend, which was entirely understandable. He had merely spoken from his feelings. The thought of so many individuals profiting from policy dividends only to later criticize the policies as inadequate filled Li Yi with indignation. It was infuriating to think such individuals deserved to be punished severely. Without further ado, Li Yi waved his hand, signaling Shi Hao to head home. He intended to check on the situation at Liu Tang's ancestral house and prepare for Ren Shanming's equipment to arrive. Unexpectedly, he encountered Zhang Taizhu on his way. "Taizhu, where have you been?" Zhang Taizhu appeared disheveled, as if he had just emerged from the fields. Breathing heavily, he replied, "Ego, I sincerely apologize. Our family is currently unable to gather such a substantial sum of money, so I visited several relatives to finally scrape together the funds. Can you confirm if this is the correct amount?" As he spoke, Zhang Taizhu cautiously pulled out a bundle of cash from a pocket in his clothing and handed it to Li Yi. Seeing the assortment of bills in Zhang Taizhu's hands warmed Li Yi's heart. Zhang Taizhu truly believed in him wholeheartedly. Despite his family's inability to provide the money, he had gone to great lengths to borrow funds to support Li Yi. Li Yi did not reach out to take the money. Instead, he looked at him and asked, "Taizhu, are you not afraid that I might deceive you?" Zhang Taizhu scratched his head and chuckled. "Ego, we are good brothers. I trust that you would never betray me." Li Yi nodded and accepted the money from Zhang Taizhu's hands, patting his chest as if to assure him, "You are absolutely right. We are indeed good brothers. In the future, we shall earn money together." Zhang Taizhu's smile remained endearing. "My father always said that good brothers should share both joy and hardship." The Liu Tang ancestral house had been neglected for years, leaving it in a state of disarray. It took Li Yi and Zhang Taizhu an entire afternoon to tidy it up sufficiently so that it no longer resembled a forsaken dwelling. Just as they completed their tasks and were about to rest, a tractor rumbled towards them. Ren Shanming stood atop the tractor, waving at Li Yi. "Is your factory set up here? Isn't this location a bit too remote?" Li Yi merely smiled lightly in response to Ren Shanming's remark. "Boss Ren, some things may be beyond your understanding. In our modest enterprise, we must economize wherever possible. Otherwise, one might wonder where the profits are to be made." Li Yi's words plunged Ren Shanming into a state of stupor. He reminisced about the grand opening of his factory, where he spared no expense to secure a prime location. He had never fathomed why his venture incurred losses, but now, Li Yi had illuminated the truth for him. If one cannot save on the most fundamental aspects, earning a profit is indeed a formidable challenge. Boss Ren, why are you still in a daze? Hurry and direct everyone to install the equipment. Once we're done, I'll treat everyone to a feast. With Li Yi's encouragement, the team was invigorated. In just over 2 hours, the large apparatus was completely assembled. Once the work was finished, Li Yi kept his promise and led everyone to the only remaining restaurant in the vicinity for a delightful meal. After the workers departed, Ren Shanming, slightly inebriated, draped his arm over Li Yi's shoulder. Brother, I can tell you are no ordinary person. When you strike it rich, do remember your elder brother. Of course, Boss Ren, you have aided me greatly, and I shall not forget your kindness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ren Shanming noticed that Li Yi refrained from mentioning the final payment, which made him anxious. Since Li Yi did not bring it up, Ren Shanming felt compelled to inquire. Li, now that the machine is installed and we've enjoyed our drinks, what about the final payment? Li Yi chuckled heartily. Boss Ren, why are you still being so tentative with me? In the future, feel free to speak candidly. Ren Shanming laughed in return. It seems I've been overly cautious. My apologies. When can you settle the final payment? No rush. I haven't even tested the machine yet. Let us discuss it once I confirm everything is in working order. Ren Shanming was taken aback. Aren't you bending the rules a bit? I have already delivered the equipment. How can such a substantial sum simply remain outstanding? Li Yi, unfazed by Ren Shanming's discontent, had realized that Ren was genuinely at a loss as to how to proceed. If Ren attempted to reclaim the equipment, the back and forth would only result in further losses. Boss Ren, I am not refusing to pay. I simply have no knowledge of the equipment's operational status. As a fellow businessman, consider this. Would you willingly part with your money for a machine you haven't even tested? Furthermore, I have already given you a deposit, and you are aware of my location. Surely, you don't fear I might abscond? Ren Shanming's frustration simmered beneath the surface, yet he found himself lacking any viable options. Just as Ren Shanming was about to speak further, a small car approached and came to a halt directly in front of them. In this era, a small car undoubtedly symbolizes a person of significance. Even after years of business, Ren Shanming could hardly afford such a luxury. Li Xiao, there you are. I've been searching for you for quite some time, said Lei Guoqiang, stepping out of the vehicle, his demeanor slightly respectful as he addressed Li Yi. Upon seeing Lei Guoqiang, Li Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed, what do you need from me? However, Lei Guoqiang did not respond directly to Li Yi's question. Instead, he glanced at Ren Shanming beside him. Clearly, the conversation he intended to have with Li Yi was not meant for external ears. Ren Shanming had just found the man who had descended from the car somewhat familiar. It was only when Lei Guoqiang turned his gaze that he suddenly recalled his identity. Ah, you are Director Lei Guoqiang from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he exclaimed. While Lei Guoqiang maintained a respectful demeanor towards Li Yi, he offered only a curt acknowledgement to Ren Shanming. This differential treatment did not provoke any discontent in Ren Shanming, who greeted Lei Guoqiang with almost obsequious enthusiasm. Director Lei, greetings. I am Ren Shanming from Lei Village. We've shared a meal before. Lei Guoqiang seemed to have a vague recollection of Ren Shanming. Nevertheless, at that moment, he had no intention of engaging in further conversation. Oh, it's you. What brings you here so late? Before Ren Shanming could respond, Lei Guoqiang waved his hand, interrupting him. All right, it's getting late. You should head home now. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Ren Shanming was astute enough to discern that Lei Guoqiang was deliberately trying to dismiss him to speak with Li Yi privately. Coupled with Lei Guoqiang's earlier respectful demeanor towards Li Yi, Ren Shanming's astonishment grew. If even Lei Guoqiang treated Li Yi with such courtesy, one could only imagine the magnitude of his background and influence. Ren Shanming dared not ponder further. With his limited perspective, he could hardly comprehend the powerful figures standing behind Li Yi. However, one thing was certain to him. Cultivating a good relationship with Li Yi could only yield benefits. As for the equipment, Ren Shanming now felt he could easily gift it to Li Yi without a second thought. Very well, Director Lei, Li Xiao. I shall take my leave now. As Ren Shanming bowed and departed, Lei Guoqiang turned to Li Yi once more. Li Xiao, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Li Yi furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lei Guoqiang's sudden expression of gratitude. However, being astute, he chose not to speak, waiting for Lei Guoqiang to continue. Recently, there have been rumors about a restructuring of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. My position remains unchanged, but several surrounding units have merged into our organization, and I will continue to lead. Upon hearing this, Li Yi finally understood. In a few years, the supply and marketing cooperative would undergo a significant transformation, fading from public view entirely. The upper echelons must already be contemplating such ideas, yet due to the immense implications of these matters, they cannot afford to act hastily, proceeding instead with gradual adjustments on a limited scale. Such modifications will undoubtedly entail numerous personnel changes. Lei Guoqiang, confident in his own abilities, believes he has managed to retain his position amidst these reforms. This situation bears no relation to Li Yi. However, it does not deter Li Yi from attributing the success to his own financial acumen. After all, since Lei Guoqiang has come to this conclusion, it wouldn't be difficult for him to follow suit in conversation. These matters are trivial, requiring no expressions of gratitude, as long as one diligently performs their duties. Ample opportunities for advancement await in the future. Rest assured, young Master Li, I shall certainly enhance my skills and will not disappoint your expectations, he pledged, echoing a commitment to meet the people's hopes. After exchanging a few words with Li Yi, Lei Guoqiang retrieved a small package from the car and presented it to Li Yi. What is this? Li Yi inquired. Young Master Li, this is merely a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't take offense, Lei Guoqiang replied, his face adorned with a cautious smile. In an instant, Li Yi comprehended the underlying motive. This was an attempt to foster a better rapport through monetary means. Upon a brief appraisal, he discerned that the package contained several hundred yuan. It seemed Lei Guoqiang had previously offered him money, which Li Yi had declined, leading Lei to believe that Li Yi found the amount insufficient, hence this more generous gesture. Nonetheless, Li Yi had no intention of accepting the money. In such tumultuous times, should Lei Guoqiang ever find himself in a precarious position, would he not seek to hold Li Yi accountable for having accepted a bribe? Thus, without hesitation, Li Yi returned the package to Lei Guoqiang. Director Lei, as I previously mentioned, if you commit yourself to hard work, there will surely come a day when you rise above the rest. Please refrain from employing such underhanded tactics in the future. Ask yourself, does this action truly align with the expectations the people have of you? Lei Guoqiang was taken aback. Previously, in the office, he had assumed that the presence of others and the modest sum he offered were the reasons for Li Yi's refusal. Now, with only the two of them present, and having painstakingly gathered 500 yuan, an amount he deemed significant, he never anticipated Li Yi would resolutely reject it. It took him a moment to regain his composure, during which admiration filled his gaze as he looked at Li Yi. Youthful Master Li, I realize now how crass I have been. I will earnestly learn from you henceforth, taking you as my example, and wholeheartedly serve the people. Chapter 15. Kai Xuexia's revenge. The fervent assurances from Lei Guoqiang momentarily stunned Li Yi, as he sensed a misinterpretation of his intent. Yet, he merely smiled inwardly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, if this misunderstanding spurred Lei Guoqiang to genuinely transform into a devoted public servant, he would indeed have made a meaningful contribution. With a face full of satisfaction, Li Yi patted Lei Guoqiang on the shoulder and nodded. I am truly pleased to see your awareness. Just focus on your work from now on. As long as you produce results, everyone will notice. After exchanging a few platitudes with Lei Guoqiang, Li Yi intended to leave. However, Lei Guoqiang stopped him. Li Xiao, where are you headed at this hour? Of course, I'm going home. Where else would I go? Allow me to give you a ride. Li Yi glanced at Lei Guoqiang's modest vehicle, pondered for a moment, and ultimately consented. Given Lei Guoqiang's income, it would be improbable for him to afford such a car. It was, in fact, a company vehicle primarily used by him. Upon arriving at their destination, Lei Guoqiang intended to escort Li Yi upstairs, but Li Yi declined. He merely requested that Lei Guoqiang park by the roadside, and he exited the car. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a group of 7 or 8 individuals suddenly emerged from the hallway, encircling him. Noticing the fierce expressions of these individuals, Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly. What do you want? What do we want? A sharp voice rang out from behind. Li Yi, you think you're so impressive? Daring to strike me? I will make sure you pay dearly for it today. Kai Xuexia stepped forward, her face twisted with malice as she glared at Li Yi. Beside her stood a burly middle-aged man, his arm wrapped around her. Li Yi immediately recognized that the man embracing Kai Xuexia was not her husband, but rather a minor leader from the factory. He had heard some rumors about Kai Xuexia's domestic situation. Her husband was an honest man, often bullied by her at home. She openly criticized him for his lack of ambition while shamelessly courting other men. Initially, Kai Shuexiao was somewhat restrained, engaging in such sordid affairs discreetly. However, emboldened over time, she brazenly flaunted her relationship with a man named Shi Hongqiao from the factory. Shi Hongqiao even used his influence to assign night shifts to Kai Shuexiao's husband, taking advantage of his absence to indulge in their illicit liaison. Li Yi had never actively sought out such scandalous tales, but the sheer volume of gossip made it impossible not to overhear. It was clear that the rotund man was indeed Kai Shuexiao's paramour, Shi Hongqiao. As Li Yi scrutinized him, Shi Hongqiao spoke up. "You're Li Yi, aren't you? You dare to strike my woman? It seems you truly have a death wish. Now, tell me how you wish to resolve this matter." Li Yi regarded Shi Hongqiao with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips. He had encountered numerous abhorrent situations, yet he had rarely witnessed such shamelessness. Consequently, he held Shi Hongqiao in contempt. Given his disdain, Li Yi felt no need to be courteous in his response. "The legitimate husband hasn't he even spoken yet? Are you not being a bit too hasty in your eagerness? Did you truly believe that being a breeding boar was a matter of great honor? What the hell are you saying?" Shi Hongqiao, feeling cornered by Li Yi's relentless taunts, began to seethe with rage, directing a furious shout at Li Yi. Yet, to Li Yi, such blatant fury was utterly inconsequential, prompting him to reiterate his words. "I said you are nothing but a promiscuous breeding boar. What's the matter? Can't you comprehend human language? You bastard. I'll make you pay dearly today." Shi Hongqiao's thunderous outburst downstairs attracted considerable attention, causing numerous onlookers to peep out of their windows. Upon witnessing the standoff between Li Yi and Shi Hongqiao, a flurry of speculation ensued. Isn't that Li Yi? How did he provoke Shi Hongqiao? Haven't you heard? That day, Li Yi stood up for his wife and slapped Kai Shuexiao twice. Is that true? That matter should have been resolved by old Deng. What does it have to do with Shi Hongqiao? Kai Shuexiao is Shi Hongqiao's mistress. Everyone in the factory is well aware of their sordid affair. Poor Li Yi. He is likely to be beaten to a pulp this time. It's a case of dogs fighting dogs. None of them are virtuous. At this moment, no one came forth to defend Li Yi, especially given his tarnished reputation. Presently, no one held any hope for Li Yi. They all believed he was destined for a severe thrashing. Just as the crowd awaited Shi Hongqiao to unleash his fury upon Li Yi, a figure suddenly emerged from a parked car, hastily approaching the scene. "What is going on here?" Lei Guoqiang, who had been ready to drive away, looked over in confusion upon spotting the confrontation between Li Yi and Shi Hongqiao. Initially, he presumed that Li Yi and Shi Hongqiao were acquaintances, for Li Yi resided in the area and it seemed unlikely that anyone would come to cause him trouble. However, after observing for a moment, Lei Guoqiang sensed that the situation was amiss. Both parties appeared poised to strike. Alarmed, he hurriedly exited his vehicle and rushed over. Lei Guoqiang's shout drew everyone's attention. "Who are you? This is none of your business. Get out of here, or you'll be caught in the fray too." Kai Shuexiao, eager to see Li Yi receive a well-deserved beating, felt her own pent-up frustration on the verge of release. Yet, unexpectedly, someone intervened, prompting her to yell at Lei Guoqiang, attempting to shoo him away. To Kai Shuexiao's astonishment, just as she finished speaking, someone yanked her forcefully. Taken aback, she stumbled, barely managing to regain her balance. Before she could utter a word, Shi Hongqiao bellowed at her. "How dare you speak to Director Lei like that? Get out of the way immediately." After chastising Kai Shuexiao, Shi Hongqiao turned to Lei Guoqiang with a charming smile. "Mr. Lei, what brings you here at this late hour?" Lei Guoqiang recognized Shi Hongqiao, the sales supervisor at Xingye Food Factory, with whom he had dealt numerous times regarding sales matters. It can be said that whether the goods in Shi Hongqiao's factory can be sold hinges entirely on Lei Guoqiang's word. This is also the reason why Shi Hongqiao holds such profound respect for Lei Guoqiang. Chapter 16. Sister Hua's request. Upon hearing Lei Guoqiang call out his name, Shi Hongqiao's smile blossomed even brighter. "Yes, it's me. Director Lei, do you have any instructions?" Lei Guoqiang glanced around the scene and casually inquired, "What is happening here?" "It's merely a small personal grievance that needs to be resolved. If I have disturbed you in any way, I sincerely apologize." "Personal grievance?" Shi Hongqiao, you seem to have quite the audacity now. Do you dare provoke young Masterly? Lei Guoqiang's tone suggested a rising intensity. "I see you are living quite recklessly." "Young Masterly?" Shi Hongqiao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to comprehend whom Lei Guoqiang was referring to. Ignoring his bewildered expression, Lei Guoqiang approached Li Yi with genuine concern. Young Master Li, are you all right? Have you been injured? Li Yi had initially prepared himself for a confrontation with Shi Hongqiao and his entourage. Despite his slender appearance, he was no stranger to brawls, having spent considerable time with Lu Tang and others, engaging in numerous altercations. However, the arrival of Lei Guoqiang averted such an incident. In response to Lei Guoqiang's concern, Li Yi gently shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you for your help, Director Lei. That's good to hear. As long as you are unharmed, Lei Guoqiang replied. After exchanging a few more words with him, Li did not spare Shi Hongqiao a glance and confidently ascended the stairs to return home. Once Li Yi had departed, Lei Guoqiang turned his gaze back to Shi Hongqiao. In the future, be more discerning in your actions. Not everyone is someone you can afford to provoke. After reprimanding Shi Hongqiao, Lei Guoqiang left. Watching his car fade from view, Shi Hongqiao exhaled a long sigh of relief. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. He had been drenched in cold sweat from fear. If he had offended Lei Guoqiang, their factory's goods would remain unsold, and the factory manager might very well come after him with a vengeance. This thought sent a shiver down Shi Hongqiao's spine, and he cast a resentful glance at Kai Xuexia. Kai Xuexia, clearly unaware of the unfolding events, shouted at Shi Hongqiao. Didn't you say you could handle anything for me? Is this all you're capable of? Where are those skills you boast about? Her words flushed Shi Hongqiao's face with embarrassment. Laughter echoed from above and below, reminding him of the humiliation he had already endured that day. Angered by Kai Xuexia's harsh remarks, he struck her face with 2 resounding slaps, causing her already bruised visage to swell further. You wretched woman! I treated you like a human being, yet you dare to tread on my dignity. Kai Xuexia was momentarily stunned by the force of Shi Hongqiao's blows. Before she could fully react, he had swiftly departed the scene with his companions. When Shi Hongqiao departed, the onlookers immediately began to chatter amongst themselves. Am I mistaken? Was what just transpired real? Since when has Li Yi become so formidable? Who was that driver? Ah, I recognize him. That is Director Lei Guoqiang from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Even the director of the cooperative treats him with such courtesy? Who exactly is Li Yi? It's surprising that he has such a significant background despite his usual modest demeanor. It seems Su Yuping has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. No wonder she refuses to divorce him despite being so severely beaten. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, the speculations about him were rampant. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Upon ascending the stairs, before he could reach home, he encountered Sister Hua standing at the staircase's entrance. Li Yi, do you have a moment? Sister Hua greeted him warmly. Looking at her in confusion, Li Yi did not respond directly, but rather inquired, What is the matter? Are you looking for me about something? I have a small matter I hope you could assist me with. I'm in need of some money and was wondering if you could lend me a bit. Sister Hua was quite straightforward about her intentions. Li Yi felt puzzled by her request. His own financial struggles were common knowledge. Had it not been for Su Yuping's employment at the factory, he might not even afford a meal. The fact that his poverty was well known only added to his perplexity. Why would Sister Hua approach him for a loan? Was it possible she had been following him and was aware of today's events? As this notion crossed his mind, Li Yi's demeanor shifted to one of wariness and hostility. He harbored many secrets that must not be uncovered. Sensing Li Yi's palpable hostility, Sister Hua smiled and quickly clarified, There's no need to be so tense. I know you have money. The director of the cooperative personally drove you back, so your status must be quite impressive. With her explanation, Li Yi finally understood. It seemed she was merely testing the waters to ascertain his financial standing. With a gentle smile, he inquired, How much do you need to borrow? 100 yuan. Li Yi was taken aback. What do you need such a large sum for? Although Sister Hua's profession was often looked down upon, it should generally provide her with sufficient means. Her immediate request for such a considerable amount left Li Yi reluctant to comply. Sister Hua's expression grew somber, and in a low voice, she confessed, My father is ill and currently in the hospital. I have exhausted all my savings, yet he shows no signs of improvement. I truly have no other options. Seeing Sister Hua's pitiful state, Li Yi pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to hand her 100 yuan. It was not that he shared any illicit secrets with Sister Hua. He simply felt a deep sense of pity for her. He recognized the overwhelming helplessness she faced. Li Yi had an innate sympathy for the vulnerable. After all, Sister Hua's plight was not entirely of her own making. With tears glistening in her eyes, Sister Hua accepted the 100 yuan that Li Yi offered her, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I will repay you as soon as possible. Li Yi was uncertain about the veracity of Sister Hua's claims, yet he remained indifferent. The mere fact that he had returned to this era, reclaiming what he had once lost, filled him with immense gratitude. Upon arriving home, he found Su Yuping fast asleep on the bed, cradling Li Xiaoming, while the meal laid out on the table had grown cold. Observing Su Yuping's state, Li Yi approached to cover them with a blanket. However, the slightest movement stirred Su Yuping from her restless slumber. "You're back? Have you eaten? Let me warm up the food for you," she said, attempting to rise. Chapter 17. Repayment. Li Yi hurriedly pressed her back down. "Just sleep. I've already eaten." After a long day of work and the responsibility of caring for their daughter, Su Yuping must have been incredibly fatigued. Thus, Li Yi could not allow her to exert herself any further. She acquiesced with a gentle nod and soon fell back into a deep sleep, perhaps reassured by Li Yi's presence. After washing up, Li Yi lay in bed. Yet sleep eluded him. The sight of his wife and daughter, along with the burgeoning prospects of his career, felt almost surreal. Nonetheless, he refrained from dwelling on such thoughts. What troubled him most was the packaging dilemma for the beverage factory. The machinery and raw materials were in place, and labor was abundantly affordable, so he had no concerns about hiring workers. However, the issue of packaging remained unresolved, and he would need to address it promptly the following day. After contemplating throughout the night without conclusion, Li Yi was awakened by a fierce argument outside. As he opened his eyes, he wondered who could be quarreling so early. Yet, upon hearing a couple of exchanges, his drowsiness vanished, and he hastily dressed and rushed outside. Indeed, he had not misheard. It was Su Yuping embroiled in the altercation. Protecting Li Xiaoming, she vehemently berated Zhang Debao and his companions, refusing to let them approach. Li Yi quickly understood that Zhang Debao had come for Li Xiaoming. He hurried over to Su Yuping, positioning himself between her and Zhang Debao. "Oh, so you're at home, huh? I thought you had fled." Zhang Debao sneered upon seeing Li Yi. "Didn't I nearly finish you off last time? Did that make you think you're invincible now?" Li Yi's words reminded Zhang Debao of the ferocity he had witnessed that day, causing him to instinctively step back. However, glancing at his companions, he regained confidence. After all, he had brought along professional thugs, one of whom was rumored to have taken a life. Despite the fewer individuals accompanying him this time compared to the last, Zhang Debao faced no challenges in dealing with Li Yi. "Li Yi, do not be so arrogant. You were the one who promised to return the money in 3 days. And today marks the 3rd day. If you cannot produce the funds, your daughter will belong to me." Li Xiaoming was terrified by Zhang Dabao's words and began to cry out loudly, "Mommy, Daddy, I don't want to go with him. I don't want to go." Su Yuping quickly embraced Li Xiaoming, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, my dear. I will not let you be taken away. I will never leave you." Li Yi glanced back at Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming before turning his attention back to Zhang Debao. 2,000, is it? Take the money and leave. Do not return." As Li Yi retrieved 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it over, Zhang Debao was momentarily struck dumb, forgetting to extend his hand as he accepted the money. He never anticipated that Li Yi could actually gather such a sum in a mere 3 days. Prior to this visit, he had confidently assured his buyers that he would deliver the girl today. Now, Li Yi's unexpected action had completely derailed Zhang Dabao's plans, leaving him utterly at a loss. Noticing Zhang Debao standing there in stunned silence, Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "What's wrong? You don't want the money?" It was only then that Zhang Debao regained his senses and stammered, "Where did you get so much money? That is none of your concern. The debt is repaid. And I wish for you to never disturb me again." Zhang Debao fell silent again, feeling an unfamiliar disdain for money. Previously, had anyone claimed to him that money was detestable, he would have swiftly dealt with them. "What's this? You, the infamous Zhang Debao, aren't considering backing out, are you? If word spreads that you don't keep your promises, how will you navigate your way in this world?" Zhang Dabao's face shifted between shades of green and red, his countenance growing increasingly grim. He found himself in a precarious position. After grinding his teeth for a moment, he suddenly reached out and snatched the money from Li Yi's hand. "Just wait. This isn't over." Zhang Debao attributed all his troubles to Li Yi, and thus, he harbored a deep-seated resentment toward him. However, Li Yi paid no heed to Zhang Dabao's threats. He understood that individuals like Zhang Debao could not maintain their bravado for long. In due time, authorities would take significant measures to rectify such societal ills, targeting ruffians like Zhang Debao and his ilk. Once they were dealt with, Su Yuping, astonished, turned to Li Yi and asked, "Where did you acquire such a large sum of money?" The transformation in Li Yi over the past few days left her utterly bewildered. At first, he treated her and their daughter with extraordinary kindness, only to effortlessly produce 2,000 yuan to settle his previous gambling debts. Could this man before her truly be her husband? Such absurd thoughts sprang to Su Yuping's mind. Li Yi stepped forward and embraced Su Yuping tightly in his arms. "I told you I would never allow you to endure hardships again. I intend to keep my word." Su Yuping looked at Li Yi with some concern. "You must not engage in any illegal activities. Rest assured, I am very prudent. I would never involve myself in unlawful matters." Despite Li Yi's assurances, Su Yuping remained uneasy. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Li Xiaoming, with tears still fresh on her cheeks, softly spoke up, "Mom, I'm going to be late for school. When are we leaving?" It dawned on Su Yuping that she had work and Li Xiaoming had school. In a flurry, she hurriedly reminded Li Yi a few things before taking Li Xiaoming with her. Watching the hurried figures of the mother and daughter, a faint smile crept across Li Yi's lips, his face radiating happiness. He turned to head home to tidy up a bit. However, as he turned, he caught sight of Kai Xuexia, who had just risen to leave. The swelling on her face had just begun to subside, and she appeared somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Li Yi, Kai Xuexia froze momentarily, terror evident in her eyes, before hastily retreating into her home and slamming the door shut. Chapter 18. Acquisition Proposal. Li Yi paid no heed to Kai Xuexia and left after freshening up. His first stop was the factory. Upon arrival, he found Zhao Chengkai anxiously waiting for him. "Brother Yi, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Noticing Zhao Chengkai's worried expression, Li Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you need to see me about? Didn't you mention wanting to acquire the oranges from our village? I've spoken to the villagers, and they are willing to sell if someone is interested in purchasing. My father specifically asked me to inquire about your offer." Li Yi, not well versed in current market prices, hesitated to respond with a bid and instead asked, "What is the usual selling price per pound?" The village had never experienced such a large-scale acquisition. Typically, villagers sold their produce at the market. Generally, it's about 10 to 20 cents, though it varies. Zhao Chengkai, however, was being cunning. Having grown up in the village, he knew full well the market value of oranges. Even during favorable market conditions, they rarely fetched more than 10 cents per pound. Ordinarily, it was a mere few cents. He was exploiting Li Yi's ignorance of the market to inflate the selling price slightly, hoping that if Li Yi made a foolish move, he could profit from the difference. Li Yi, however, was not so easily deceived by Zhao Chengkai. Although he was unaware of the current market conditions for oranges, he was acutely aware that the vast expanse of oranges in the mountains remained unsold. It was inconceivable for unsold goods to command such high prices. Thus, after some contemplation, Li Yi suggested to Zhao Chengkai, "I shall first visit your village. If feasible, I will speak directly with the farmers." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Zhao Chengkai instinctively sought to dissuade him from accompanying him to the village, for this would thwart his dreams of profiting from the price difference. Yet, Li Yi was resolute in his decision, and Zhao Chengkai could not prevent him. In Zhao Jiawan village, oranges blanketed the hills, and the villagers, upon learning of Li Yi's purpose to purchase oranges, gathered around him. "Boss, please take a look at our oranges. They're juicy and of the finest quality." One exclaimed, "Old Shirtu, can't you refrain from boasting?" Another retorted, "Doesn't Li boss find your sour oranges unworthy? Li boss, will you be paying cash for our oranges?" The villagers clamored around him, bombarding him with inquiries, to which he responded, gleaning a wealth of useful information from their chatter. Glancing at Zhao Chengkai, who had retreated into the crowd, Li Yi inwardly cursed him. This scoundrel, with his excessive zeal, sought only to profit from the price difference. Had it not been for Li Yi's astuteness, the earnings from producing this beverage would scarcely match Zhao Chengkai's greed. Without exposing Zhao Chengkai's true intentions, Li Yi feigned ignorance. For after all, Zhao Chengkai's father was the village chief, and many future dealings would rely on his cooperation. It would be unwise to sever ties at this juncture. Having now grasped the state of the orange market, Li Yi formulated a pricing strategy in his mind. "Fellow villagers, please lend me your ears," he called out. And the previously animated discussions among the villagers hushed as they turned their attention to him. Seizing the moment, Li Yi continued, "I am now aware of your difficulties. The oranges produced in the mountains each year are challenging to sell. To alleviate your burdens, I propose a solution. I will purchase all your oranges at 2 yuan per 100 jin, regardless of their appearance, provided they are not rotten. Furthermore, This is the price for purchases made in your village. Should any of you transport the oranges to my factory, I will add an additional 50 cents per 100 jin. As soon as Li Yi presented this proposal, the villagers erupted in fervent discussion. Goodness, did I hear correctly? 2 yuan and 50 cents for 100 jin? Though this price may be somewhat low, it is still sellable. But how much could he possibly buy from one individual? Li Yi listened quietly to their deliberations, quickly discerning their primary concern: how many oranges he would be able to purchase from them. Once the discussions gradually subsided, Li Yi spoke again. Rest assured, I will purchase as many oranges as your village can provide. However, there is one crucial stipulation you must remember. If you choose to sell to me, you must sell all your oranges exclusively to me. Should I discover that anyone has sold their oranges to another party, I regret to inform you that we will no longer have the opportunity to collaborate. This unusual condition was primarily imposed by Li Yi to prevent anyone from engaging in deceitful practices, such as selling inferior quality oranges to him while reserving the premium ones for a higher price to other buyers. Furthermore, a significant reason for this stipulation was to secure the supply chain. Nevertheless, Li Yi believed that in this era, particularly in this region, there would be minimal competition for resources. Is this truly the case? How wonderful. We will no longer have to worry about selling our oranges. The villagers of Zhaojiawan expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Li Yi as he departed. The villagers had already begun their ascent into the mountains to gather oranges, expecting a substantial delivery to the factory the following day. Meanwhile, Li Yi faced pressing issues regarding beverage bottles and the factory's power supply. The electricity was manageable. He simply needed to file a request, and once the funds were in place, the connection would be expedited. However, securing beverage bottles proved to be a more challenging endeavor. The surrounding towns lacked plastic manufacturing facilities, with the only factory located in the city. This particular factory was a private enterprise, reportedly under contract. Attempting to procure a batch of bottles through Lake Guoqiang's connections would be futile, compelling Li Yi to explore alternative solutions. Merely contemplating the issue in this location would not yield results, so Li Yi enlisted Zhang Taizhu and they set off for the city. Chapter 19. The causes of decline. Zhang Taizhu, hastily summoned by Li Yi, finally found the opportunity to inquire about their purpose for going to the city once they were in the vehicle. Brother Yi, what exactly are we doing in the city? It's getting dark, and I haven't even had the chance to inform my father. You're an adult now. Your father would likely prefer you to stay out late rather than worry about it, Li Yi replied. Zhang Taizhu was rather naive and lacked understanding of social dynamics. Even when faced with adversity, he would silently endure, rarely articulating his feelings. He had reached a marriageable age but spent his days laboring diligently, only occasionally drinking with Lu Tang and his friends. There wasn't a single female companion in sight. His family had arranged countless matchmaking opportunities for him. Yet none of the young women were interested in Zhang Taizhu. If he could manage to bring home a suitable partner, his parents would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Zhang Taizhu, perplexed, gazed at Li Yi and inquired, "Why does my father so eagerly wish for me to stay out all night? He explicitly told me that those who do not return home at night are not good people." Li Yi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. With Zhang Taizhu's unyielding disposition, it was impossible for him to discern when to obey and when to resist. With a resigned gesture, Li Yi replied, "All right. Let us not dwell on this matter. For tonight, you shall stay with me in the city, and we shall return tomorrow." At the Shernan plastic factory, when Li Yi and his companions arrived, the workday had already concluded. However, Li Yi remained unhurried, waiting at the entrance of the factory. Before long, a capable middle-aged man emerged among the departing workers. Upon seeing him, the surrounding individuals greeted him warmly. "Director Yu, off work." "Hello, Director Yu." Li Yi's eyes brightened, prompting him to beckon Zhang Taizhu to follow the middle-aged man. As the man passed a secluded alley, Li Yi quickened his pace and deliberately bumped into him. "Ouch! Are you blind?" The man stumbled and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain as he hurled curses at Li Yi. Li Yi quickly approached him with a face full of apologies. "I'm terribly sorry, I didn't see you. Are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the hospital for a checkup?" The middle-aged man brushed off the dust from his clothes, clearly annoyed, and waved his hand dismissively. "Be more careful next time. What if it's not me you bump into, but an elderly person? The situation would be quite different." Yes, you are absolutely right." Li Yi conceded. "I sincerely apologize. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology?" "No need." As the middle-aged man attempted to leave, Li Yi quickly grasped his arm. "Brother, considering it's already meal time, and I am also eager to eat, please grant me the opportunity to make amends. Just let this serve as a lesson for me. I promise to be more cautious in the future." Unable to withstand Li Yi's enthusiasm, the middle-aged man reluctantly allowed himself to be led to a restaurant. Zhang Taizhu followed closely behind, witnessing everything with wide eyes, utterly astonished by Li Yi's maneuvers. Why would Li Yi, who had intentionally bumped into this man, then invite him to dinner under the pretense of an apology? Confounded by Li Yi's actions, Zhang Taizhu opted to adhere to the principle of speaking less, remaining silent amid the unfolding events. Choosing a seemingly upscale restaurant, Li Yi ordered an extravagant feast. After several rounds of toasts with the middle-aged man, he gleaned the essential information about him. His name was Yu Limin, and he was indeed the factory director of Shernan Plastic Factory. Once Li Yi confirmed he had not mistaken his target, he became increasingly warm. After another drink, Yu Limin, his eyes slightly glazed, turned to Li Yi and asked, "Brotherly, what business are you in?" Although Yu Limin holds the title of factory director, the performance of his establishment is far from satisfactory. The production costs remain insurmountably high, depriving him of any competitive edge against state-owned plastic factories. Consequently, Yu Limin leads a rather frugal life, seldom indulging in lavish meals. Presently, he finds himself curious about Li Yi's profession and the source of his apparent generosity. Li Yi, anticipating this inquiry, promptly responds, "I have established my own beverage factory, which is performing quite well, though it pales in comparison to your enterprise, brother Yu." Yu Limin can only manage a bitter smile. "Please don't jest, my younger brother. My business is truly struggling." Bolstered by the effects of alcohol, he unburdens his pent-up frustrations to Li Yi, who listens quietly while formulating his own plans. The dire state of Yu Limin's plastic factory presents a unique opportunity for Li Yi. When Yu Limin finishes speaking, Li Yi feigns a contemplative silence before addressing him. "Brother Yu, we seem to have developed a rapport. Since you are facing difficulties, I cannot stand idly by. I have a business proposition. Might you be interested?" Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yu Limin's inebriation dissipates significantly. He eagerly gazes at Li Yi. "What promising venture do you have in mind, brotherly?" "My beverage factory is preparing to repackage. If you are interested, I could assign this order to you." Yu Limin pauses for a moment, then inquires, "How much product do you require? Do you have existing molds?" Li Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, responds, "As I mentioned, we are discussing a rebranding, so there are no pre-existing molds. As for the quantity, I would like to start with 50,000 units to assess market demand before making any further decisions." Initially thrilled, Yu Limin's expression shifts to one of concern. After a lengthy moment, he looks up at Li Yi. "To be frank, my younger brother, I cannot fulfill your request for 50,000 units. The cost of creating new molds would likely exceed any profit I could hope to make. It seems we shall have to await a more opportune moment for collaboration." Yu Limin's refusal had long been anticipated by Li Yi, who calmly sips his drink while fixing his gaze on Yu Limin. "Brother Yu, would you care to understand why your business continues to decline? Why the entire operation is on the brink of collapse?" Yu Limin shakes his head in confusion. If he had been aware of the reasons behind his factory's struggles, he would have made the necessary adjustments long ago, avoiding the current predicament. Chapter 20. Chartering a vehicle. Observing Yu Limin's current state, Li Yi incisively analyzes the situation. "Brother Yu, allow me to speak candidly, even if my words may not be to your liking. The reason your factory has reached a point where it can no longer sustain operations is primarily due to your short-sightedness." Li Yi's words were exceedingly harsh. Even after giving Yu Limin a heads up, his expression was far from pleasant. Suppressing the impulse to explode in anger, Yu Limin addressed Li Yi. "Could you please elucidate how I have been short-sighted?" At this point, Yu Limin had resolved that if Li Yi could not provide a satisfactory answer, he would not hesitate to sever ties. As for the camaraderie displayed at the dining table, Yu Limin certainly did not take it to heart. He had witnessed far too many instances of so-called drinking brothers turning hostile. Confronted with Yu Limin's icy gaze, Li Yi remained undaunted, continuing with a smile. "Let us not dwell on anything else for now, but rather focus on the matter I just mentioned. Was my explanation not sufficiently clear? This is the initial quantity for our company's new packaging. Should the market response be favorable, we will undoubtedly place larger orders subsequently. Even if the market reaction is poor, do you think I would halt the packaging endeavor? Are you aware of our company's annual beverage sales volume?" Yu Limin instinctively shook his head. "Our annual sales exceed 200,000 bottles at the very least, and that is merely from promoting in a single region. I intend to expand our beverage distribution to more areas. When the time comes for me to place an order with you, do you need me to calculate the figures for you? Yet, you only focus on the 50,000 I just mentioned. What else could your behavior be termed, if not short-sighted? Yuli Min found himself rendered speechless by Li Yi's words, sitting there in a daze, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Li Yi, however, did not rush to interrupt Yuli Min, quietly sipping his drink and enjoying his meal. After a considerable while, Yuli Min finally emerged from his stupor. The suppressed anger in his eyes had dissipated. Raising his glass to Li Yi, Yuli Min's voice was somewhat hoarse. Brotherly, today your words have imparted wisdom equivalent to a decade of study. I toast to you. Upon finishing his statement, Yuli Min downed his drink in one go. Observing Yuli Min's demeanor, Li Yi chuckled and joined him in a toast. Having been thoroughly convinced by Li Yi's reasoning, the subsequent discussions became markedly easier. In the end, the two agreed on the initial order of 50,000 beverage bottles at a penny each. Should Li Yi wish to place additional orders later, they would negotiate the subsequent pricing. With a prompt payment made to Yuli Min, his concerns about Li Yi being a fraud evaporated. After enjoying their meal and successfully concluding their business, they stumbled out of the restaurant, slightly inebriated. Just as they were about to part ways, Yuli Min suddenly recalled something and asked Li Yi, "By the way, what is the name of your beverage factory?" Li Yi paused, feeling a bit awkward. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and, with a mysterious air, replied, "Brother Yu, allow me to keep you in suspense for now. Recently, I was preparing to promote our company's beverages in your area. When you see the beverage bottles produced by your factory on the market, you will know." Yuli Min nodded and refrained from asking further, swaying as he departed. Watching Yuli Min's retreating figure, Li Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Although the situation was perilous and nearly exposed the ruse, the outcome proved satisfactory. At least the issue concerning the beverage bottles has been resolved, and there will be a steady supply moving forward. Zhang Taizhu had been holding back all night, and now that Yuli Min had finally left, he could no longer contain himself and began questioning Li Yi. "Brother Yi, the boast you just made was rather grandiose, wasn't he it? We haven't even produced the beverages yet. How can you claim we'll sell millions of bottles each year? Do you think he would have acquiesced to my demands had I not said that? All right, don't impose your lofty moral standards upon me. Go find a place to sleep. We have other matters to attend to tomorrow." Zhang Taizhu simply could not comprehend Li Yi's actions and words. He could only sigh in silence and follow Li Yi to a hotel where they spent the night in the city. The next morning, after awakening, Li Yi did not return home directly but first visited a freight market. "Boss, need to transport goods? Our extended box trucks carry a heavy load and run swiftly, and the prices are quite economical. How about a rear 8-wheel truck? Flatbed trucks are available for any cargo." As soon as Li Yi and his companions arrived, they were encircled by a group of truck drivers, each eager to promote their freight services. However, Li Yi had a clear objective. He needed the truck primarily for transporting oranges and the beverage bottles produced by Yuli Min. Thus, the optimal choice was indeed a box truck. After selecting a blue box truck, Li Yi engaged in conversation with the driver, "Ho Dahai. How much for a round trip from the city to Huangyan town?" 5 yuan. The price Ho Dahai offered was reasonable, but Li Yi was not interested in a single trip. He sought to rent the vehicle. "What about for a day's rental?" This question instantly piqued Ho Dahai's interest. After all, renting a truck is far more lucrative than a single run, especially since business has been slow and many drivers lack opportunities for rentals. If it's a rental, it'll be 60 yuan a day. Their rental prices were calculated based on the maximum distance the vehicle could cover in a day. Regardless of how far they traveled, they wouldn't incur losses. Naturally, Li Yi could not acquiesce to Ho Dahai's price. After some contemplation, he raised a hand and shook it twice. 50 yuan a day. I'll rent your truck for 3 days. What do you say? Ho Dahai hardly hesitated and promptly agreed to Li Yi's proposed price. With the vehicle secured, Li Yi then headed to the Shernan plastic factory. The 50,000 beverage bottles had long since been produced. It is no wonder that Yuli Min looked down upon this business opportunity. Given the efficiency of their factory, this mere several hundred yuan transaction could be completed in less than half a day, and that includes the time taken for remolding. However, Li Yi did not believe that Yuli Min would go through the trouble of remolding. He was undoubtedly utilizing pre-existing molds from others. Chapter 21. Do not be deceived nonetheless. Li Yi was indifferent, for all he required was a bottle for beverages. After loading the empty bottles onto the vehicle, he returned fully loaded. Upon arriving at the recently renovated beverage factory, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Outside the factory, numerous individuals were gathered, nearly all of them carrying a basket of oranges on their backs. Some had filled a cart to the brim with their haul. It was evident that they had been waiting for quite some time, and each face bore some semblance of discontent. Upon seeing Li Yi's return, they quickly surrounded him. "Boss Li, do your words still hold weight? We have already picked the oranges. You cannot refuse to take them." Faced with the agitated villagers, Li Yi promptly addressed them. "Please remain calm. What I said earlier still stands. Let us line up, and we will weigh the oranges one by one and settle the accounts." Zhang Taizhu, though single-minded, was educated enough. Literacy and arithmetic posed no challenge for him. His steadfast nature proved advantageous in such matters, for there was no concern of dishonesty or trickery. As the orange purchasing commenced, Lu Tang and his companions approached. Witnessing the bustling scene, Lu Tang joyfully pulled Li Yi aside. "Brother Yi, does this mean our factory is officially operational?" In response to Lu Tang's exuberance, Li Yi nodded gently. "It is nearly so, but there remains one crucial issue unresolved." "What issue?" Lu Tang inquired, astonished. The others looked at Li Yi with puzzled expressions, awaiting his clarification. Without any intention of withholding information, Li Yi explained. "In order to run the factory, we must find individuals to work here. While Lu Tang and the others are shareholders, I am acutely aware that persuading them to labor would be akin to dangling a bone in front of a dog. Even if they wished to contribute, I genuinely could not allow them to, as they do not strike me as the laboring type. Fortunately, despite their unsuitability for manual work, each possesses their own network of connections." Lu Tang was quick to suggest, "We have a few relatives idling at home. I can summon them to work. I also know several individuals who may be willing to join us at the factory," he continued. "Brother Yi, what is the monthly salary here?" "Sure, how astutely asked." Li Yi replied, 300 yuan per month, with 8 hours of work each day. Meals are provided, but accommodation is not included. The conditions provided by Li Yi are undoubtedly considered generous in the local context. Consequently, word of mouth quickly attracted a large number of applicants. Yet Li Yi selected only 20 individuals, sending the rest away. After much deliberation over the past few days, the basic framework of the factory has finally taken shape, and now it is time to commence production. However, realizing it was quite late, Li Yi decided against starting production immediately. Instead, he allowed everyone to familiarize themselves with the operation of the machinery, leaving 2 individuals to guard the premises while the others returned home for a restful night. Upon returning home, Li Yi found Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming enjoying dinner. The moment Li Xiaoming spotted her father, she set down her utensils and rushed into his embrace. "Dad, you're finally back." Lifting her up, Li Yi swiftly produced a handful of colorful candies from his pocket to present to her. Upon seeing the assortment of sweets, Li Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with delight. "Candy? Thank you, Dad. Take your time with them. I have plenty more," he replied, sharing a playful moment with her before making his way to the dining table. Su Yuping observed Li Yi with a furrowed brow, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the carefree joy of their daughter. The changes in Li Yi over the past few days had been stark. He had previously withdrawn 2,000 to settle debts, had not returned home the night before, and today, unexpectedly brought back candies for their daughter. These various signs left Su Yuping unable to comprehend what Li Yi was truly engaged in outside their home, yet an instinctual sense of unease gnawed at her. Having just settled into this newfound happiness, she was reluctant to see Li Yi embroiled in any troubles. "Is something wrong?" Li Yi inquired, noticing Su Yuping's troubled expression. Unable to contain her growing concern, she confronted him. "Li Yi, please tell me what you are doing out there. If you are involved in anything dubious, you must share it with me. We can face it together. I deserve to know, don't you think?" Seeing the genuine worry etched on Su Yuping's face, Li Yi chuckled softly. "Did I not tell you before? I am establishing a factory. I've been preoccupied with matters related to it these past few days, so I haven't had time to spend with you and our daughter. You both must try to understand." Though Li Yi spoke with an air of calmness, Su Yuping could not suppress her astonishment. "You've opened a factory? Where did you acquire the funds?" Her inquiry unwittingly reminded Li Yi of the pressing financial issues he faced. Initially, he had managed to gather only 6,000 in total. Having repaid 2,000 to Zhang Depeo, spent another 2,000 on machinery, and approximately 1,000 on purchasing bottles and acquiring oranges. Presently, Li Yi was left with merely a few hundred yuan. Had it not been for the urgency of paying the workers, this sum might barely see him through the day. Clearly, it was imperative to expedite the production process. Though Li Yi found himself in a precarious financial situation, he did not allow this to betray his demeanor. With a cheerful smile, he responded to Su Yuping, "Do you really doubt your husband's capabilities? Such cleverness cannot be shackled by mere money. If I set my mind to it, I shall undoubtedly discover a means to generate income." Before Su Yuping could fully articulate her concerns, Li Yi boldly interrupted her. "Rest assured, I have assured you numerous times that I will never engage in unlawful activities. The origins of my funds are entirely legitimate. You need not worry about my potential imprisonment." Having reached this point in their conversation, Su Yuping could only sigh softly, opting not to press further. She gazed at Li Yi and gently cautioned, "Please be cautious. The world is filled with complexities, and one must not fall prey to deceit." Li Yi's expression became somewhat peculiar. It seemed he was the one perpetually deceiving others, and her words felt akin to an accusation. Chapter 22. Daily earnings. Early the next morning, Li Yi rose with the sun. After seeing Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming off, he hurried to his factory, where all the workers had already assembled. Having rehearsed all the processes the previous day, they were now ready to commence production. As the machines roared to life, fresh orange juice began to flow. The sight of the vibrant, golden liquid filled Li Yi with an indescribable sense of exhilaration, as if what poured forth was not mere juice, but liquid gold promising wealth and prosperity. The machines operated throughout the day, producing just over 5,000 bottles of beverage, a yield that did not satisfy Li Yi. However, given the lack of funds to upgrade production capacity, he had little choice but to accept the outcome for now. "Taizhu, keep an eye on things at the factory and let everyone prepare to wrap up for the day. No overtime tonight," he instructed. "Understood." After relaying his instructions to Zhang Taizhu, Li Yi had the day's production loaded onto a truck and summoned Ho Dahai to drive them to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Li Xiao, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Lei Guoqiang greeted Li Yi with a broad smile upon noticing him. "The first batch of goods from the factory is ready, and I thought it prudent to deliver it to Director Lei for pricing," Li Yi explained. Lei Guoqiang, not one to take Li Yi lightly, quickly summoned his colleagues at the cooperative to inspect the shipment of orange juice. Each person sampled a bottle, and after a brief discussion with his subordinates, Lei Guoqiang pulled Li Yi aside. "Li Xiao, this orange juice has a pleasant taste. What price are you hoping to set? How much can you offer?" Li Yi countered, not rushing to provide a figure. After some consideration, Lei Guoqiang replied, "Currently, beverages in the market are priced quite low, around 8 dimes. Therefore, I could offer you no more than this amount." Li Yi had initially hoped for a price of 1 yuan per bottle, but it was clear that Lei Guoqiang was unwilling to meet that expectation. Li Yi harbored no concerns regarding Lei Guoqiang attempting to undervalue his worth. After all, Lei Guoqiang still relied on him, viewing him as a significant asset. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi nodded lightly. 80 cents is acceptable. Please send someone to tally the delivery." In total, there were 5,100 bottles of orange juice, with Li Yi receiving 4,080. After deducting various material costs, the gross profit amounted to approximately 1,000. This figure did not even account for labor costs, suggesting a profit margin of around 20%. Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that this profit margin was still rather low. It seemed evident that relying solely on the supply and marketing cooperative would not suffice. However, Li Yi remained unperturbed. To command higher prices for beverages, one must venture into retail channels. He believed that selling in the city would be the most prudent choice. Upon receiving payment, Li Yi returned home. Just as he reached his doorstep, he encountered Sister Hua standing in the corridor. "Sister Hua, when did you return?" he inquired. "This afternoon," she replied. "How is your father's condition?" Upon hearing Li Yi's question, Sister Hua's expression instantly darkened. Observing her demeanor, Li Yi understood that the situation was grave. He hurriedly offered her comfort, saying, "It's all right. Everything will be all right." Sister Hua, however, shook her head. "It won't be all right. My father passed away last night." For a moment, Li Yi was at a loss for words. Sensing his discomfort, Sister Hua managed a faint smile. "I came primarily to inform you. I may need some time to repay the money I owe you." "It's perfectly fine. You should prioritize your needs," Li Yi reassured her. "I am not in urgent need of funds at the moment." He recognized that Sister Hua would be preoccupied with her father's funeral arrangements in the coming days. In light of this, her thoughtfulness in visiting him made Li Yi indifferent to whether she would repay him. Sister Hua lowered her head and murmured her gratitude before turning to leave. However, as she reached the staircase, She seemed to recall something and turned back to face Li Yi. By the way, you should advise your wife to be cautious these days. I've heard that Kai Shuexia is conspiring with others at the factory to marginalize her. Li Yi frowned slightly. Do you have any more specific information? I only heard it through the grapevine. You know they rarely confide in me, she replied. Sister Hua's profession made it nearly impossible for her to forge genuine friendships. Given Sister Hua's warning, Li Yi nodded and simply acknowledged, I understand, refraining from further comment. Upon returning home, Li Yi found Su Yuping trying on clothes in front of the mirror, while Li Xiaoming sat beside her, resting her chin on her hands, observing intently. What are you up to? Li Yi asked with a smile directed at Su Yuping. Hearing his voice, both Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming turned to him simultaneously. Li Xiaoming joyfully rushed over to embrace Li Yi, speaking in a rapid-fire manner. Daddy, a colleague of Mommy's at the factory, is getting married. Are we going to have another feast? You certainly have a quick tongue. Su Yuping glared at Li Xiaoming before finally shifting her gaze to Li Yi. Our teammate Tang Kaifeng is getting married the day after tomorrow. I can't possibly attend the wedding looking shabby, can I? So, I thought it best to wear something nice. A glance at the worn clothes piled on the nearby bed made Li Yi's heart ache. He had previously been unproductive, contributing nothing to the family's finances, which relied solely on Su Yuping's salary. It had been years since she had bought new clothes. Her wardrobe was filled with old, tattered garments, many of which were patched and mended. Stepping forward, he gently took Su Yuping's hand and said, You shouldn't wear those old clothes. Tomorrow, let's go to the city and buy a few beautiful outfits. We'll choose whichever ones catch your eye. Su Yuping's face flushed slightly at his sudden gesture. She glanced at Li Yi and shook her head gently. It's all right. My salary hasn't been issued yet, and besides, Xiaoming is still growing. We should save some money for her to buy good food. You needn't worry about finances. We have money now. As he spoke, Li Yi pulled out all his earnings from his pocket. Su Yuping was momentarily stunned by the sight of the cash. It took her a while to regain her composure. Where did you get all this money? Seeing Su Yuping's startled expression, Li Yi chuckled softly. Haven't I told you? I've started a factory, and the products have already been sold. This is the revenue from today's sales. Su Yuping swallowed hard, astonished. How could there be so much? With a warm smile, Li Yi embraced her and gently stroked her hair. This is just the first day's earnings. There will be more to come. I promised you I would ensure a good life for you and Xiaoming. Tears suddenly welled in Su Yuping's eyes. She had never imagined that Li Yi would undergo such a transformation. Caught off guard by her tears, Li Yi hurriedly reached out to wipe them away. Please don't cry. I really earned this honestly, without any deceit. You can trust me. Su Yuping nodded softly. Of course I trust you. I just don't know why I'm crying. Her response amused Li Yi, but as long as she did not suspect him of engaging in illegal activities to earn money, he was relieved. The following day, Li Yi asked Su Yuping to take a leave of absence from the factory before heading to the city with her and Li Xiaoming. He had another intention for this trip. The city's major shopping centers were selling beverages, and some of the prices for similar drinks had even surpassed 2 yuan. As Li Yi gazed at the myriad of beverages on the shelf, Li Xiaoming implored him, Dad, I want a drink. Before Li Yi could respond, Su Yuping swiftly dismissed her plea, stating, What do you want to drink? Didn't I bring you water? Just drink water. Observing the look of dejection on Li Xiaoming's face, Li Yi promptly scooped her up, saying, all right, we want tea, listen to mommy. If you want a drink, Daddy will buy you one. Just indulge her. Li Yi specifically selected several bottles of orange juice, eager to sample competing products in the same category. After tasting a few, he was already aware of the quality. The beverages he envisioned based on his experiences from the future far surpassed the current offerings. Though he lamented that his equipment could not yet produce sparkling water. If only he could create a sparkling orange juice, it would undoubtedly outshine all beverages available on the market today. However, Li Yi remained patient, knowing that once he had established a solid foundation and accumulated wealth, upgrading his equipment would not be a distant goal. Disregarding Su Yuping's objections, he purchased several outfits for her, while ensuring Li Xiaoming received new clothes and toys as well. Laden with bags from the shopping mall, their errands for the day were complete. Yet, Li Yi instructed Su Yuping to take Li Xiaoming home first, as he intended to visit the Shernan plastic factory. After notifying the security, Yu Limin promptly came out to greet him. Brotherly, what brings you here? Li Yi replied with a smile, I've run out of beverage bottles. So I've come to ask Brother Yu for assistance in producing another batch. Yu Limin looked surprised. Have you already used up those 50,000 bottles in just 2 days? Well, not entirely. The market has responded well to the new packaging, so I plan to replace all of it. Brother Yu, could you prepare a batch for me? Armed with detailed production data, Li Yi knew precisely how many bottles to order this time. Absolutely. Since the mold is ready, you can have as many as you need, Brother Li. Thank you. Brother Yu. Yu Li Min waved his hand. Let us not discuss work matters today. I have an old friend here whom I'd like you to meet. Initially reluctant to meet Yu Li Min's friend, Li Yi found himself yielding to Yu Li Min's enthusiasm. Brother Li, allow me to introduce you to my childhood friend. Hong Jinhao. Old Hong. This is the remarkable young man I mentioned, Li Yi. Hong Jinhao appeared to be a delicate-looking gentleman. Yet the shrewdness in his eyes made Li Yi wary of underestimating him. Compared to Yu Li Min, Hong Jinhao certainly seemed far more formidable. As Li Yi analyzed Hong Jinhao, he had already extended his hand, greeting, hello? Li Yi promptly extended his hand to shake hands with Hong Jinhao briefly. After releasing his grip, Hong Jinhao tentatively inquired, I have heard from Li Min that you possess considerable insights into business matters. What is your perspective on the current market environment? Upon hearing Hong Jinhao's question, Li Yi smiled. Undoubtedly, the current market environment is quite open. However, numerous constraints still limit its freedom. To truly profit in such a market, one must possess both boldness and meticulousness. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead one to irrevocable ruin. Hong Jinhao squinted at Li Yi. You consider this market to have low freedom? Clearly, Hong Jinhao was unfamiliar with Li Yi's theory, prompting him to question Li Yi's assertions. In comparison to the past, this market's freedom is certainly commendable. Yet, when one broadens their perspective, it becomes evident that our market still requires significant upgrades when juxtaposed with foreign markets. Particularly regarding the allowance for personal economies, further liberalization is essential to truly invigorate the market. However, given the current circumstances, the upper echelons seem to have recognized this issue. Although there are no direct policies in place yet, many matters have already been tacitly accepted. I believe it won't be long before corresponding policies emerge. Li Yi reflected on how, merely a few years prior, voicing such sentiments would have likely resulted in severe repercussions, perhaps even imprisonment. Although much has been relaxed now, Li Yi's words remained exceedingly sensitive. Both Hong Jinhao and Yu Li Min were taken aback by Li Yi's remarks. After a moment, Yu Li Min struggled to swallow and regained his composure. Li, you might want to keep such thoughts to yourself here. Do not express them outside, lest you invite trouble. In response to Yu Li Min's warning, Li Yi merely smiled softly and refrained from speaking. He was adept at maintaining propriety and understood what was appropriate to say and what was not. Hong Jinhao sat nearby, observing Li Yi lost in contemplation, wondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 24. Seeking trouble after waiting for a while and noticing a prolonged silence from Hong Jinhao, Li Yi took the initiative to address Yu Li Min. Brother Yu, did you not mention treating us to a meal? It is nearly mealtime. You wouldn't dare to break your promise, would you? Of course not. I have already instructed the cafeteria staff to prepare the dishes. Today, you shall experience the culinary artistry of our master chef. With a cheerful remark to Li Yi, Yu Li Min gave a gentle nudge to the still pondering Hong Jinhao. Old Hong, stop overthinking and let us go eat. Startled, Hong Jinhao snapped back to reality and quickly rose to his feet. Let us eat. Despite moving outside, it was evident that Hong Jinhao was still in a daze. Watching the silhouette of Hong Jinhao, Yu Li Min couldn't help but mutter, what is wrong with old Hong? Typically, he is the most enthusiastic when it comes to inviting him for a meal, so why has he suddenly become so composed today? Li Yi smiled but remained silent. In truth, he was acutely aware that Hong Jinhao's demeanor was a reflection of the deeper meanings he had gleaned from Li Yi's recent remarks. As for Yu Li Min, his perceptiveness paled in comparison to that of Hong Jinhao. Thus, he merely regarded Li Yi's words as somewhat perilous without delving deeper into their significance. Brother Yu, what does old Hong do? Yu Li Min glanced at Li Yi and replied, do not be deceived by his shabby appearance. He holds a significant position as the director of our city's foremost fertilizer plant, with a future far more promising than mine. Brother Yu, do not underestimate yourself. The pace of individual economic growth is swift. Your future surely holds great potential as well. While Li Yi offered such words of comfort to Yu Li Min, his thoughts were entirely occupied by Hong Jinhao. The city's leading fertilizer plant was indeed where Su Yuping was employed, and its performance was commendable. Classified as a key national project, being the director there, Hong Jinhao undoubtedly had a bright future ahead. If Li Yi could cultivate a good relationship with him, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits later on. Although these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Yi understood the necessity of not appearing overly eager, as such displays might not only fail to foster a closer bond, but could also incite Hong Jinhao's aversion. Fortunately, Li Yi had made a remarkable impression earlier, and as long as he continued to act naturally, Hong Jinhao would likely feel compelled to establish a rapport with him. During their meal, Hong Jinhao shared numerous insights regarding the current era and expressed grand visions for the future. Li Yi consistently offered fresh perspectives, which only served to elevate Hong Jinhao's regard for him. By the end of the evening, after several rounds of drinks, Hong Jinhao took the initiative to address Li Yi as a brother, as returning home that day would be rather rushed. Li Yi accepted Yu Li Min's invitation to stay at their factory. He rose early the next morning, having promised Su Yuping that he would accompany her to a colleague's wedding. While waiting for a ride by the roadside, a car approached and came to a halt in front of him. Li Yi, where are you headed? The window rolled down to reveal it was Hong Jinhao's vehicle. I am going to Huangdian town. Perfect. I am headed there as well. Allow me to give you a lift. With such an invitation from Hong Jinhao, Li Yi graciously accepted and entered the car. Thanks to Hong Jinhao. When Li Yi returned home, Su Yuping had yet to leave. He quickly changed into another outfit and stepped out with her. The wedding venue was the only hotel in town, and by the time they arrived, it was already bustling with activity. Your colleague must be quite wealthy to host the wedding in a hotel, Li Yi remarked. In this era, when it comes to hosting a banquet, one would typically opt to invite two chefs to their own residence. Organizing such events directly in a hotel is a privilege reserved for the affluent. Su Yuping gently nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I've heard her husband has a relative abroad who has provided considerable assistance to their family. Upon hearing Su Yuping's remarks, Li Yi comprehended the underlying implications. After all, the conditions abroad are comparatively more favorable than those at home, and financial opportunities abound. Establishing a connection overseas could indeed lead to a prosperous life domestically. While Li Yi conversed with Su Yuping, her colleagues had already taken notice of them. Yuping, why are you so beautifully dressed today? I've never seen you wear that outfit before. Is it a new purchase? Have you come into some fortune? Oh, spare us your nonsense. Yuping's husband is just a small-time thug. Where would she find wealth? I suspect that dress is rented. The group of women engaged in their sharp-tongued banter, leaving Su Yuping's face pale with indignation. Just as she was about to retort, Li Yi intervened. Recalling what Sister Hua had previously informed him about Kai Shuexia conspiring with others to undermine Su Yuping, it was likely Kai Shuexia orchestrating this from behind the scenes, possibly out of fear of facing Li Yi's wrath again. Scanning the surroundings for Kai Shuexia and finding no sign of her, Li Yi redirected his focus towards the gossipy women. Is it true that one can rent clothes? With your experience, I assume this is a frequent endeavor for you? Ma Fenglan was taken aback by Li Yi's sudden confrontation, a pointed remark that turned her previous sarcasm back on her. Refusing to concede, she immediately retorted, I have never rented clothing. My husband has plenty of money. Anything I desire, he will purchase for me. The women surrounding her echoed in agreement. Ma, don't waste your breath on such an uncultured person, one chimed in. Exactly, denying that you rent clothes. With that pitiful appearance, how could you afford such expensive attire? Li Yi found the situation both amusing and perplexing. To him, it was merely an ordinary garment from a regular shopping mall, perhaps just a bit more fashionable. Yet, in their eyes, it had transformed into something exorbitantly costly. As they turned the tables and accused him of being unsophisticated, Li Yi was at a loss for words. Not wishing to engage further in trivial disputes, he addressed them directly. I advise you to keep your distance from Kai Shuexia. Do not assume that your camaraderie with her grants you immunity to her unscrupulous deeds. She may merely regard you as pawns in her game. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ma Fenglan and her companions shifted to one of confusion. Clearly, they were oblivious to how Li Yi could possibly be aware of their dealings with Kai Shuexia. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't comprehend a word. Whether you understand or not is of no consequence to me. I merely offer you a word of caution. Casting aside those words, Li Yi led Su Yuping directly into the hotel, where they found an empty table and seated themselves. Once settled, Su Yuping turned to Li Yi and inquired, what did you mean earlier about Kai Shuexia? Noticing the oblivious expression on Su Yuping's face, Li Yi let out a soft sigh. Can you not see that your colleagues are clearly targeting you? Su Yuping shook her head. They are probably just a bit envious of my new clothes. That is nothing unusual. Li Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated, explained, if it were merely envy over your attire, they would have no reason to be so overtly hostile. At most, They might make a few snide remarks. However, their blatant disparagement indicates that this is more than simple jealousy. It is evident that someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes, deliberately setting their sights on you. In your workplace, there are many capable of such antics, yet it seems that Kai Shuexia is the only one nearby. Had Li Yi not spoken, Su Yuping would have remained oblivious to the peculiar behavior of her colleagues. Now, as Li Yi laid it bare, Su Yuping began to reflect and realize that her colleagues had indeed shown a significant divergence from their usual demeanor. But why would they support Kai Shuexia? Li Yi shook his head slightly. I do not know. It's likely just trivial favors or similar matters. Let us not dwell on it. Today is their wedding, and we shouldn't cause a scene. Su Yuping nodded gently, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoming was wholly engrossed in the delectable dishes laid out before them. Had it not been for Su Yuping's stern warnings against any embarrassing behavior, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to her cravings. Watching his daughter struggle between desire and restraint, Li Yi found it amusing. Just as he was about to tease her, another group approached their table. This time, it was Ma Fenglan and her companions, accompanied by several men. Clearly, Ma Fenglan and her friends felt that their efforts alone were insufficient to contend with Li Yi, so they had summoned their men for support. So, you are Su Yuping's husband, Li Yi? Ma Fenglan's husband, Shi Chang, unceremoniously took a seat next to Li Yi and initiated conversation. Li Yi frowned slightly but chose to remain silent. After all, there were no rules dictating where one must sit. Let me introduce myself. I am Shi Chang, Ma Fenglan's husband, currently a workshop director at the fertilizer plant. What do you do? I run a small business, Li Yi replied. No sooner had he spoken than Shi Chang's group erupted into laughter, their mockery unmistakable. I've heard you merely tag along with others, relying on Su Yuping's salary for your living expenses. You running a business? That's quite the jest. Ironically, his joking demeanor was genuinely humorous. Perhaps a key reason why Su Yuping had initially been drawn to him. The atmosphere was remarkably jubilant, with everyone seemingly dismissing Li Yi entirely. Li Yi, gazing at them as if they were fools, was about to speak when a sudden commotion erupted at the hotel entrance. It was the factory director. Kai Feng's influence was indeed substantial, as even Director Hong had come to attend her wedding. One wondered if he would take the stage to say a few words later. The commotion drew Li Yi and his table's attention towards the entrance. Shaking his head in resignation, Li Yi decided against saying much more, gently patting Su Yuping's hand instead. She appeared somewhat disheartened by the treatment she received, and he could only offer her comfort. After all, it would be unwise to create too much of a disturbance. Disrupting someone's wedding could lead to dire consequences. Su Yuping looked up at Li Yi, mustering a forced smile to indicate that she was all right. Li Yi remained silent, holding her hand as they both glanced toward the entrance. Indeed, the individual entering was none other than Hong Jinhao. Surrounded by a throng, Hong seemed to sense Li Yi's gaze, turning his attention in their direction. Upon seeing Li Yi, his expression transformed into one of surprise and delight. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the crowd, he politely declined their invitation to join them and walked directly to Li Yi's table. The others at the table were taken aback by Hong Jinhao's approach, their excitement palpable, especially Shi Chang, who greeted him with utmost enthusiasm. Director, please have a seat. Hong Jinhao smiled politely at Shi Chang, nodding in acknowledgement, but he turned directly to Li Yi and inquired, Young brother Li, what brings you here? At this moment, everyone around was rendered speechless. Young brother Li? What does this mean? How could this seemingly inconspicuous individual possibly know Director Hong? All eyes shifted to Li Yi, while Shi Chang and his companions, who had previously mocked and sidelined him, were now filled with anxiety, completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. In the midst of their stunned silence, Li Yi remained at ease, nodding at Hong Jinhao. I came to attend my wife's colleague's wedding. It seems she is one of your factory's employees. What a remarkable coincidence. We certainly didn't enjoy our last meal yesterday, so this presents a perfect opportunity to indulge further. What? Shi Chang's heart sank. Could Director Hong possibly be close enough to this fellow to share a drink? Regret washed over him as he reflected on his earlier foolishness. It's all that foolish wife of mine's fault. With that thought, he turned his gaze sharply toward Ma Fenglan. She, too, appeared taken aback by the unfolding events, hastily shaking her head in response to Shi Chang's accusatory look. However, the thoughts of those surrounding him were of little concern to Hong Jinhao, who unhesitatingly took a seat beside Li Yi. Previously, Shi Chang occupied this spot. On this wedding banquet, the focal point of attention was undeniably Li Yi. After all, There were few within the factory who could share a drink with Hong Jinhao, and none among the younger generation, like Li Yi. Speculations about Li Yi's identity circulated among the guests, while Shichong and his companions found themselves consumed with regret, wishing they could turn back time. Chapter 26. Finding the market. As the factory director, Hong Jinhao had numerous responsibilities demanding his attention, thus he could not linger at the wedding for too long. Although his conversation with Li Yi was not particularly engaging, he had to take his leave. Once Hong Jinhao departed, Su Yuping could no longer suppress her curiosity and inquired of Li Yi, "How do you know our director?" "We've dined together," Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Yet Su Yuping remained unconvinced. In the factory, Hong Jinhao was notorious for his aloofness. Many had shared meals with him, yet few had experienced such warmth from him. With Li Yi unwilling to elaborate, Su Yuping could only bottle up her multitude of questions, as it was not appropriate to pry further in such a setting. Shichong cautiously approached, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Brother Li Yi, allow me to propose a toast." Shichong was not foolish. Even if he was unaware of the nature of Li Yi's relationship with Hong Jinhao, he could discern the warmth with which Hong Jinhao treated Li Yi. It was clear that fostering a good rapport with Li Yi would be advantageous. However, when Shichong raised his glass, Li Yi showed no inclination to engage. "Do not call me brother so casually. We are not acquainted, and I do not drink. You may offer that toast to someone else." Just moments ago, Li Yi had shared jovial drinks with Hong Jinhao, yet now he claimed he did not drink. Was he not being sincere? Shichong felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet it was evident to all that Li Yi was intentionally disregarding him, and Shichong dared not express his anger. What could he do? Given the friendship between Li Yi and Hong Jinhao, it was likely that a mere mention from Li Yi could jeopardize Shichong's standing. Feeling humiliated under the watchful eyes of others, Shichong could only swallow his pride. "Since Director Li does not drink, I shall drink in your stead. Please enjoy yourself." Li Yi regarded Shichong as he downed his drink, remaining completely unmoved, even too apathetic to utter another word. Shichong awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, retreating from further attempts to ingratiate himself. With Shichong's example before them, those who had initially considered approaching Li Yi now hesitated, unwilling to expose themselves to rejection. After all, in such a public setting, losing face would indeed be an exceedingly embarrassing matter. The atmosphere at the table where Li Yi and his companions dined grew remarkably peculiar. Those who had previously sought to provoke now dared not utter a single word. At that expansive table, only Li Yi and his daughter, Li Xiaoming, were heartily enjoying their meal. Once they finished dining and contributed their share to Tang Kaifeng, Li Yi took Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming and departed from that place. Was it truly wise to act that way just now? Su Yuping inquired, clearly referring to Li Yi's blatant disregard for Shichong and his associates. Gazing at Su Yuping, Li Yi replied straightforwardly, "There is nothing to deem wise or unwise. Did they ever consider your feelings while engaging in such antics? If they refuse to show you respect, then I see no need to extend them any courtesy. All matters are reciprocal." As he spoke these words, a formidable aura emanated from him, leaving Su Yuping somewhat dazed. Could this formidable figure before her truly be her husband? The agreed-upon time for the chartered vehicle with Ho Dahai had arrived, prompting Ho Dahai to approach Li Yi regarding the transportation fees. Li Yi, adhering to their arrangement, first handed over the fare to Ho Dahai, instructing him to transport the 5,000 bottles of orange juice to the city. In Changlan City, the largest wholesale market for provisions was the Changnan Provision City. After delivering the beverages there, Li Yi asked Ho Dahai to park the vehicle by the roadside and await his return before proceeding to the beverage wholesale area. "Boss, would you like some drinks? We have everything here." As soon as Li Yi entered, a slender man, resembling a monkey, intercepted him. "What types of drinks do you have?" he inquired. "That depends on what you wish for. We have orange juice, apple juice, and soda, as well as more upscale options like Coca-Cola," the man replied. In this era, a 3 yuan bottle of Coca-Cola was undoubtedly regarded as a premium beverage. Li Yi followed the vendor into his stall. Although the stall was not particularly large, it was densely packed with a myriad of beverages on the surrounding shelves. From sugar water costing a mere dime per packet to several yuan per bottle for cola, everything was available. Li Yi feigned casual interest, yet his gaze remained fixated on the orange juice, a direct competitor. He noted that the supply of orange juice was quite limited, consisting solely of a few varieties he had previously sampled with Li Xiaoming. He discerned that these particular brands did not possess a pleasant taste, and he was now aware of this. As the vendor, known as Boss Yao, enthusiastically promoted various drink brands. Li Yi raised a hand to halt his pitch. Boss Yao, I, too, am a manufacturer of orange juice. I came here primarily to discuss a potential collaboration. I would like your opinion on whether my orange juice has market potential. With that, Li Yi produced a bottle of his own sample and handed it to Yao. Momentarily taken aback by Li Yi's gesture, Boss Yao took a second to gather his thoughts. The enthusiasm that had previously graced his face was now tinged with curiosity as he accepted the bottle of orange juice, uncapped it, and took a tentative sip. The moment the liquid touched his palate, he was utterly astonished. He has been selling beverages for several years, yet aside from foreign cola, he has never tasted a drink as delightful as this bottle of orange juice in his possession. Yao Gui keenly observed that if this orange juice were to be introduced to the market, its sales would undoubtedly flourish. Although he recognized the potential of this business, Yao Gui maintained an air of indifference. To be candid, the taste of this beverage is rather mediocre. I have numerous drinks that surpass it in flavor. Noticing Li Yi's silence, Yao Gui swiftly shifted the conversation. However, if you genuinely wish to pursue my distribution channel, I could assist you in selling it, provided the price is right. Yao Gui's demeanor amused Li Yi. He was acutely aware of the quality of the orange juice he produced. Moreover, he had observed Yao Gui's reaction when he took his first sip. The seriousness he initially displayed could hardly escape Li Yi's discerning gaze. Li Yi understood that Yao Gui's remarks were merely a tactic to negotiate a lower price, allowing him to reap greater profits. It must be said, Yao Gui was as thin as a monkey, with a shrewdness to match. Chapter 27. The fear of public opinion. There is always talk that one can climb trees if they cling to the fir. Li Yi felt this phrase aptly described Yao Gui. While fully aware of Yao Gui's intentions, Li Yi chose not to expose him, casually inquiring, "What do you consider a reasonable price?" Yao Gui pretended to ponder for a moment before raising his hand and gesturing slightly. "The cost price of 50 cents per bottle. If you find that acceptable, then provide me with some samples to display here." Li Yi found this amusing. The price offered to him by the supply and marketing cooperative was 80 cents per bottle. Unless Li Yi were to lose his senses, he could never agree to Yao Gui's proposed price. "Boss Yao, it seems you lack genuine intent to cooperate. Let us leave it at that. I'll inquire elsewhere," he declared, feigning a readiness to depart. Yao Gui hastily blocked his path. Such a clearly lucrative opportunity was not one Yao Gui could relinquish so easily. "Hold on. They say business discussions should be gradual. If you're unsatisfied with my price, propose one you deem fair." Li Yi raised a finger, 1 yuan per bottle. This price was the result of careful consideration. At this wholesale price, the retail value in the market would typically hover around 1 yuan 30. There aren't many beverages within this price range, thus he would not face excessive competition. This would ensure he could earn a profit while also providing ample margin for the distribution channel. Upon hearing Li Yi's quoted price, Yao Gui frowned, seemingly troubled. "Isn't that price a bit too high? Some well-known brands in the market aren't even priced that high." "Boss Yao, you must have been in this industry for quite some time, haven't you? Surely, you are aware that the beverage industry prioritizes taste over brand. Why has Coca-Cola captivated the world? Primarily, it is due to its unparalleled flavor. On a scorching day, a sip of refreshing Coca-Cola is nothing short of divine bliss. Furthermore, Coca-Cola is remarkable in that its flavor memory is nearly non-existent. After consuming the first bottle, one struggles to recall its taste, as the mind fails to conjure a clear image of what Coca-Cola truly tastes like. This lack of flavor memory allows for an abundance of consumption without any sense of fatigue. While Li Yi may not replicate Coca-Cola's distinctive qualities, it does not hinder him from crafting a delightful orange juice. This realization alone affirms to him that his orange juice is worth the price he asks. Upon encountering Li Yi's insight, Yao Gui recognized he was in the presence of an expert. He set aside his dismissive attitude and sincerely addressed Li Yi. "Since you are well-versed in this field, I will be candid. Your beverage has yet to be launched in the market. Even if it is enjoyable, there is no guarantee of sales. Therefore, your price may be somewhat excessive. I cannot bear the risks alone." Li Yi was prepared for this. "I can provide you with an initial batch at no cost. After you sell it, you may return for more, but future orders will require upfront payment." This commercial model, commonplace in later times, was unprecedented in this era. People then typically insisted on cash on delivery, hesitant to entrust goods to unfamiliar individuals. Yao Gui had never engaged in such a model, but could not fathom any drawbacks. So he acquiesced. He wrote a note for Li Yi, who subsequently supplied Yao Gui with 1,000 bottles of beverage. Through this arrangement, Li Yi successfully introduced his drinks into the market, with 6 merchants purchasing his goods. Although it remained uncertain whether his beverage would triumph in the marketplace, Li Yi felt confident. Upon exiting the market, he found Ho Dahai awaiting him. "Boss Li, will you still need a vehicle in the future?" After spending several days with Li Yi, Ho Dahai had come to appreciate his capabilities and viewed him as a valuable ally. He understood that Li Yi would have numerous transportation needs. Earning 50 a day amounts to 1,500 a month, a sum he could scarcely match elsewhere. Ho Dahai sought to assist Li Yi long-term. In response to Ho Dahai, Li Yi chuckled. "There are indeed many occasions where I require a vehicle. However, I cannot afford your rates. They are simply too high." Li Yi was well aware of Ho Dahai's thoughts. He could hardly offer Ho Dahai a price of 1,500 per month for the vehicle rental. Thus, he needed to negotiate earnestly. "Boss Li, please propose a price." After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi responded to Ho Dahai, 1,200 a month. "Should you perform well, there will be a bonus at the end of the month. However, I cannot guarantee the exact amount of the bonus. I can assure you that you will not be treated unfairly." Although this price differed somewhat from what Ho Dahai had anticipated, it still exceeded the earnings he made from running scattered orders. Consequently, he did not hesitate long and gently nodded in acceptance. The market's response to the beverages would not be discernible in such a short time, so upon his return, Li Yi delivered all the remaining drinks to Lei Guoqiang. In just a few days, Li Yi found himself with over 20,000 in cash. The speed at which money was coming in was quite gratifying. However, he refrained from frivolously spending this sum, as he had numerous upcoming expenses, not to mention equipment upgrades. The workers' wages at the end of the month and the daily purchases of oranges constituted significant costs. Additionally, the monthly electricity bill was not insignificant either. Although there appeared to be ample funds, Li Yi was cautious, diligently overseeing the factory operations early each day and late into the night. One evening, Li Yi returned home rather late. Upon arriving downstairs, he sensed numerous people pointing and whispering about him. Initially, he paid little heed to their remarks, but some voices were raised enough for him to catch snippets of conversation. It turned out that the 100 yuan he had lent to Sister Hua had been exposed, leading some to suggest that he was financially supporting her. Li Yi felt somewhat helpless regarding this matter. He was well aware of the perils of gossip and recognized that such rumors were difficult to clarify. Chapter 28. Yao Gui pays a visit upon returning home. Su Yuping was assisting Li Xiaoming with her homework. When she noticed Li Yi's arrival, her gaze noticeably averted, and she refrained from speaking to him. Li Yi understood her demeanor all too well. She had undoubtedly been affected by the external rumors. "Do you believe me?" Li Yi inquired. Su Yuping, taken aback by his abrupt question, stared at him in silence. She was uncertain whether she should trust him, her own thoughts a muddle. If she were to say she did not believe him, subconsciously, Su Yuping felt that Li Yi was not that kind of person. Even considering the incident when he had struck her and his past recklessness, he had never engaged in any misconduct pertaining to his character. Yet, as the rumors intensified, even if she desired to believe in him, her heart could not find the justification. Observing Su Yuping's troubled expression, Li Yi sighed gently and took her hand. "I gave money to Sister Hua simply out of pity. Setting aside her profession, she is, after all, a living person and our neighbor. Could I simply turn a blind eye to her father's illness and financial difficulties?" Su Yuping gazed at Li Yi, questioning why it had to be him. She could seek assistance from others, couldn't she? Li Yi, unfazed, patiently elaborated, "You must understand the predicament that Sister Hua is in. She is merely a pitiable individual, and my lending her money stems solely from compassion, with no ulterior motives involved." Under Li Yi's patient explanation, Su Yuping finally came to accept his words, nodding in agreement. "I believe you." With the misunderstanding between them resolved, Li Yi began to ponder who might have divulged the matter. On the day he had given Sister Hua the money, only he and she had been present. Naturally, he would not have spoken of it. In fact, he had largely forgotten the incident. If it wasn't him, then the only possible source of the leak could be Sister Hua herself. Although he held a favorable impression of her, Li Yi found it hard to believe she would resort to such treachery. Yet, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. And his understanding of Sister Hua was far from profound. Thus, it was not inconceivable for her to engage in such betrayal. With this thought lingering in his mind, Li Yi sought out Sister Hua. "Do you know why I have come to see you?" Upon encountering Li Yi, Sister Hua beamed with joy, but her smile faltered as he coldly posed his question. After a moment of recovery, she asked, "Is it because of the rumors circulating now?" Li Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, brimming with an expectation for her explanation. Sister Hua met his eyes. "Do you think I am the one who revealed this? If not you, then who else could know?" Li Yi was indifferent to the gossip. His conscience was clear, and that was sufficient. However, he could not abide betrayal. After extending a helping hand to Sister Hua, the notion that she would turn around and stab him in the back was intolerable. It was precisely because of his many years of experience that he could remain composed. Had it been the youthful Li Yi in his 20s, he would have confronted Sister Hua with a knife in hand. "I know you may not believe me, but I swear by the heavens that I did not disclose this matter." Looking at Sister Hua, Li Yi coldly declared, "I do not care who leaked this information. But I warn you, I helped you, so I hope you will not repay kindness with malice. Otherwise, my methods will be beyond your endurance." After saying a few words to Sister Hua, Li Yi chose not to linger. The means by which the information had spread was no longer of importance. Even if the truth were uncovered, it would serve no purpose, as people preferred to believe the current narrative. This situation did not affect Li Yi. He remained wholly devoted to his work at the factory. The factory's output remained stagnant, producing only over 5,000 bottles a day. Such a yield suffices for supplying the supply and marketing cooperative, but it falls short if the grocery city requires a substantial stock. Upgrading the equipment is financially unfeasible. The only recourse for Li Yi is to extend production hours. Taizhu, inform everyone that from today onward we will commence night shifts, with night shift wages being 1/3 more than those of the day shift. Zhang Taizhu looked at him in surprise upon hearing this. "Brother Yi, we are already producing a considerable amount of beverages daily. Why implement night shifts?" From Zhang Taizhu's perspective, their daily output was commendable. Earning several thousand yuan a day should suffice, shouldn't it? Currently, we garner approximately 4,000 yuan daily from the cooperative, yet after deducting labor and other expenses, only a few hundred remain. We still owe for the equipment. And I promised you all that your initial investment of 1,000 yuan would be multiplied tenfold within 6 months. Given this, do you still think our daily beverage production is substantial? Zhang Taizhu pondered for a while, unable to grasp the underlying issues. "I shall notify everyone immediately." Li Yi understood that relying solely on the current workforce would make continuous 3-shift production nearly impossible. He would need to recruit additional staff, which would inevitably escalate costs, causing him considerable concern. "Bossly," as Li Yi focused on the production, someone suddenly called out to him. Turning around, he saw Yao Gui standing at the entrance. Grinning and greeting him, Li Yi hurried out to meet Yao Gui. "How did you find me?" Li Yi recalled that he had not disclosed his address to Yao Gui or other market proprietors, rendering Yao Gui's appearance surprising. Yao Gui chuckled. "I inquired with the drivers." Realizing this, Li Yi had an epiphany. Although the market's inhabitants did not know him personally, many recognized Ho Dahai, who frequently conducted business in the market. By tracing Ho Dahai's whereabouts, one could easily ascertain Li Yi's location. While this may sound simple, it requires a particularly astute and meticulous mind to connect the dots. Chapter 29. Pre-ordering goods. Li Yi regarded Yao Gui with a peculiar expression. Yao Gui epitomized the quintessential savvy businessman. Li Yi had initially intended to visit the market in a few days to assess sales, yet Yao Gui had proactively sought him out. This indicated to Li Yi that the sales of his orange juice were undoubtedly thriving. Otherwise, given Yao Gui's profit-driven nature, he would not have gone to such lengths to locate him. Li Yi, maintaining an air of nonchalance, feigned ignorance as he inquired of Yao Gui. "What do you require of me?" Without delay, Yao Gui retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket and presented it to Li Yi. "Bossly, this is the payment for the last batch of beverages, totaling 1,000 yuan. Please verify if the amount is correct." After accepting the money from Yao Gui and counting it meticulously, Li Yi tucked it into his pocket, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze upon Yao Gui, awaiting his next utterance. Indeed, after a brief pause, Yao Gui, wearing a countenance brimming with eagerness, began to speak. "Bossly, aside from settling the account today, I wish to discuss another matter with you." "What is it?" Li Yi inquired. "Could you consider granting me exclusive distribution rights for your orange juice?" Observing the anticipation etched on Yao Gui's face, Li Yi could not help but smile. The fact that Yao Gui would broach such a subject indicated that the market response to his orange juice was exceptionally favorable. However, Li Yi was resolute in his decision not to grant Yao Gui exclusive rights. Should he acquiesce, Yao Gui would inevitably tighten his grip on the downstream channels. thereby obstructing Li Yi's future endeavors. Once Yao Gui gained complete control of the market, it would be nearly impossible for Li Yi to navigate beyond his grasp. This would allow Yao Gui to dictate pricing, ultimately undermining Li Yi's interests. Such an eventuality was unacceptable. Thus, he shook his head firmly. If you wish to continue purchasing, I can accommodate you, but exclusive rights are out of the question. Please refrain from raising this matter again. Yao Gui, visibly disheartened by the rejection, was reluctant to relinquish what appeared to be a lucrative opportunity. He continued to persuade Li Yi. I can offer you a commission for the agency rights. Would you not reconsider? No reconsideration. Do you require goods today? Li Yi's unwavering stance made it evident to Yao Gui that there was seemingly no room for negotiation. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. Then I will take 10,000 bottles from you. Apologies, but that is not possible. Li Yi spread his hands in a gesture of finality, leaving Yao Gui momentarily speechless. After a pause, he regained his composure. What do you mean not possible? Surely, we can arrange something. The truth is, we genuinely do not have that much stock at present. If you desire 10,000 bottles, you may place an order, and they will be available tomorrow. In recent days, Li Yi had dispatched all produced beverages to the supply and marketing cooperative in exchange for cash, leaving him with no surplus inventory. Faced with this reality, Yao Gui could not press further. Then I shall return tomorrow. If you wish to place an order, prepayment is required. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to facilitate. Prepayment? Yao Gui was taken aback. After years in business, he had never encountered such a stipulation. Without having received the goods, what if he were to pay and subsequently be deceived? For a moment, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Boss Yao, you need not worry about the issue of trust. Was it not the same when I delivered goods to you previously? However, there are no exceptions to my rules. If you do not pay in advance, I cannot guarantee that I will reserve the goods for you. If someone else comes along, I shall sell them immediately. It is first come, first served. Ultimately, under Li Yi's firm words, Yao Gui relented. He handed over the 10,000 yuan he had prepared to Li Yi. Holding the money in his hands, Li Yi smiled. Rest assured, Boss Yao, I pride myself on my integrity in business. Having accepted your payment, I assure you that I will deliver your goods. Yao Gui's smile was somewhat forced, and he refrained from mentioning the trip back to the city. Clearly, he remained uneasy about entrusting such a substantial sum to Li Yi, so he stayed at the factory, ensuring that Li Yi had no chance to abscond. Li Yi, however, paid no mind to Yao Gui's presence. Since he chose to remain there, he might as well stay, as long as it did not interfere with production. Li Yi had only a rough understanding of how well his orange juice was selling through Yao Gui's accounts. To grasp the true situation, a trip to the city was necessary. Thus, he instructed Zhang Taizhu to keep an eye on the factory and set off for the city. Although he was mentally prepared, Li Yi was still taken aback upon learning the actual circumstances. As soon as he arrived at the grocery market, the owners who had previously purchased his goods immediately flocked to him like butterflies drawn to flowers. Boss Li, I need 5,000 bottles of orange juice. Give me 3,000 bottles. I want 10,000 bottles. Faced with their urgent demands, Li Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Gentlemen, please do not rush. I am aware of your needs, but I do not currently have that much stock. If you wish to reserve, you may do so one by one. Once I have the goods, I will fulfill your orders based on your reservations. Initially, the owners thought that reserving simply meant notifying him. However, when Li Yi insisted that payment was required to secure a reservation, silence fell upon them. In the market, how many have not been deceived while conducting business? Thus, they remained highly vigilant. Even though they had collaborated in the past, they were not easily swayed to trust Li Yi now. Faced with this situation, Li Yi remained calm. After all, his orange juice had already passed the market scrutiny. It was now the sellers who were seeking his goods, rather than the other way around. He was in no rush. This atmosphere of silence did not last long, as the owner who wanted 10,000 bottles spoke up. Boss Li, I will take 10,000 bottles first. I can pay you up front, but you must provide me with a receipt. Li Yi smiled and nodded. No problem. This owner, named Du Hongjun, ran a relatively large business in the market, and thus was more generous than the others. With Du Hongjun taking the lead, others eagerly rushed to Li Yi to place their reservations. Chapter 30, Conflicts of Interest. Before long, reservations had already been scheduled for 10 days ahead. Li Yi found himself with over 100,000 in cash. The speed at which money was flowing in was beyond his expectations. Indeed, profit was easiest to come by when the market was just beginning to rise. Yet, despite holding such a substantial amount of money, Li Yi did not feel a sense of relief. He understood that this was merely the beginning. There would be numerous future expenditures for which he would need funds. Moreover, as his earnings increased, it was inevitable that envy would arise. As more individuals entered the market, his profits would inevitably diminish. After all, his beverage formula was not overly complicated. With a bit of research, others could easily discern the reasons behind the appealing taste of his drinks. Consequently, aside from improving his beverage formula, Li Yi had many other tasks to attend to. Otherwise, as competition intensified, establishing a firm foothold in the market would become increasingly uncertain. After reassuring all the business owners who had placed orders, Li Yi finally returned. The machinery in the factory continued to operate, and today there were many new faces, indicating that Zhang Taizhu had diligently executed his orders, bringing in more workers. Now that he had financial resources, Li Yi was unconcerned about having too many workers affecting his interests. His primary concern was the machine itself. Continuous operation without adequate maintenance was a recipe for trouble. While 1 or 2 months might not pose significant issues, over time, problems were bound to arise. If the machine were to malfunction, the entire factory could come to a standstill. Originally, the machine had come into his possession through sheer luck from Ren Shanming. Whether such fortune would strike again was uncertain. Clearly, securing a mechanical expert for maintenance was imperative. As Li Yi stood beside the machine lost in thought, Zhang Taizhu approached him. "Brother Yi, the goods you instructed earlier have been produced. Should we load them onto the truck for Boss Yao?" Li Yi snapped back to reality and nodded at Zhang Taizhu. "Yes. Let's load them. After all, I promised Boss Yao yesterday, and I cannot go back on my word." While Zhang Taizhu organized the loading, Boss Yao approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Boss Li, are you still accepting reservations?" "Of course. That's wonderful. May I tentatively place an order for a batch? And once my stock is sold, I'll come to settle the payment?" Li Yi regarded Yao Guozian. "You know the rules. Payment must come first, then delivery." "Boss Li, this isn't our first collaboration. Can't you make an exception?" Li Yi smiled and shook his head. "I cannot, as I conduct business with all others under the same model. I cannot treat you differently, Boss Yao." Yao Guo was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of astonishment as he gazed at Li Yi. It was evident that, until this point, he had presumed that Li Yi was utterly oblivious to the remarkable success of the beverages produced in his vicinity. Consequently, he believed himself to possess superior information compared to Li Yi. Little did he know, Li Yi had already conducted a thorough market investigation. After a considerable pause, Yao Guo regained his composure. "Collaborating with others? Indeed, Mr. Yao, as a businessman, do you not understand the wisdom of not putting all your eggs in one basket?" Yao Guo certainly grasped this principle. However, while he comprehended it well, he harbored no desire for others to do so, lest it jeopardize his own profits. Yet, despite his hopes, the reality was that Yao Guo had no means of exerting control over the situation. Li Yi's recent statement unmistakably indicated that he had ventured into the city, and the market conditions had been meticulously assessed by him. Just as Yao Guo opened his mouth to utter more, a car approached, its horn interrupting his words. It was Lei Guoqiang's vehicle. Li Yi glanced at the car and, smiling, addressed Yao Guo. "Mr. Yao, if you wish to place an order, do bring your payment. By the way, our production schedule is currently booked for the next fortnight, and subsequent orders may be even more numerous, so do act swiftly." Having conveyed this to Yao Guo, Li Yi disregarded him and walked directly to Lei Guoqiang's car. "What brings you here?" Lei Guoqiang greeted Li Yi with a broad smile. "Li Xiao, what is the situation at the factory?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything is operating smoothly, production is ongoing, and shipments are being prepared," Li Yi replied, casting a glance at the industrious workers before shifting his attention back to Lei Guoqiang. He was aware that Lei Guoqiang had come seeking goods. Indeed, under Li Yi's watchful gaze, Lei Guoqiang inquired, "Li Xiao, why have you sold your goods to others?" Li Yi chuckled. "Director Lei, others offered me a price of 1 yuan per bottle. Naturally, I opted for the higher price. Running a small business is no easy feat. Surely you wouldn't want to see me incur losses while merely making a show of it?" At the outset, Li Yi and Lei Guoqiang had never formalized any cooperative agreement. He was free to sell his goods to whomever he chose, and no one could impede him in that regard. Lei Guoqiang grew somewhat anxious. "But we had agreed that you would sell your goods to me, hadn't we?" Before Lei Guoqiang could finish his sentence, Li Yi waved his hand to interrupt. "Director Lei, there are certain things you may not yet comprehend. The times are changing. Clinging to your old ways will no longer suffice. Though Lei Guoqiang felt a twinge of displeasure at Li Yi's brusque demeanor, he dared not express any discontent. After all, he had always believed that Li Yi was backed by influential figures. Suppressing the myriad of frustrations within, Lei Guoqiang addressed Li Yi, saying, "Well, Li, you must concede to provide me with some goods, albeit in limited quantity. Providing you with goods is not an issue. However, the previous pricing is no longer viable. At a rate of 1 yuan per bottle, if that seems acceptable to you, please place your order. I anticipate having a shipment ready for you in approximately 10 days. Otherwise, our discussions are moot." Li Yi refrained from mentioning the matter of an advance payment in front of Lei Guoqiang, as he held confidence in the credibility of the supply and marketing cooperative and had no apprehensions regarding potential defaults. Furthermore, he recognized that he would require Lei Guoqiang's assistance in the future and wished to avoid jeopardizing their relationship over trivial matters, as it would not align with his future interests. Chapter 31. The second beauty. Lei Guoqiang found himself in a predicament. He had never anticipated that the unadorned beverage would sell so remarkably well. Following a limited distribution, numerous individuals had already approached him, urging for more stock. Should Lei Guoqiang refuse Li Yi's request, he would find himself unable to procure any goods at all. Failing to meet obligations would only exacerbate his discomfort. "Very well, but you must not deceive me this time. Rest assured, Director Lei, I am a man of my word. In 10 days, I will certainly have a shipment for you." After dispatching Lei Guoqiang, the day had grown late, and Li Yi greeted Zhang Taizhu before departing for home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered Sister Hua, who had evidently been waiting for him. "I have something to discuss with you." Li Yi furrowed his brow as he regarded Sister Hua. "What is it?" "I have uncovered the identity of the person who disclosed our affairs." Sister Hua's words struck Li Yi as peculiar. Anyone unaware of the context might assume there was some clandestine secret between them. With a resigned smile, Li Yi simply inquired, "Who was it?" "It was Kai Xuexia. When you handed me the money that day, she was at home and caught sight of the incident through the door crack." "Kai Xuexia? Are you certain there is no mistake?" "There is absolutely no error. I specifically sought out many individuals to confirm, and it is indeed her." Li Yi, with a stern expression, nodded and muttered, "I understand," before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Li Yi did not return to his own abode but instead stood before Kai Xuexia's door, delivering a forceful kick to it. "Who is it? Kicking my door, are you seeking death?" Kai Xuexia erupted in a tirade from within upon hearing the commotion. Meanwhile, her husband, seated in the room, cast a glance at Li Yi but remained utterly silent. After all, what use is a man who remains mute when he is aware that his wife is consorting with another man? Observing the thin, sallow figure of Kai Xuexia's husband, Li Yi felt a sudden pang of sympathy for him. To be married to such a woman, his head must already be glowing with shame. However, after merely casting a fleeting glance at the man, Li Yi chose to disregard him, standing at the entrance and shouting loudly, "Kai Xuexia, I warn you. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will tear your mouth apart. Have you forgotten the 2 slaps I gave you last time? If I hear you spreading nonsense again, be prepared to face dire consequences." Kai Xuexia had just emerged from the inner room and was instantly struck with fear upon realizing it was Li Yi at the door. The foul words she had been about to utter were abruptly stifled. After all, she was well aware that Li Yi was indeed capable of striking her. And should he do so, she would have no recourse. Having vented his frustrations upon Kai Xuexia, Li Yi did not linger but turned and returned home. He could not concern himself with the myriad of gossiping individuals outside. After all, it was impossible for him to confront each person individually. Were he to do so, he imagined he would be left bloodied and breathless from the insults he would hurl. Moreover, he knew that his tirade at Kai Xuexia's home would soon spread like wildfire, serving as a deterrent to those who might dare to slander him in the future. The notion of being confronted and verbally assaulted in such a manner would certainly not sit well with anyone. Upon returning home, Su Yuping was waiting at the door. It was evident that she had already learned of the commotion Li Yi had caused. Given the building's poor sound insulation, it was improbable that she could have remained oblivious unless she were deaf, which she clearly was not. Her hearing was quite acute. Feigning ignorance and smiling, Li Yi addressed Su Yuping. "What are you doing standing at the door? Come, let us eat." Yet, Su Yuping remained silent, simply gazing at him. She vividly recalled how he had previously berated and struck her. Those events had transpired only a month prior, and in such a brief span. Li Yi's transformation was astonishing. Not only was he exceedingly kind to her and their daughter, but his capacity to earn had also far exceeded anyone's expectations. Most remarkably, he had even established a connection with the factory manager. Su Yuping could distinctly sense that her circumstances at work had gradually become less burdensome. And even the workshop supervisor seemed to go out of his way to curry her favor. All of this felt surreal, leading her to suspect she might be ensnared in a beautiful dream from which she could not awaken. "What's the matter?" Noticing Su Yuping lost in thought at the door, Li Yi gently tapped her shoulder, prompting her to snap back to reality. She turned to him and asked, "Li Yi, please tell me, is all of this truly real?" At her inquiry, Li Yi felt a sense of helplessness and rubbed his temples. "It seems that the impression I left on Su Yuping in the past was rather unfavorable, leading her to doubt the authenticity of my transformation." Extending my hand to grasp Su Yuping's, I assured her with a nod, "It is indeed true. If you feel my body temperature, can you not sense such a genuine warmth in this environment?" "However," she inquired, "what has caused such a significant change in you?" I chuckled, replying, "It dawned upon me suddenly. Do you understand what an epiphany is? With a wife as stunning as you and a daughter as intelligent and adorable as Xiao Meng, if I fail to cherish this, I would indeed be a fool." At that moment, Xiao Meng, diligently working on her assignments at the nearby table, perked up upon hearing her name and exclaimed, "Daddy, I am also very pretty." Her declaration sent me into hearty laughter. I hurried over and scooped her up in my arms. "Indeed, our Xiao Meng is exceptionally beautiful. The most enchanting little princess in the world. I am not the most beautiful. Mommy is the most beautiful. I am the second most beautiful," Xiao Meng stated earnestly, her serious expression eliciting a smile from me. Observing the joyful interaction between my husband and daughter, Su Yuping dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Life is already so delightful. There is no need to dwell on the disorder of the past. Chapter 32. No oranges received at present. The beverage factory is thriving. Even those outside may not grasp the extent of my earnings, yet the lively atmosphere easily suggests that I am doing quite well. In light of this, many individuals have begun to feel envious, Lu Tang being one among them. Early in the morning, Lu Tang, who seldom rises early, made his way directly to the factory. "Lu Tang, what brings you here at this hour?" Zhang Taizhu was the first to spot him, looking somewhat surprised. Lu Tang did not respond directly, but instead craned his neck to survey the factory. Upon not spotting me, he discreetly asked Zhang Taizhu, "Tell me, how much does the factory earn in a day?" Zhang Taizhu, of course, was not foolish enough to answer such a question directly. Although I had never disclosed the factory's earnings to him, he possessed a general idea. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing this to Lu Tang. With his characteristic goofy grin, Zhang Taizhu simply shook his head, replying, "How would I know? I'm merely responsible for the production within the factory. Other matters are beyond my concern." Lu Tang was poised to inquire further, yet my voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. "What are you two discussing? You seem quite pleased." In truth, I had followed Lu Tang, curious about his intentions for this visit. As I suspected, he was evidently here to discuss matters of profit distribution. Aware that Zhang Taizhu might struggle to handle Lu Tang, he approached him. Although Zhang Taizhu had concealed certain truths from Lu Tang, he had no intention of doing so with Li Yi. Their conversation was rather mundane. Lu Tang simply inquired about the current profits of the factory. Lu Tang cast a displeased glance at Zhang Taizhu, yet he hesitated to blame him too harshly, as Zhang Taizhu typically presented himself as honest and straightforward. Having been outmaneuvered by Zhang Taizhu, Lu Tang could only swallow his indignation. Regardless, his purpose had already been stated, and he no longer felt the need to hide it. "Brother E, the factory is thriving at the moment. It must be generating a substantial profit, right? As shareholders, shouldn't we be informed about the factory's earnings?" Lu Tang was a man of his own nature, and Li Yi understood him well. He knew that should he disclose the actual profits, Lu Tang would undoubtedly demand a share. While Li Yi possessed a significant sum of cash, he was acutely aware of the pressing financial obligations, wages for workers and procurement of raw materials, looming ahead. If Lu Tang insisted on dividing the profits, the factory would likely come to a standstill. Li Yi was not foolish enough to divulge everything to Lu Tang. Initially, he had promised Lu Tang and the others that their investment of 1,000 yuan would yield a tenfold return within 6 months, without ever implying they would become shareholders in the factory. However, he could not voice this truth, as the factory still belonged to Lu Tang. Thus, Li Yi feigned a cheerful demeanor as he addressed Lu Tang. "Of course, you can be informed about the factory's revenue. However, as you know, we have only recently begun operations, and many aspects cannot be precisely quantified. Therefore, I do not have a clear account to present to you. If you wish to audit the accounts, please allow me some time. I will compile everything for you as soon as possible. Liu Tang found it impossible to discern the veracity of Li Yi's words. Given Li Yi's current statements, he could only choose to believe him with skepticism. Then provide me with a specific timeline. Li Yi contemplated for a moment before replying, 1 month. Give me a month's time to prepare the accounts, and I shall present them to you. Despite his deep-seated doubts regarding Li Yi's assurances, Liu Tang was at a loss for how to counter. Thus, he left in a daze, having been dismissed by Li Yi. Once outside the factory, Liu Tang sought out Zhao Qingkai. What do you think of that Li Yi fellow? Is he trustworthy? Zhao Qingkai, puzzled by Liu Tang's inquiry, responded, did he not promise us a tenfold return on our investment within 6 months? Regardless of his reliability, if he fails to deliver, I will certainly hold him accountable. While Zhao Qingcai's words were true, Liu Tang felt an underlying suspicion that Li Yi was concealing something from them. What specifically do you mean? Liu Tang gazed at Zhao Qingcai and spoke directly. Have you not noticed? The factory's profits are remarkably good, yet he has never disclosed how much we've actually earned. Is that not peculiar? Upon hearing Liu Tang's concerns, Zhao Qingcai stroked his chin, acknowledging that something was indeed amiss. However, he reassured, there is no need for excessive worry. Even if profits are made, they are still benefiting us, are they not? Do you think earning tens of thousands is a simple feat? Liu Tang and his companions believed that, regardless of Li Yi's capacity to generate revenue, providing them with such a sum would not be an effortless task. Ultimately, Li Yi was merely assisting in their financial gain. While Liu Tang and Zhao Qingcai deliberated on these matters, Li Yi contemplated how to extricate himself from their grasp. Currently, his financial resources were insufficient to purchase new equipment or relocate the factory. Continuing production in Liu Tang's ancestral home would undoubtedly subject him to Liu Tang's influence. Should Liu Tang decide to pressure him into leaving, Li Yi found himself lacking effective strategies to counter that. After much reflection, Li Yi concluded that the only way to liberate himself was to rapidly accumulate enough funds to upgrade all equipment and relocate production. Boss Li, we have a problem. Ho Dahai rushed in, interrupting Li Yi's thoughts. Sensing the urgency on Ho Dahai's face, Li Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, what is so pressing? I went to collect oranges today, but the villagers refused to sell them to me. I called out for ages, and didn't he manage to secure even a single one? The moment Ho Dahai spoke these words, Li Yi's expression darkened. The procurement of raw materials was fundamental to the survival of his factory. Without sufficient supplies, orange juice production would be impossible. Their inventory was already limited, and if the source was cut off, it would spell disaster. He had numerous orders yet to fulfill. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yi quickly questioned Ho Dahai, what is going on? Why are they unwilling to sell us the oranges? Previously, he had wondered why no one had come to deliver oranges that day. Initially, he thought the villagers had simply grown lazy. But Ho Dahai's feedback revealed that the lack of deliveries was due to villagers opting to sell their oranges elsewhere. He learned that someone had offered a higher price for their oranges, prompting the villagers to choose other buyers. Who is buying them? What price are they offering? Li Yi pressed. Ho Dahai shook his head. I don't know the specifics. I rushed back as soon as I got the news. Let us go see for ourselves. As they drove to the village in Ho Dahai's vehicle, Li Yi meticulously analyzed the current situation. Previously, no one in the village had been interested in selling their oranges. Yet upon hearing of his interest, the villagers had been elated as if celebrating a festival. However, it has now come to pass that someone has suddenly emerged to compete for the purchase of those oranges. Li Yi realized that this matter was certainly not as simple as it appeared. Perhaps the other party was targeting him specifically. Upon arriving in the village, Li Yi quickly sought out a villager with whom he was somewhat familiar. Old Master Deng, why are you no longer selling oranges to me? Have I done something wrong? The elder looked at Li Yi and replied, Boss Li, it's not that you've done anything wrong. It's just that someone is offering $3 for 100 pounds to purchase them in the village. We are not foolish. Of course, we want to earn more money. Li Yi held no resentment towards the villagers for their choice. Curiously, he inquired further, do you know who is currently buying your oranges? I'm not sure about that. The elder responded. In any case, they are paying cash, so why should I care who they are? After exchanging a few more words with Li Yi, the old man carried a large basket of oranges towards the village entrance, prompting Li Yi to hastily follow. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was greeted by a scene of extraordinary hustle and bustle. The modest square was now overflowing with bright yellow oranges. "Are you Li Yi?" As Li Yi arrived, a man who appeared to be no more than 30 approached him with a smile. Confused, Li Yi responded, "Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Lizzie, and I am the factory director of the Qinghe County Beverage Factory." Once Song Lizzie revealed his identity, Li Yi instantly comprehended the situation at hand. Qinghe County was just next door, meaning the beverages produced by Song Lizzie's factory were undoubtedly sold within the city. Li Yi's products formed a direct competitive relationship with those from Song Lizzie's factory. It was clear that Song Lizzie would not idly watch as Li Yi's orange juice encroached upon their market, which prompted him to resort to such unscrupulous tactics to sever Li Yi's supply of raw materials. Gazing at Song Lizzie, Li Yi coldly remarked, "Director Song, are you truly intent on employing such despicable methods?" "What do you mean by despicable methods?" Song Lizzie retorted. "Everyone is equally offering money to purchase oranges. Naturally, the highest bidder prevails. Is there something wrong with that? If you are truly dissatisfied, you could simply raise your purchase price for the oranges. I would not stop you." While Song Lizzie's words were not incorrect, there must be a limit to inflating market prices. Oranges could only be valued at this price. If the price were raised excessively, it would be patently unreasonable. Moreover, and most importantly, if the cost of raw materials were to rise too high, the production costs of beverages would likewise soar. Consequently, Li Yi's profit margins would be further compressed, a scenario he was unwilling to witness. Song Lizzie's factory had been established for quite some time, so he undoubtedly possessed far greater financial resources than Li Yi. Competing with Song Lizzie on purchase prices was a battle Li Yi knew he could not win, for he could not raise prices indefinitely. Coldly gazing at Song Lizzie, Li Yi inquired, "Are you truly determined to persist in this obstinate manner? It is not too late to withdraw now." Song Lizzie laughed heartily. "I have made my stance abundantly clear. Everyone shall acquire based on their own capabilities. If you genuinely possess the means, then raise the acquisition price." In response to Song Lizzie's words, Li Yi nodded. "I hope you do not come to regret this." Li Yi would never acquiesce to Song Lizzie's suggestion of inflating the acquisition price. To do so would merely align with Song Lizzie's intentions. Such a course of action would allow Song Lizzie to drag him into an unending cycle of price hikes. Given Li Yi's current scale, if the raw material prices remained elevated for a mere month, he would be unable to sustain his operations. At that point, the only avenue left would be the closure of his factory. To contend with Song Lizzie now required a different approach. Ho Dahuai, driving the car, occasionally glanced back at Li Yi. Ultimately, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and posed a question. "Boss, what shall we do now? Are we really not acquiring oranges anymore? Who told you we are ceasing our acquisitions?" Li Yi replied. "Then where shall we go to procure oranges?" Ho Dahuai pondered, realizing that they could no longer acquire oranges from Zhaojiawan. Hearing Ho Dahuai's inquiries, Li Yi provided a direct answer. "We shall go to Qinghe County." The primary raw material for Song Lizzie's beverage factory originated from Qinghe County. Acquiring oranges from Zhaojiawan was merely a tactic to undermine Li Yi. Engaging in a direct confrontation with them would prove futile, hence Li Yi resolved to stir things up at Song Lizzie's stronghold. The beverage factory in Qinghe primarily produced orange juice, and after a bit of investigation, Li Yi ascertained the current price of oranges in Qinghe County, $2.50 for 100 pounds. Having gathered all the necessary information, Li Yi instructed Ho Dahuai, "You need to traverse the various townships below, proclaiming that we are now purchasing oranges at $6.50 per 100 pounds. Ho Dahuai gazed at Li Yi in astonishment. "Isn't that exorbitant? Will we not incur losses?" "That is not a concern for you. Simply follow my directives and leave everything else to me." Li Yi's intentions were crystal clear. He was not genuinely interested in acquiring oranges. His objective was to disrupt the market. His actions mirrored those of Song Lizzie and Zhaojiawan. Yet Li Yi was more ruthless, raising the price to an unprecedented height. Chapter 34. Who will foot the bill by elevating the price of oranges? The market in Qinghe County would be thrown into disarray. The Qinghe beverage factory would find it nearly impossible to maintain its production. Moreover, Li Yi merely let slip a hint of his intentions. He had no plans to acquire all the oranges in their entirety. Disturbing the market was sufficient for his purposes. In Qinghe County, he found a relatively secluded house to serve as his warehouse. Although he did not intend to genuinely purchase all the oranges from the county, he needed to create an impression. After all, how could he expect others to believe him otherwise? Today marked the first day of disseminating the news, and already, Li Yi had accumulated over 6,000 yuan worth of oranges. Gazing at the warehouse filled to the brim with oranges, a smile crept across his face. This was precisely the outcome he desired. It was likely that the news had spread throughout Qinghe County, and with the purchase price exceeding the market rate, even those who had to travel considerable distances would prioritize selling their oranges to him. As for the previous buyers, the only chances of them continuing to receive oranges were either that the seller was their own father or that the seller possessed a rather questionable intellect. Once he had compiled the day's data, Ho Dezai, who had been diligently promoting the venture in the nearby townships, had returned. How did it go? Li Yi inquired of Ho Dezai. Quite well, Ho Dezai responded. Upon informing the people of the purchase price, they initially thought I was a fraud. However, after some individuals came here to verify the truth, I was besieged by countless people wanting to accompany me back. After confirming that Ho Dezai's vehicle carried no additional passengers, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Had Ho Dezai unwittingly brought someone along, it could have resulted in financial loss for Li Yi. All right, since there is nothing pressing, let us head back for now. We shall return tomorrow. Just as Li Yi was about to have Ho Dezai take him home, a group of people hurriedly approached. Leading the throng was Song Lizzie, the director of the Qinghe County Beverage Factory. Director Song, what brings you here? Planning to cause trouble? Song Lizzie had been in Zhao Jiwan village purchasing tangerines earlier that afternoon when he received urgent news from his factory. It seemed that someone was now purchasing oranges at exorbitant prices within the county. The fruit farmers, who previously sold their oranges to the factory, were no longer willing to do so. This was the peak season for fruit harvest, and the factory intended to capitalize on it to expand production. Such a disruption to their plans left Song Lizzie in a state of agitation. Thus, he hastily abandoned his current task and returned. To his surprise, upon arriving at the site of the high-priced orange purchases, he encountered a familiar face. Song Lizzie could hardly believe that the market disruption in Qinghe County was orchestrated by none other than Li Yi. It took him a moment to snap out of his stupor upon hearing Li Yi's greeting. It's you? Li Yi, observing Song Lizzie's bewildered expression, chuckled. Indeed. It is I. You mentioned that we had just met this morning, and it has barely been a day since then. I must say that Director Song and I truly share a remarkable fate. What is it that you wish to accomplish now? Song Lizzie glared at Li Yi. His teeth clenched tightly. He found little humor in the situation. With a purchase price of 6 yuan 50 for 100 jin, if they were to raise the price further, each bottle produced would result in a loss. Such a loss was utterly unbearable for Song Lizzie. Furthermore, he could not cease the purchases, as they still had deliveries to make. Failure to deliver on time would only exacerbate their losses. Confronted with Song Lizzie's furious demeanor, Li Yi's amusement only grew. What do you think I want, Director Song? I am here to purchase oranges. Song Lizzie found himself at a loss for words in response to Li Yi's proclamation. Li Yi's actions mirrored the tactics that Song Lizzie had previously employed to undermine countless potential competitors by restricting their raw material acquisitions. Ren Shanming had been one of the victims of Song Lizzie's ruthless strategies. Yet, today, the hunter had become the hunted, and Li Yi's maneuver caught Song Lizzie completely off guard, leaving him with no avenue for rebuttal. As Song Lizzie fell silent, his entourage erupted in protest. How can you conduct purchases in such a manner? You are disrupting the market. Disrupting the market? Li Yi maintained his smile, unfazed, and retorted politely. Is offering a high price considered market disruption? Your concern is quite overreaching. Why do you need so many oranges? Li Yi found amusement in the question. Why should it concern you? I simply enjoy acquiring oranges as a keepsake. I wish to see them decay into mush right here. What business is it of yours? Li Yi's attitude incensed Song Lizzie and his companions, igniting their fury. Just as they were about to unleash their ire upon Li Yi, Song Lizzie intervened. Enough. Silence. As the factory director, Song Lizzie commanded a significant amount of authority among his peers, and his words instantly quelled their dissent. Once he had silenced his associates, Song Lizzie turned his gaze toward Li Yi. Speak. What must happen for you to cease this endeavor? Are you truly unaware of what I desire, Mr. Song? Pretending to be oblivious is not a commendable habit. You ought to amend that. Song Lizzie's face flushed with alternating shades of anger and frustration, his eyes nearly ablaze. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against Li Yi. After a prolonged silence, during which he clenched his teeth in frustration, Song Lizzie finally nodded vehemently. I assure you that I will never again purchase oranges from Zhejiawan village. In return, you must desist from your actions, and from this day forth, Let us maintain an amicable distance. Li Yi completely disagreed with Song Lizzie's remarks. Director Song, your words seem rather dismissive, don't you think? Do you genuinely believe that simply stating this will resolve the matter you have instigated? What more do you desire? Li Yi gestured towards the half warehouse of oranges he had stored for his son. Surely, you do not expect me to cover this expense? Chapter 35. The wronged after negotiations, Li Yi successfully retrieved all the cash he had expended that day from Song Lizzie. Additionally, all the oranges that Song Lizzie had procured from Zhao Jiawan village were unconditionally handed over to Li Yi. Although he did not earn a substantial profit this time, he felt relatively satisfied with the outcome. By the time Li Yi returned home, it was well past midnight. He quietly opened the door, only to find Su Yuping sitting on the edge of the bed, wide awake. Startled, he looked at her, noticing her reddened eyes. What's wrong? Did my late return upset you? Su Yuping lifted her head and shook it, remaining silent. Her reticence only heightened Li Yi's anxiety. Please, just tell me what the matter is. If I have erred in any way, I will certainly amend it. Do not keep everything bottled up inside. Responding to his insistence, Su Yuping finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Today, Xiao Ming was punished by her teacher at school. The teacher even said that she is not suited for school at all. Li Yi was taken aback and quickly inquired, what happened? The teacher claimed that Xiao Ming hit a classmate and instructed her to reflect on her actions at home. If she fails to do so, she will be prohibited from attending school in the future. Li Yi furrowed his brow. He knew his daughter well. Xiao Ming usually got along splendidly with her peers, and no parents had ever approached him with complaints about her behavior. The sudden emergence of such an incident led him to instinctively suspect that the teacher's account might not be entirely accurate. He gently lifted the blanket to check on Xiao Ming, who was sound asleep. He could see some bruising on her face, and even in her slumber, her grip on the blanket was tight, her brow deeply furrowed. Unable to ascertain the truth from Su Yuping, Li Yi resolved to visit the school the following day. Determined to clarify the situation. If Xiao Ming had indeed erred, then her education would require thorough adjustment. However, should the teacher be fabricating accusations against his daughter, Li Yi would not let the matter rest easily. After offering some comfort to Su Yuping, he urged her to get some rest. When he awoke the next morning, Xiao Ming was already up. Unlike her usual lively demeanor, she appeared utterly listless. Li Yi approached and gently pinched Li Xiaoming's cheek. Xiaoming, tell Dad what exactly happened at school. As he posed this question, it was evident that Li Xiaoming's gaze faltered. She hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately shaking her head softly and whispering, nothing. The more Li Xiaoming acted in this manner, the more Li Yi sensed that something was amiss. However, he refrained from pressing further, opting instead to accompany Li Xiaoming as they first dropped Su Yuping off at work, and then indulged in an array of culinary delights in town, purchasing numerous toys for her. Gradually, Li Xiaoming emerged from her despondent state. Upon witnessing her return to her former lively demeanor, Li Yi seized the opportunity to inquire once more about the events at school. This time, although Li Xiaoming was still somewhat reluctant, she ultimately confided in him. Dad, it was clearly Bo who bullied me first. I merely asked him to stop, and he struck me. Then why didn't you tell Dad? Our teacher said Bo is the class monitor and could never possibly hit me. She even accused me of wrongfully accusing him, claiming I wasn't a good child, and forbidding me from discussing this matter. Seeing the aggrieved expression on Li Xiaoming's face ignited a fiery rage within Li Yi. He understood that this situation was far from simple. It was his own daughter who had been bullied, yet the teacher not only failed to reprimand the perpetrator, but also twisted the truth, declaring that his daughter was the one at fault. If he did not address this matter seriously, it could leave Li Xiaoming with a lifelong psychological scar. Not wanting to display his anger in front of her, he simply took her hand. Xiaoming, shall we go speak to the teacher and clarify everything right now? But the teacher said this was my fault, and she doesn't want me to speak about it. It's all right. Your teacher is mistaken. Li Yi took Li Xiaoming directly to the school, where they sought out her homeroom teacher. The Fertilizer Factory Primary School was a subsidiary school of the city's first fertilizer factory, primarily attended by the children of factory employees. Li Xiaoming's homeroom teacher, a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Lu Chunlan, regarded Li Yi with an air of disdain when he approached her. What do you want? Teacher Lu, I would like to inquire about what transpired with my daughter at school. Why did you send her home for reflection? Haven T, I already made it abundantly clear to Li Xiaoming's mother. Li Xiaoming lied about being hit by a classmate. She clearly injured herself from a fall. She needs to reflect on this behavior, or else she will develop a character of dishonesty, which will be difficult to rectify in the future. Li Yi frowned at Lu Chunlan's words. Teacher Lu, have you seen the injuries on Xiaoming's face? Do you believe such bruises could result from a fall? The marks on Li Xiaoming's face were unmistakably the result of being struck by a fist or some object, though they were merely bruises. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not attribute such injuries to a simple fall. Thus, when Li Yi spoke to Lu Chunlan, his tone was somewhat unpleasant. This shift in Li Yi's demeanor ignited Lu Chunlan's ire. Naturally, she could not disclose that Li Xiaoming had been assaulted by a student from their class. It is worth noting that Shi Bo's father is none other than Shi Chong, the director of the first workshop at the fertilizer plant. In contrast, what connections does Li Xiaoming possess? Her mother is merely an employee of the same plant. Therefore, Lu Chunlan was acutely aware of whom she should support in this matter. I understand that you are distressed by your daughter's current state, but this is not primarily a reflection of the school's educational influence. If you wish for your child to be obedient and truthful, it fundamentally hinges on familial education. The school can impart only the knowledge contained within textbooks. Observing Lu Chunlan's subtle mockery, Li Yi furrowed his brow. He recognized that Lu Chunlan was overtly favoring another student. Chapter 36. We can discuss this. Given the circumstances, Li Yi felt little need to elaborate further. He was keen to ascertain just how much authority a mere class teacher like Lu Chunlan wielded, and at what point this issue would escalate beyond her control. As Li Yi contemplated whom to approach next, the office door was unexpectedly thrust open from the outside. Teacher Lu, thank you for your assistance yesterday. Lu Chunlan, who had been seated, promptly rose upon seeing the individual entering. Director Shi, you are too kind. Please, do not trouble yourself to come in person for such matters. It is the least I could do. My child can be quite a handful. I appreciate Teacher Lu's efforts. Li Yi stood to the side, observing the stark contrast in Lu Chunlan's attitude towards him, a cold smile forming in his heart. He understood the situation perfectly. The so-called Shi Bo must indeed be Shi Chong's son. Director Shi, long time no see. Have you been enjoying such prominence lately that even the aloof Teacher Lu treats you with such deference? Li Yi, positioned further inside and partially obscured by a row of bookshelves in the teacher's office, was initially unnoticed by Shi Chong, who merely sensed another presence. It wasn't until Li Yi stepped forward to speak that Shi Chong recognized him. However, he was taken aback to encounter Li Yi in this setting, his expression stiffening. Meanwhile, Lu Chunlan cast an irritated glare at Li Yi. Mr. Li, if you have nothing further to discuss, perhaps you should take your leave. Once you have reflected on your actions, you may return with your child for reinstatement. Ignoring Lu Chunlan, Li Yi turned to Shi Chong and inquired. Shi Bo is your son, correct? It seems the apple does not fall far from the tree, Director. Surely you are not oblivious to your son's misdeeds. Shi Chong's expression shifted dramatically. My son assaulted your daughter? It appears, Director, that you are indeed aware of the truth behind this matter. Shi Chong gazed at the icy expression on Li Yi's face and hastily offered his apologies. Mr. Li, I am truly sorry. My son has simply become too unruly. I will certainly discipline him properly. As he spoke, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. My daughter is in this condition, and you think a mere promise of discipline suffices? Do you believe I can be so easily appeased? I shall go and give him a proper thrashing. As he uttered these words, Shi Chong turned and hurried out of the teacher's office, charging into the classroom where lessons were in progress. Moments later, the air was filled with the sounds of furious reprimands and a child's anguished cries echoing through the hall. Lu Chunlan was left in stunned disbelief. She had never anticipated that the man who had been so eager to curry her favor would display such humility before Li Yi. If even Shi Chong was intimidated, how formidable must Li Yi's background be? Suddenly, Lu Chunlan realized that she had inadvertently crossed paths with someone she could not afford to offend. Mr. Li, she began, attempting to extend her apologies, but Li Yi exhibited no intention of acknowledging her, leaving with Li Xiaoming without so much as a glance back. Watching Li Yi's retreating figure, Lu Chunlan felt a surge of panic. She understood that Li Yi would not let this matter rest easily, regardless of his connections, which could compel Shi Chong to bow and scrape. Li Yi's vengeance could be as effortless as crushing an ant. All she wanted now was to apologize, prompting her to hastily follow after him. As Li Yi stepped into the corridor, Shi Chong was still fervently disciplining his own child. Typically indulgent, Shi Chong would grant his son whatever he desired, even going to great lengths to mitigate any repercussions from his mischief. However, this time, when Shi Bo had engaged in violence at school, Chang, as was his custom, immediately contacted the homeroom teacher to suppress the incident, ensuring that his son was portrayed as the victim. Chang had originally intended to express his gratitude to Lu Chunlan today, but he never anticipated that his son's troubles would involve Li Yi's daughter. When Hong Jinhao was casually conversing with Li Yi, Chang understood that he was in no position to provoke Li Yi further. To avoid incurring Li Yi's wrath, he resolved to chastise his beloved son publicly, in front of the entire faculty and student body. Li Yi approached Chang, observing him reprimanding Bo. The silence and stillness of Li Yi intensified Chang's anxiety. He could not ascertain Li Yi's thoughts. Should Li Yi be dissatisfied, his own future would be irrevocably jeopardized. Thus, gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and struck his son repeatedly. Despite Bo's heart-wrenching wails, he felt compelled to continue this course of action. Li Xiaoming, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of fear and timidly hid behind Li Yi, gently tugging at his hand. "Daddy, could you please stop him from hitting Bo? He looks so pitiful while crying." After glancing at Li Xiaoming, Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "Enough of this feigned act. If you truly care for your child, you ought to discipline him properly from now on. Otherwise, you will be the one to ruin him." Chang hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. I will make sure to discipline my child well from now on. I promise such incidents will never happen again." Casting a glance at the sobbing Bo, whose voice had grown hoarse, Li waved his hand with a hint of impatience. "All right, you may leave now." Chang cautiously inquired, "You're not angry anymore, are you?" Li Yi understood that Chang's question stemmed from his concern about Li Yi reporting him to Hong Jinhao. Addressing Chang's apprehension, Li Yi replied, "Rest assured, I will not trouble you over this matter. However, should a similar situation arise again, I assure you, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." Chang nodded vigorously. "There won't be a next time, I guarantee it." After dismissing Chang, Li Yi had no intention of lingering at the school any longer as he had other matters to attend to. Just as he was about to take Li Xiaoming away, Lu Chunlan approached him with a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Li, please don't rush off. Can we have a word?" Chapter 37. Money Talks. Li Yi couldn't help but smirk at Lu Chunlan's dramatic change in demeanor. He recognized that her newfound warmth was not born of genuine remorse. Rather, it was a reaction to Chang's attitude, which made her believe her standing was significant, regardless of the circumstances. She dared not provoke Li Yi any further and was now striving to curry his favor. Understanding the source of Lu Chunlan's sudden amiability, Li Yi felt no inclination to reciprocate. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Mr. Li, the previous incident may have been a misunderstanding. It was my fault for not thoroughly investigating the truth. Please give me a chance. I assure you I will uncover all the facts and will not wrongfully accuse any student." Lu Chunlan's words were delivered with an air of moral righteousness. To an uninformed observer, her stance might evoke the impression of a genuinely upright teacher. However, having witnessed Lu Chunlan's other face, Li knew this was merely a facade she had donned. Had he been an average parent, she would never have uttered such statements. Compared to Chang's pampering of his son, Lu Chunlan was far more reprehensible, while Chang might ruin his own child. Lu Chunlan had the potential to destroy the futures of countless children. Li Yi may choose to forgive Chang, but when it comes to Lu Chunlan, he will not let her off the hook, no matter the circumstances. Individuals like her, residing within the teaching staff, are a poison to the children. With a scoff, Li Yi shook his head at Lu Chunlan, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Lu, but I am already aware of the truth behind this matter, and there is no need for your investigation." With that, he bypassed Lu Chunlan and made his way outside. Lu Chunlan initially intended to pursue him, but by the time she turned back, Li Yi and Li Xiaoming had already ventured far away. Observing Li Yi's retreating figure, a wave of anxiety washed over Lu Chunlan. She was acutely aware of the depravity of her actions. If Li Yi were to truly forgive her, it would be an abnormality. Just as Lu Chunlan suspected, Li Yi had no intention of letting her off easily. This issue would undoubtedly require the intervention of the school principal. Should the principal fail to act justly, Li Yi would not hesitate to inform Hong Jinhao. Based on his understanding of Hong Jinhao, it was evident that he would not tolerate such misconduct. Fortunately, the elderly principal, now in his 60s, still possessed the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. Upon hearing Li Yi recount the entire situation, he pledged to pursue the matter to its conclusion. He promptly decided to relieve Lu Chunlan of her duties as class teacher and mandated her to undergo an investigation during this period. Once the matter concerning Li Xiaoming was resolved, it was already evening when Li Yi returned home with his daughter. Upon their arrival, Su Yuping was already at home. Seeing them, she inquired, "How did everything turn out?" In response to Su Yuping's question, Li Yi smiled and nodded, recounting the events that transpired at school. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Su Yuping was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Li Yi. After a moment, she regained her composure. "Are you saying that this incident had nothing to do with Xiaoming? She was bullied at school, and her class teacher instructed her not to inform us?" "That's essentially the case," Li Yi affirmed. Su Yuping turned to Li Xiaoming, embracing her tightly. "Xiaoming, if anything like this happens again, regardless of who tells you not to speak of it, you must inform your mother, understood?" "I understand. Dad already told me today." Now that Li Xiaoming's issues had been resolved, she could return to school as usual the following day. Lu Chunlan had been stripped of her position as class teacher, and she could no longer harass Li Xiaoming. Moreover, having gone through this experience, anyone at the school who dared to bully Li Xiaoming would have to carefully consider whether they possessed the capability to do so. The following morning, Li Yi tidied himself up briefly before stepping out. Originally, Li Yi intended to supervise the factory, but unexpectedly encountered Shi Hao as he stepped outside. Observing Shi Hao approach, Li Yi, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Li Yi was acutely aware that Shi Hao would not come seeking him without a reason. Upon hearing Li Yi's question, Shi Hao awkwardly scratched the back of his head, stammering as he replied, "Brother Yi, it's Ren Shanming who sent me to find you." The mere mention of Ren Shanming's name immediately illuminated Li Yi's understanding of the situation. Following Ren Shanming's previous encounter with Lei Guoqiang, he had developed a wary respect for Li Yi, realizing the potential repercussions of offending him. However, Ren Shanming could not simply forego the money Li Yi owed him for the equipment. After considerable contemplation, Ren Shanming devised a roundabout strategy, dispatching Shi Hao to solicit payment from Li Yi. Having surmised Ren Shanming's intentions with remarkable accuracy, Li Yi smirked slightly. "He sent you to ask for money, didn't he? There's no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. I shall approach Ren Shanming myself." Shi Hao, taken aback by Li Yi's prescience, stared in astonishment. Just as he was about to respond, Li Yi had already turned and swiftly departed. The debt to Ren Shanming would inevitably be settled. Li Yi had no intention of shirking his financial obligations. Moreover, he harbored an additional thought. His equipment required a mechanic for maintenance, and perhaps Ren Shanming could recommend someone trustworthy. Upon entering Ren Shanming's residence unceremoniously, Li Yi startled him. "What brings you here?" Ren Shanming instinctively asked. Li Yi chuckled at the question, replying, "It seems, Boss Run, that you have quite the forgetful nature. Have you truly forgotten about the money I owe you? Had I known, I would have refrained from coming, thus saving a substantial amount." Ren Shanming offered a somewhat awkward smile, fully aware that Li Yi's comment was a playful jab. Yet, despite the awkwardness, Ren Shanming could not afford to dismiss the remaining payment. As long as Li Yi provided the funds, a few teasing remarks were of little consequence to him. After settling the outstanding balance with Ren Shanming, Li Yi did not rush to leave. Instead, he posed a question to him. "Boss Ren, from whom did you purchase this equipment?" Ren Shanming pondered for a moment before responding, "There is a second-hand market in the city. I bought it from there, but I cannot say whether the seller is still around. Could you provide me with the address?" Li Yi inquired. "You're not considering purchasing another set, are you?" Ren Shanming chuckled. Li Yi smiled, deliberately withholding his true intentions. "No, I merely wish to take a look. If I happen to uncover a bargain, that would be quite a windfall. Such opportunities are not easily found." Although Ren Shanming verbally expressed his reluctance, he ultimately divulged the specific address to Li Yi. After organizing matters at the factory, Li Yi proceeded directly to the city. The second-hand trading market buzzed with activity, yet the items primarily exchanged here were antiques and jade, with mechanical goods being decidedly scarce. It was no wonder that Ren Shanming harbored doubts regarding the stall owner's continued presence. Initially, Li Yi had contemplated the possibility of locating a reliable mechanic in this bustling environment, but given the current circumstances, such aspirations appeared increasingly unattainable. With a resigned shake of his head, he meandered through the market briefly before deciding to depart. "Excuse me, sir, are you looking to purchase something?" Just as Li Yi turned to leave, he was unexpectedly intercepted by someone. Yi Jianhua was notorious in the market as a fishing intermediary. To put it plainly, a A fishing intermediary is one who lacks tangible goods but capitalizes on their familiarity with the market to broker deals for a profit, essentially serving as a future agent. Yi Jianhua had not yet opened for business today. He had been observing Li Yi the moment he entered the market and followed him around until Li Yi attempted to exit, at which point he hurriedly approached him. With a slight furrow of his brow, Li Yi inquired, "What do you have here?" "That depends on what you are looking for. Essentially, if you can name it, I can find a way to procure it for you." Yi Jianhua replied enthusiastically. Li Yi chuckled. "Do you happen to have an automatic concealing machine?" Initially, Li Yi's question was posed casually, but he was taken aback when Yi Jianhua nodded with impressive certainty. "Ah, it seems the boss is engaged in significant business, seeking such large machinery. Today, you've come to the right person. If it were anyone else, they might not have information on this." Li Yi stared at Yi Jianhua, who wore an expression of smug satisfaction, momentarily astonished. After a pause, he regained his composure. "You truly have one for sale? Then lead me to see it." Yi Jianhua beamed at Li Yi. "I can take you there, but you must provide me with a little fee for my efforts." As he spoke, he gestured in a manner reminiscent of counting money. Upon witnessing this gesture, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He had come to the realization that Yi Jianhua was a consummate charlatan. The claim of possessing relevant information was merely bait. Even if Li Yi had requested a spaceship, Yi Jianhua would have assured him it was available. Ultimately, it was all bluster, and when it came time to retrieve something, he would expect a reward beforehand. Most individuals would readily part with some money in such a scenario, but Li Yi had no intention of falling for this ruse. "Forget it. You might as well keep that information to yourself. I have no interest," Li Yi declared, dismissing the astonished Yi Jianhua and turning to leave. In the past, when Yi Jianhua proposed a fee, typical patrons would usually acquiesce without hesitation. After all, their livelihoods depended on those meager earnings. Consequently, Li Yi's unconventional approach left Yi Jianhua momentarily bewildered. By the time he regained his composure, Li Yi had already vanished without a trace. Yi Jianhua, filled with frustration, found himself helpless. Upon exiting the second-hand market, Li Yi intended to visit a plastic factory, determined not to make the trip in vain. Since he had found no success at the market, he decided to consult Yu Limin. Managing a substantial plastic factory, Yu Limin undoubtedly faced mechanical issues, and he would possess the requisite experience to address them. Li Yi had earned Yu Limin's genuine admiration, not only because he was a client of the factory, but also due to Li Yi's ability to propose unexpectedly insightful business strategies. Their previous discussions had proven mutually beneficial, revitalizing the factory's operations. Thus, every time Li Yi visited, Yu Limin welcomed him with warmth. "Do you need a mechanic? We have a highly skilled one at our factory. If you have anything that needs fixing, I can send someone with you to take a look." "But he is your factory's mechanic," Li Yi replied. "You are too polite. My brother, do we really need to distinguish between you and me? The crux is that I intend to hire a mechanic to oversee operations long-term. If you, brother you, are willing to part with him, I would not hold back." Upon hearing this, Yu Limin's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. He chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Sometimes, even among brothers, we must keep accounts clear, wouldn't you agree?" Disregarding Yu Limin's banter, Li Yi simply requested to meet the factory's mechanic. This line of work demanded a high level of expertise, and mechanics typically operated within their own circles. Through the mechanic at Yu Limin's plastic factory, Li Yi might be able to gain introductions to other knowledgeable individuals. The mechanic, Huang Yaohui, was a rather disheveled middle-aged man. Even when faced with Yu Limin, he showed no deference and spoke bluntly. "Director Yu, can't you see I'm busy? I probably won't have time to entertain your friends. You should look elsewhere." Though Yu Limin felt a twinge of annoyance at Huang Yaohui's brusqueness, he could not afford to genuinely be angry. "Yaohui, please do me a favor. If you know any capable mechanics, kindly introduce them. My friend is sincerely looking to hire." Standing nearby, Li Yi observed the exchange between Yu Limin and Huang Yaohui, reflecting on the reality that capable individuals earn respect wherever they go. Chapter 39 No Protection Fee. Yu Limin assisted Li Yi in pleading with Huang Yaohui, promising that once the factory's collective housing was constructed, Huang would be the first to select a unit. This assurance led Huang to relent. "I have a junior apprentice who is currently unemployed," Huang stated. "However, his temperament is rather peculiar. If you believe you can accept that, I can take you to meet him." Li Yi, upon hearing Huang's remark, refrained from inquiring further about his temperament, instead focusing on a more pivotal question. "What are your junior's skills like?" A quirky disposition was inconsequential, What mattered was the absence of genuine expertise, which Li Yi deemed a waste of time. He had no intention of financially supporting a layabout. Upon hearing Li Yi's question, Huang was unfazed and promptly replied, "My junior possesses a far deeper understanding of mechanical repair than I do, and he can even enhance mechanical efficiency." Before Huang could finish his statement, Li Yi waved his hand decisively. "Excellent. Then let us hasten to meet him." With Yuliman's approval, Huang left the factory, leading Li Yi to find his junior. As they traveled, Li Yi felt an undeniable familiarity with the route. Upon arriving at their destination, he realized Huang had brought him back to the second-hand market. "Your junior lives here?" "Currently unemployed, he can only sustain himself by selling trinkets," Huang replied. "What is your junior's name? Is he truly as capable as you claim?" Huang cast a glance at Li Yi, clearly displeased by the skepticism directed towards his junior. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate further, understanding that it was a natural reaction for one to doubt a claim of exceptional skill when it was coupled with the reality of street vending for survival. Thus, Huang explained, "My junior's name is Yujia. He previously worked at the municipal machinery factory. However, due to his lack of social acumen, he faced exclusion and ultimately lost his job. With no alternatives, he resorted to selling goods here. Let me offer you a word of caution. It would be wise not to adopt a condescending, boss-like demeanor in front of my junior. Regardless of your wealth, he will ignore you." Li Yi nodded gently in response to Huang, assuring him, "Rest assured, I conduct myself with utmost propriety." As the two entered the second-hand market and had not ventured far, an unfriendly voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "You think you can just run away after making a fool of me? Where do you think you're going?" Li Yi turned to find Yi Jianhua standing behind him. Yi Jianhua had not anticipated encountering Li Yi so soon. Having spent the entire day without any business, he was already simmering with frustration, and the sight of Li Yi provided a perfect outlet for his pent-up anger. He believed that the reason he was not angry today was that his initial business deal had been thwarted by Li Yi, which adversely impacted his subsequent ventures. Yi Jianhua was determined to teach Li Yi a lesson. Faced with Yi Jianhua, Li Yi furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Yi Jianhua clenched his fists tightly and advanced a few steps, declaring, "Let me tell you, those who make a fool of me never end well. Today, I will ensure you remember this." Yi Jianhua's fierce expression was undermined by his height of less than 5 feet, making it difficult for him to project an intimidating presence. However, he had no intention of confronting Li Yi alone. Such individuals in the market were generally unwelcomed and frequently bullied. Over time, they had learned to band together. When one faced trouble, others would rally to support. Now, several individuals had gathered around Yi Jianhua, eyeing Li Yi menacingly. "What do you want? Do you think your numbers make you formidable?" Just as Yi Jianhua and his companions were about to make a move against Li Yi, Huang Yaohui stepped forward from behind Li Yi, confronting Yi Jianhua's group directly. Yi Jianhua clearly did not anticipate that someone would dare to come to Li Yi's aid at that moment. Observing the disheveled and bearded Huang Yaohui, Yi Jianhua asked, "Who the hell are you?" Huang Yaohui snorted coldly and proclaimed his identity. "I am Huang Yaohui from the plastic factory. Whoever among you is not afraid of death, step forward and test me. I want to see just how tough your bones are." Upon hearing his name, the previously menacing group of individuals stepped back in unison. Merely the mention of his name had instilled fear in them, and Li Yi looked at Huang Yaohui with disbelief, intrigued by the story behind him. "Brother Huang, it's you. I didn't expect to see you here. I sincerely apologize." While Li Yi was still pondering Huang Yaohui's background, the previously arrogant Yi Jianhua stammered an apology to him. Huang Yaohui scoffed, "Why are you apologizing to me? Hurry and apologize to my brother." Yi Jianhua nodded profusely, addressing Li Yi with contrition. "Boss, I am truly sorry. I failed to recognize the mighty. Please forgive my offenses." Seeing Yi Jianhua's demeanor, Li Yi waved his hand impatiently. "Enough, just leave. I don't want to see you again." Yes, thank you, boss. Thank you for your great kindness," Yi Jianhua replied repeatedly, turning to flee as if his life depended on it, quickly vanishing into the crowd. Once the commotion had subsided, the onlookers dispersed. It was only then that Li Yi turned his curious gaze towards Huang Yaohui. "Why do they seem so fearful upon hearing your name?" Huang Yaohui chuckled softly. "Do you realize that plastic factories never have to pay protection fees to those local bosses?" Although Li Yi was unaware of this matter, he gleaned a significant insight from Huang's words. The fact that the plastic factory was exempt from such dues could hardly be attributed to the prowess of Yuliman. It was most likely connected to Huang Yaohui. Observing Huang's still disheveled appearance, Li Yi unexpectedly found a certain charm in his untidiness. Huang, without further ado, led Li Yi to his junior, Yu Jie's stall. In stark contrast to the burly Huang Yaohui, Yu Jie appeared almost delicate, resembling a frail chick. His slender physique prompted one to wonder if a sudden gust of wind might whisk him away. Chapter 40. Finding the mechanic. As if sensing Li Yi's thoughts, Huang Yaohui began to speak. You might think my junior looks gentle and feminine, but he possesses remarkable strength when it comes to work. Moreover, in mechanics, sheer brute force is insufficient. One must also possess a nimble mind. And my junior's intellect is not something that can be easily matched. Yu Jie, who had been engrossed in a book at his stall, finally looked up upon hearing Huang's voice. His face lit up with surprise upon recognizing Huang Yaohui. Brother, what brings you here? Is there something you need? In response to Yu Jie's inquiry, Huang promptly introduced, Allow me to introduce you. This is Boss Li. He is currently in search of a mechanic. Since you have some free time, why not work for him? Yu Jie scrutinized Li Yi from head to toe and shook his head. I think I'm quite content as I am. Huang Yaohui was taken aback by Yu Jie's blunt refusal, growing increasingly anxious. Can you not change that stubborn attitude of yours? What future do you envision for yourself selling trinkets on the street? Yu Jie retorted, even if there is little promise in this venture. At least I am engaging in something I genuinely enjoy. It is far more comfortable than enduring the whims of others while laboring on tedious tasks. Wouldn't you agree? Huang Yaohui was infuriated by Yu Jie's words, opening his mouth to scold him, but finding himself at a loss for words. Is this piece crafted from a lathe? Just as the tension escalated between Huang and Yu Jie, Li Yi interjected. His voice captured the attention of both Yu Jie and Huang Yaohui. Li Yi was toying with a small wooden figure, intricately detailed with a pronounced nose and eyes. While most would merely find the figure amusing, few would ponder the craftsmanship behind it. Yu Jie gazed at Li Yi in disbelief, taking a moment before nodding slowly. How did you know? The markings are so evident that it would be impossible for me to overlook them. If I am not mistaken, did you create this lathe yourself? Or rather, is it merely a rudimentary assembly machine that barely qualifies as a lathe? At this moment, Yu Jie was utterly astonished. For everything that Li Yi was saying was entirely accurate. After being expelled from the machinery factory, he had idled away his time, rummaging through the second-hand market and assembling a lathe from various components. The items displayed on his stall were all products he had crafted while testing the lathe's performance. Just by examining these products, one could deduce the kind of equipment he had utilized. The last person Yu Jie had encountered with such remarkable skills was his master. After a moment of daze, Yu Jie rose to his feet. Boss Li, I am willing to follow you. Upon hearing Yu Jie's declaration, Li Yi erupted into laughter and nodded slightly. If you follow me diligently, I assure you shall not be treated poorly. Huang Yaohui stood beside them, bewildered to witness the ease with which Li Yi and Yu Jie had reached an agreement. To be honest, this was a scene he had never anticipated. He was well aware of his junior's peculiar temperament. Huang Yaohui had exerted considerable effort to secure a good job for him. Yet Yu Jie remained unmoved by what others deemed desirable. Now, merely a few words from Li Yi had swayed Yu Jie, leaving Huang Yaohui in a state of disbelief, as if he were dreaming. Brother Huang, I won't be returning with you. Just send my regards to Brother Yu when you get back. After speaking to the dazed Huang Yaohui, Li Yi led Yu Jie away. In this era, a person capable of scouring for small parts and assembling a lathe was undoubtedly a technical talent. Therefore, Li Yi was determined to secure Yu Jie, otherwise, he might never find such a skilled individual again. Boss Li, how did you deduce that I possess a lathe simply from that wooden figurine on my stall? In response to Yu Jie's question, Li Yi chuckled. From a contemporary perspective, the wooden figurine Yu Jie had crafted was exceedingly crude. It bore clear lathe marks, which essentially ruled out the possibility of it being handcrafted. Moreover, if it were produced by a large lathe, the precision would not have been so abominable. The only plausible explanation was that Yu Jie had a makeshift lathe, allowing him to create the wooden figurine, leaving behind such evident lathe impressions. Your processing precision is too low. There exists no other possibility than that you assembled a lathe without precise calibration. Boss Li, you are truly remarkable. May I ask if you have studied mechanics or something similar? Li Yi shook his head. I have not studied it. Then how do you know? Have you heard of the term well-informed? Indeed, Li Yi had never formally studied mechanics. The rapid advancement of society in subsequent generations has rendered even the most ordinary individuals capable of experiences that are incomprehensible to those of this era. Moreover, as a renowned entrepreneur, Li Yi has traversed a tumultuous journey, acquiring a breadth of knowledge far surpassing that of the average person. Thus, it is by no means an exaggeration to describe himself as well-versed and knowledgeable. Yu Jie gazed at Li Yi with an expression of envy. Noticing Yu Jie's gaze, Li Yi smiled and said, "There is no need for you to envy me, as long as you diligently follow my lead. I assure you that you will soon encounter a wealth of experiences. Furthermore, I will facilitate your further education, allowing you to acquire more advanced skills." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yu Jie hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Li. I promise I will faithfully follow your guidance." Together, they returned to Huangdian town, where Li Yi first took Yu Jie to the factory to observe the current equipment. For Yu Jie, merely maintaining this set of machinery posed no challenge whatsoever. He promptly assured Li Yi that he could manage the upkeep effectively. With Yu Jie's assurance, Li Yi felt a wave of relief. As long as the equipment remained problem-free for a month or two, he had little to worry about. Regarding Yu Jie's salary, Li Yi offered him 700 yuan per month, inclusive of meals and accommodation, a remuneration that was notably generous. Yu Jie, however, did not place much importance on his wages. His primary motivation for joining Li Yi was a recognition of his remarkable capabilities. The factory was still bustling with activity, and after ensuring Yu Jie was settled, Li Yi returned home. Upon arriving downstairs, he encountered Sister Hua, who pulled out a handful of cash from her pocket and handed it to him. "Brotherly, this is the 100 yuan I owed you earlier. Please count it and confirm." Observing the assortment of bills in her hand, Li Yi chuckled. "Sister Hua, I am not in urgent need of money at the moment. You need not rush to repay me. Please keep it for your own use." Sister Hua shook her head, insisting, "No, I must repay my debts. Please take it." As she spoke, she pressed the money further towards him. Li Yi realized that if he did not accept the money today, Sister Hua would likely struggle to find peace of mind. Thus, he refrained from further argument and accepted the cash. Just as he was about to head upstairs, Sister Hua called out to him again. "Brotherly, there is something I need to inform you." "What is it?" Li Yi turned back, puzzled. "I heard today that Kai Shuexia and her companion are planning to take action against you. You should be cautious." "Kai Shuexia? Do you know their intentions?" Sister Hua shook her head. "I'm not sure of the specifics. I merely overheard someone mention it." "All right, I understand. Thank you, Sister Hua." Kai Shuexia, it seems, has not yet given up on her desire for revenge against Li Yi. However, Li Yi has not taken this matter to heart. In his eyes, Kai Shuexia is merely a petty clown. Even her associate, Shi Hanchao, is hardly worthy of mention in Li Yi's perspective. Regardless of the methods they choose to employ against him, Li Yi is resolute in ensuring that they will ultimately suffer the consequences of their actions. Upon returning home, he found Su Yuping assisting Li Xiaoming with her homework. Noticing Li Yi's entrance, Su Yuping promptly offered, "I'll go heat up the food for you." Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement, and as Su Yuping stepped out to prepare the meal, he took a seat across from Li Xiaoming. "Little Meng, tell Daddy, is there anyone at school who dares to bully you?" "No, no one dares to bully me anymore. Everyone is very nice to me." Li Yi nodded with satisfaction, affectionately ruffling Li Xiaoming's hair. It appeared that the measures he had taken at school had indeed borne significant fruit, achieving the results he had hoped for. As long as no one dared to bully Li Xiaoming, he felt free from concern. During dinner, Li Yi suddenly addressed Su Yuping. "How about you consider leaving the fertilizer factory? I could use some help here managing the accounts." Currently, Li Yi possessed over 100,000 yuan, a sum he could manage on his own, especially as he could easily keep track of the figures in his mind. However, if the accounts were to multiply in the future, lacking a trustworthy person to handle the bookkeeping would pose a considerable challenge for him. While Zhang Taizhu managed the production without issue, it was evident that he was ill-suited for accounting tasks. As for Lu Tang and his associates, it would be sheer folly to involve them in the factory's operations. Despite Lu Tang's prior overtures, Li Yi had effortlessly brushed him aside. He understood them well enough to know they were not reliable, particularly Lu Tang and Zhao Qingkai, who would, upon discovering the wealth, only think of how to divide it, neglecting any vision for future development. Li Yi was acutely aware that relying on such short-sighted individuals for growth would be a fool's errand. Upon hearing Li Yi's proposal, Su Yuping was momentarily taken aback before she shook her head in refusal. "I want to help you. I'm doing quite well at the fertilizer factory. Why not?" Li Yi was taken aback by her rejection. "My factory is quite profitable. Supporting you would be no issue at all, so you need not worry about the earnings." He presumed that Su Yuping's refusal stemmed from a belief that he was not making enough money and was concerned about becoming a burden. However, even after explaining this, Su Yuping continued to shake her head. I know you are doing well, but my reluctance to assist you has nothing to do with your profitability. I simply do not wish to leave the fertilizer factory. Su Yuping's social circle primarily revolves around the fertilizer factory, and her closest friends are all employees there. Consequently, if she were to leave the factory, it would become quite challenging for her to meet them again. Moreover, Li Xiaoming is currently attending the elementary school associated with the fertilizer factory. Should Su Yuping lose her employment status, Li Xiaoming would no longer be able to study there. In summary, departing from the fertilizer factory would result in significant upheavals in various aspects of her life. Su Yuping is not one to embrace change readily, which is why she outright declined to assist Li Yi. After Su Yuping provided her rationale, Li Yi sighed with a sense of resignation. Since this was Su Yuping's own decision, he felt compelled to respect it, merely nodding in acknowledgement before lapsing into silence. Lu Tang recognized that it was nearly impossible to confront Li Yi alone, so he discreetly gathered together the individuals who had previously invested money. Excluding Zhang Taizhu, there were 5 others. Brothers, have you not noticed anything peculiar about that rascal Li Yi lately? Lu Tang inquired. What is strange? One replied. His factory is bustling every day. He must be earning a fortune. Don't you think that is a good thing? The money he's making means our investment could double in no time. Lu Tang rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Are you all foolish? Is merely recovering our own money sufficient? Let us not forget that we invested as shareholders, and now that the factory is profitable, we are entitled to dividends. Lu Gu, just tell us what you wish to do, one of them urged. Lu Tang narrowed his eyes and surveyed the others. I propose we seize control of the factory and manage it ourselves, reaping the profits for our own benefit. What do you think? Chapter 42. The desire for a car with Lu Tang leading the charge, the others naturally had no objections. However, Zhao Chengkai expressed some concern. Can we truly contend with Li Yi? His background is formidable. Even Director Lei from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative shows him great respect. We may not be able to afford to cross him. Do not fret about that. We have the moral high ground. What is there to fear? No matter how powerful his connections, he cannot disregard reason, Lu Tang reassured him. Under Lu Tang's persuasive rhetoric, Zhao Chengkai ultimately ceased to voice any further doubts. Thus, they all reached a consensus, agreeing to confront Li Yi to claim their rightful shares and participate in the factory's management. Among Lu Tang's group, however, Shi Hao did not share their enthusiasm. Having witnessed Li Yi's formidable prowess, Shi Hao believed that Lu Tang and the others stood no chance against him. Thus, while he outwardly consented to join their efforts, he had already resolved internally to find an opportunity to inform Li Yi of their plans. Fortunately, Lu Tang and his associates did not declare the necessity of immediate action today. They merely mentioned the need to prepare before departing in their own directions. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Hao hurried to find Li Yi. Having just completed an inspection of the factory and ascertained that both production and shipment were devoid of any issues, Li Yi looked at Shi Hao with curiosity as he approached in haste. What is the matter? Is Ren Shanming sending you to find me again? In response to Li Yi's inquiry, Shi Hao quickly shook his head. No, this time I came to discuss matters concerning Lu Tang and the others. Concerning Lu Tang? Li Yi instinctively sensed that what Shi Hao was about to reveal might be rather serious. Indeed, upon Shi Hao divulging the entirety of Lu Tang's plans, Li Yi realized his suspicions were correct. However, he chose to remain silent, furrowing his brow and lapsing into contemplation. Noticing Li Yi's prolonged silence, Shi Hao curiously asked, "What do you plan to do now? Since Lu Tang has made this decision, they must have corresponding measures to deal with you." At this question, Li Yi regained his composure and offered a gentle smile. "You needn't concern yourself with that. I have my ways to handle them." After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, you should refrain from associating with them in the future. Stick with me, and I promise to lead you to prosperity." Though Shi Hao's capabilities were rather modest, his perceptiveness was commendable. Thus, Li Yi understood that keeping him close would be advantageous for future endeavors. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Shi Hao's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly nodded. "Thank you, Yi Gu, for your encouragement. I assure you that I will work diligently and not let you down." Regarding Shi Hao's declarations of loyalty, Li Yi simply waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such sentiments were unnecessary, and subsequently sent Shi Hao on his way. Li Yi was acutely aware that Lu Tang's greatest leverage lay solely in the fact that the factory premises were rented from him. This space was already somewhat cramped, and Li Yi had originally intended to relocate, had he not planned to move so swiftly. Given the multitude of complexities involved, whether finding a new location or dismantling and reassembling equipment, such tasks were far from simple. Yet, since Lu Tang and his cohorts had chosen to act against him, Li Yi resolved to disregard those concerns. They had already overstepped their boundaries, and Li Yi certainly would not grant them the opportunity to take advantage of him. Once the issue of Lu Tang's rented premises was resolved, he would no longer be susceptible to their threats. Upon locating Yu Jia, Li Yi directly inquired, if we were to dismantle and reassemble all the equipment here, would one day suffice? Yu Jia looked at Li Yi in confusion. Everything is operating normally. Why do we need to dismantle it all? He presumed that Li Yi intended to thoroughly maintain the equipment. Thus, he presented his viewpoint, asserting that there was no necessity for disassembly and maintenance as long as the equipment was functioning properly. Li Yi comprehended the essence of Yu Jia's expressions and, with a hint of resignation, shook his head and chuckled softly. You have misunderstood my meaning. I am not suggesting we maintain the equipment. Rather, I wish to relocate the factory to a more advantageous location. Upon receiving this clarification from Li Yi, Yu Jia experienced an epiphany. He turned slightly to glance at the equipment rumbling away and nodded. As long as we have sufficient manpower, disassembling and reassembling these machines can be accomplished in a day. With Yu Jia's affirmative response, Li Yi felt reassured. He refrained from further elaboration and promptly made his way to the town. Initially, the choice of Lu Tang's rental property as the factory was primarily due to financial constraints. Now that Li Yi possessed ample cash, he was determined to select a superior location for the factory. After a brief exploration of the town, he quickly identified several promising sites. After meticulous consideration, he chose a conveniently located site as the new factory. This new facility was situated adjacent to the main road of Huangdian town, providing direct access to the city. Moreover, the distance to Zhaojiuan village was not far, and the roads were significantly better, which would greatly expedite the delivery of oranges. In every regard, this location was superior to Lu Tang's ancestral house. After negotiating the price with the landlord, Li Yi secured the lease for this expansive warehouse, nearly 2 acres in size, at an annual rate of 6,000 yuan. After informing Ho Dahai to find another vehicle to assist in transporting the equipment the next day, Li Yi returned home. The walk from the new factory to his residence took over 40 minutes. As Li Yi made his way back, he became acutely aware of how essential it was for him to own a vehicle. Of course, given his current financial standing, affording a car was virtually impossible. However, purchasing a motorcycle posed no significant problem. Li Yi contemplated that one day, when he found the time, he would certainly acquire a motorcycle for commuting. Otherwise, walking to and from work daily was exceedingly exhausting. The slow pace was particularly frustrating. In case of an emergency, he would struggle to reach his destination in time. Lost in thoughts about what kind of motorcycle to purchase, Li Yi unconsciously arrived at the foot of his building. Just before ascending the stairs, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Li Yi, how have you been lately? Chapter 43. No anger. Li Yi turned to face the woman addressing him. He mentally sifted through all the individuals he knew, ultimately concluding that he had no recollection of this woman. I apologize, but who are you? Upon hearing his inquiry, the woman feigned a look of sorrow. Isn't that a bit heartless? I understand that you don't wish to be with me, but must you pretend not to recognize me? Am I truly that detestable? The words spoken by the woman were undeniably provocative, stirring the imagination. Unfortunately, it was rush hour, and people around had begun to take notice of the unfolding situation. Feeling the scrutiny of those nearby, Li Yi grew increasingly impatient. I truly do not know you. It would be prudent for you to first disclose your name to avoid any misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? What sort of misunderstanding could there be? When you sweet-talked me into your bed, did you mention any misunderstandings? Now that I have terminated the pregnancy for you, you claim it is a misunderstanding. Li Yi, I genuinely did not expect you to be this kind of person. The woman wept as she spoke, her sorrowful demeanor evoking sympathy. Faced with this bewildering scenario, Li Yi found himself at a loss. The pointed fingers of onlookers only heightened his agitation. He even began to contemplate whether events had transpired differently since his return, pondering if there existed some clandestine connection between him and this woman. Li Yi, what is going on? Just as Li Yi grappled with the situation, the voice of Su Yuping pierced through the crowd. Upon hearing her, he felt even more disoriented. The situation had become increasingly murky. Turning slightly to glance at Su Yuping, Li Yi responded helplessly, "I genuinely do not know what is happening." However, his explanation evidently failed to convince Su Yuping. "Now that she has come to confront you, do you really think it necessary to utter such words? This is not a matter of what I say. I truly do not comprehend the situation myself. Li Yi, if you are still a man, clarify this matter instead of concealing it." Looking at Su Yuping, Li Yi felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall the events that had transpired. The situation was spiraling into chaos. The woman continued to weep sorrowfully, standing there in silence. Enough with the theatrics. Just when Li Yi was at a complete loss for how to proceed, Sister Hua emerged from the crowd, parting it with grace. Her actions immediately captured the attention of all present, redirecting their gazes toward her. Confronted by the collective stares, Sister Hua spoke up. "This woman engages in the same profession as I do." With that single statement, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone knew what Sister Hua did for a living. Given that this woman shared a similar vocation, her words now raised significant doubts. The previously accusatory glances directed at Li Yi shifted toward the woman. Li Yi finally began to grasp the situation. "Who sent you to set me up?" A woman, appearing out of nowhere, had engaged him in this bewildering exchange. Moreover, this incident occurred precisely during the rush hour when everyone was leaving work. Therefore, if one were to claim that this matter transpired without some hidden instigation, Li Yi would hardly believe it. Since the appearance of Sister Hua, the expression on that woman's face began to sour. Now, under Li Yi's probing gaze, she found herself utterly at a loss for words. Observing her stammering demeanor, Li Yi let out a cold snort. "Did you not say how I have wronged you? Now, why not share our story with everyone?" Faced with Li Yi's relentless questioning, the woman retreated a couple of steps, then abruptly turned to flee through the crowd. Watching her retreating figure, Li Yi chose not to pursue her. He understood that even if he managed to detain her at that moment, it was unlikely he would extract any valuable information from her. Casting a glance in the direction where she vanished, Li Yi redirected his attention to the onlookers. "Are you all so idle? Must you gather for every commotion? It's getting late. If there's nothing else, hurry back home to prepare dinner." After being met with such disdain, the crowd gradually dispersed. Once everyone had departed, Li Yi turned to Sister Hua and spoke softly. "Sister Hua, I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, I could have been wrongfully accused in ways I can't even imagine." Sister Hua waved her hand dismissively. "It was merely a small effort on my part. There's no need for thanks." After exchanging a few words with Sister Hua, she had to leave for other matters. Once Sister Hua was gone, Li Yi looked at Su Yuping. "Where is Xiaoming? Her grandfather came to take her this afternoon. He said he would return her next Monday." Sometimes, Li Yi's father would come to take Li Xiaoming for the weekend. Despite their strained relationship, he still held affection for his own granddaughter. Acknowledging Xiaoming's whereabouts, Li Yi simply nodded in silence. Su Yuping and Li Yi ascended the stairs to their home, maintaining a comfortable silence throughout their ascent. Upon entering the house, Su Yuping could no longer contain herself. "Could you please not be angry?" Li Yi turned, puzzled, to look at Su Yuping. "Angry about what? Didn't I just wrongfully accuse you without understanding the situation? Are you not upset about that?" Throughout this exchange, Li Yi had not mentioned the earlier incident, as if it had never occurred. The more he avoided the subject, the more uneasy Su Yuping felt. She sensed that Li Yi's silence was a sign of his displeasure with her. Hearing her words, Li Yi could only manage a helpless smile. "You think too much. How could I be so petty? I am not angry." Li Yi's words were sincere. He truly bore no ill will. After all, in such a situation, even he was unclear about the woman's background, and Su Yuping would surely be even more in the dark. Thus, Su Yuping's reaction was entirely within reason. Li Yi could not possibly be angered by this matter. Chapter 44, The Flowing Accounts. "If you are not angry, why do you not utter a single word?" In Su Yuping's perspective, Li Yi's silence represented a form of unspoken dissent against her. Observing Su Yuping's current demeanor, Li Yi hastily clarified. "My silence is due to my contemplation regarding who orchestrated this situation." The recent incident was evidently intended to sow discord within Li Yi's family. Such occurrences would not inflict significant harm on him. However, if he failed to articulate the truth, it could plunge his family into an endless cycle of conflict. Therefore, Li Yi meticulously analyzed those around him, seeking to ascertain who was most likely responsible for such machinations. After much deliberation, he concluded that the most probable culprit was Kai Shuexia. Sister Hua had previously warned Li Yi that Kai Xuexiao and Shi Hongqiao were secretly plotting revenge against him. As long as Kai Xuexiao and Shi Hongqiao were not fools, they would undoubtedly avoid a direct confrontation with Li Yi, as such an approach would yield no favorable outcomes for them. Thus, employing such underhanded tactics aligned perfectly with their intentions. Although these were merely Li Yi's speculations, the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. To uncover the truth behind this matter, Li Yi believed it would be best to confront Kai Xuexiao directly. Upon hearing Li Yi's explanation, Su Yuping finally felt a slight relaxation. Have you figured out who it is? Not yet. Li Yi had no intention of divulging all his conjectures to Su Yuping, as she could not assist him in this affair. Furthermore, if she were to learn of these matters, it might overwhelm her with anxiety and unwarranted thoughts. To shield her from undue stress, it was prudent to withhold this information. The following day, after Su Yuping had left for work, Li Yi proceeded directly to Kai Xuexiao's residence. Without hesitation, he kicked open their front door, just as he had done previously. At that moment, Kai Xuexiao and Shi Hongqiao were engaged in intimate discourse in bed. It was quite early, and they seemed to possess an abundance of leisure. Clearly, they had not anticipated Li Yi's sudden intrusion, startled by the commotion. They hastily pulled the covers over their exposed bodies. Li Yi, are you out of your mind? Who let you in? Kai Xuexiao shouted at him, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket. Li Yi, however, had no intention of sparing her even a glance, disdainfully retorting, of course, I entered of my own accord. I am here to inquire about a specific matter, and I hope you will answer my questions truthfully. Get out of here immediately. Kai Xuexiao continued to yell at Li Yi, though she did not meet his gaze with sincerity in her response. Faced with Kai Xuexiao's furious outburst, Li Yi cast a glance at the clothing left on the bedside. In a swift and decisive motion, he lunged forward and seized their garments. What exactly do you want? Li Yi, Kai Xuexiao demanded. Isn't it abundantly clear what I desire? If you obediently answer my questions, everything will remain safe. However, should you choose to remain silent, I assure you, I will summon every resident in this building to witness your current predicament. Kai Xuexiao's complexion turned ashen. Both she and Shi Hongqiao were entirely unclothed. A mere flick of the blanket would leave them fully exposed. Although they were aware that clothing lay within the wardrobe, they could not dare to seek it while bare. Thus, they found themselves firmly ensnared in Li Yi's grasp. Defiance would yield dire consequences. What do you wish to inquire about? Was that woman you brought in yesterday meant to deal with me? Upon posing this question, Kai Xuexiao fell into a profound silence, hesitating to respond immediately. Her silence spoke volumes, indicating their involvement in the scheme against him. Yet, even with the answer lingering in his mind, Li Yi was resolute in his pursuit of a confession directly from Kai Xuexiao's lips. What's the matter? Are you at a loss for how to answer? Perfect. Today, I shall invite all the neighbors upstairs and downstairs to witness the spectacle. With that, Li Yi turned to leave the room. His actions instilled a palpable fear in Kai Xuexiao, who, in her desperation, nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yes. That woman is indeed one we hired from the city. She took our money and assisted us. And how much did she charge you? 500. Once Kai Xuexiao divulged the entire truth, Li Yi glared at her intensely. How generous of you to spend such a sum to conspire against me. I acted foolishly, and I swear I won't do it again. To her plea, Li Yi merely scoffed coldly, offering no further comment as he exited, clutching the clothes of the two traitors. He made no effort to secure their exit. Li Yi was seething with indignation. The depths of Kai Xuexiao's depravity were astonishing. In light of this, he felt no inclination to show them any mercy, promptly discarding their garments into the dumpster below. As for how Kai Xuexiao and Shi Hongqiao would manage to extricate themselves from their predicament, it was of no concern to him. If they sought to repulse him, he would ensure they experienced a taste of their own medicine. Observing the garments in the trash, Li Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him as he brushed off his hands. Upon arriving at the factory, production continued unabated. Li Yi had specifically instructed Yu Jie yesterday to prepare thoroughly, stating that all actions would be decided only after his arrival. It appeared that Yu Jie had executed Li Yi's intentions with remarkable diligence. Just as Li Yi was about to commend Yu Jie, he suddenly noticed Lu Tang approaching with Zhao Chengkai and a few others. Li Yi, how is the matter we discussed last time progressing? When will you present the factory's financial records for our review? Lu Tang's blunt remarks elicited a smile from Li Yi, who regarded Lu Tang as if he were a simpleton. Do you have any idea how much effort it takes to compile all the financial records? This single statement from Li Yi left Lu Tang momentarily speechless, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the specific accounts have not been prepared at all? You've certainly improved quickly, Li Yi responded, extending a thumb in mock praise. His words dripping with sarcasm. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that his remarks were a complete derision of Lu Tang, devoid of any genuine commendation. Lu Tang, realizing the underlying tone of Li Yi's words, turned ashen with rage. Li Yi, do not think that you can dismiss this matter with a few slick words. You must present the accounts to me today. Furthermore, we are all shareholders in this factory, and we demand to be involved in its operations. Lu Tang declared emphatically, his words echoed by Zhao Chengkai and the others, who chimed in. Indeed, we are shareholders, and we deserve to see the factory's accounts. You must provide us with an explanation. Observing Lu Tang's obstinate demeanor, Li Yi chuckled coldly. You seek an explanation, do you? Very well, let me enlighten you. Does anyone recall what I asked you to do with the 1,000 yuan? Upon posing this question, Li Yi noticed the others exchanging puzzled glances. Clearly, they were uncertain about his intentions, yet someone ventured to answer. You promised that our investment of 1,000 yuan would yield tenfold returns. Indeed, I did make that promise. However, let me clarify. I have always stated that your investment would multiply tenfold. At no point did I claim you would become shareholders in the company. Li Yi's argument was sound and left Lu Tang and his cohorts momentarily speechless, unable to counter his reasoning. As Lu Tang struggled to find a rebuttal, he resorted to petulance. Didn't you promise to return our money tenfold? So where's our money? Initially, Li Yi contemplated using the excuse of the 6-month timeline he had mentioned previously to deflect Lu Tang's demands. However, he reconsidered and chose simply to nod in response. Today, do any of you wish to redeem your principal and the promised tenfold return? If so, step forward, and I shall assist you in this matter. Initially, Lu Tang and his companions intended to intimidate Li Yi, yet the situation has unfolded quite differently. Nevertheless, Lu Tang displayed no signs of retreat. He boldly confronted Li Yi, demanding the return of his money. With Lu Tang leading the charge, the others swiftly resolved to reclaim their rightful funds. Among the 5 who arrived, for now sought refunds, indicating that Li Yi would need to part with over 40,000 yuan. Only Shi Hao, however, expressed his desire to forego a refund for the time being. Upon hearing Shi Hao's declaration, Lu Tang grew anxious, eager to persuade him otherwise. Yet, Shi Hao offered him no opportunity, rising instead to stand behind Li Yi. Witnessing Shi Hao's stance, Li Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Lu Tang must have been cursing inwardly. Regardless of Lu Tang's emotions, Li Yi promptly retrieved their principal and interest, distributing the funds to them. In this era, having a 10,000 yuan household was exceedingly rare. Thus, the sudden appearance of such a sum astonished everyone present. However, Li Yi offered no further explanations. Once the money was dispensed, he addressed them. Well, your funds have been returned. You may take your leave now. Or do you intend to claim yourselves as shareholders of the factory? Lu Tang was utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that Li Yi could indeed produce such a substantial amount of money. Originally, he merely sought to intimidate Li Yi into submission. Now that the money was in hand, rather than departing, Lu Tang found himself even more convinced of the profitability of Li Yi's beverage factory. With a flicker of thought, he directed his words toward Li Yi. Do not forget whose factory you are currently utilizing. I advise you to tread carefully and comply with our demands, lest you find yourselves ousted immediately. Upon hearing Lu Tang's remark, Li Yi erupted in laughter. Thank you for your concern. As it happens, I am preparing to relocate the factory. You may remain here to observe the proceedings. As Li Yi spoke, he casually gestured to Yu Jie, who was ready and waiting. Instantly, the factory ceased operations, and the machinery began to be dismantled and loaded onto trucks. This entire setup, along with all its components, required 3 large vehicles. Had Li Yi not summoned an additional truck at the last minute, the items might have necessitated 2 trips to complete the loading. Once everything was loaded, Li Yi turned to Lu Tang with a smile. I shall return your ancestral home to you. Thank you for your assistance during these past days. Although Li Yi's words seemed to convey gratitude, they struck Lu Tang's ears with an unbearable sting. However, he found himself utterly powerless against Li Yi. After all, Li Yi had already moved out of his rented accommodation. How could he still have any control over him? Lu Tang glared fiercely at Li Yi, yet remained silent. In the past, had he unexpectedly come into possession of over 10,000 yuan, he would have been overjoyed. Yet now, as he gazed at the money in his hands, a smile eluded him. Lu Tang harbored a vague sense that perhaps the era of earning money was indeed approaching swiftly. If he failed to seize the opportunity for investment now, he might find himself impoverished for life. Li Yi, indifferent to Lu Tang's dark expression, paid no heed to what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. He simply boarded the truck and left the old factory for their new premises without a backward glance. Observing Yu Jie directing the reassembly of the equipment, Li Yi felt a surge of elation. Not only had he rid himself of Lu Tang and his associates, but he had also acquired a spacious and well-lit factory. This was nothing short of splendid news for him. He fervently hoped that such fortuitous tidings would not merely be a fleeting occurrence, but would continue to grace him. As Li Yi gazed at the equipment taking shape, he pondered these thoughts privately. Chapter 46. An argument having handed over the money to Lu Tang and his companions. Li Yi found himself with merely over 70,000 yuan remaining. After disbursing the workers' wages, he realized there was little left for himself. It was imperative to expedite production to accumulate more funds, enabling quicker upgrades and transitions. Brother Yi, how did I perform this time? Shihao approached, his face alight with eager anticipation as he spoke to Li Yi. In response to Shihao's inquiry, Li Yi nodded slightly. Your performance was commendable. From now on, you shall work alongside me. I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. What should I do from now on? You will remain in the factory for the time being. Shihao's expression clouded at Li Yi's words. Brother Yi, could you perhaps assign me to a different task? Shihao had initially opted not to follow in his father's footsteps due to the unbearable monotony of factory life. Otherwise, given his father's capabilities, securing a desirable position would have been a trivial matter. Instead of working in such a large factory, Shihao had chosen to come to Li Yi's smaller establishment. If that were to happen, he feared he might be perceived as foolish. Thus, he was reluctant to accept Li Yi's current arrangement. Li Yi, understanding Shihao's thoughts, paused for a moment before directly inquiring, what are your thoughts at present? Brother Yi, I wish to follow you. Shihao was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. After spending time with Li Yi, he had come to realize that Li Yi was no ordinary individual. If he could work diligently alongside Li Yi, a promising future awaited him. Truth be told, Li Yi held a certain disfavor towards Shihao. His overly smooth demeanor was rather off-putting. Such individuals can effortlessly navigate social situations, never finding themselves ensnared in any dilemma. However, it is precisely for this reason that Li Yi understands that someone like Shihao possesses no true loyalty. His eyes are solely fixated on profit. As long as Li Yi can facilitate his financial gain, he refers to him as Brother Yi. Yet, should any misfortune befall Li Yi, Shihao would undoubtedly be the first to flee. Although Li Yi harbors a profound disdain for Shihao, after a moment's reflection, he resolves to keep him close. Li Yi's reasoning is quite straightforward. His enterprise is merely in its infancy, and he is in dire need of personnel to expand and fortify his business. A diligent and earnest individual like Zhang Taizhu is indispensable. Even someone as smooth-talking and adaptable as Shihao could prove useful in certain situations. Very well, you may remain at my side, but do exercise discretion and refrain from asking inappropriate questions. Shihao eagerly nodded, his head bobbing like a well-oiled engine. I understand, Brother Yi. Rest assured that while I may lack other talents, I excel in reading the room. Li Yi, in response to Shihao's words, offered no further commentary, merely nodding in acknowledgement before lapsing into silence. The arrangement of the new factory consumed an entire day, yet this time was not squandered. Yu Jie reconfigured the equipment, resulting in an increased production capacity, an additional 1,000 bottles of orange juice per day. Beyond enhancing the machinery's output, the layout of the factory was also optimized. The processes of receiving and dispatching goods now exhibited a remarkable orderliness, a far cry from the cramped conditions of Lu Tongzhu's small premises. Once everything was meticulously organized, Li Yi urged for work to commence without delay, as the time lost today needed to be swiftly reclaimed. As the machines roared to life, Li Yi decided to return home. Upon arriving downstairs, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise emanating from above, accompanied by shouts of distress. The clamor was so overwhelming that he could not discern the cause, prompting him to hasten upstairs. Upon reaching the floor, he observed a throng gathered at Kai Shuexia's doorstep, pointing and murmuring, some even seated and munching on sunflower seeds. all wearing expressions reminiscent of spectators at a theatrical performance. From within Kai Shuexia's residence, sounds of furious shouting and the crashing of objects resonated. Confused, Li Yi approached a middle-aged woman, known for her penchant for gossip, and inquired about the commotion. Are you unaware? Today has been quite eventful. That shameless Kai Shuexia had the audacity to keep her door open while engaging in scandalous activities with Shi Hongqiao, and when her husband returned, he caught them in the act. It was common knowledge that their household had its share of troubles. Previously, they had managed to keep such matters clandestine, and Kai Shuexia's husband had turned a blind eye. However, this time, they were trapped in bed, and how could one endure that? Thus, a fight broke out. Do not be deceived by Kai Shuexia's husband, who appears frail. When he gets enraged, he is truly terrifying. Shi Hongqiao was left battered and bruised, already dispatched to the hospital. This left Kai Shuexia and her husband arguing at home for the entire day, having smashed everything they could. As Li Yi listened to Aunt Lu recount the unfolding events, he observed the live broadcast of the chaos within the room. He understood that Kai Shuexia and Shi Hongqiao did not wish to close the door. Rather, he had kicked their door in that morning, rendering it unshuttable. Yet even so, Li Yi could not fathom why they did not hastily find some clothes and leave after he departed, continuing such indecent behavior in a house without a door. Was it truly so exhilarating? Confounded, he chose not to dwell on it further. Such melodramatic matters, once clarified, hardly warranted additional scrutiny, especially since they bore little relevance to him. Li Yi turned and returned to his own home. Dad, you're back. Upon opening the door, Li Yi spotted Li Xiaoming, who had been eavesdropping at the threshold. He scooped her up in his arms. What are you doing here? Why aren't you diligently doing your homework? At that moment, Su Yuping entered with a bowl of vegetables from outside. Li Xiaoming, have you been disobedient again? Li Xiaoming gazed at Su Yuping with a face full of grievance. Mom, I want to do my homework properly, but it's just too noisy outside, and I can't help myself. Why not ignore those outside noises? With such a distracted attitude, do you still hope to attend university in the future? Listening to Su Yuping chastise Li Xiaoming, Li Yi's thoughts drifted elsewhere. In such a poorly soundproofed house, it was indeed challenging to concentrate on anything. Thus, if one could secure a good residence, many would be willing to invest for it. Chapter 47. Stealing a motorcycle. In this era when the real estate market was still underdeveloped, Li Yi felt as though he had glimpsed a future opportunity for substantial profit. He recognized the path he should pursue next. The immediate challenge was to accumulate his first pot of gold swiftly. The day after tomorrow is my father's birthday. He wants to invite the family over for a meal. Will you go? After reprimanding Li Xiaoming, Su Yuping turned her attention to Li Yi and broached the subject. Li Yi pulled his thoughts back from real estate matters. Of course, we must attend your father's birthday. Otherwise, it would seem as though we harbor grievances against him. Su Yuping gazed at Li Yi with palpable surprise, as if she could hardly believe what she heard. After a brief silence, she inquired, Really? Have you genuinely decided to go? Li Yi understood why Su Yuping reacted this way. When he married Su Yuping, her entire family opposed the union. After all, Su Yuping's personal circumstances are quite commendable. Although her family may not be exceedingly wealthy, they are undoubtedly a respectable household. From their perspective, Li Yi, a drifter with no discernible ambitions, is utterly unworthy of marrying Su Yuping. Naturally, the proud Li Yi could not tolerate such an indignity. Thus, throughout their years of marriage, he had never once taken the initiative to visit Su Yuping's parents. Initially, Su Yuping had come to terms with this reality, never prompting Li Yi to accompany her on her visits home. However, due to the significant transformation Li Yi had undergone recently, she could not help but mention it this time, harboring no real expectation, convinced that he would refuse to visit her parents as he always had. To her astonishment, Li Yi's response exceeded all her expectations. Observing Su Yuping's elation, Li Yi nodded affirmatively, stating, It has indeed been quite some time since I last saw your parents. As their son-in-law, it would be remiss of me not to pay them a visit, and I shall take this opportunity to sincerely apologize to your father. This decision brought Su Yuping immense joy that lasted throughout the night, even the quarrels from Kai Shuexia's household failing to diminish her spirits. The following day, as Su Yuping went to work, a radiant smile adorned her face, leaving Li Yi shaking his head in amused resignation. He had never anticipated that such a casual decision would so profoundly influence Su Yuping's mood, indicating that she still held deep feelings for him. Since he was to celebrate Su Yuping's father's birthday, it was only fitting that he procure a gift. Recalling vaguely that her father enjoyed tea, Li Yi made his way to the tea market to select an exquisite variety as a present for his father-in-law. Adjacent to the tea market was a motorcycle dealership that instantly captivated him. Considering he would eventually need to purchase a motorcycle, he resolved to tackle both matters simultaneously. The motorcycle cost him over 4,000 yuan, yet he felt little remorse over the expenditure, as his current income was satisfactory. When Li Yi rode home on his newly acquired motorcycle, neighbors cast envious glances in his direction. Li Yi, where did you borrow that bike? It's quite impressive. What do you need it for? Given that few could afford a motorcycle, it was perceived as a luxury item, leading many to assume that Li Yi had merely borrowed it. He could hardly be bothered to clarify the situation. Some explanations are futile. Even if everyone believed the motorcycle was indeed his, what difference would it make? Li Yi had long since delved into the intricacies of human nature. Truth be told, it is not poverty that instills fear, but rather inequality. Presently, the residents of this building are factory workers, all living under similar conditions. The interactions among everyone are generally quite harmonious, and life unfolds with a semblance of joy. However, should a wealthy individual take residence in the building, they inevitably become the focal point of scrutiny, regardless of the source of their affluence. Li Yi, unperturbed by such dynamics, perceives these individuals as inconsequential. They pose no threat to him. In contrast, Su Yuping's connections predominantly reside within the fertilizer factory, and her neighbors are her colleagues and friends. Thus, she finds it intolerable to endure others' disdain. Li Yi must consider Su Yuping's feelings, which precludes him from boasting about his wealth, an inclination he has never entertained. Upon returning home from work, Su Yuping, with a hint of envy in her gaze, remarked about a new motorcycle parked downstairs. Li Yi chuckled, "Do you like it?" Initially, Su Yuping merely intended to engage in light conversation, akin to commenting on the pleasant weather. Yet, Li Yi's earnest inquiry left her feeling somewhat uneasy. After a brief pause, she offered a casual laugh and replied, "What is there to like? It doesn't belong to us anyway." Li Yi, uninterested in prolonging the exchange, shifted his attention to his daughter, Li Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, tell daddy, do you like the motorcycle parked downstairs?" The young girl, unreserved in her enthusiasm, nodded eagerly. "I like it. And how about I take you for a ride on that motorcycle?" he proposed. "Yes, yes," Li Xiaoming exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Observing the joyful interaction between father and daughter, Su Yuping rolled her eyes. "All right, you two, enough of that. Xiaoming, hurry up and finish your homework." Noticing Su Yuping's persistent disbelief that the motorcycle could be theirs, Li Yi, without further ado, scooped up Li Xiaoming and led the two of them outside. "What are you doing? I still need to cook. Stop fooling around." Su Yuping protested, but Li Yi paid her no mind, guiding them to the motorcycle. He placed Li Xiaoming on the seat and mounted the bike himself. Turning to Su Yuping, who remained in a daze, he urged, "Come on, hop on, I'll take you for a ride." It was only then that Su Yuping snapped out of her stupor and hurriedly tugged at Li Yi's shirt. "Don't be silly. What if someone sees us? They might think we're stealing the motorcycle." Li Yi merely smirked, knowing that if he did not present some undeniable proof of ownership, Su Yuping would remain skeptical. He retrieved the key, inserted it, and turned the ignition. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle sprang to life, belching out a cloud of blue smoke. Just moments ago, Su Yuping, who had been tugging at Li Yi to leave, stood in a daze, staring blankly at him. She clearly never anticipated that Li Yi could actually start a motorcycle. "What are you waiting for? Get on. I'll take you for a ride," Li Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly, urging, "Mom, hurry up and get on the bike." A bit bewildered, Su Yuping nodded and climbed onto Li Yi's motorcycle. It was only when the refreshing breeze began to caress her face that she gradually came to her senses. Upon regaining her clarity, her first question was, "Li Yi, where did you get this motorcycle?" Su Yuping's tone was unmistakably filled with suspicion regarding the origins of the motorcycle. It was not entirely her fault, in her eyes. Only the affluent could afford such a vehicle. For workers like them in the factory, where would they find the spare funds to purchase a motorcycle? Moreover, Li Yi had never disclosed to her how much he was earning. This uncertainty fueled her apprehension. Hearing the tone of Su Yuping's inquiry, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course I bought it myself. Do you think I found it lying on the roadside?" If he had truly picked up a motorcycle from the street, he would likely have been incarcerated by now, rather than joyfully cruising around. "But where did you get all this money? You wouldn't even go to the factory to work as an accountant. How would you know how much I earn?" Li Yi's remarks left Su Yuping momentarily speechless. She understood that Li Yi must have made money, yet she had no clear idea of the amount. His words implied that he was earning quite a substantial sum. Igniting her curiosity to ask, "How much are you making now?" "Based on the current pace, about 10,000 a day," Li Yi replied, only sharing his daily earnings without delving into profits, as Su Yuping had little interest in such details. Upon hearing this figure, Su Yuping was utterly stunned. The day's revelations had been overwhelming, and she found it difficult to process this particular shock. In an era where a household earning 10,000 was a rarity, the thought of Li Yi bringing in that much daily was far beyond her imagination. While Su Yuping was lost in thought, attempting to digest this information, Li Yi had already stopped the motorcycle. Unbeknownst to them, they had ridden into the city. Since they wouldn't be returning home to cook, Li Yi decided they would dine at a restaurant. If it weren't for the inconvenience of hotel stays during this time, he might have even considered not going home at all. Dazed, Su Yuping dismounted and couldn't help but ask Li Yi, "Is it really possible to earn that much?" Observing Su Yuping's bewildered expression, Li Yi chuckled softly and succinctly elucidated the relationship between profit and cost. However, Su Yuping remained utterly perplexed. Noticing her confusion, Li Yi remarked, "Ultimately, discussing these matters with you may be futile. Just know that I am currently quite adept at earning money." Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had attracted the attention of an eavesdropper standing nearby. As soon as Li Yi and Su Yuping entered the restaurant, the clandestine listener hastily departed. Inside the eatery, Li Yi deliberately ordered several exquisite dishes. Had it not been for Su Yuping's timely intervention, he might have ordered even more. Fortunately, her restraint proved beneficial, for the fare they had selected was more than sufficient to satiate the entire family, leaving them unable to finish the abundant meal. Had they ordered even slightly more, it would have resulted in an egregious waste. After their repast, Li Yi summoned a waiter to settle the bill. "Good day, sir. Your total comes to 5,000 yuan. The server's proclamation left Li Yi utterly astounded. If they had dined on lobsters or abalone, he would not have been particularly surprised by such a price. Yet, they had merely consumed a selection of ordinary homestyle dishes. Given the current market rates, a meal of that nature should not have exceeded 50 yuan. The exorbitant demand of 5,000 yuan indicated that they had stumbled upon a scam establishment. Su Yuping, equally taken aback by the sum, promptly addressed the waiter, "Young man, surely you've made a mistake? We hardly consumed much. How could the cost be so exorbitant?" The waiter, unfazed by her protestations, maintained an arrogant demeanor, retorting, "This is our pricing. If you cannot afford it, perhaps you should not have entered." Incensed by the waiter's insolence, Su Yuping opened her mouth to voice her objections, only to be silenced by Li Yi. In such a scenario, it was evident that they were being blatantly swindled. Thus, arguing would yield no results. The only viable solution lay in negotiating directly with the orchestrators behind this deception. "Brother, could you arrange for your boss to come and speak with us?" Although Zhou Xingang's establishment was not the largest in the city, it was undoubtedly the most profitable. Unlike traditional restaurants that relied on patrons for income, Zhou Xingang employed individuals to eavesdrop on conversations at the entrance. When affluent customers arrived, his operatives would promptly report back with the information. Upon settling the bill, Zhou Xingang would deliberately present an exorbitant figure. If one wished to leave, they could do so, but only after payment. Should they refuse to comply, Zhou Xingang possessed various coercive tactics to ensure that those duped would acquiesce to his demands. Each month, he expended thousands on maintaining his enforcers, who were not mere idle threats. They were always ready to intervene at critical moments. Zhou Xingang's establishment has flourished over the past 6 months, filling his coffers to the brim. Today, upon receiving word from his subordinates of a new lucrative opportunity, he was determined to seize it with his usual cunning approach. Chapter 49. Finding a way to apologize. When Zhou Xingang learned that this prize target wished to meet with him, he resolved to personally engage in discussions. Li Yi squinted slightly as he observed a large bald man emerging from the throng of people behind him. "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" Zhou Xingang grinned broadly, affirming, "Indeed, I am the owner here. Are you aware of the implications of your actions?" In response to Li Yi's inquiry, Zhou Xingang erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in existence. After a prolonged bout of laughter, which left him somewhat breathless, he finally composed himself. "Enough of this nonsense. Let me be frank with you. Since I possess the capability to run this establishment, I can handle any situation that arises. My advice to you is to pay up without further ado, or you shall bear the consequences." As Zhou Xingang spoke, his gaze brazenly roamed over Su Yuping, who, feeling intimidated by his stare, instinctively retreated behind Li Yi. Just as Li Yi was about to speak in her defense, a voice suddenly pierced through from behind. Gongzi, have you stumbled upon a big business opportunity? Li Yi recognized the voice, which prompted him to glance backward. Soon, a somewhat diminutive figure came into view. It was Yi Jianhua, a streetwise hustler known for his dealings in the second-hand market. Upon seeing Yi Jianhua, Zhou Zhenggang quickly abandoned his previous arrogance, adopting a more obsequious demeanor. Huagu, what brings you here today? Yi Jianhua and his associates held a certain sway within the city, operating in a similar shady realm. In comparison, Zhou Zhenggang's influence paled, as his henchmen were hardly formidable in that context. Thus, he often found it necessary to pay off these hustlers to avoid trouble. Yi Jianhua had initially intended to visit Zhou Zhenggang for a better meal, but upon noticing Zhou was in the midst of business, he couldn't resist the urge to observe the unfolding scene. However, as he navigated through the crowd, he felt the weight of a piercing gaze directed at him. Following that gaze, he spotted Li Yi. Yi Jianhua vividly remembered Li Yi's face. After all, in their line of work, lacking discernment could lead to dire consequences. Faced with Li Yi's unwavering stare, Yi Jianhua felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, he knew he must suppress that impulse. It would be one thing to have not seen this encounter, but now that he was present, neglecting it could result in serious repercussions. After all, Huang Yaohui and Li Yi were quite close. Huang Yaohui was acutely aware that if Li Yi encountered difficulties and did not receive assistance, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. At that moment, Yi Jianhua felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself in frustration. Why had he chosen to meddle in affairs that did not concern him? Despite his inner turmoil, he understood that he had responsibilities to fulfill. He cast a glance at Zhou Zhenggang, who was speaking to him, and coldly snorted as he barked, "You truly possess great audacity, daring to provoke anyone, don't you? It seems you are simply tired of living." Zhou Zhenggang, who had approached Yi Jianhua with a humble demeanor, was taken aback. He looked at Yi Jianhua with utter confusion, clearly bewildered by what he had done wrong. "Brother Hua, what have I done to offend you?" Yi Jianhua, upon hearing Zhou Zhenggang's question, felt an intense desire to strangle him for his lack of discernment. How could someone so oblivious engage in such risky business? One could only marvel at his extraordinary luck. Having navigated through half a year without encountering any serious trouble, Yi Jianhua, envious of Zhou Zhenggang's fortune, unleashed his ire. "You dare to meddle with our brotherly? I suggest you abandon your establishment immediately and have your men disperse." After reprimanding Zhou Zhenggang, Yi Jianhua swiftly approached Li Yi. "Brotherly, how are you? Are you injured in any way?" Zhou Zhenggang was left dumbfounded by Yi Jianhua's words. He had never imagined that the supposed easy target he had encountered would turn out to be so formidable. If even Yi Jianhua treated Li Yi with such deference, then he had no hope of standing against him. Hastily, he gestured for his subordinates to disperse, and then stepped forward to apologize to Li Yi. "Brotherly, I sincerely apologize. I did not realize it was you earlier. I hope you can forgive my transgressions." As he spoke, Zhou Zhenggang pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket, extending it toward Li Yi. The stack appeared to contain a couple of thousand yuan. Clearly, Zhou Zhenggang recognized that he had provoked a significant figure and sought to mend their relationship with money. However, Li Yi did not take the cash. Instead, he casually pushed Zhou Zhenggang's hand away. "You should keep this for yourself," he remarked. With that, Li Yi turned and departed with Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming, ignoring Zhou Zhenggang's desperate pleas for mercy. What should have been a pleasant meal had been disrupted by Zhou Zhenggang, leaving Li Yi with no desire to remain. As he watched Li Yi and the others walk away, Zhou Zhenggang turned to Yi Jianhua with a troubled expression. "Brother Hua, who exactly is he?" Yi Jianhua disdainfully snorted. Refusing to respond, his gaze fixed on the money Zhou Zhenggang still clutched in his hand. Sensing Yi Jianhua's piercing stare, Zhou Zhenggang quickly extracted a 100 yuan bill and offered it to Yi Jianhua. "I implore you, Brother Hua, please show me the way." Yi Jianhua smiled broadly as he accepted the 100 yuan, unceremoniously stashing it into his pocket. "You're quite perceptive, so let me enlighten you today. Are you familiar with Huang Yaohui from the plastic factory?" Zhou Zhenggang's face turned ashen. "Are you referring to the infamous Brother Hui, whom no one in the city dares to offend? Who else could it be? The man you just encountered is Huang Yaohui's brother. Do you comprehend now?" Zhou Zhengang was left in a daze. Huang Yaohui's reputation was formidable. It was rumored that he had several lives on his hands, yet he remained untouched. Thus, in the city, no one dared to provoke him, and even the local bosses treated him with utmost respect. Given Zhou Jingang's limited abilities, crossing paths with Huang Yaohui would likely lead to his demise. Yi Jianhua regarded Zhou Jingang with sympathy and gently patted his shoulder. You should seriously consider how to apologize. Otherwise, you might find yourself in dire straits. Chapter 50. Journey to the South. Li Yi did not dwell on the incident of being cheated at the restaurant, for he had numerous matters demanding his attention. However, in the afternoon, Zhou Jingang unexpectedly visited, catching Li Yi by surprise. Now, Zhou Jingang appeared with an array of gifts, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Boss Li, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. Here are some modest gifts I prepared. I hope you will graciously accept them. Zhou Jingang presented a considerable assortment of items, and Li Yi estimated their value to be no less than 2,000 yuan. It seemed Zhou Jingang had indeed invested significantly. Nevertheless, Li Yi had no interest in Zhou Jingang's gifts. After a cursory glance, he immediately inquired about the matter that piqued his interest most. How did you manage to find me? It was unlikely that Yi Jianhua knew where Li Yi resided, so it was improbable that Zhou Jingang could locate Li Yi's address through him. In response to Li Yi's question, Zhou Jingang recounted the process of finding his address. He had initially asked Yi Jianhua, and upon receiving no answers, he followed Yi Jianhua to meet Huang Yaohui, from whom he ultimately obtained the specific address. It was undeniable that Zhou Jingang had exerted considerable effort to locate Li Yi. Li Yi found himself somewhat admiring this individual, pondering why someone with such energy could not channel it into more legitimate endeavors. After all, in this era, it was not exceedingly difficult for anyone with a modicum of ability to earn a living. Once Li Yi confirmed that Zhou Jingang had not easily tracked down his address, he chose not to elaborate further. As long as there was no malicious intent behind it, he deemed it acceptable. Casting a glance at the numerous gifts Zhou Jingang was carrying, Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. Please take all of these back. I have no need for them. Boss Li, I assure you, this is merely a small token of my appreciation. Please, you must accept it. Zhou Jingang believed that Li Yi's refusal to accept his belongings indicated that he had no intention of letting him off the hook, thus rendering the matter unlikely to reach a swift resolution. Consequently, Zhou Jingang now found himself imploring Li Yi to accept the items he had offered. Li Yi, fully aware of Zhou Jingang's underlying concerns, recognized the gravity of the situation. However, he could not directly reassure Zhou Jingang that he would not pursue any trouble. Instead, he chose to intimidate him, ensuring that Zhou would think twice about his future actions. I have already stated that I want you to take all of this back. I have no need for it. Do you not comprehend my words? Li Yi's tone grew increasingly severe, and Zhou Jingang dared not voice any further resistance. With a forced smile, he quickly gathered his possessions and retreated in shame. Observing Zhou Jingang's hasty departure, Li Yi let out a disdainful snort. Zhou Jingang was indeed foolish. He had ample opportunity to prosper by running a legitimate restaurant, yet he opted instead to open an illicit establishment. Although such ventures may yield quick profits in the short term, they would inevitably be shut down before long. Li Yi had no intention of sharing such insights with Zhou Jingang. If he chose to court disaster, that was his prerogative. Just as Li Yi had dispatched Zhou Jingang, Zhang Taizhu approached him, a simple smile gracing his face. Ego, I would like to take a leave of absence tomorrow. What for? Li Yi inquired, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. His interest was not due to reluctance in granting Zhang Taizhu's request, but rather a genuine concern about whether Zhang Taizhu was facing any difficulties. After all, Zhang Taizhu had assisted him considerably. It's nothing serious. My sister has been accepted into university, and my family wishes to celebrate her achievement. In this day and age, gaining admission to university was indeed a matter of familial pride. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's interest was piqued. That is truly wonderful news. I shall accompany you to your home tomorrow to extend my congratulations to your sister. Oh no, Igu, you are so busy. There's no need for you to concern yourself with such trivial matters. Spare me the pleasantries. It is settled. I will come to your house tomorrow, Li Yi insisted. He was quite familiar with Zhang Taizhu's family circumstances. They had been farmers for generations and were not well off. With his sister's university enrollment, the family would undoubtedly face significant expenses. Although Zhang Taizhu's wages from the factory could support his sister's education, Li Yi resolved to contribute to her university expenses. After all, Zhang Taizhu had aided him greatly, and this was a gesture he felt compelled to make. Upon returning home on his motorcycle, Li Yi encountered Sister Hua just as he reached his doorstep. Sister Hua, where are you headed with all that luggage? He inquired, noting her apparent readiness to move. Sister Hua set down the large box in her hands and replied to Li Yi, I have nearly settled all matters at home, and I have few attachments here. So I intend to venture into the big city. She then inquired, have you decided where to go? Sister Hua gently nodded. I plan to visit the city first, and if I cannot find a suitable job, I will head north. Upon hearing her plan, Li Yi quickly shook his head. In this era, the heavy industry in the north is still quite prosperous, which draws many people there. However, in reality, the heavy industry in the north has reached a point of decline, and it will not be long before it deteriorates to a level where it can barely sustain its inhabitants. Thus, venturing north at this time is certainly not a wise choice. Li Yi pondered for a moment and then looked at Sister Hua, asking, Sister Hua, do you trust me? Although Sister Hua did not fully grasp the meaning behind Li Yi's words, she nonetheless nodded in affirmation. What you say is nonsense. Of course, I trust you. Li Yi continued, if you trust me, heed my advice. Do not go north. Head south instead. South. Sister Hua regarded Li Yi with a puzzled expression. I've heard that it's particularly difficult to make a living in the south. Would it be wise for me to go there now? Li Yi reassured her. Do not heed what others say. Listening to me will lead you astray. Moreover, consider starting a small business in the south, whether in clothing or electronics. The winds of change are about to blow. As long as you position yourself wisely, even without extensive business acumen, it will not be a challenge for you to earn some money and achieve financial independence. Chapter 51. Proof. Sister Hua found herself in a state of confusion, as Li Yi's words were utterly unexpected and completely deviated from her plans. Unsure of how to proceed, she appeared lost. Observing her distress, Li Yi added, Sister Hua, you will not go wrong by trusting me. If things do not work out, you can always return to me. His words jolted Sister Hua from her stupor, and she quickly shook her head with a smile. You're getting ahead of yourself. How could I not trust you? I will follow your advice and head straight south. Li Yi had initially intended to provide Sister Hua with some capital, but she firmly declined his offer. After bidding farewell to Sister Hua, Li Yi returned home. Today was Su Yuping's father's birthday, so he had made a point to return early. Upon arriving, he found that Su Yuping had already prepared everything, awaiting his return. You've already finished everything? Let me change into some decent clothes, and then we will head to your parents' place. As he spoke, he rummaged through his wardrobe for a clean outfit. Fortunately, when he had bought clothes for Su Yuping, he had also picked up 2 shirts for himself. Otherwise, he would have had nothing to wear. Once ready, Li Yi mounted his motorcycle, taking Su Yuping and Li Xiaoming straight to his father-in-law's house. Su Yuping's parents hail from the neighboring Qinghai County. By the time Li Yi and his companions arrived, the family had already laid out 3 tables brimming with sumptuous dishes. The Su family could certainly be described as thriving, with a total of 7 siblings, of which Su Yuping is the youngest, her older brothers and sisters already having established their own families. Thus, when it came to celebrating her father's birthday, it was only natural that the occasion was marked with great festivity. Little sister, why have you only just arrived? Your family is the last to show up, someone exclaimed. And you rode here on a motorcycle. Which brother-in-law lent you that? Another chimed in. Second brother, I heard you just bought a motorcycle, didn't you? Why didn't you ride it here? As Li Yi and Su Yuping entered, they were immediately greeted by a barrage of remarks. The atmosphere appeared lively. Yet any discerning individual could perceive the underlying barbs and veiled jibes in the conversations. Indeed, while the gathering was ostensibly harmonious, it largely served as a platform for comparison among family members. Due to Li Yi's prior inaction, his family had become the target of ridicule. Whenever comparisons yielded unfavorable results, Li Yi and Su Yuping were invariably brought forth as the focal point of mockery. Clearly, a round of comparisons had already occurred before their arrival. Hence the immediate jibes directed at them. Faced with the taunts of her siblings, Su Yuping lowered her gaze in silence. In the past, Li Yi too had chosen to remain reticent in such situations. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. His newfound perspective would not allow him to endure such scorn from this group any longer. With a gentle smile, Li Yi turned his attention to Su Yuping's third brother, Su Li, who had spoken the most disparaging words. Su Li, slightly balding and holding a respectable position at the city's power plant, often carried himself with an air of arrogance, feeling superior among his siblings. Third brother, I can assure you that the motorcycle I own is one I purchased with my own hard-earned money. How did it transform into a borrowed vehicle in your narrative? Have you seen me borrowing one? Though Li Yi's retort seemed harmless, it was pointedly directed at Su Li, a clear affront to his pride. As soon as Li Yi uttered these words, the atmosphere shifted, growing palpably tense, with all eyes turning toward them. Su Li, taken aback by Li Yi's unexpected defiance, something he had never previously encountered, narrowed his eyes in response. Do you truly believe you can afford a motorcycle? You must know your own circumstances better than anyone. I doubt you could even manage to buy a bicycle. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, revealing that, at that moment, no one considered Li Yi capable of purchasing a motorcycle. People are increasingly inclined to believe what Su Li is currently saying, that Li Yi struggles even to purchase a bicycle. Su Yuping, feeling a surge of anxiety and flushing with indignation, hurriedly attempted to argue. However, before she could utter a word, Li Yi gently grasped the sleeve of her garment, signaling her to remain silent. Li Yi had thought this through meticulously. He had no real connections with Su's family. His presence at this meal was merely to elevate Su Yuping's standing. Therefore, offending these individuals bore no consequence for him. Yet, Su Yuping's situation was different. Regardless of the circumstances, they were her siblings, her blood kin. It was nearly impossible for her to sever ties with them entirely. Thus, Li Yi could not allow Su Yuping to play the villain. That role was his to assume. Su Yuping, though somewhat perplexed by Li Yi's insistence on her silence, chose to trust him, relinquishing her voice and entrusting him with the resolution of the matter. After halting Su Yuping, Li Yi turned his attention directly to Su Li. Third brother, how about we make a wager? If I can prove that I purchased this motorcycle myself, you must publicly apologize. And how do you intend to prove that? How I prove it is not your concern. The real question is whether you dare to accept this wager. As Su Li observed the confident demeanor on Li Yi's face, a sense of unease began to creep in. Yet, he found it hard to believe that Li Yi could genuinely afford the motorcycle. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, if Su Li were to decline the bet, it would be he who would face embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he nodded decisively. Fine, I accept the wager. But what if you lose? Upon hearing Su Li's agreement, Li Yi chuckled. If I fail to prove that this motorcycle is mine, I will sell everything I own to purchase a new one for you. How does that sound? The moment Li Yi uttered this statement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. After all, purchasing a motorcycle necessitated a significant sum of money. Chapter 52. The substitute Su Yuping was taken aback by the audacity of Li Yi's wager. Even though she was aware of his considerable earning potential, she instinctively felt compelled to dissuade him. Yet, Li Yi paid no heed to her pulling at his sleeve. He gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring glance before turning back to the still-dazed Su Li. Third brother, what do you think of this wager? Stop with the idle chatter. I am eager to see how you will prove that the motorcycle is indeed yours. Unperturbed, Li Yi retrieved the purchase receipt from his wallet and then produced the newly issued vehicle registration certificate from the front of the motorcycle. Behold, this is the receipt from when I bought the motorcycle, and this is the registration certificate I obtained just yesterday from the Traffic Management Bureau. Upon careful examination, it is evident that all of these names belong to me. Are these documents insufficient to substantiate that this motorcycle was indeed purchased with my funds? In the absence of a vehicle registration, Sulin could easily assert that Li Yi merely fabricated an invoice to deceive everyone. One might even suspect that this motorcycle was procured by someone else using Li Yi's name. However, the vehicle registration unequivocally attests to Li Yi's ownership of the motorcycle. After all, possessing the registration allows Li Yi to sell the motorcycle legally and appropriately. No one would allow another person to sign on their behalf when it comes to the vehicle registration. While the other members of the Su family perused Li Yi's invoice and registration, Sulin wore a countenance that resembled someone who had just consumed something distasteful. His expression as grim as could be. Li Yi, unwilling to indulge Sulin, directly addressed him. Third brother, do you recall what we discussed? Shouldn't you apologize to me now? Li Yi's voice immediately captured the attention of all present, drawing their gazes toward this exchange. Yet, at that moment, no one came to Sulin's defense, as they were all quite displeased with his habitual, disdainful demeanor. It was a moment of collective satisfaction to witness Sulin facing a setback. All right, enough of this. Everyone, please sit down and enjoy your meal. A voice broke the tension in the air. It was Su Yuping's father, Su Changhai. His words caused Li Yi to furrow his brow in displeasure. Had Su Changhai remained silent, Li Yi would have had no significant grievances against him, as this matter did not directly involve him. After all, they were all his children. It was unreasonable for him to take sides in their sibling rivalry. Yet, Su Changhai had chosen to remain silent when he witnessed Sulin bullying and belittling Su Yuping and the others. Now, upon seeing Sulin's downfall, he was quick to intervene and mediate. It became clear to Li Yi why Sulin had been so arrogant at home. With Su Changhai now voicing his opinion, the others felt compelled to refrain from further comments. They regretted not being able to witness Sulin's moment of humiliation, leaving them somewhat unsatisfied. Let us not rush into the meal. The food will not flee, and a few seconds' delay will not render it cold. So, third brother, how about you apologize to me before we eat? The crowd, expecting the matter to conclude, was utterly taken aback when Li Yi boldly made this request, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to him. Su Changhai's frown deepened as he regarded Li Yi, and he cleared his throat, expressing his discontent. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Is it such a remarkable feat to purchase a motorcycle? Must you resort to bullying others when you have the upper hand? Li Yi could not help but chuckle at Su Changhai's words, a smile breaking through his irritation. My esteemed father-in-law, your words are indeed well-reasoned. You accuse me of bullying? When Sully spoke so harshly just now, why did you not rise to defend against his bullying? With a resounding clap of his hand on the table, Su Changhai's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Li Yi. What insolence! What are you saying? I am not dead yet. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? It is commonly said that children are the flesh of their parents' hearts. Why then must you distinguish between high and low, noble and base? Do you seek to elevate one at the expense of another? Get out. Leave my house this instant. The members of the Su family joined in condemning Li Yi. Although they were eager to see Sully suffer a setback, they were, after all, part of the Su family. Thus, in this moment, they united against the outsider, Li Yi. Yes, in their eyes, regardless of Li Yi's marriage to Su Yuping, he remained an outsider. Li Yi showed no regard for them, merely snorting coldly before directing his gaze towards Su Yuping. Will you stay here for dinner, or will you come with me? Su Yuping looked at Li Yi with a troubled expression. She genuinely did not know how to decide. Had it been the former Li Yi, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to stand by her father. However, the current situation was different. Li Yi's transformation made it difficult for Su Yuping to part from him. Thus, she found herself at an impasse. Noticing her hesitation, Li Yi sighed softly but did not press her further. Then stay here for dinner. Take good care of Xiaomeng. With that, he turned his back and left the Su residence. Previously, when he lacked the means to earn, he had looked down upon the members of the Su family. Now, he was even less inclined to engage with them. Had it not been for Su Yuping, he would not have bothered to visit at all. It was a true waste of the carefully chosen gifts he had brought. Li Yi rode his motorcycle at great speed along a rather rough road, losing track of his whereabouts. Upon spotting a vast reservoir ahead, he parked his bike by the water's edge. Night had fallen, yet there were still many people fishing at the reservoir. Initially in a foul mood, Li Yi sat by the water and watched them for a while, gradually forgetting the earlier events. The fishermen cast their lines repeatedly, soon reeling in fish, indicating the reservoir's abundant aquatic resources. Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, Li Yi fell into contemplation. The beverage industry operates on a very short cycle, particularly in the case of freshly squeezed fruit juice. Once oranges are out of season, so too is the supply. Therefore, when orange juice can no longer be produced, Li Yi must seek an alternative to bring to market. Chapter 53. Intentions of partnership. After all, during this period, he could not afford to remain idle. The abundant fishery resources within this reservoir offered Li Yi a glimmer of opportunity. If he could venture into the production of canned fish, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Furthermore, the sales of canned fish might prove to be substantial, and he would not be overly constrained by the availability of raw materials. Just as Li Yi contemplated these possibilities, a voice calling his name echoed from a distance. Turning in confusion, he spotted a vehicle approaching him. As it drew nearer, he realized that it was Su Yuping who had been calling out to him. The car came to a halt, and Su Yuping immediately alighted, enveloping Li Yi in a tight embrace. What brings you here? Please don't do anything foolish. Have you considered what would happen to me and Xiaomeng if something were to happen to you? Upon hearing the quiver of concern in Su Yuping's voice, Li Yi chuckled. Where did your thoughts wander off to? Do you truly believe I am that fragile? What brings you here, then? He glanced at the reservoir, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I am not doing much. I merely sought a moment of solace here. By the way, how did you find me? Thanks to our factory director. He inquired along the way and guided me here. After Li Yi had turned back home, Su Yuping grew increasingly anxious. Consequently, She hastily consumed a few bites of her meal before rushing home with Li Xiaoming. To her dismay, upon arriving home and not finding Li Yi, she panicked and promptly informed Hong Jinhao of the situation. Initially, Su Yuping intended to report him missing, but Hong Jinhao deemed it unnecessary and instead drove around, gathering information with Su Yuping. Fortunately, they acquired enough leads to locate Li Yi. Li Yi turned to Hong Jinhao, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Hong. No need to dwell on such trivial matters." Hong Jinhao waved dismissively. "However, I am curious as to why you ventured out here. Please do not tell me you genuinely came just to clear your mind." At that moment, Li Yi desperately wished to convey to Hong Jinhao that he had indeed come merely to find peace. Yet, he feared that such a statement might lead Hong Jinhao to suspect he was being insincere. After pondering for a moment, Li Yi gestured toward the shimmering surface of the water. "Director Hong, what are your thoughts on the fishery resources in this reservoir?" Hong Jinhao, puzzled by Li Yi's inquiry, paused before responding. "The Hongxing Reservoir is renowned throughout the province. The fish it yields are exceptionally rich and succulent. Thus, your fishery resources here are undoubtedly impressive." Li Yi had heard of the illustrious reputation of Hongxing Reservoir, yet he had not anticipated that this very location was indeed the famed reservoir. Nodding thoughtfully, he remarked, "Do you not think that with such an abundance of fishery resources, relying solely on fishing for development is rather wasteful? If we were to explore more extensive development, I believe the benefits that Hongxing Reservoir could yield would be quite considerable." Hong Jinhao gazed at Li Yi in utter astonishment. "So, are you considering taking charge of the reservoir?" "Certainly not. If not for managing the reservoir, how would you exploit the fishery resources within? I am focused on downstream industries, which will naturally facilitate the development of the local fishery resources." Li Yi was acutely aware that investing in aquaculture was not particularly profitable. After all, the risks associated with the aquaculture industry are exceedingly high. However, the downstream processing industry is quite different. Even if the local fish cannot be sourced, there are always alternatives available for procurement elsewhere. If domestic supply dwindles, international sources remain. It merely entails a matter of cost. Regardless of rising expenses, the price of products can be adjusted accordingly. Li Yi is confident that he will not incur losses no matter how he proceeds. Yet, Hong Jinhao was utterly perplexed by the implications of Li Yi's words. He pondered in silence for quite some time before finally breaking the silence to ask Li Yi, "Brother Li, what exactly do you mean by downstream industries?" "The deep processing of fish, such as canned fish and fish snacks. Currently, this industry is relatively scarce domestically. So once established, there will be no shortage of market demand." After Li Yi succinctly articulated the thoughts swirling in his mind, Hong Jinhao fell silent again. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and remarked to Li Yi, "Your idea is truly promising, Brother Li. If it can be realized, there will indeed be a thriving market. This is a lucrative opportunity." Observing Hong Jinhao, Li Yi discerned that he was now intrigued, prompting him to cheerfully inquire, "Director Hong, if you consider this an opportunity, would you be interested in collaborating with me?" To bring this vision to fruition, Li Yi needed to prepare extensively on multiple fronts. Therefore, enlisting Hong Jinhao's involvement would undoubtedly be a boon for Li Yi. Initially, Hong Jinhao had shown some interest in Li Yi's propositions, and now that Li Yi had posed the question directly, he could no longer contain his excitement. He gently nodded in agreement and replied, "Absolutely. If Brother Li is willing to guide me along, I am certainly eager to join you in this endeavor." With confirmation that Hong Jinhao was genuinely interested in collaborating, Li Yi resolved to actualize his current vision. They discussed numerous specific details late into the night before parting ways. While seated on the back of Li Yi's motorcycle, Su Yuping turned to him and asked, "Are you truly planning to partner with Director Hong in business? What? Is there something amiss?" Su Yuping quickly shook her head, stating, "There's nothing wrong. I just find it incredibly astonishing. Previously, I struggled to even meet Director Hong, and now you're actually partnering with him in business. Haha, didn't I tell you before that your husband possesses great potential, just waiting for an opportunity? Do you now believe my words?" Su Yuping embraced Li Yi's waist, resting her head against his back, yet she remained silent. This gesture served as the most profound response to Li Yi. After all, no words could adequately articulate the intricate emotions swirling within her heart. However complex her feelings might be, one certainty remained. She could scarcely envision a life devoid of Li Yi. She had become accustomed to relying on him. The sense of security he provided was irreplaceable. Chapter 54. A bold tone. The machinery at the orange juice factory continued to rumble industriously. Today, Zhang Taizhu was absent from work, yet the factory experienced little disruption. The workers were seasoned employees, well-versed in their tasks. In the absence of supervision, they might indulge in brief moments of idleness, but no significant production mishaps would occur. Consequently, Li Yi merely took a quick tour of the premises before preparing to visit Zhang Tieju's home. He had previously promised to celebrate his sister's acceptance into university, a commitment he had no intention of breaking. "Brother Yi, where are you off to now?" Hao inquired as he approached, catching sight of Li Yi preparing to leave. "I'm stepping out for a bit. If you have no pressing matters, just keep an eye on things here. Otherwise, feel free to attend to your own affairs today. You need not accompany me." At present, Hao had yet to prove himself of much utility to Li Yi, so he was treated more like an idle observer. Nevertheless, Li Yi did not wish to dismiss him outright, as Hao might well prove invaluable in the future. Li Yi had assumed that after such a directive, Hao would take his leave. However, to his surprise, Hao exhibited no inclination to depart. "Is there something else on your mind?" Li Yi asked, puzzled by Hao's reluctance. "Brother Yi, I have some news to share with you. Speak freely." Hao glanced around cautiously. "Is it appropriate to discuss it here? Where else would you prefer to convey it?" "You aren't suggesting it pertains to some top-secret information regarding the fate of humanity, are you?" Given the absence of eavesdroppers in their vicinity, there was no need for concern about being overheard. Moreover, Li Yi did not perceive Hao's revelation as particularly sensitive. After all, as ordinary citizens, any truly confidential secrets would likely never reach their ears. Noticing Li Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Hao chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Yi, I've heard that Lu Tang and his associates are plotting against you. I believe we should prepare ourselves in advance." Li Yi pondered briefly before shaking his head dismissively. No need for any preparations. They won't stir up much of a storm. In truth, Li Yi felt no surprise at the information Hao had just relayed. Although Lu Tang and his companions had received the money that was promised to them, in their eyes, not gaining a significant advantage was tantamount to suffering a loss. Thus, it was hardly surprising that they sought ways to retaliate. If they had truly swallowed their pride, it would have been peculiar to Li Yi. Presently, Li Yi regarded Lu Tang and his associates with utter disdain, for the gap between them had widened considerably. With Lu Tang's meager tactics, opposing Li Yi would lead them to certain doom. Therefore, it was only natural that Li Yi would not take them seriously. Hao could hardly fathom that Li Yi's reaction to the news would be such. Initially, he believed he had achieved a great feat, however. By the time he finally processed the situation, Li Yi had already sped away on his motorcycle. Upon arriving at Zhang Tieju's home, Li Yi found the place bustling with numerous guests. The news of Zhang Tieju's sister being accepted into university was indeed a significant event in the village, prompting many local elders and fellow villagers to come and offer their congratulations. Zhang Taizhu, welcoming guests at the door, immediately spotted Li Yi and rushed over with a beaming smile. "Yi, you've come." Li Yi nodded gently and handed over a gift he had prepared. "I brought some daily necessities and study supplies, along with 5,000 yuan. Please give it to your sister." "Yi, I can't accept this." Zhang Taizhu protested. "What do you mean you can't? This has nothing to do with you. It's all for your sister." "But she can't accept it either." Seeing Zhang Taizhu still refusing, Li Yi gently pressed his hand down. "Enough of this formality. University isn't as inexpensive as secondary school, if you don't have some money on hand. Life at university won't be easy. Just help me pass this money to your sister." Faced with Li Yi's sincere gaze, Zhang Tieju's eyes grew misty. Ultimately, he ceased his refusals and nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I will thank Yi on behalf of my sister." Li Yi, knowing only Zhang Taizhu among the guests, felt out of place in the lively atmosphere. He found a quiet corner to sit and await the meal. "Where is Zhang Ting? Have her come out." A discordant voice abruptly shattered the harmonious ambience. Li Yi turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion and saw several burly men striding over with an intimidating presence. Their tattoos were prominently displayed, and their bulging waists hinted at concealed weapons. Thus, no one dared to provoke them, and they parted to make way. As the current head of the household, Zhang Taizhu quickly approached them with a smile. "Brothers, what brings you here? I wonder if Zhang Ting has offended you in any way? If you cannot handle her situation, quickly bring her out to meet me. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family today." Another sinister voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. A burly man, with a face full of excess flesh and a toothpick dangling from his lips, swaggered forward with his hands languidly tucked into his pockets. Upon seeing this man, Li Yi's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, for this was none other than Zhang Daba, the very individual who had previously deceived him. Had it not been for Li Yi's timely acquisition of funds, Li Xiaoming might have been forcibly taken and sold by Zhang Daba. Although Li Yi had not found a suitable opportunity to settle the score with Zhang Daba recently, his animosity towards him had not diminished in the slightest. Therefore, upon encountering Zhang Daba now, his fury ignited. With a defiant tone, he proclaimed, "In this vast world, I am curious to see the extent of your audacity to commit such acts." Li Yi rose from his seat, striding purposefully towards Zhang Daba, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly upon himself. Chapter 55. A chaotic brawl. Zhang Daba had initially believed he had the situation under control. After all, those present were merely farmers, accustomed to a life of toil. A mere intimidation would suffice to deter them from action. However, he was utterly unprepared for someone to step forward and challenge him. This unexpected defiance ignited a surge of anger within Zhang Daba. He turned to confront the audacious speaker, now prepared to employ force to demonstrate his prowess. Yet, upon recognizing the identity of the individual before him, his expression instantly froze. He never anticipated encountering Li Yi here. In the past, Zhang Daba would have dismissed any fear of Li Yi. However, the memory of that day, when Li Yi had wielded a kitchen knife to cleave the corner of a table, exuding an aura of lethal intent towards everyone, had left an indelible scar on Zhang Daba's psyche. In his eyes, Li Yi was nothing short of a lunatic. With his life still ahead of him, there was no need to engage with a madman. After a considerable pause, Zhang Daba finally regained his composure. Stammering as he addressed the now approaching Li Yi, "Why you? What are you doing here?" Li Yi scoffed dismissively. "If you can be here, then why can't I? What is this? Your home?" Zhang Daba trembled with indignation at Li Yi's words, finally managing to retort coldly, "Do not play the rogue with me. This matter has nothing to do with you, does it? Must you meddle in it? Zhang Taizhu is my brother. You have wronged my brother's sister, so tell me, does this not concern me? Today, I shall see to it that this matter is resolved." Zhang Daba, enraged by Li Yi's audacity, erupted into laughter. He took several deep breaths, compelling himself to calm the tumultuous emotions that surged within him before he finally addressed Li Yi. "Well, today I shall see how you intend to handle this." His sister, Zhang Ting, had borrowed 500 yuan from us, and according to our prior agreement, she was to repay this amount within 3 days. Otherwise, interest would accrue daily. It was she who reneged on her promise, failing to return the money within the stipulated time, and now nearly 2 months had elapsed. Should I not pursue her for this debt? Zhang Daba, who had interacted with Li Yi, fancied himself well acquainted with him. He believed that as long as he did not provoke Li Yi and employed a reasonable argument to render him speechless, Li Yi would remain composed. Li Yi, however, was perplexed by Zhang Daba's words. Although he suspected Zhang Daba's motives in lending money to Zhang Ting were far from altruistic, according to Zhang Daba's narrative, it appeared he held no fault in the matter. As Li Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the loopholes in this discourse, a young girl dashed out from within the room, exclaiming to Zhang Daba, "You are slandering me. I have clearly repaid the 500 yuan along with 100 yuan in interest. What right do you have to claim I owe you money?" The girl speaking was none other than Zhang Ting. When Zhang Daba and his entourage had barged in, her parents, sensing the impending trouble, had restrained her and urged her to disregard the commotion outside, even suggesting she escape through the back door. Yet Zhang Ting could not abandon her family to such peril. Aware of the ruthless tactics employed by Zhang Daba and his cohort, she knew that fleeing would jeopardize her loved ones. Thus, seizing an opportune moment when her parents were distracted, she burst forth, revealing the truth. Li Yi turned to regard Zhang Ting, now standing beside him. "What is happening here? You are also involved. Please clarify." After Zhang Ting finished her statement, Li Yi astutely sensed that there was indeed a hidden agenda at play. Borrowing 500 yuan and repaying 600 was already exorbitant interest. Yet the debt of 600 had not been fully settled, indicating a predatory lending scheme. Li Yi had long suspected Zhang Daba was no benevolent figure, but the true nature of the situation was becoming clear. However, even with this newfound understanding, Li Yi was still unaware of the exact amount Zhang Ting owed. Therefore, he urged her to disclose the sum, as this would swiftly inform everyone involved. If they could collectively evoke indignation, then individuals like Zhang Daba would surely face the consequences. Upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, Zhang Ting nodded and spoke loudly in front of everyone. I initially borrowed a mere 500 yuan from them, and now, having clearly repaid the principal, they audaciously demand an exorbitant sum of 5,000 yuan. Just as Li Yi had surmised, the moment this outrageous amount was revealed, gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Clearly, no one had anticipated such a turn of events. How could borrowing 500 yuan necessitate such a repayment? Why not resort to robbery instead? This is utterly more despicable than theft. These individuals are truly reprehensible. How dare they come to demand money? As whispers of discontent circulated among the onlookers, a considerable number began to converge towards this scene, evidently intent on confronting Zhang de Beos and his cohort. Zhang de Beos and his companions sensed the escalating tension and quickly huddled together, brandishing the weapons they had concealed. However, their actions only served to further infuriate the crowd. They were clearly there with murderous intent. The people had nothing to fear. Let us eliminate them. It was unclear who led the charge with that rallying cry, but the crowd swiftly ignited with fervor. Armed with knives, Zhang de Beos and his group found no one willing to charge forward to meet their demise. Thus the crowd retaliated by hurling whatever they could lay their hands on. Eggs and tomatoes were relatively benign. Boiling water and soup were unlikely to be lethal. Yet, some individuals disregarded the severity of the situation, launching kitchen knives, benches, bricks, and heavy sticks at Zhang de Beos and his crew with great force. Under such an onslaught of various projectiles, Zhang de Beos and his companions were unable to withstand the barrage. Their knives became utterly ineffective. They were swiftly overpowered, sustaining injuries across their faces and bodies. Collapsing to the ground, they lacked the strength to rise, only able to groan in agony. If not for Li Yi's timely intervention, preventing the crowd from continuing to throw objects, it is likely that this altercation would have resulted in fatalities. Clearing away the debris, Li Yi approached Zhang de Beos, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. Do you recall what I previously advised you? Zhang de Beos glared at Li Yi with venomous intent, clearly attributing all his animosity to him. Yet, Li Yi remained unfazed. Observing Zhang de Beos' sullen silence, he continued, I warned you to temper your behavior. Otherwise, you might not even realize how you meet your demise. Why do you persist in ignoring my counsel? To Zhang de Beos, Li Yi's words were the most stinging derision. He seethed with rage, yet found himself powerless against Li Yi, unless they were truly weary of living. Zhang de Beos would not be foolish enough to provoke Li Yi under such circumstances. Upon witnessing Zhang de Beos' resolute demeanor, which suggested that he would not utter another word, Li Yi could only let out a gentle sigh. After all, it was inconceivable for him to resort to extreme measures against Zhang de Beos. To be frank, it seemed rather imprudent to confront Zhang de Beos over such trivial matters. Thus, Li Yi had no choice but to dismiss them. Enough of your charade, be gone. Your presence is vexatious. With those words from Li Yi, Zhang de Beos swiftly stifled his pain, aiding his companions to rise, and together they limped away, supporting one another. Observing their hasty retreat, all present erupted in joyous cheers. As if they had collectively accomplished a momentous feat, Li Yi felt no inclination to join in the revelry. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Ting. Why would you borrow money from such individuals? You are fully aware that they are not of good character. Faced with Li Yi's inquiry, Zhang Ting found herself at a loss for words, lowering her head in silence. Zhang Taizhu, evidently unaware of his sister's financial dealings, quickly pressed her, do tell, why did you need to borrow money? It was only upon his insistence that Zhang Ting slowly began to elucidate her predicament. She explained that her need for the loan was not for personal expenditure. That fateful day, Zhang Taizhu was in desperate need of 1,000 yuan, claiming that with that sum, he could transform his fate. However, their family was unable to procure such an amount in a timely manner, managing only to gather a little over 500 through various means. In a moment of despair, Zhang Ting proposed that she had a small reserve of savings in the bank, amounting to 500 yuan. Unfortunately, the bank was closed for a holiday that day, leaving her with no alternatives but to seek a loan of 500 from Zhang de Beos for urgent assistance. Once she withdrew her savings, Zhang Ting promptly repaid Zhang de Beos and even borrowed additional funds as per their demands to return a total of 600 yuan. Naively, she believed that the matter had been resolved. However, to her dismay, Zhang de Beos and his associates repeatedly harassed her, claiming that a portion of the interest remained unpaid. The interest had accumulated to over 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing such an exorbitant figure, Zhang Ting resolutely expelled Zhang Debeos from her premises. After all, having borrowed only 500 yuan, it was absurd to be expected to repay over 1,000 in interest. Zhang Ting was certainly no fool to acquiesce to such terms. Little did she anticipate that Zhang Debeos would come to her home, leading to the current predicament. Having grasped the sequence of events, Li Yi now had a clearer understanding. The day Zhang Ting mentioned was undoubtedly the same day she sought 1,000 yuan as startup capital. Li Yi recalled the moment when Zhang Taizhu had rushed to him, breathless, to receive the 1,000 yuan. It turned out that this sum had been cobbled together through various means. It must be said that the Zhang family possesses a profound yearning to alter their fate. With a resigned sigh, Li Yi turned to Zhang Ting and assured her, "I will resolve this matter for you, rest assured. I promise that there will be no further troubles from Zhang Depeo concerning your family." Once Li Yi's words had settled, Zhang Taizhu regarded him with evident concern. "Ego, could this place you in danger? If there is any risk involved, we should contact the authorities." "I refuse to believe that the police would turn a blind eye to such matters." Li Yi gently shook his head at Zhang Taizhu. "I have my own ways of addressing this situation. You need not worry. I will not endanger myself." Although Zhang Taizhu had more to say, Li Yi raised his hand to interrupt him. "Enough. You should attend to your guests now. It's nearly time for dinner. Do not let this incident cast a shadow over your banquet, as that would be inauspicious." After persuading the Zhang family to leave, Li Yi had no intention of staying for the meal and instead mounted his motorcycle to head into the city. At the Sin and Plastic factory, Li Yi did not seek out Yu Liming, but headed straight for Huang Yaoi. "Boss Huang, what brings you here today?" Huang Yaoi recognized Li Yi and greeted him with a broad smile. Observing the jovial demeanor of Huang Yaoi, along with him stroking his scruffy beard, Li Yi found it difficult to reconcile this image with the notorious figure known as Brother Double Knife. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and spoke to Huang Yaoi. "Engineer Huang, I didn't come merely out of leisure. I have a favor to ask of you. Speak freely. Given the bond between us brothers, I will do whatever I can to assist. However, if it is beyond my means, I trust you won't hold it against me, right?" As Li Yi regarded Huang Yaoi, his admiration for him deepened. Such a rugged exterior paired with an exceptionally intricate inner world is indeed rare in this world. Li Yi believed that if Huang Yaoi were to lend his assistance, his own growth would accelerate significantly. However, knowing Huang Yaohui's temperament, Li Yi felt it would be as futile as chasing a dream to expect him to follow along. Recognizing the impracticality of such thoughts, Li Yi proceeded to articulate the purpose of his visit. "Do you happen to know a fellow by the name of Zhang Depeo?" Chapter 57. The one who prompted you to act. Huang Yaoi pondered for a moment before looking back at Li Yi. "The Zhang Depeo you mentioned. Is he not the one who made his fortune through gambling and specializes in deceitful schemes to ensnare the unwary?" Li Yi nodded emphatically. He was well aware that Zhang Depeo's rise was indeed rooted in gambling. Otherwise, he would not have found himself indebted to him at the gaming table, nearly losing Li Xiaoming in the process. Indeed, it is that Zhang Dabobeo. If it is he, then I am acquainted with him, albeit only superficially. What do you intend to do? This fellow has bullied me several times, and I can no longer endure his antics. Thus, I was wondering if you could intervene and teach Zhang Dabobeo a lesson." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Huang Yaoi burst into hearty laughter. "I was expecting something monumental. It turns out it's merely a matter of dealing with a petty scoundrel. Of course, I have no objections. Await my good news. May I accompany you?" Li Yi did not wish for Huang Yaoi to simply chastise Zhang Dabobeo and leave it at that. He was rather curious about who had once spent an exorbitant sum to attempt to acquire Li Xiaoming. Zhang Dabobeo would certainly not divulge such information casually. Therefore, he thought it wise to pose this question while Huang Yaoi was confronting him, as the likelihood of success would be much higher when Zhang Dabobeo felt fearful. Huang Yaoi was unaware of the thoughts occupying Li Yi's mind. He assumed that Li Yi's desire to accompany him was solely to instill more fear in Zhang Dabobeo. Thus, he offered no further commentary, simply nodding in agreement for Li Yi to join him. Zhang Dabobeo never anticipated that he would suffer such a significant loss. Had it not been for their extraordinary luck, he might have truly met his demise. The mere thought of Li Yi's face ignited a furious rage within him. He had already resolved internally to ensure that Li Yi would pay a grievous price. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhang Dabobeo pondered where to begin. He had even decided to kidnap Li Yi's daughter. After all, he knew where Li Yi lived, and executing this plan was not particularly difficult. Just as a scheme began to take shape in Zhang Dababeo's mind, a voice he recognized all too well echoed through the room. So you've come to rest in the hospital? Weren't you rather arrogant before? It seems you're not as formidable as you thought. Zhang Dababeo's gaze quickly shifted to the entrance. And indeed, he saw Li Yi, wearing a mock smile as he stepped inside and addressed him directly. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Dababeo could barely force the words out as he spoke to Li Yi. Do you wish for death? How dare you come here? Today, I shall grant your wish. As he spoke, Zhang Dababeo attempted to suppress his pain and prepare to signal his subordinates to confront Li Yi. However, before he could even rise from the bed, a slightly hoarse voice rang out. Zhang Dababeo, you possess quite the audacity. You truly dare to engage in such actions, do you? Upon hearing the voice at the door, Zhang Dababeo swiftly turned to gaze at the entrance. He was momentarily taken aback to see a bearded man walking in. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bearded man looked remarkably familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered him before. Unable to fathom the source of his recognition, Zhang Dabeo decided against further contemplation. After all, they were in a crowd. And even with the presence of the seemingly robust bearded man, Zhang Dabeo was confident they could easily subdue Li Yi and him. However, reality often proves to be far more brutal than one's imagination. The group of Zhang Dabeo was simply no match for Huang Yaohui alone. With minimal effort, Huang Yaohui swiftly brought them all to the ground. Zhang Dabeo, who had just risen from his sickbed, stared in astonishment at his subordinates sprawled across the room. It took him a while to snap out of his stupor. Casting a shocked glance at Huang Yaohui, recognition sparked in his mind upon seeing the distinctive beard. You are Huang Yaohui from the plastic factory, aren't you? Huang Yaohui made no effort to deny his identity, merely regarding Zhang Dabeo with disdain. I see your audacity has grown. You dare to lay hands on my brother. If you don't receive a lesson today, you will never understand why flowers bloom so red. As he spoke, Huang Yaohui stepped forward menacingly toward Zhang Dabeo. This movement sent Zhang Dabeo into a panic. No matter how bold he might be, he would never dare provoke Huang Yaohui, a man whom even other local leaders feared. Thus, he quickly began to plead for mercy. Brother Hui, spare me. Please, I truly didn't know that Igu was your brother. Didn't know? Well, do you know now? Zhang Dabeo nodded vigorously, as if trying to crush garlic. I know. I promise I will never trouble Igu again. Never? Do you still expect a future? It seems you are truly tired of living. Huang Yaohui declared. There will be no future, absolutely none. Observing Zhang Dabeo's pitiful demeanor, Huang Yaohui felt a sense of ennui. He turned to Li Yi and inquired, do you have any other matters to attend to? Li Yi nodded slightly and stepped forward. I have a few questions I wish to ask him. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Huang Yaohui stepped aside, granting him space. Li Yi wasted no time with idle chatter. He approached Zhang Dabeo and posed the question that had long piqued his curiosity. Who orchestrated the scheme against my daughter? Since his rebirth, the more he pondered this matter, the more perplexed he became. After all, he had been notoriously impoverished at that time. Yet Zhang Dabeo had chosen to target someone as destitute as himself, compelling him to lose his daughter. If there was not someone orchestrating from behind the scenes, Li Yi could never believe it. Indeed, just as Li Yi had anticipated. Upon posing his question, Zhang Daba abruptly fell silent, refusing to respond. He even averted his gaze from Li Yi's eyes. After a brief pause, noticing Zhang Daba's reticence, Li Yi gently nodded. If you choose not to speak, then let Huaij have a word with you, he suggested. Huang Yaohui, standing nearby, chuckled softly and stepped forward, clenching his fist. Such a simple gesture immediately cowed Zhang Daba, who, with a look of sheer terror, hastily nodded in acquiescence. I will tell you, it was Yang Zhenjiang who urged me to do this, he exclaimed. Li Yi narrowed his eyes as he regarded Huang Yaohui. Yang Zhenjiang? Ah yes, the renowned Yang Zhenjiang from Beijing. Li Yi had never heard of this name before and was certain he did not know the individual. Thus, he could not fathom why Yang Zhenjiang would instruct Zhang Daba in such a manner. And why is he fixated on me? I do not know. He merely mentioned wanting several children and asked for my assistance in devising a plan, Zhang Daba explained succinctly. At last, Li Yi began to grasp the situation. It appeared that Yang Zhenjiang was not singularly focused on him. What sort of business was this Yang Zhenjiang engaged in, seeking to procure children? He offered a substantial sum, which prompted Zhang Daba to concoct a scheme to exploit Li Yi and sell his daughter. Li Yi chose not to further interrogate Zhang Daba regarding Yang Zhenjiang, and instead issued a series of stern threats before turning away. It was only when Li Yi had vanished from sight that Zhang Daba exhaled a long sigh of relief. Initially, he had contemplated retaliating against Li Yi, but that notion had dissipated entirely. After all, even with 100-fold courage, he would never dare confront Huang Yaohui. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Yi turned to Huang Yaohui. "Brother Huang, do you have any knowledge of who Yang Zhenjiang is?" Huang Yaohui nodded slightly, responding, "He is a despicable individual who will resort to any vile act for profit. That man is utterly contemptible." From Huang Yaohui's words, Li Yi gleaned a brief understanding of Yang Zhenjiang. He was indeed a figure entrenched in the underworld, yet he adhered to no code of honor. For his sole focus was on wealth. His involvement in such nefarious activities stemmed from his fear of retaliation, hence his assembly of a gang of subordinates. This arrangement, of course, provided him with further means to perpetrate his malevolence. After absorbing this information about Yang Zhenjiang, Li Yi nodded thoughtfully and fell into silence. "Are you contemplating taking action against him?" Huang Yaohui inquired, noticing Li Yi's prolonged silence. Li Yi returned to the present and gently shook his head. "There is no need. He has not directly wronged me. It is merely Zhang Daba's clandestine machinations. Had Yang Zhenjiang's influence been less formidable, Li Yi would have been inclined to leverage Huang Yaohui's capabilities to confront him decisively. However, Huang Yaohui's tone suggested a hesitance to act against Yang Zhenjiang. Thus, Li Yi deemed it unnecessary to engage Yang Zhenjiang directly, as it would yield no advantage for him. Upon resolving the matter with Zhang Daba, Li Yi noticed that twilight had descended, prompting his return home. Upon entering, he found Su Yuping seated in the room, tears streaming down her face, a picture of profound sorrow. Observing her distress, Li Yi inquired with genuine curiosity, "What troubles you? Why are you crying?" Su Yuping hurriedly wiped her tears, shaking her head insistently. "It's nothing, I'm fine." To claim you're fine while in such a state seems rather dismissive, does it not? Li Yi replied, his concern deepening. "This matter is unrelated to you, so you need not concern yourself." As she spoke, Su Yuping attempted to exit the room, but Li Yi grasped her wrist firmly. "Who says this does not concern me? You are my wife, and I bear the responsibility to protect you from harm. Your troubles are inherently my troubles. How can they not be? Please, do not inquire further. I must go pick up Xiao Meng from school now." Su Yuping tried to free herself from Li Yi's grip, but he was resolute. "Xiao Meng is safe at school. First, tell me what has transpired before we fetch her." Li Yi's demeanor was unwavering, clearly indicating that he would not relent until Su Yuping disclosed the events that had unfolded. Under his steadfast insistence, Su Yuping finally revealed her predicament. "My father wishes to sever our father-daughter relationship." "Why?" Li Yi's brow furrowed deeply. At Su Changhai's birthday banquet, Li Yi was acutely aware that his actions had likely displeased the Su family. However, this was merely a consequence of his own choices and had no bearing on Su Yuping. Previously, despite the Su family's dissatisfaction with him, they had never made Su Yuping suffer for it. After all, she was still a member of the Su family. What prompted Su Changhai to suddenly declare his intention to disown you? Li Yi pondered. "My father told me to persuade you to apologize to Su Li. When I insisted that you had done no wrong, he became furious." Witnessing the tears in Su Yuping's reddened eyes, Li Yi contemplated her perspective. "What do you truly think?" he asked, uncertain whether Su Yuping was feigning distress to elicit sympathy or genuinely supporting his stance against apologizing to Su Li. She wiped her tears and responded resolutely. "This situation is not our fault. Why should we apologize?" Li Yi felt a surge of relief at her response, reassured that Su Yuping was unequivocally on his side. Yet, he pressed on, "But your father intends to sever ties with you. Can you truly stand idly by as this unfolds?" Su Yuping, with tears streaming down her face, declared, "I can honestly say that I have been more than fair to them. We gave all the betrothal gifts at the time of our marriage. If he continues to show favoritism towards my third brother, then let him sever ties with me." Upon hearing these fervent words from Su Yuping, Li Yi could not help but embrace her. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to face any difficulties. I will certainly find the best solution for you." Su Yuping believed that Li Yi's words were merely a comforting facade, so she offered a gentle smile, said nothing further, and left to pick up Li Xiaoming from school. Meanwhile, Li Yi remained at home, preparing dinner. As Li Yi was stir-frying in the kitchen, a sudden loud crash startled him. Turning around in confusion, he discovered Kai Shuexia standing at the doorway, having apparently arrived unnoticed. Chapter 59. The clumsy imitator. The sound he heard was the result of Kai Shuexia slamming the door with considerable force. "What are you doing?" Is this kitchen solely yours? There are many people waiting to cook. Can you hurry it up? Kai Shuexia's animosity towards Li Yi was palpable, and she seized every opportunity to belittle him. In truth, it was not even peak cooking time yet, and many had not returned from work, so the kitchen was far from crowded. Her claim about numerous people waiting to use the kitchen was utterly unfounded. Li Yi furrowed his brow deeply at Kai Shuexia's words. He gazed at her coldly and retorted, "This is a communal kitchen. First come, first served. If you're in such a rush, wait outside." As Kai Shuexia was about to unleash a tirade, Li Yi's icy voice interrupted her. "If you wish to keep your job at the fertilizer factory, I suggest you do not provoke me." Kai Shuexia was acutely aware of Li Yi's close relationship with their factory manager. Thus, upon hearing his threat, she swallowed her retort and shot him a fierce glare before turning away. Li Yi sighed softly and shook his head. Although he was not afraid of Kai Shuexia, living in a communal residence brought numerous inconveniences. He contemplated the need to acquire a home of their own at the earliest opportunity. The real estate sector during this era was still in its infancy, and he recognized that entering this market could yield substantial profits in the future. However, despite the lucrative prospects before him, Li found himself lacking the necessary capital to invest in real estate. This feeling of yearning coupled with helplessness prompted a sigh of frustration. It seemed imperative to seize the moment and earn money, lest he miss out on this golden age altogether. Just as these thoughts occupied Li Yi's mind, a sudden whiff of burning wafted into his nostrils. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhang Taizhu glanced into the pot, only to find that the eggs he had been frying had turned into a charred mass. After a day of rest at home, he returned directly to the factory the next day. Upon seeing Zhang Taizhu, Li Yi called out to him, inquiring, "Why don't you spend more time with your sister before she starts school? Once classes begin, opportunities to meet will become scarce." Zhang Taizhu maintained his characteristic, simple smile, scratching the back of his head as he replied, "Brother Yi, considering how busy the factory is right now, I thought it best to return early to lend a hand. Besides, there will be plenty of chances to see my sister in the future." Li Yi understood that Zhang Taizhu's presence was a form of gratitude, especially since the 5,000 yuan he had given Zhang Taizhu the previous day was more than enough for Zhang Ting to complete her university studies. Li Yi was also well aware of Zhang Taizhu's steadfast nature. Now that he had come to the factory, there was no turning back. Thus, Li Yi allowed him to stay, recognizing that the factory genuinely required someone to oversee operations. The factory was running smoothly, with their orange juice emerging as a veritable star product in the market. Many were well aware that this transparent packaging, devoid of any extraneous information, contained delicious juice. While the product was experiencing soaring sales, Li Yi had begun contemplating ways to further enhance their orange juice. After all, despite their product's success, it lacked formal recognition. Should someone with ulterior motives decide to target them, it could lead to significant trouble for Li Yi. Navigating the labyrinth of certifications and production qualifications was an arduous task. In this context, Shurehao's skills became indispensable. "Haozi, I need you to procure all the necessary permits for our factory," Li Yi instructed. This was Shurehao's first significant assignment from Li Yi, and his expression brightened with excitement. Previously, when Li Yi had mentioned that he would call upon him at a crucial moment, Shurehao had thought it merely a way to placate him. Now, however, he realized the truth of Li Yi's words. Thumping his chest with pride, Shurehao assured Li Yi, "Brother Yi, leave this matter to me. I promise to handle it splendidly." "I believe in you," Li Yi replied, watching as Shurehao turned to leave, plunging into deep contemplation. While Shurehao was busy securing the permits, it was imperative to finalize the product packaging. The absence of packaging had been due to a lack of funds. But now that he had the means, failing to create proper packaging would be unreasonable. Without it, their product could easily be imitated, potentially turning their remarkable sales into a mere windfall for competitors. Regarding the packaging, Li Yi sought out Yu Liming. He understood that overly simplistic designs would be counterproductive, so he aimed to adopt a technique that was rare in this era. "You intend to print all your production information directly on the bottle?" Yuliman's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Li Yi, utterly taken aback by the unexpected request. Li Yi gently nodded, explaining that their initial sales involved beverages without packaging, a distinctive approach that had successfully penetrated the market. He cautioned that any significant alterations to the packaging could potentially result in a substantial loss of market share. Thus, the optimal solution would be to print all the information transparently on the bottles. Yu Limin fell silent, contemplating the proposition for a considerable duration before finally responding. I'm afraid, given our factory's current production standards, we may not be able to fulfill your request. Li Yi chuckled, reassuring him that the technology in question was not overly complex. With precise engraving during the mold-making process and the involvement of specialized designers, it could be achieved. Although Li Yi was not particularly well-versed in the plastic industry, he perceived this technique as manageable. The reason no one had previously suggested this innovation to Yu Limin was merely due to a lack of foresight among contemporary individuals. Yu Limin merely needed to engage someone to conduct a brief feasibility study. Implementing this technology should not pose a significant challenge. However, he remained somewhat uncertain about his capabilities. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke. How about this? I will first seek someone to research the matter. If the plan is feasible, I will get back to you. That sounds acceptable. Brother Yu, you may continue with your tasks. I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave. Chapter 60. No need for this money. After departing from the plastic factory, Li Yi headed directly to the grocery market. Upon reaching Yao Gui's stall, he found him busy promoting beverages to customers. Li Yi chose not to interrupt and instead began to browse around the stall. His attention was drawn to his own beverages when he suddenly noticed two other unwrapped drinks displayed on the same shelf. The bottles of these two beverages were identical to the one used for the orange juice he produced. However, the contents were distinctly different, as the two bottles contained neither orange juice nor any recognizable variant. Out of curiosity, Li Yi opened the bottles and sampled the contents. One contained apple juice, while the other held orange juice. As Li Yi pondered the origins of these two drinks, Yao Gui, having finished attending to a customer, addressed him. Boss Li, these are two new beverages that mimic the ones produced at your factory. To be honest, their taste pales in comparison to your orange juice, resulting in poor sales. Li Yi nodded. Having already assessed the flavor of the two drinks, the taste was indeed unimpressive. There was a faint hint of fruitiness, but upon tasting, it was as insipid as water. Anyone knowledgeable about beverage production would recognize that this was a clear result of excessive water being added during manufacturing. Where did you source these two drinks? Yao Gui gazed at Li Yi with a hint of hesitation, stammering, Boss Li, I'm truly unable to divulge too much. I can only tell you that these beverages are indeed produced in our city. Despite his reluctance to elaborate, Yao Gui's words inadvertently revealed the origin of the two drinks to Li Yi. Presently, aside from Li Yi, the only beverage manufacturer in Changnan City is the Qinghe County Beverage Factory. Li Yi was certain he had never produced such drinks, leading him to conclude that they must have originated from Qinghe County. Song Lizzie, the proprietor of the Qinghe County Beverage Factory, initially sought to undermine Li Yi's production by severing his supply of raw materials. However, Li Yi retaliated in kind, compelling Song Lizzie to suffer a discreet setback. To Li Yi's surprise, Song Lizzie had no intention of conceding defeat. He devised yet another scheme to encroach upon Li Yi's market, aiming to render Li Yi's orange juice unsaleable. Unfortunately for them, the beverages they produced were exceedingly unpleasant, resulting in negligible impact on Li Yi's business. Nevertheless, this situation instilled a sense of caution within Li Yi, although the market still held a favorable view of his orange juice. This was contingent upon a steady supply and his unbeatable pricing. The lower market segments remained vulnerable to encroachment. Observing Li Yi's silence, Yao Gui continued, Boss Li, given the intense competition in the market, you must exercise caution. A slight misstep in your factory could lead to dire consequences. Li Yi turned to Yao Gui, nodding softly. He understood. In truth, Li Yi recognized that Yao Gui's seemingly well-intentioned advice subtly urged him to lower his prices. However, Li Yi was resolute in his refusal to adopt a pricing strategy that would undermine his product's perceived quality. He was acutely aware that any implication of diminished quality could swiftly dismantle the hard-earned reputation he had built. After parting from Yao Gui, Li Yi wandered through other stalls in the market, noting that the situation was largely similar across the board. The two beverages from the Qinghe Beverage Factory were indeed in direct competition with his orange juice, filling a gap in the lower price segment. There was undoubtedly substantial profit to be made here, and Li Yi was unwilling to relinquish this market to the Qinghe Beverage Factory without a fight. Currently, the machinery in his factory was operating at full capacity, and even producing orange juice alone had become a challenge due to insufficient output. To accommodate more beverages, he would need to expand his production scale, which necessitated the purchase of additional machinery. After calculating his finances, Li Yi discovered that he now possessed over 600,000. In the eyes of ordinary people, this sum of money appears substantial. However, Li Yi is acutely aware that it falls short when it comes to purchasing machinery. With plans to expand production already set in motion, he cannot possibly opt for inferior assembly lines. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he ultimately resolves to seek a loan from the bank. With reforms underway across the nation, the banking sector has also undergone adjustments, ensuring that the loan application process will be far less arduous than it once was. Contemplating this, Li Yi prepares to make a trip to the bank. As he steps outside, he encounters Zhang Ting. Puzzled by her presence on the roadside, he inquires, "What brings you here? Are you looking for your brother?" Zhang Ting slightly shakes her head and replies, "Li Gu, I specifically came to find you." "To find me?" Li Yi's confusion deepens. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Li Gu, I truly appreciate your assistance last time. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine how much worse the situation would have escalated." Li Yi nonchalantly waves his hand. "Such trivial matters are not worth your concern. Focus on your studies, and when the opportunity arises, return to contribute to our hometown." Zhang Ting smiles softly and states directly, "Li Gu, I promise I will study diligently, but I cannot accept this money. You should take it back." As she produces an envelope from her pocket and hands it to him, Li Yi is momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that she is returning the 5,000 yuan he had previously given her. Regaining his composure, Li Yi shakes his head. "This money is intended to support your university education. Do not overthink it." He surmises the reasoning behind Zhang Ting's actions. She likely believes that his generous financial aid is somehow linked to her brother. Zhang Ting probably wishes to alleviate her brother of any undue burdens, hence her decision to return the funds. "Li Gu, this amount is truly excessive. Once I attend university, I will have the ability to earn my own money, so I really won't need your assistance." Li Yi smiles gently. "You needn't worry about your brother having made any inappropriate promises. This money is solely for your education and has little to do with him. I assure you, I will not put him in any perilous situations. You can rest easy." Having clarified his intentions, Li Yi emphasizes that the funds are not a bargain struck with Zhang Tieju's life or future. Yet, even with this reassurance, Zhang Ting still harbors doubts. "Li Gu, this. All right, let us not dwell on such inconsequential matters. If it truly concerns you, consider this money alone. Once you possess the means to earn, you may repay me at your convenience." Zhang Ting clutches the envelope tightly in her hands. After a prolonged silence, she finally nods gently at Li Yi. "Thank you, brotherly. I will definitely repay you in the future. Well, make sure to study hard." Originally, Li Yi intended to pat Zhang Ting on the shoulder, but suddenly recalled the conservatism of this era. If he were to act on that impulse, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, he quickly suppressed that thought and instead waved at Zhang Ting, signaling her to return home. After seeing Zhang Ting off, Li Yi took the opportunity to visit the bank to inquire about the current loan policies. From what he gathered, considering the industries and production quantities at their factory, securing a loan of 7 to 800,000 would be particularly challenging. Moreover, with a bit of networking, he could likely obtain 1 million. With a general understanding of the bank's lending situation, Li Yi returned home. He had no immediate plans to take out a loan. He needed to ascertain the current prices of production equipment before deciding whether or not to borrow and how much would be appropriate. Upon returning home, he noticed that Su Yuping's mood remained quite low. Clearly, the situation regarding Su Chonghai had a significant impact on her. Su Yuping was visibly unhappy, and Li Xiaoming dared not act mischievously. She was diligently focused on her homework at the table. Li Yi first checked Li Xiaoming's assignments before turning his attention to Su Yuping. "You shouldn't be so downcast. I assure you, I will resolve this matter. I will have your third brother personally come to apologize." His words jolted Su Yuping back to reality from her daze, and she forced a smile. However, she did not believe Li Yi's reassurances. She assumed he was merely trying to comfort her with empty words. After all, in Su Yuping's eyes, how could Su Li possibly come to apologize? It would be more reasonable to think he had lost his mind. Seeing the disbelief etched on Su Yuping's face, Li Yi felt a twinge of irritation. "Do you not trust me?" Su Yuping sighed helplessly. "Enough with the jokes. I need to prepare dinner. You help Xiaoming with her homework." Without considering Li Yi's current disposition, she stood up and went out to prepare the evening meal. Watching her retreating figure, Li Yi resolved to speak with Su Li the next day. Su Li, as the scheduling team leader at the power plant, managed several individuals and held a position of some authority. This was why he often treated his siblings with such arrogance. when Li Yi approached him. Su Li initially assumed Li Yi had come to apologize, wearing an expression of disdain. So, you've come to apologize now? Let me tell you. Don't put on a facade in front of me in the future. Su Li's haughty demeanor provoked an involuntary laugh from Li Yi. Third brother, if I recall correctly. Isn't the head of your power plant named Lu Jun? Upon the utterance of Li Yi's words, Su Li was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure. What do you mean? He inquired. I mean no harm. I merely wish to ask you. If I were to discreetly inform Lu Jun about your illicit procurement of additional power, how do you suppose that would unfold for you? In truth, Li Yi was entirely unaware of whether Su Li had engaged in such actions. However, this was inconsequential, as Li Yi was acutely aware that if Su Li had not partaken in such dealings, he would scarcely possess the wealth to squander. This understanding provided Li Yi with the confidence to threaten Su Li. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Yi's remarks, Su Li's expression soured instantaneously. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "You, do not slander me. I have never committed any wrongdoing against the people." Third brother, Li Yi retorted, at this juncture. There is no need for you to feign virtue before me. Do you truly believe I would approach you without evidence? Su Li found himself at a loss for words, gazing at Li Yi with a complex expression. From Su Li's demeanor, Li Yi could discern that his suspicions were indeed correct. Su Li's hands were not clean. If you deem this matter trivial, I shall proceed to inform Lu Jun. I am confident he will handle it justly, Li Yi declared. Wait. Su Li interjected hastily. What exactly do you intend to do? Li Yi, wearing a broad smile, replied, Third brother, I truly wish to avoid escalating this situation. After all, we are all family. If you could extend an apology to Yu Ping and assure me that you will no longer instigate discord between my father-in-law and Su Yuping, I would be willing to keep this matter confidential. Su Li fell silent, contemplating Li Yi's proposition. He was acutely aware that if he apologized to Su Yuping, he would effectively lose face among his siblings, and he would no longer be the favored son in Su Changhai's eyes. This was underscored by Su Changhai's willingness to sever ties with Su Yuping in order to assist him. Should Su Li acquiesce to Li Yi's demands, it would equate to a betrayal of Su Changhai. Witnessing Su Li's indecisiveness, Li Yi chuckled softly, deciding to apply further pressure. By the way, third brother, I recall a friend mentioning that he saw you in an embrace with a female employee from your power plant. Do you suppose my friend was mistaken? As soon as these words left Li Yi's lips, Su Li's complexion darkened further. He promptly conceded to Li Yi's demands. Very well, I shall apologize to you all. Chapter 62. Charisma. Li Yi had lived a few more decades, not without purpose. He had long since discerned the intricacies of human nature. Individuals like Su Li could be diligent and industrious only when devoid of wealth. However, once one possesses a modicum of wealth and power, an array of vices inevitably manifests. It is precisely for this reason that Li Yi was able to intimidate Su Li into compliance with just a few words, despite having no tangible evidence in hand. As evening fell and Su Yuping returned home, Li Yi took her by the hand and led her outside. Where are we going? Su Yuping inquired, puzzled. We are going to your parental home. What is the purpose of returning at this time? Su Yuping felt perplexed by Li Yi's response. She instinctively assumed he intended to apologize to her father, a notion she was keen to dissuade. Su Yuping realized she would be spending the rest of her life with Li Yi. Her siblings had never lent a helping hand during her times of need. They merely observed her struggles with idle curiosity. If her circumstances improved, they would only grow envious, seeking ways to tarnish her reputation. Such so-called familial bonds were better left unacknowledged. While her father might offer some assistance, it was contingent upon her annual monetary contributions to him. At times, financial support proved to be more straightforward than the complexities of familial affection. In response to Su Yuping's confusion, Li Yi shook his head. Do not concern yourself with the details, just accompany me. Li Yi, I truly do not wish for you to compromise yourself for my sake. And my father is unlikely to alter his stance simply because of an apology. They will only intensify their scrutiny of us. Who said I was going to apologize? Then what is our purpose? You will find out once we arrive, Li Yi insisted, remaining tight-lipped about their destination. Though Su Yuping was brimming with questions, she had no choice but to follow him outside. Huangyan Town, neighboring Qinghe County, was soon reached as Li Yi rode his motorcycle swiftly to Su Changhai's residence. Dad, why are we visiting grandfather's house again? Observing Li Xiaoming's innocent demeanor, Li Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. You needn't play the advocate for your mother. Just come inside with me and sweeten your words a bit. Li Xiaoming turned to Su Yuping with an expression of pure innocence, amused by her daughter's adorableness. Su Yuping smiled and took her hand, following Li Yi indoors. Upon entering, they found that nearly all of the family members had already gathered. Strangely, however, no one spoke. The atmosphere in the living room felt exceedingly peculiar. As they entered, all eyes shifted toward them in unison. Su Yuping felt increasingly uncomfortable in the charged atmosphere, instinctively glancing at Li Yi, who remained remarkably composed. He held Su Yuping's hand and confidently strode to a nearby chair, taking a seat. Third brother, do you not have something to say to me? Please, speak your mind. Su Li, his face ashen, rose to his feet. I am sorry. Although Su Li now spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, Su Yuping managed to discern his words clearly. Her heart was filled with astonishment. Previously, when Li Yi assured her that Su Li would apologize, she had merely considered it a comforting remark. Yet, the events unfolded just as he had foretold, leaving Su Yuping utterly bewildered, to the point that she questioned whether she was dreaming. It was not only Su Yuping who felt this way. The entire Su family present in the room was equally astonished. When Li Yi had informed them that Su Li would apologize today, none had dared to believe it. They arrived at Su Changhai's residence with skepticism, and upon witnessing Su Li's presence, they directly sought confirmation from him. However, no matter how they inquired, Su Li remained resolutely silent. As time passed, their disbelief gradually transformed into tentative acceptance. Now that Su Li had indeed apologized to Li Yi, no one could doubt the occurrence. Yet, the reason behind this bewildering turn of events remained a mystery to all. It was more astonishing than the sun rising from the west. To the Su family, Su Li was exceptionally capable, often displaying arrogance before them. They had never witnessed him in such a humbling predicament. Su Changhai could no longer endure this indignity. He slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly, retreating into the inner room without uttering a word. Li Yi, unfazed by the tumult of thoughts swirling in the minds of others, fixed his gaze on Su Li. What did you say? Your voice is so faint that I can hardly hear you. Su Li recognized Li Yi's deliberate provocation. Although fury surged within him, he felt utterly powerless. Gritting his teeth, he raised his voice. I apologize. I was in the wrong before, and I kindly ask for your forgiveness. At last, the volume of Su Li's apology satisfied Li Yi, who nodded slightly. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable. Please be more mindful in the future. With that, Li Yi showed no intention of lingering, taking Su Yuping's hand and departing. Once Li Yi and his family exited, the atmosphere in the living room transformed into a flurry of activity. Third brother, what on earth is going on? Why did you apologize to that good-for-nothing? Indeed, third brother, have you lost your senses? Are you feverish? Faced with the barrage of inquiries from his family, Su Li coldly snorted and turned on his heel, leaving without a backward glance, leaving the members of the Su family exchanging puzzled glances. At that moment, Su Yuping, still in a state of astonishment, was pulled out by Li Yi and questioned him curiously. How did you manage this? Li Yi smiled in response to her query. I told you. Matters like this are not a challenge for me. Will you now believe in my words? Su Yuping nodded affirmatively. Of course, I will believe in you from now on. Could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Observing Su Yuping's eager desire for understanding, Li Yi felt a surge of amusement. He could not divulge the secrets of his success to her, so he merely smiled and offered a casual retort. Do you comprehend the essence of charisma? This is my charm. Even your third brother holds me in esteem, which compelled him to apologize. Chapter 63. The villager's fury. Li Yi's nonsensical claims would hardly convince Su Yuping. Regardless of her inquiries, he remained reticent about his methods, leaving her with unquenched curiosity. After today's events, Su Yuping's standing within the Su family would irrevocably change. Should the Su family wish to target her again, they must first assess whether they possess the same prowess as Su Li. Without Su Li's capabilities, they would think twice before provoking Su Yuping. Having observed the market, Li Yi recognized the immense competitive pressure. Continuing at the current production pace was untenable. Thus, he concluded that acquiring a new production line was imperative. He resolved to venture south in the coming days, determined to ascertain the current prices of production machinery. If his funds sufficed for an upgrade, it would be ideal. Otherwise, he would consider obtaining a loan. To facilitate the equipment purchase, he decided to bring along someone knowledgeable. So he discussed the matter with Yu Jie. I plan to inspect production equipment. Would you accompany me? For Yu Jie, this was an extraordinary opportunity. one he had never before encountered in this era of advanced machinery. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. As Yu prepared for the excursion, Li Yi intended to inquire with Sure Hao regarding the necessary documentation when Ho Dahai rushed over. Boss Li, trouble has arisen. Li Yi furrowed his brow deeply. What is causing such a commotion? Speak calmly. There is no need for alarm. The people from Zhaojiawan are refusing to sell us their oranges. Why is that? Initially, I suspected foul play, but after consulting several familiar villagers, I learned that the village chief of Zhaojiawan has prohibited them from selling oranges. Li Yi's frown deepened. The village chief of Zhaojiawan was none other than Zhao Qingcai's father. After distancing himself from Zhao Qingcai, Li Yi anticipated they might retaliate in this manner. It appeared they had initiated their plans. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded at Ho Dahai, signaling his understanding, and allowed him to depart. Faced with Li Yi's extraordinarily calm demeanor, Ho Dahai began to feel increasingly anxious. Boss Li, aren't you considering a solution? If they refuse to sell us the oranges, our factory will have to cease production. Ho Dahai was genuinely concerned about the factory's situation. Having secured such a promising job, losing it would make it quite challenging to find another with similar stability. Observing Ho Dahai's distress, Li Yi waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, the production at the factory will not be affected. Although it was unclear where Li Yi derived such confidence, his unwavering self-assurance did manage to alleviate some of Ho Dahai's worries. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Ho Dahai refrained from probing further, simply nodding before taking his leave. Li Yi recognized that Zhaojiawan was currently an excellent source of raw materials for them. However, it was not the only option available. It is well known that Changnan City is a major orange-producing area, with numerous other locales within the city flourishing in orange cultivation. The primary reason Li Yi had not sought out those production areas was the proximity of Zhaojiawan. Now that Zhaojiawan had caused such a predicament, Li Yi resolved to diversify his sources for purchasing oranges. Presently, there were not many individuals engaged in large-scale orange procurement. However, upon making inquiries in the vicinity, Li Yi quickly discovered that Sangshui County, located over 100 kilometers away, also produced an abundance of oranges. Moreover, the quality of Sangshui's oranges surpassed that of Zhaojiawan, with comparable pricing. The only caveat was that sourcing oranges from Sangshui County would entail an increase in transportation costs. Yet this was a negligible expense for Li Yi. His factory had ample space for storing oranges, so he instructed Ho Dahai to arrange for several large trucks to transport the oranges from Sangshui County continuously, effortlessly resolving the raw material issue. Zhang Taizhu soon became aware of this situation and hurried to approach Li Yi. Brother Yi, why are we purchasing such a large quantity of oranges lately? Our production capacity cannot keep pace with the influx of oranges. At this rate, we risk having them rot in the warehouse, leading to substantial financial losses. You needn't worry. I will be adding 2 new production lines shortly. These oranges will be swiftly processed, leaving no waste, Li Yi assured him. Noting Li Yi's confidence, Zhang Taizhu chose not to press further. Meanwhile, everything remained unchanged at Li Yi's factory. In contrast, the situation in Zhaojiawan had become tumultuous. Many villagers had come to rely on the profits from selling oranges, which far exceeded their agricultural earnings. This income proved to be remarkably stable, as selling oranges was never a concern as long as they had a supply. Just a few days prior, the village chief, Zhao Guofeng, had informed them to refrain from selling their oranges. As long as they unite, they can compel Li Yi to raise his prices, thereby increasing their own profits. Initially, some villagers were reluctant, but under Zhao Guofeng's persistent persuasion, many soon began to believe him and acted according to his wishes. With a few leading the way, gradually all the villagers joined this endeavor. This explains why Li Yi was not coming to collect the oranges. The villagers of Zhaojiabian had originally dreamed of selling their oranges at high prices. However, to their astonishment, after waiting for 2 days, no one came to plead with them to sell their oranges, nor was there any sign of a price increase. Consequently, some ventured to investigate the situation at Li Yi's factory. Upon witnessing the sight of truckloads of oranges being transported inside, the people of Zhaojiabian realized all hope was lost. They swiftly rallied together to confront Zhao Guofeng, who had initially dissuaded them from selling their oranges. Zhao Guofeng, stop hiding like a coward and come out to explain yourself. You are a scoundrel for cutting off our livelihood. Do you think you can escape? Come out quickly, or we will set your house ablaze. Chapter 64. Heading south at this juncture, Zhao Guofeng found himself in a predicament of his own making. His actions were primarily influenced by his son's counsel. Believing it to possess some merit, he utilized his position as village chief to unite the villagers. Yet, he never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Seeing the increasingly agitated crowd outside his home, Zhao Guofeng shot a fierce glare at Zhao Qingkai. "This trouble you've caused. Now what shall we do? If I weren't certain that Zhao Qingkai is my own flesh and blood, I would gladly strangle him." Zhao Qingkai was equally distressed. His initial intention was merely to undermine Li Yi, to teach him a lesson. However, his plan had backfired. Feeling wronged, Zhao Qingkai wondered why. When the people from Qinghe County had previously come to their village to purchase oranges at high prices, Li Yi had been in a panic. Yet this time he seemed unfazed, even transporting oranges from over 100 kilometers away in Sangshui County. With Zhao Qingkai's limited perspective, he could not grasp the differences between this situation and the previous one. Observing Zhao Qingcai's bewildered demeanor, Zhao Guofeng cursed him as a useless fool and steeled himself to step outside. He understood that if he did not confront the villagers, they might very well set his house on fire. "Everyone, please calm down. You all know that every endeavor carries its risks. Did you not agree to my plan in hopes of raising prices and earning more? You cannot place all the blame on me. You scoundrel, spare us your excuses. If you hadn't rallied us together, how could our oranges possibly not sell? If you fail to resolve this issue today, we shall seize your belongings to settle our debts. Indeed, you must provide us with a resolution." As Zhao Guofeng witnessed the villagers on the brink of taking action, he hurriedly exclaimed, all right, I will resolve this. I shall seek out Boss Li for negotiations to have him reacquire the oranges from our village. Surely that will suffice." After considerable effort, Zhao Guofeng finally managed to calm the agitated villagers, sending them all back home. He then, without a moment's delay, enlisted Zhao Qingkai to accompany him in seeking out Li Yi. Upon the arrival of the Zhao father and son, a wry smile appeared on Li Yi's face. He had already surmised that Zhao Qingkai was behind this predicament. Otherwise, how could the villagers be so short-sighted as to refrain from selling their oranges? Although Li Yi was fully aware of the underlying situation, he chose not to expose it. Instead, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Zhao village chief, what brings you here at this time?" Zhao Guofeng glanced at Zhao Qingkai and, wearing a broad smile, addressed Li Yi, "Boss Li. It seems there might have been some misunderstandings between you and our villagers regarding previous matters. I sincerely hope you won't hold it against us. I have come specifically to clarify this misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? I am not quite sure what you mean, Zhao village chief," Li Yi replied, fully aware that Zhao Guofeng recognized his feigned ignorance. However, at this moment, Zhao Guofeng dared not to engage in further discourse and merely maintained a congenial facade. "Boss Li, surely you jest. You and Qingkai are like brothers. Must this misunderstanding persist indefinitely?" Upon hearing Zhao Guofeng's words, Li Yi refrained from answering, directing his gaze instead at Zhao Qingkai. "It appears your father lacks clarity regarding our relationship. Why don't you enlighten him on the nature of our camaraderie?" Zhao Qingkai stammered, unable to meet Li Yi's penetrating gaze. Previously, he had dismissed Li Yi, but now, the latter was far beyond his reach. Although Zhao Qingkai had not engaged in nefarious activities himself, he had heard of how Li Yi had dealt with Zhang Daba, which left him acutely aware of his inferiority. Noticing Zhao Qingkai's inability to articulate a response, Li Yi simply shrugged. "Zhao village chief, as you can see, your son cannot even admit to our friendship. Do you truly need me to spell it out for you? So, you genuinely intend to cease the purchase of oranges from our village, correct? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. In life, one must take responsibility for one's actions. Otherwise, one's existence is rendered futile." While Zhao Guofeng was not a figure of great significance, he held considerable sway in the village. Being reprimanded by a youth of similar age to his son was a bitter pill to swallow. Fixing a fierce glare upon Li Yi, he retorted, "Very well, Boss Li. You are quite impressive. We shall see how this unfolds. If you refuse to show me respect, I hope you do not come to regret it in the future." Aside from leaving behind a stern remark, Zhao Guofeng had no other means to contend with Li Yi. In Li Yi's eyes, Zhao Guofeng's words bore no semblance of threat whatsoever. Observing the retreating figures of Zhao Guofeng and his son Zhao Qingkai, Li Yi scoffed disdainfully, dismissing them entirely as he sought to confer with Yu Jie regarding their acquisition of equipment from Nanfeng. "Dad, what shall we do now?" Zhao Qingkai inquired, his gaze fraught with anxiety as he looked at Zhao Guofeng, who was evidently flustered. The failure of their endeavor would surely incite the wrath of the village residents, who would not easily forgive them. Returning in such a manner would provide no satisfactory explanation. Zhao Guofeng glanced at Zhao Qingkai, pondering before responding. Let us make a trip to Qinghe County. What purpose does a visit to Qinghe serve? Zhao Qingkai questioned. To deal with Li Yi, we must collaborate with others. Do you recall the last time Song Lizzie from the Qinghe beverage factory came to our village to purchase oranges? It is likely that he has a grievance against Li Yi. We should seek him out and see if he has any means to assist us in confronting Li Yi. Zhao Guofeng had already formulated a strategy in his mind. If Song Lizzie truly held animosity towards Li Yi, it would present an opportune moment to exploit their conflict and deliver a severe lesson to Li Yi. Zhao Guofeng did not believe that Li Yi's modest factory could compete with the Qinghe beverage factory. Li Yi had entrusted the operations of his factory to Zhang Taizhu and, after a brief exchange with Su Yuping, set out with Yu Jie directly towards the south. Presently, the most developed coastal city in the country was Huaqing, where a plethora of goods could be procured. Here, one could also find advanced machinery for production. Chapter 65. What was the outcome? Li Yi was not particularly versed in machinery, so during their visit to Huaqing, Yu Jie naturally took the lead. The two spent 2 days navigating through a myriad of machinery options, leaving them somewhat bewildered by the choices available. With Yu Jie's expertise, Li Yi gained a general understanding of the various equipment's functionalities, ensuring that he would not fall victim to deceit. Over the course of their exploration, they identified 2 sets of equipment, now grappling with the decision of which to choose. One set was undeniably at the forefront of global standards, capable of producing over 70,000 bottles of beverages in a single day through its fully integrated filling and sealing process, significantly enhancing Li Yi's operational efficiency. However, the sole drawback was its exorbitant price tag of 1,200,000 yuan. Even with the possibility of a loan, Li Yi was reluctant to expend such a vast sum on machinery. Conversely, the alternative set was considerably more affordable, totaling merely 500,000 yuan. Yet, its production capacity was notably inferior, yielding only 30,000 bottles per day. The dilemma of whether to endure the financial strain for the most advanced equipment or to settle for the more economical option became Li Yi's most pressing quandary. Determined to find a more suitable solution, Li Yi and Yu Jie resolved to search elsewhere for additional equipment options. During this time, he took the opportunity to carefully weigh the options between these 2 sets of equipment. However, while walking, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Li Yi felt a bit perplexed. He could not comprehend how anyone in Huaqing could recognize him. Turning around in confusion, he was instantly struck with realization upon seeing the person who called his name, Sister Hua. Previously, he had suggested to her to venture south for her career. Li Yi thought he would never see Sister Hua again in this lifetime. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered each other so soon in this place. Sister Hua, what a coincidence! Li Yi exclaimed. Sister Hua's face lit up with surprise. It really is you. I hesitated for a moment when I saw your silhouette. What brings you here? I came to purchase some equipment. Our factory is planning an upgrade, he replied. How fortuitous. I happen to be selling machinery from a foreign brand right now. If you have time, I can take you to see our products. I assure you, I will offer you the best price possible. With a familiar face around, Li Yi was more than happy to accept her offer. As they walked and chatted, he quickly learned about Sister Hua's experiences after leaving Chang'an City. Instead of heading north, she had chosen to move south. Upon arriving in the south, she gained a broader perspective, discovering that the world could operate in such diverse ways. After experiencing life beyond her previous confines, Sister Hua swiftly adapted to this new environment and secured a position as a machinery salesperson. With her silver tongue, she excelled in her role and became a key member of the sales team. Li Yi felt a sense of satisfaction knowing Sister Hua had flourished in her new circumstances. Soon, they arrived at Sister Hua's shop. Our factory can accommodate custom production. Based on your requirements, this set of equipment will cost approximately over 800,000. I can guarantee a daily output of 70,000 bottles. After thoroughly understanding Li Yi's needs, Sister Hua quickly calculated the price for the equipment he required and ensured all components were included. It was evident that she had adapted remarkably well to her position. Li Yi was pleasantly surprised by the quotation and the specifications of the equipment Sister Hua provided. Both the price and the capabilities met his expectations perfectly. Without any hesitation, he said to her, Sister Hua, please proceed with this request. After signing the contract, Li Yi and Sister Hua shared a simple meal before parting ways. On the journey back to Chang'an City, Yu Jie remained astonished by their encounter. Your network is incredibly vast. To secure such high-tech equipment for only 800,000, and with significant potential for future upgrades, it's even better than the 1.2 million set we previously considered. Observing the profound shock etched upon Yu Jie's face, Li Yi was all smiles. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. He hoped to be graced with such luck in the future as well. While Li Yi spoke of it so casually, Yu Jie was acutely aware that this was not simply a matter of luck. Were it not for genuine skill or a formidable background, how could one possibly procure equipment at such an astonishingly low price? Unbeknownst to him, Yu Jie's gaze towards Li Yi was now tinged with a mixture of awe and trepidation. At that moment, Yu Jie silently vowed to follow Li Yi for a lifetime. After all, opportunities like Li Yi's, where one could learn technology and strategize the arrangement of equipment according to personal vision, were exceedingly rare. Even in the Chang'an machinery factory, the machinery available was exceedingly outdated. The equipment they had acquired was such that even if a knife were held to the throats of the factory workers, they could never replicate it. Li Yi was oblivious to Yu Jie's thoughts as he sat on the train, lost in contemplation while watching the scenery rush by. The external landscape was on the brink of a monumental transformation. If Li Yi wished to ride the crest of this era's wave, he needed to seize the moment. Otherwise, he risked being left far behind. Upon returning to Chang'an, Li Yi instructed Yu Jie to go home and rest while he himself hurried to the plastic factory. "Brother Yu," Li Yi called out, and Yu Liming promptly set aside his work and rose to greet him, taking a seat. "Where have you been these past few days? We couldn't reach you. I went to watching to see if there were any suitable machines for our factory. We certainly need to upgrade our equipment," Li Yi explained. However, Yu Liming appeared somewhat indifferent to Li Yi's words, merely nodding in acknowledgement before excitedly sharing news about the beverage bottles. "The proposal you suggested before has been validated, and experiments were conducted. Can you guess the outcome?" In truth, Li Yi needed no guesswork. The exuberance on Yu Liming's face had already betrayed the result. Clearly, the outcome was exceedingly positive. Despite having discerned the conclusion, Li Yi tactfully refrained from robbing Yu Liming of the pleasure of revealing the answer himself. So what was the final result? As anticipated by Li Yi, Yu Liming swiftly provided a resounding affirmation. "The outcome is that your previous idea is indeed feasible. We can engrave all the packaging onto the beverage bottles." Li Yi nodded with composure. "If that is the case, that would be splendid. Please proceed with a sample based on this process. I shall cover the mold expenses." At this point, Li Yi had become quite affluent, and thus, the cost of the mold was of no concern to him. Upon encountering Li Yi's expression, which lacked any semblance of excitement, Yu Liming inquired, "Are you not pleased with this outcome?" "Of course I am pleased. This significantly enhances the production standards at our factory." "Why would I not be happy?" Li Yi replied. "Then why do you not smile?" Yu Liming pressed on. Li Yi, at a loss for words, considered that he could not reveal to Yu Liming that he had anticipated this result in advance. To have genuinely performed as he did before might lead Yu Liming to believe he regarded him as a fool. Thus, as Li Yi contemplated whether to feign a professional smile for Yu Liming, the latter spoke again. "Since this news does not seem to bring you joy, I happen to have an even better piece of news that will surely delight you." Observing the earnestness on Yu Liming's face, Li Yi looked at him in confusion. What news could that possibly be? Without responding verbally, Yu Liming rose from his desk and retrieved a bottle from his drawer, presenting it to Li Yi. The bottle appeared quite ordinary, resembling the kind Li Yi was currently producing. Bewildered, Li Yi accepted the bottle, just as he was about to inquire further. He noticed something peculiar about it. Although the bottle seemed unremarkable at first glance, it possessed a distinct texture upon handling. A closer examination revealed additional text and designs etched upon its surface. It became evident that Yu Liming had secretly crafted this bottle. As Li Yi scrutinized the bottle, Yu Liming produced a bottle of orange juice, and, right before Li Yi's eyes, poured the ordinary juice into this new vessel. To Li Yi's astonishment, the bottle revealed a stunning array of colors as the juice flowed in. The text and designs on the bottle became vividly apparent, leaving Li Yi utterly captivated. He swiftly seized the new bottle, examining it intently. "How is this possible?" Li Yi marveled, realizing that he had merely suggested an idea, never anticipating that Yu Liming would transform it into such an innovative creation. Seeing the look of astonishment on Li Yi's face, Yu Liming could not help but beam with pride. He was confident that this would surely astonish Li Yi. When he first encountered this bottle, he had been equally amazed. Now, observing Li Yi's expression, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Li Yi, unable to conceal his wonder, nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This is astonishing. How did you manage it? It is achieved by altering the angles of light refraction, allowing the orange juice within to display various colors. Our technicians have worked tirelessly to develop this. It is undoubtedly a world premiere. In truth, Yu Liming did not possess an in-depth understanding of the technical intricacies. Yet he was aware that this technology was undoubtedly a pioneering achievement within their factory. Li Yi gave Yu Liming a thumbs up, exclaiming that the technicians at their factory were exceptionally talented and urged him to ensure they receive a salary increase. This new bottle not only boasted an aesthetically pleasing design, but also had the critical advantage of minimal price increase. Aside from the slightly higher costs of the molds, Yu Liming still offered Li Yi the bottles at the previous price. Consequently, Li Yi immediately placed an order for 1 million of these new bottles. After this endeavor, Li Yi found himself with very little cash remaining. However, he remained unfazed, for both the quantity and quality of the beverages produced daily had experienced a remarkable enhancement. And even the packaging was no longer the bare, unadorned style of before. Merely the novelty of the outer packaging allowed him to command a higher price for the beverages. Nonetheless, Li Yi did not intend to pursue that route just yet. What he urgently needed was to leverage this opportunity to further expand the market. If he merely focused on the city of Changnan, he would never succeed in growing his enterprise. By penetrating more markets at a relatively lower price, he would create ample opportunities for profit in the future. Having been away for several days, upon returning home, Li Yi noticed the elderly gentlemen and ladies lounging at the entrance casting curious glances in his direction, whispering amongst themselves as if discussing him. Although he sensed an unusual atmosphere, he dismissed it, attributing their chatter to his absence and their speculation about where he had been. Upon pushing open the door, Su Yuping, upon seeing Li Yi, momentarily froze before her face illuminated with excitement, which soon morphed into a complex expression. Li Yi keenly detected the shift in Su Yuping's emotions. Connecting it with the earlier whispers of the elderly neighbors, he deduced that something must have transpired during his absence. Thus, he hastily inquired, "What is wrong? Are you not happy to see me back?" Su Yuping gently nodded, yet remained silent. Just as Li Yi was about to press her for details, the door swung open, revealing Li Xiaoming, who had just returned home after playing. Upon spotting her father, she erupted in joyous exclamation, "Daddy, you're back." Li Yi scooped his daughter into his arms, cheerfully retrieving a pair of butterfly hair clips he had purchased in Huaqing from his pocket to present to Li Xiaoming. "Yes, Daddy is back from his business trip, and I brought you a gift. Do you like it?" "I love it," Li Xiaoming exclaimed, her face beaming with delight as she accepted the hair clips. She nodded enthusiastically at her father, reassured by the belief that those who claimed her father no longer wanted her or her mother were merely spreading falsehoods. She was certain that her father would never abandon her or her mother. Chapter 67. We will not return until we are drunk. It is often said that children speak without reservation. Li Xiaoming could hardly contain the secret within her heart, and while fiddling with the hairpin in her hand, she uttered words that left Li Yi astonished. At last, Li Yi comprehended why the atmosphere had felt so peculiar since his return. It appeared that during his absence, rumors had circulated suggesting that he had abandoned Su Yuping and her daughter. Such rumors had evidently spread far and wide, reaching virtually everyone acquainted with Li Yi and Su Yuping. As he pieced together the situation, a wave of anger welled up within him. He was perplexed as to who could have instigated such slander. However, in front of his daughter, he could not afford to display excessive agitation. He softly reassured Li Xiaoming, saying, "How could Daddy ever abandon you? I merely mentioned I would be away on a business trip for a few days, and look, I've returned. Haven't I? I knew Daddy would come back," Li Xiaoming exclaimed, her large, watery eyes gazing up at him, before planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. After soothing her emotions for a while, Li encouraged her to return to her homework. What on earth was happening? He pulled Su Yuping aside and inquired about the matter. Su Yuping's eyes were slightly reddened, betraying her emotional turmoil. Yet, even in her distress, she gently shook her head and replied, "It's nothing, just a rumor. As long as you're back, it doesn't matter. We needn't pay attention to such nonsense. Who says we shouldn't heed it? The person who spread this rumor clearly harbors ill intentions. But how can we even pinpoint who initiated it?" Li Yi pressed, frustration mounting. How can you be so certain I want to uncover the source if you don't divulge what transpired? Finally, after much prodding from Li, Su Yuping recounted the recent events. It turned out that on the very day after his departure, whispers began to circulate claiming that Li had run off with a young girl. The rumor was so detailed that even the girl's name was mentioned, Zhang Ting. The incident of Li giving Zhang Ting 5,000 yuan had also been exposed. The rumor, bolstered by such plausible details and specific incidents, had gained widespread belief, even shaking Su Yuping's confidence in Li until his return reassured her. Upon grasping the entire sequence of events, Li was rendered silent. He had never anticipated that his financial support for Zhang Ting's education and his procurement trip to Huaqing would become intertwined in such a scandalous narrative, crafted with such conviction. Clearly, the individual responsible for this fabrication possessed considerable insight into his affairs and bore a deep-seated animosity towards him. After much contemplation, Li narrowed down his list of prime suspects, including Kai Xuexia and Lu Tang, among others he had distanced himself from. Moreover, there are Zhao Guofeng and Zhao Qingkai, a father and son duo from Zhao Jiawan. After a moment of contemplation, Li dismissed all other targets, leaving only Kai Xuexia in his mind. After all, for others to spread rumors so that those around them would be aware, it was no simple task. Only Kai Xuexia had the distinct advantage, as she was acquainted with some of the neighbors who knew both Li and Su Yuping. Furthermore, such a tactic is typically beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Otherwise, the term gossiping woman would surely have to be rephrased as gossiping person. Kai Xuexia was quite pleased with the rumor she had recently concocted. This rumor would undoubtedly send Li's household into disarray. The mere thought of Li having reduced her to this state ignited a fierce anger within her. The only way to extinguish this fury was to ensure that Li suffered. After observing him for quite some time, Kai Xuexia finally seized an opportunity. As her rumor began to circulate, and those around her started to believe it, she could vividly imagine the ensuing chaos within Li's home. With these thoughts, a wave of satisfaction washed over her, prompting her to hum a little tune, as she resolved to purchase some wine that evening to celebrate her triumph. Just as Kai Xuexia was reveling in her exhilaration, the door to her home was suddenly kicked open from the outside. With a resounding thud, the door slammed against the wall, causing dust from the ceiling to rain down. Upon seeing Li storm into the room with an imposing presence, Kai Xuexia's demeanor shifted to one of panic. She hastily yelled at him, "What do you want? I warn you, do not act recklessly. If you don't leave, I will call the police." Li paid no heed to Kai Xuexia's threats. He merely glared at her menacingly. "Kai Xuexia, I have spared you numerous times. If you insist on courting disaster, do not blame me for being unkind." "What are you talking about? I can't understand," she retorted. "Not understanding is of no consequence. I will ensure you comprehend, and I guarantee you will never find a decent job for the rest of your life." With a final penetrating glare, Li turned and departed. Watching him leave, Kai Xuexia finally exhaled deeply. To be honest, when Li had burst through the door, a flicker of regret had indeed crossed her mind. She had even contemplated kneeling and begging for mercy. However, once he was gone, that sentiment evaporated instantly. Gritting her teeth, she shouted towards the direction he had vanished, "Do you think I am afraid of you? You think you can ruin my chances of ever finding work? Who do you think you are? I am a model employee every year, dedicated to my work. Director Hong would never fire me." However, such words are only uttered by Kai Xuexia in vain cries to the air. When confronted with Li, she finds herself utterly incapable of voicing such sentiments. Long since intimidated by Li, Kai Xuexia resorts to clandestine and underhanded tactics from the shadows to deal with him. Upon locating Hong Jinhao, Li was met with an exuberant greeting before he could even speak. "Li, my brother, it has been many days since our last encounter. What have you been occupied with lately?" "Nothing much, just some matters concerning my factory." "Ha ha ha, it's rare for you to visit me. Let us indulge in a night of revelry." Hong Jinhao enthusiastically invited Li for drinks. Chapter 68. No need to worry about profits to Hong Jinhao. Li is a veritable treasure. Each conversation with him yields numerous valuable insights. Armed with the slightest hints and strategies shared by Li, Hong Jinhao undertook a comprehensive overhaul of the management practices at the factory. The effects of this reform were immediate and profound. The morale of the employees and production efficiency saw remarkable enhancement. It is precisely these swift results that intensified Hong Jinhao's admiration for Li. Despite being nearly 20 years younger, Li Yi's stature inspired a certain deference in Hong Jinhao. Those who excel are worthy of being mentors, a lifelong motto of Hong Jinhao. Reflects his commitment to perpetual learning. As the drinks flowed, he sought Li Yi's counsel on advanced corporate management techniques. Noticing the onset of inebriation, Li Yi broached the main reason for his visit. Director Hong, may I inquire about your factory's stance on inappropriate relationships among employees? With a slightly slurred tongue, Hong Jinhao replied, such matters are hardly commendable. If they remain concealed, they are generally overlooked. However, if exposed, to preserve our factory's reputation, severe cases may lead to dismissal. If the situation is less egregious, it often results in reassignment to arduous and remote positions, with no chance for future promotion. Having gleaned insights from Hong Jinhao regarding the repercussions of inappropriate relationships at the fertilizer plant, Li Yi chuckled. He then recounted the affair between Kai Xuexia and Shi Hongqiao. Is such a thing truly occurring? Have they become so brazen? Indeed. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire among the residents of our building. Most are aware of the connection between Kai Xuexia and Shi Hongqiao. Yet, no one wishes to meddle in their affairs and expose their relationship. I merely vent my frustrations to you after a few drinks. My dear brotherly, your grievances are well-founded. It just so happens that there has been a recent push from above to address lifestyle issues. Your timing is impeccable, like water delivered to the thirsty or a pillow for the weary. Thus, it can be inferred that both individuals will undoubtedly face severe repercussions, correct? Hong Jinhao nodded affirmatively, stating, let me be clear, such matters will be recorded permanently, whether it be Kai Xuexia or Shi Hongqiao. This blemished record will accompany them for a lifetime. It will be virtually impossible for them to extricate themselves from this situation in the future. In truth, Hong Jinhao was employing a bit of cunning. He understood that Li Yi's initiative in discussing this matter indicated that either Kai Xuexia or Shi Hongqiao had offended him. To cultivate a good rapport with Li Yi, Hong Jinhao naturally exaggerated the gravity of the situation. He intended to handle the matter as severely as he had portrayed it. After all, if he managed to please Li Yi, the latter might very well impart more strategies to him. Hong Jinhao had initially believed that his ascent within the ranks had reached its zenith upon becoming the factory director. However, Li Yi's emergence reignited a glimmer of hope, one he was unwilling to relinquish. Both Li Yi and Hong Jinhao were discreetly calculating their own interests, and the evening's revelry unfolded with mutual enjoyment. Upon returning home, reeking of alcohol, Li Yi found Su Yuping still seated at the bedside, wide awake, while Li Xiaoming lay soundly asleep in bed. Noticing Li Yi's inebriated state, Su Yuping's expression shifted, her brow furrowing slightly. This sight reminded her of a troubling period when Li Yi had been consumed by alcohol. Sensing her unease, Li Yi chuckled and remarked, Director Hong is quite the drinker. If it weren't for my own considerable tolerance, I might have struggled to keep up. Su Yuping, previously frowning, slowly relaxed and regarded Li Yi with surprise. Had he been drinking with unsavory company, she would have been quite displeased. Despite Li Yi's recent commendable behavior, she would have withheld her words but expressed her discontent through her actions. However, upon hearing that he had been drinking with Hong Jinhao, her concerns dissipated. After all, Hong Jinhao was notoriously aloof, rarely engaging in social drinking unless it was for a significant event involving factory employees, where he might partake only minimally. The fact that such a seemingly distant factory director could share drinks and camaraderie with Li Yi was noteworthy. The news would certainly reflect positively on Su Yuping, alleviating any feelings of discontent. Li Yi, perceiving Su Yuping's change in demeanor, nodded affirmatively and replied, Yes, I went to discuss some matters with him. He discerned the shift in Su Yuping's attitude and felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as she remained unperturbed, he would be content. The thought of her leaving with Li Xiaoming in a fit of anger was a prospect that left him truly desolate. You reek of alcohol. Hurry and take a shower before heading to bed. You have work in the morning. Hearing Su Yuping's considerably softened tone, Li nodded and took the clothes she had prepared for him, making his way to the bathroom downstairs. As he bathed, Li found himself reflecting on the conversation he had with Hong Jinhao earlier that day. Throughout their discussion, Hong Jinhao had not once mentioned the matter of the processed food factory they had spoken about. It left Li pondering about Hong Jinhao's current stance. Was he merely speaking casually that day? Despite his musings, Li could not decipher Hong Jinhao's true intentions, compelling him to shake his head and dismiss the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of whether Hong Jinhao truly wished to collaborate, Li Yi had resolved to pursue the processed food factory project with unwavering determination. The snack industry was poised for rapid growth, and with early positioning, he was certain of reaping substantial rewards in the future. Naturally, this was merely the first step toward his financial ambitions. He had many more avenues for profit ahead. However, he understood the importance of patience, knowing that one cannot achieve success overnight. He was well aware of the developmental trends for the coming decades and felt no trepidation about earning a fortune. Chapter 69. A show of respect. Li Yi's return home swiftly dismantled the rumors propagated by Kai Xuexia. However, she was not one to concede defeat easily and promptly adjusted her strategy. Early in the morning, while the others had yet to begin their work and the elderly were out for their morning strolls, she shared her latest concocted version of events. Do you know why Li Yi returned? It's not because he was on a business trip. Nonsense. That was merely a facade. The truth is that a woman named Zhang Ting rejected him, casting him aside. Is that true? Absolutely. This time, Li Yi was both swindled out of money and left with nothing to show for it, returning home with his tail between his legs. Who would have thought Li Yi was such a person, appearing quite devoted on the surface? One can never truly know a person's heart. It seems prudent to keep a distance from such individuals in the future, seeing the people around her beginning to believe her words. A triumphant expression crept across Kai Xuexia's face. Just as she was poised to say more, a chilling voice echoed from behind her. What? Have you taken up storytelling now? Li Yi had intended to rise early to oversee the arrival of new equipment at the factory, but upon descending the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Kai Xuexia spreading her latest version of the rumor. Suppressing his fury, he approached her, his face darkened as he uttered those words from behind her. Startled by Li Yi's sudden voice, Kai Xuexia jumped in surprise. Subconsciously, she took a few steps forward before turning back to gaze at Li Yi with a hint of trepidation in her eyes. However, upon noticing the multitude of people surrounding her, she felt a sense of relief. She feigned an air of indifference, as though she were utterly unafraid of Li Yi. So what if I said it? Are you saying that your despicable actions are beyond reproach? Li Yi found himself laughing in exasperation at Kai Xuexia's audacious claim. Kai Xuexia, do not project your own misdeeds onto others. Not everyone in this world is as sordid and shameless as you. Could one truly believe the words of a woman who engages in clandestine affairs in the presence of both her husband and lover? Li Yi was acutely aware that Kai Xuexia aimed to weaponize public opinion against him, yet he felt no fear regarding this. Firstly, he was indifferent to what others might say. Secondly, having traversed the landscape of the digital age, Li Yi stood atop the pinnacle of societal discourse. The paltry tactics employed by Kai Xuexia could be dismantled effortlessly by him. He recognized that he must not be drawn into a futile debate over whether he had committed those alleged transgressions. By redirecting the focus onto Kai Xuexia herself, she would inevitably be defeated. The events surrounding her had not been forgotten by those present. Thus, when Li Yi spoke, the gazes of those around him began to shift towards Kai Xuexia with increasing peculiarity. Whispers began to circulate regarding her affairs. After all, the connection between Kai Xuexia and Shi Hongqiao was irrefutable, witnessed by nearly everyone in their intimate embraces. Yet, who had ever seen Li Yi with that so-called Zhang Ting? The very existence of Zhang Ting was shrouded in mystery, solely a figment of Kai Xuexia's imagination. It was evident that she was no match for Li Yi, and the change in public sentiment left her utterly disoriented. Desperately, she attempted to counter his assertions. You're slandering me. Am I truly slandering you? Or do I need to spell it out? Li Yi retorted. Can anyone here claim they haven't witnessed your affectionate displays with Shi Hongqiao? Kai Xuexia, do you comprehend the meaning of a lawful marriage? Do you understand the concept of loyalty to a partner? As Li Yi continued to berate her, his words flowed with increasing ease. Given the sordid nature of your affair with Shi Hongqiao, if we were to rewind the clock a decade or more, both of you would be deserving of the utmost punishment. With such a wretched background, how dare you concoct lies to incriminate me? Who gives you the audacity? At that moment, Kai Xuexia's face had turned a ghastly shade, her eyes narrowing into a fierce glare directed at Li Yi, as if she wished to see him utterly destroyed. Initially, she had believed that her years of experience in verbal confrontations would suffice to bring Li Yi to his knees, provided he refrained from physical retaliation. However, the current situation had escalated far beyond her capacity to handle. In the past, her verbal skirmishes had been crude and unrefined, uttering whatever vile phrases came to mind. However, in the current situation, Uttering those disparaging remarks would only serve to validate Li Yi's accusations against her. Even if all of this were true, Kai Shuexia did not possess the audacity to publicly admit to being a woman deserving of such humiliation. This is not merely a sentiment of this era. Even decades into the future, it would be inconceivable for anyone to openly acknowledge their worthiness of such disgrace. It is a profound dishonor. Yet, confronting Li Yi head-on was an endeavor Kai Shuexia could not undertake. Setting aside whether she could approach Li Yi's methodical reasoning, she was utterly devoid of any knowledge pertaining to him. Armed only with rumors, she could not hope to challenge Li Yi. He would need only to pose a singular question: who among them had witnessed the events firsthand, and Kai Shuexiao would find herself rendered speechless. In her encounter with Li Yi, Kai Shuexiao faced utter defeat. Remaining in that spot would only serve to further her own humiliation. She hastily turned, eager to escape the throng. However, before she could break free from the crowd's embrace, a commanding voice resonated from behind. "Is Kai Shuexia here?" Upon hearing this voice, the surrounding individuals shifted their gazes. It was Director Liu from the Human Resources Department of the Fertilizer Factory, a figure recognized by many present, who greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Director Liu. What brings you here?" Kai Shuexia was pointed out amidst the conversations. As Director Liu acknowledged the greetings, he followed their gestures, his eyes finally landing on Kai Shuexia. Faced with his gaze, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Cautiously, she inquired, "Director Liu, I am Kai Shuexia. May I ask what you need from me?" "It's nothing too urgent. I simply wish to discuss some matters regarding Shi Hongqiao." "Please, accompany me," he replied. The mention of Shi Hongqiao's name sent Kai Shuexia into a panic. "Director Liu, I am not familiar with Shi Hongqiao. If you wish to learn about him, I would be of no assistance. Whether you can be of help remains to be seen. For now, you will return with us. I am already extending you a considerable favor." Chapter 70. Allow me to handle this. Kai Shuexiao felt utterly powerless to resist Director Liu. After all, he held dominion over her employment. Any hint of disobedience could lead to her immediate dismissal. The prospect of losing her job would render her survival exceedingly difficult. Thus, she had no choice but to follow him meekly. Once Director Liu departed with Kai Shuexia, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. It appeared that the affair between Kai Shuexia and Shi Hongqiao had become common knowledge within the factory. Those shameless individuals, engaging in sordid deeds without the decency to conceal them, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. I have long harbored disdain for them. This time, Director Liu has finally undertaken a task that benefits the community. Upon hearing that the surrounding conversations had shifted to focus on Kai Shuexia and Shi Hongqiao, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further. He mounted his motorcycle and departed for work. The assembly line equipment he had previously ordered was now ready, and the entire set was scheduled for delivery in the afternoon. However, Sister Hua, who had promised to personally deliver the equipment, was notably absent. According to the message received, she was currently preoccupied with a promotion and thus lacked the time to assist Li Yi with the delivery. Li Yi found no cause for concern in this situation. After all, while Sister Hua excelled in sales, she was of little help when it came to the assembly and debugging of equipment. Her presence or absence made little difference to him. He instructed Yu Jie to oversee the manufacturers and expedite the equipment assembly, while he assumed a more detached role. Huang Yaohui, upon learning of the arrival of such advanced equipment, could not resist the opportunity to join in the excitement, and thus appeared on the scene. As they busied themselves with the assembly, Li Yi sought out Zhang Taizhu. "How is your sister faring now? Has she registered at school yet? I assume classes have commenced," he inquired. "Brother Yi, what prompted this sudden interest?" Zhang Taizhu asked. Although he was known for his single-mindedness in work, he remained acutely aware of certain matters. He understood that if Li Yi approached him without a particular reason, it was likely to discuss something concerning Zhang Ting. Zhang Taizhu's intuition was indeed correct. Upon hearing Zhang Taizhu's response, Li Yi chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wanted to check if you have some time lately. Brother Yi, do you require my assistance with something?" Zhang Taizhu offered eagerly. "If there's anything you need, just say the word, and I will go to great lengths to help." "There's no need for any extreme measures," Li Yi replied. "It's just that our company is noticeably short-staffed at the moment. If possible, please expedite the recruitment of additional personnel for the factory." Zhang Taizhu nodded without hesitation, thumping his chest in assurance. "Leave this matter to me, Brother Yi. I guarantee that there will be no mistakes." The wages Li Yi offered were quite generous, and the work environment was notably relaxed. which had led to a growing interest among many individuals to work there. Zhang Taizhu had frequently encountered people seeking him out, hoping to leverage connections to secure a position at the factory. However, during those times, the factory had sufficient manpower, and he had to decline their requests. Now that Li Yi indicated a need for more workers, Zhang Taizhu was confident there would be no issues, which emboldened him to assure Li Yi that he would take care of the matter. Since Zhang Taizhu has provided such a response, Li Yi merely smiled gently and refrained from further conversation. Entrusting the matter to Zhang Taizhu, Li Yi prepared to inspect the installation of the equipment. However, to his surprise, after taking just a couple of steps back, Yu Jie hurried over, exclaiming to Li Yi, "Boss, you must come and see. My senior brother is about to fight with someone." Li Yi was at a loss as to what had transpired. How could it be that the equipment installation, which had been proceeding smoothly, suddenly led to Huang Yaohui being on the verge of a confrontation? Thus, he promptly inquired of Yu Jie, "What happened?" "The workers who came to install the equipment are asking for some benefits from us. My senior brother refused and exchanged a few heated words with them. Now, they have stopped working, and my senior brother is arguing with them." As they hurried towards the scene, Yu Jie recounted the unfolding events. Upon grasping the situation, Li Yi furrowed his brow in displeasure. The installation had been arranged with Sister Hua, and the payment Li Yi provided was meant to cover the complete installation of all equipment. The fact that the workers were now demanding extra compensation was indeed disconcerting to him. In truth, such matters were not worth pursuing. After all, these individuals had traveled a considerable distance to assist with the installation, and their efforts were undoubtedly taxing. Had they not made any demands, Li Yi had initially intended to present each of them with a red envelope. However, their direct request for benefits, coupled with the threat of halting their work if their demands were not met, altered the nature of the situation entirely. If Li Yi were to be coerced by them, it would be utterly humiliating. Even if Huang Yaohui did not confront them, Li Yi would certainly not acquiesce to their demands. Upon arriving at the location, Huang Yaohui was still engaged in a heated debate with the installation workers. "This is your responsibility. If you cannot even handle this, why do you have to demand benefits? The payment we received is solely for this task. If you refuse to forego your demands, then you may as well complete the remaining work yourselves." Huang Yaohui glared at those who were now posturing, insisting that without payment, they would cease their work. His frustration was palpable, and the urge to confront them surged within him. Just then, however, a hand reached out from behind to restrain him, effectively curbing his impulse. "Brother Hui, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Allow me to handle it." Turning to see Li Yi standing behind him, Huang Yaohui could only nod in agreement and step aside. After all, this was Li Yi's affair, and he had no right to interfere. Chapter 71. A perfect resolution. Having persuaded Huang Yaohui to step back, Li Yi turned his attention with a smile towards the workers installing the equipment. "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. Just now, I had some matters to attend to, which caused me to neglect everyone. I hope you can forgive any shortcomings on my part." As Li Yi spoke, he distributed cigarettes to the group. Deng Duan initially thought that if no benefits were to be gained, they might as well let the matter rest today. They assembled the equipment casually and prepared to leave. At most, they would slightly misadjust the device during installation, preventing it from reaching the previously anticipated capacity. However, upon observing Li Yi's demeanor, he sensed a glimmer of hope. Thus, he deliberately adopted an arrogant posture and coldly scoffed. "We traveled so far to install your equipment, and the compensation barely covers our travel expenses. Did you really think we could be easily dismissed?" Li Yi, of course, dismissed Deng Duan's exaggerated claims about insufficient funds for travel. After all, they were not responsible for purchasing their own tickets. The manufacturing company would reimburse all expenses. Furthermore, Li Yi would never allow them to fend for themselves regarding meals. Yet, despite knowing Deng Duan's words were utterly untrustworthy, Li Yi chose not to confront him. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Indeed, you make a valid point. I did not consider this thoroughly before. Now, will you agree to our requests?" Li Yi did not even inquire about their specific demands, simply nodding repeatedly, I agree. I will fulfill all your requests." Huang Yaohui, feeling anxious about Li Yi's response, rushed forward to grasp his arm, eager to voice his concerns. However, before he could utter a word, Li Yi gently patted his arm, signaling him to remain silent and allow him to handle the situation. Though Huang Yaohui felt a surge of discontent, he refrained from saying more, letting out a heavy sigh before turning and exiting the scene, opting for out of sight, out of mind. Seeing Huang Yaoi leave, Li Yi gestured for Yu Jie to quickly follow and persuade him. Meanwhile, he remained to continue negotiations with Deng Duan. What kind of price are you willing to offer us to continue our work? Li Yi asked. Deng Duan's question was met with Li Yi's cheerful dismissal. Let's not rush into this. The hour is late. Why don't we all go have a meal first? We can discuss this tomorrow when we have more time. Deng Duan, trusting Li Yi's words, led his team to dinner without suspicion. Once Deng Duan and his crew were settled, Li Yi approached Huang Yaoi. Before Li Yi could speak, Huang Yaoi began to vent his frustration. I must say, why are you being so courteous to those people? They are clearly taking advantage of your kindness. He continued, if you don't pay them a dime, I refuse to believe they would actually refuse to assemble the equipment for you. At Huang Yaohui's impassioned outburst, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Hui, there's no need to be so agitated. In truth, there is no need for us to engage in conflict with them. I shall find a way to deal with them. Do you have any other suggestions? You should stay at my place tonight, and I promise you shall witness a splendid performance tomorrow. Since Li Yi has articulated his point so clearly, Huang Yaoi felt there was no further need to inquire and could only nod gently in response, remaining silent. Leaving Yu Jie to accompany Huang Yaoi, Li Yi ventured into town, where he sought out a public telephone to contact Sister Hua. After relaying the situation to her, Sister Hua's tone transformed into one of indignation. Is this truly the case? Of course, I would never lie. Once Li Yi confirmed the veracity of the situation, Sister Hua asserted, understood. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall give them a lesson they won't forget. After hanging up, Li Yi returned home. The following morning, Li Yi arrived at the factory, waiting alongside Huang Yaoi and the others at the equipment installation site for Deng Duan and his team to arrive. What sort of attitude is this? Even at this hour, they still haven't shown up. They must not take this matter seriously. Huang Yaoi was still quite displeased. Even though it was not yet time to begin work, he felt compelled to confront Deng Duan and his crew. Li Yi chuckled at Huang Yaohui's remarks. Just as he was about to respond, Deng Duan and his team arrived. Deng Gong, have you reached a consensus? How much must I pay for you to complete the assembly of all the equipment? Deng Duan's expression faltered, and he awkwardly gazed at Li Yi. No need for that. We will assemble all the equipment without requiring a single penny from you. Observing Deng Duan's demeanor, Li Yi realized that his call to Sister Hua had indeed borne fruit. Even though he was aware of the unfolding situation, he feigned innocence and inquired, is that true? Surely you must want some incentive, otherwise. I fear you may not perform your duties diligently. No, rest assured, we will ensure all equipment is properly calibrated, guaranteeing it meets the design specifications. In that case, I thank you in advance. Deng Duan had no intention of continuing the conversation with Li Yi. With an awkward smile, he led his team to commence their work. Watching their diligent efforts, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. He harbored no concerns that Deng Duan and his team might resort to underhanded tactics with the equipment. He had already made it clear that should they dare tamper with the machinery, they would be held fully accountable. At that moment, Huang Yaoi and Yu Jie stood by, utterly astonished. They could not fathom how swiftly Deng Duan's attitude had shifted. Just yesterday, he had been adamant about not working without compensation. Yet today he had taken the initiative to begin the task. After finally emerging from a state of stupor, Huang Yaoi could not restrain himself from asking Li Yi, how did you manage that? Why did their transformation occur so swiftly today? Observing the astonishment etched on Huang Yaohui's face, Li Yi chuckled. Sometimes, resolving issues does not necessitate the use of brute force. In fact, alternative approaches can yield even more exquisite solutions. Huang Yaoi gazed at Li Yi, slightly parting his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Chapter 72. Conditions. Deng Duan and his team quickly completed the assembly of the equipment, after which Deng Duan approached Li Yi. Boss, all the equipment is now assembled. Please come and inspect it. Li Yi, lacking expertise in equipment, understood that testing production capacity could only be done once production commenced. Thus, he shifted his focus to Huang Yaoi and Yu Jie. Recognizing the intent behind Li Yi's gaze, the two stepped forward to examine the equipment's condition. After meticulously inspecting the entire setup, Yu Jie approached Li Yi and stated, Boss, everything is functioning normally. However, subsequent adjustments will need to be made according to actual production conditions. Yu Jie's words surprised Deng Duan, who turned to look at him, having assembled equipment for some time. He rarely encountered someone so knowledgeable in other settings. With Yu Jie's remark, he realized that Yu Jie indeed possessed a solid understanding of the matter. Recalling yesterday's events, Deng Duan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Perhaps even without contacting their company headquarters, this seemingly unremarkable small factory could have successfully assembled the equipment through sheer effort. Deng Duan now felt as though he was showcasing his prowess before a master swordsman. Li Yi, unconcerned with Deng Duan's thoughts, directly inquired of Yu Jie, "Can you calibrate this equipment?" Yu Jie nodded affirmatively. With this confirmation, Li Yi turned his attention to Deng Duan. "All right, Deng. You and your team have worked hard these past few days. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I want to see you off further." Deng Duan dared not utter a word in protest and quickly departed with his team. In truth, had they not refrained from speaking up, each might have received a share of a red envelope. Now, due to their lack of insight, they would receive nothing, not even a farewell meal from Li Yi. Once the equipment was assembled, the initial operational test was conducted that very day. All machinery operated smoothly. Although the production capacity could not yet be accurately assessed, the performance of this new equipment was significantly superior to that of the old. Nevertheless, Li Yi had no immediate plans to dispose of the old equipment, as he harbored another idea in mind. The beverage factory in Qinghe County seeks to capture the low-end market that Li Yi has previously neglected by emulating his beverage strategies. With his production capacity now barely sufficient, Li Yi is certainly not inclined to overlook this market opportunity. He resolves to utilize older equipment to seize Qinghe's business. In the process of developing this new equipment, Li Yi intentionally incorporates an inflatable feature, transforming their orange juice into orange soda. Although this upgrade may not seem particularly intricate, Li Yi is acutely aware that this minor innovation has the potential to ignite a significant market response once more. Coupled with the newly designed beverage bottles crafted by Yu Liming, the launch of this new product leaves Li Yi unconcerned about its marketability. Following his recent defeat at Li Yi's hands, Zhao Guofeng swiftly approached Song Lizzie to propose a collaboration aimed at undermining Li Yi. Song Lizzie, indeed eager to eliminate Li Yi, remains cautious about indiscriminately partnering with anyone. In his eyes, Zhao Guofeng is merely a minor character, incapable of stirring any substantial upheaval. Thus, Song Lizzie is initially reluctant to join forces with him, although he had intended to dismiss Zhao Guofeng and his son. A particular statement from Zhao Guofeng altered his course of action. "Mr. Song, if you agree to collaborate with us, I can assist in fabricating a scandal surrounding Li Yi's beverages that could prove deadly. In the beverage industry, beyond the apparent factors of taste and price, a critical element influencing the viability of a product is its safety for consumption. Should a beverage lead to fatalities, no matter how delightful its flavor, public trust in that product would be irrevocably shattered. Even if relevant authorities sought to clarify the situation, many would continue to believe the initial reports, dealing a potentially fatal blow to the beverage's reputation. However, such tactics are undeniably unscrupulous, and employing them carries the risk of backlash. Hence, Song Lizzie is hesitant to resort to such underhanded methods. Yet, now that Zhao Guofeng has broached this idea, Song Lizzie finds himself intrigued. After all, he perceives that delegating this task could minimize his own risks. Provided the execution is handled adeptly, he might evade any consequences altogether. Thus, he contemplates retaining Zhao Guofeng and his son for further discussions. Upon closing the door to his office, Song Lizzie turns to Zhao Guofeng and inquires, "What is your plan? As long as you are inclined to collaborate with me, I assure you that what I just proposed can be realized. You need not concern yourself with the details. I will manage everything. But what is it that you seek?" Song Lizzie is not naive. He was acutely aware that if Zhao Guofeng simply intended to eliminate Li Yi without any ulterior motives, there would be no need for him to seek out his counsel. Thus, it was evident that Zhao Guofeng had something to gain, which prompted him to discuss matters of collaboration. In response to Song Lizzie's inquiry, Zhao Guofeng erupted into hearty laughter. "I truly appreciate your forthright nature, President Song. Given that, I shall not beat around the bush. I would like you to consider acquiring all the oranges from our village. Moreover, after all the endeavors my son and I have undertaken, shouldering all the risks for you, it is only fair that we receive some form of compensation, don't you think?" Observing the insincere grin on Zhao Guofeng's face, Song Lizzie let out a slight sigh. He was well aware that Zhao Guofeng was a man who would not act without the promise of profit. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Lizzie directly inquired, "Acquiring all the oranges from your village is not an issue, but how much compensation are you seeking?" "I don't want much, 10,000 for each of us." "Is that unreasonable?" Chapter 73. A Drink to Excess. For Zhao Guofeng's audacious demand, Song Lizzie felt an urge to retort sharply. Was this truly not asking for much? Naturally, Song Lizzie could not agree to Zhao Guofeng's proposition outright. He engaged in a negotiation. After a couple of rounds of back and forth, they settled on 7,000. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, Zhao Guofeng and his son had reached an agreement and were now preparing to take action against him. Presently, all of Li Yi's focus was dedicated to the production of new equipment. Following Zhang Tieju's recent recruitment announcement, applicants had flocked in abundance, and within 2 days, sufficient personnel had been hired to operate the new machinery. This new equipment undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of contemporary technology. The former machinery required 30 individuals for 3 shifts, whereas the new setup, with its significantly enhanced productivity, now only needed the same number for operation. By interspersing the newly hired individuals with seasoned employees, concerns regarding production safety were effectively mitigated. As the new machinery began to hum with activity, bottle after bottle of beverage emerged from the assembly line. Watching the freshly packaged drinks, Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This marked the inception of his new brilliance in this era. The radiant characters Yi Pin prominently graced the beverage bottles, a name he had chosen for the orange soda he produced. His factory was aptly named Yi Pin Food Processing Factory. When he had tasked Sure Hao with obtaining the necessary permits, Li Yi refrained from categorizing his establishment as solely a beverage factory. He envisioned future expansions into other realms, and labeling it merely as a beverage factory would impose constraints he was unwilling to accept. "Brother Yi, this drink is absolutely delightful," exclaimed Zhang Taiju, who had just opened a bottle and could not contain his admiration. Upon hearing Zhang Tizu's admiration, Li Yi nodded without hesitation. "Of course it is delicious. Just look at the recipe creator." Zhang Tizu, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Li Yi, "What price should we set for this new beverage?" Li Yi replied, "Let us keep it at the same price as before." This response caused a look of astonishment to spread across Zhang Tizu's face, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Li Yi. "The same price? Does that mean we won't make any profit?" In truth, Zhang Tizu did not comprehend that their profits had already increased. The introduction of new equipment would allow costs to be distributed across each bottle, and with enhanced production and reduced labor costs, they were saving money. By maintaining the same pricing, they could actually earn more. Additionally, keeping the price consistent would greatly enhance their market reputation. Zhang Tizu only saw the substantial expenditure on new equipment, failing to grasp the broader implications as Li Yi did. Thus, his surprise at the unchanged price stemmed from concerns about potential losses. Li Yi, chuckling, reassured him, "Rest assured, our pricing will certainly yield profits. You need not worry about this matter." With Li Yi having made his point, Zhang Tizu felt it inappropriate to press further. His responsibility lay solely in overseeing production. As long as operations ran smoothly, he would have done his part well. With the new beverage now produced, it was time for Li Yi to promote their creation in the market. Upon locating Yao Gui, Li Yi barely had the chance to discuss the new beverage before Yao Gui, visibly anxious, interrupted him. "Boss Li, there's trouble. A serious issue has arisen." Observing Yao Gui's distressed expression, Li Yi inquired, "What is the matter? Why the urgency?" "I just received word that someone died after consuming your orange juice. This has created quite the uproar, and the family is threatening to report it to the authorities." Li Yi's brow furrowed in confusion upon hearing Yao Gui's words. "Impossible. Our beverages are produced strictly according to food safety standards. Such an incident could not occur." Yet, it was indeed happening, as the distributors had already relayed this alarming news to him. Just as Li Yi was about to ask for more details, Ho Dahai hurriedly arrived, breathless, and urged Li Yi, "Presently, you must return to the factory immediately. The entrance is completely blocked." Ho Dahai's words made it clear to Li Yi that Yao Gui was not exaggerating. The tragedy had indeed transpired. Without further ado, Li Yi swiftly followed Ho Dahai back to the factory. Upon arrival, they found the factory entrance besieged, with a crowd gathering and banners being unfurled. The white banner emblazoned with black letters condemned Li Yi and his beverage factory. "Poisonous drinks, heinous acts. Taking a life must be met with consequences, an undeniable truth." The commotion at the factory entrance attracted a multitude of onlookers, who pointed and whispered about the slogans displayed. "Isn't this the factory that produces unbranded orange juice? Who would have thought their beverages could be fatal? I've consumed their drinks myself. I wonder if it could be dangerous. I don't know if their drinks can cause death, but I can attest that they are quite palatable. Surely they wouldn't be lethal, would they? I enjoy purchasing their beverages, and I've never encountered any issues thus far. Why are they protesting now? Is this all just a spectacle? The spectators murmured a plethora of opinions, yet their words held little weight. They were merely bystanders. Very few truly understood the situation. Observing the scene, Li Yi approached the throng blocking the entrance and inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, what is the current situation? Could anyone enlighten me?" Upon hearing his words, a middle-aged man clad in mourning attire stepped forward. "What is the situation? Your factory produces drinks that are poison, causing death. What else is there to discuss?" Li Yi scrutinized the man, whose tone was aggressive. "May I know your name, sir? Could you provide me with specific details?" "I am Wang Guiwen. My father consumed your beverage last night, and this morning he was gone. How can you claim your drinks are safe?" Li Yi frowned slightly at Wang Guiwen's words. He was confident that the notion of his drinks causing fatalities was utterly unfounded. If there were indeed issues with their orange juice, they would not have sold so successfully until now. They had moved at least 700,000 to 800,000 bottles, with orders extending over a month ahead. Even with food safety regulations being lax, Li Yi had ensured their orange juice underwent rigorous testing by the relevant authorities, yielding normal results. Typically, when faced with such circumstances, individuals would not resort to protests at the factory, but would instead contact the authorities. Thus, the situation was clear. Wang Guiwen had ulterior motives for his presence. Although Li Yi could not yet speculate on the nature of those motives, he chose to remain cordial. "I express my condolences regarding your father, but one cannot hastily conclude that our orange juice is flawed based solely on this incident. Such reasoning defies common sense. Spare me your words. My father consumed nothing but your orange juice the day before. Upon rising in the morning, a person was found missing," leading Wang Guiwen to exclaim in a fit of rage, "What could possibly be the issue if it's not your statements?" Those he had brought along echoed his sentiments, turning Li Yi into the focal point of their ire, as if they wished to see him harmed immediately. Faced with their fervent emotions, Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly, aware that any words he might utter would be futile under such circumstances. The onlookers had begun to murmur, most leaning towards believing Wang Guiwen. For in the minds of the populace, a death is of paramount concern. The logic behind the situation was of little interest to them. Zhang Taizhu, standing beside Li Yi, noticed his silence and prepared to step forward in defense. Sensing Zhang's intent, Li Yi quickly grasped his arm and gently shook his head. Zhang wore an expression of palpable frustration, yet he dared not disregard Li Yi's counsel, letting out a heavy sigh before retreating. With Zhang restrained, Li Yi turned his attention back to Wang Guiwen. "Debating this matter here serves no purpose. Our means of investigation are quite advanced. Therefore, let us involve the authorities." Upon hearing this, Wang Guiwen's demeanor shifted to one of panic. He was well aware of the true cause of his father's demise. The elder had been ill for an extended period, merely clinging to life by sheer will. Last night's consumption of orange juice was merely a fleeting resurgence. It was not surprising that he had passed away by morning. Wang Guiwen had leveraged the situation to his advantage, stirring trouble for Li Yi. He implored Li Yi, "Do not speak of involving the police. My father's death is solely attributed to your orange juice, and even if the heavens themselves intervened today, you could not evade culpability." As Wang Guiwen's agitation grew increasingly evident, Li Yi became more convinced that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. "If you insist on linking these two events, we must seek a reputable authority for verification. Otherwise, why should I accept your claims as truth? You unscrupulous merchant, peddling beverages that could be lethal, and now you refuse to acknowledge it? Today, I shall ensure justice is served by dismantling your establishment." As he spoke, Wang Guiwen attempted to charge into the factory. Zhang Taizhu, however, would not permit such an intrusion and swiftly moved to block their path. Chaos erupted on the scene. Li Yi refrained from stopping Wang Guiwen and instead swiftly stepped aside. "Taizhu, do not impede them. Allow them to enter and wreak havoc. The equipment and products within the factory are valued at over 1 million. Should they proceed, I can convert it all into cash. When the time comes to settle accounts in the autumn, none of these individuals will escape. I intend for them to languish in prison." Li Yi's words resonated with conviction, rendering Wang Guiwen's entourage momentarily speechless. They were merely compensated to assist in this endeavor. The prospect of jeopardizing their future for this matter prompted them to carefully reconsider their current predicament. Moreover, the prices Li Yi had quoted were exorbitantly high. although those who had summoned them had assured that someone would take responsibility for the aftermath. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern that such assurances were devoid of accountability. Should irreparable consequences arise, those who would ultimately bear the brunt of the responsibility would be the ones who acted. Zhang Taizhu had always listened attentively to Li Yi's counsel. In this instance, he resolutely chose to heed Li Yi's words, leading his men to cease their resistance and clear a path, with Zhang Taizhu no longer obstructing them. Wang Guiwen urgently called out to his followers, urging them to charge in and dismantle this unscrupulous establishment. His voice was loud, yet regrettably, no one heeded his command. The crowd stood rooted, unwilling to foolishly follow Wang Guiwen into the fray. After all, they were not here to risk their lives. They had merely come to lend their presence. At that moment, Wang Guiwen resembled a jester, performing for an audience that regarded him with bemusement. Li Yi found no surprise in this scenario. His understanding of human nature far surpassed that of Wang Guiwen. He had clearly articulated the consequences to these individuals, and it was evident that those who chose to follow Wang Guiwen into action would either be foolish or exceedingly foolish. It appeared that none among them were simpletons. They all made astute choices in this moment. Observing the unfolding situation, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction and approached the now awkwardly positioned Wang Guiwen. Mr. Wang, regardless of your current intentions, I extend my sympathy for your predicament. If you wish to engage in a constructive dialogue, let us proceed inside to converse. Otherwise, I shall alert the authorities and request an investigation to uncover the truth of this matter. At this juncture, Wang Guiwen found himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. He had initially believed that a mere rallying cry would compel his followers to take action, absolving him of primary responsibility when the time for reckoning arrived. His plans had been well structured, but Li Yi's public exposure of the situation rendered it impossible for him to command the group. Despite his growing frustration, he had no choice but to confront Li Yi directly. Today, I shall see what excuses you can conjure, Wang Guiwen declared, hastily advancing into the fray. He appeared genuinely furious, yet within, Wang Guiwen was in a state of turmoil. He feigned anger solely to conceal his true emotions from others. Upon Wang Guiwen's entrance into the factory, Li Yi instructed Zhang Taizhu to direct the removal of all the banners before following him inside. Once they reached a designated small room for discussions, Li Yi directly addressed Wang Guiwen, cutting to the chase. Pray tell, who has compelled you to act in such a manner? I know not of what you speak. All I know is that you must compensate me and issue a public apology, or this matter remains unresolved. Wang Guiwen, still resolute in his mission, barked at Li Yi. Li Yi, shaking his head in exasperation, could not fathom why Wang Guiwen was so foolish, still believing he was unaware of the circumstances. With a heavy sigh, he fixed an intense gaze upon Wang Guiwen. Surely, you do not believe I am oblivious to everything? Are you aware of the repercussions of falsely accusing someone? Your actions have already veered into the realm of defamation against our company. Should this escalate, you could find yourself imprisoned for a decade, and I would gladly relinquish this factory to you. Li Yi's words were both rational and firm, momentarily leaving Wang Guiwen in a state of shock. Though he had received little formal education and was largely illiterate, he was not ignorant of the law's gravity. He had witnessed several acquaintances sentenced for various offenses, and two had even faced execution, their fates sealed. Trembling with fear, Wang Guiwen struggled to regain his composure. Why you can't intimidate me? I am not afraid. I am not attempting to instill fear. I am merely presenting you with a reality. Your willingness to speak the truth lies entirely within your control. Li Yi responded with an unexpectedly gentle tone. However, the slight smile on Li Yi's face conveyed a chilling undertone to Wang Guiwen, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What do you mean by entirely within my control? Do I truly have any options left? At that moment, Wang Guiwen felt a desperate urge to escape his predicament. He grappled with the notion of exposing those behind him, yet he also felt a pang of guilt regarding the loyalty he had long upheld. However, if he remained silent, his future could very well be irrevocably ruined. As Wang Guiwen wrestled with his internal conflict, Li Yi spoke once more. It seems you have yet to determine how to proceed. In that case, you may return for now. I shall investigate this matter myself. The warning in Li Yi's words was unmistakable. You may choose not to speak, but once I uncover the truth, you shall bear the consequences alone. As for whether you can bear the burden, it all comes down to luck. Wang Guiwen, despite his foolishness, had grasped Li Yi's intentions at this moment. Finally, He gritted his teeth and resolved within himself. It was Zhao Guofeng who led me to this. He provided me with 2,000 yuan to pin my father's death on your factory and even urged me to incite trouble. Zhao Guofeng. Li Yi slightly furrowed his brow. Yes, it is he. He claimed that if I refused to assist him, it would be tantamount to looking down upon him, and I dared not offend him. I truly had no other choice. Do you know why he would do this? Li Yi found it difficult to comprehend Zhao Guofeng's motives. Even if Zhao Guofeng bore a grudge against him, the expense of such a retaliatory act seemed exorbitant. Li Yi did not believe Zhao Guofeng was a person who would miscalculate. Faced with Li Yi's inquiry, Wang Guiwen shook his head vigorously, like a drum. I do not know. He merely paid me to act as instructed, and I truly have no idea what his purpose is. Observing the intense anxiety etched on Wang Guiwen's face, Li Yi could ascertain that he was indeed not lying. Wang Guofeng was likely genuinely unaware of Zhao Guofeng's true intentions. Li Yi's prolonged silence, coupled with his furrowed brow, began to instill a sense of apprehension in Wang Guiwen. Cautiously, he inquired, "This matter has nothing to do with me, and I have disclosed everything I know. Can I leave now?" Coming back to his senses, Li Yi cast a cold glance at Wang Guiwen and scoffed. "Nothing to do with you? Do you comprehend the extent of the losses your actions have inflicted upon us? Are you prepared to let us bear this loss on our own?" Wang Guiwen hastily replied, "I will compensate. How much do you need?" "Not much. I shall refrain from discussing future implications. But as for the current losses, they amount to approximately 60,000 yuan. I'll give you a discount. Just provide me with 50,000 directly." "So much?" Wang Guiwen was left dumbfounded by this figure. He had thought that Li Yi might demand 1 or 2,000 yuan at most. He had already resigned himself to the expectation of making no profit from this venture, planning to hand over all of Zhao Guofeng's money to Li Yi. However, the price Li Yi quoted far exceeded his expectations. Too much? Li Yi regarded Wang Guiwen with a sardonic smile. "If you find this sum excessive, I have another solution for you to consider." Wang Guiwen promptly asked, "What solution?" "Restore our factory's reputation in the same manner you tarnished it. As long as the repercussions of this incident are nullified and all who are aware of it come to understand the truth, I shall absolve you of any financial obligation." Evidently, Wang Guiwen had yet to recognize the magnitude of the consequences his actions had wrought. He believed that telling a mere lie could be easily rectified. Chapter 76. Reiterating ideas without much hesitation, Wang Guiwen promptly opted for the second solution proposed by Li Yi. "Allow me to eliminate the repercussions for your factory." "Very well. Proceed with it. I shall return to inspect the results. Should they meet my stipulated standards, I shall refrain from pursuing your accountability further." Wang Guiwen expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. Observing Wang Guiwen's retreating figure, Li Yi scoffed with disdain. Wang Guiwen remained blissfully unaware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead with this second choice, mistakenly believing he had struck a significant bargain. It would not be long before Wang Guiwen would seek him out to plead for mercy. Li Yi, however, chose to disregard Wang Guiwen and focused his thoughts on Zhao Guofeng. The situation in Zhao Jiawan had originated from Zhao Guofeng and his associates, yet, in an absurd twist, Zhao Guofeng had shifted the animosity toward Li Yi. This left Li Yi feeling perplexed. Despite his bewilderment regarding Zhao Guofeng's attitude, Li Yi resolved not to endure such bullying any longer. As he contemplated how to confront Zhao Guofeng, Zhang Taizhu entered from outside. "Brother Yi, has the matter been resolved?" Li Yi gave a slight nod, and then quickly shook his head, which left Zhang Taizhu utterly confused, unsure of what to make of Li Yi's mixed signals. Struggling to fathom Li Yi's cryptic gestures, Zhang Taizhu inquired directly, "Brother Yi, what does this mean? Has the issue been resolved or not?" Seeing the perplexity etched on Zhang Taizhu's face, Li Yi chuckled and clarified, "It isn't entirely resolved. We must wait and see." "Wait for what?" Li Yi chose not to elaborate further, instead instructing Zhang Taizhu, "Find someone to gather information regarding Zhao Jiawan. Ascertain if there are any updates in their village. What specific information should I seek? Any useful tidbits will suffice, particularly concerning Zhao Guofeng and his son." Although Zhang Taizhu was baffled by Li Yi's sudden request to investigate Zhao Jiawan, he refrained from pressing for details and simply nodded, indicating he would attend to it immediately. After sending Zhang Taizhu on his errand, Li Yi ventured out to locate Yao Gui, who was currently touring the factory. Upon receiving news from Li Yi, Yao Gui had followed him. Although Li Yi understood that Yao Gui's primary motive was likely to witness the unfolding events, he sensed a tinge of concern for the factory's condition in Yao Gui's demeanor. Regardless of the extent of Yao Gui's involvement, Li Yi felt a measure of gratitude towards him. "Boss Yao, what do you think? The new factory premises are quite impressive, aren't they?" Yao Gui discerned the sound of Li Yi's voice and promptly turned his head to regard him, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, especially regarding this new equipment. The production efficiency is astonishingly high. I could scarcely keep up with the visuals. Apart from recognizing the elevated efficiency, have you made any other observations?" Yao Gui chuckled. "Surely, there are additional discoveries. Director Li, your previous visit was to promote this new beverage from your factory, was it not?" It appeared that Yao Gui was quite astute. Having already perceived the production of a new beverage within the factory without explicitly stating it, thereby compelling Li Yi to disclose it voluntarily. This maneuver granted him the upper hand in negotiations. However, Yao Gui's little cleverness might be rendered irrelevant, as Li Yi had no intention of raising prices whatsoever. In response to the beaming expression on Yao Gui's face, Li Yi smiled in kind. "So, Boss Yao, what is your impression of our newly produced beverage? If it were to be launched into the market, do you believe it has the potential to ignite a market frenzy once more?" Facing Li Yi's inquiry, Yao Gui nodded affirmatively. "I just sampled this beverage, and its taste is remarkably pleasing. Moreover, it is presented in a rather upscale soda format. If introduced to the market at an appropriate price, it would undoubtedly become a new sensation." As Yao Gui spoke, he subtly reiterated the matter of pricing. His implication was unmistakably clear. Should the price be appropriate, it could indeed become a market hit, but if not, its success might be dubious, and it could very well remain unsold. Li Yi chuckled at Yao Gui's implication. "What price do you consider appropriate?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Gui replied, "The ideal price per bottle would hover around $1.50. In truth, Yao Gui had already prepared himself for Li Yi to propose a price of $2 per bottle, given the current market rates for soda. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the quotation that Li Yi presented next, which left him momentarily speechless. "I have decided to maintain the price per bottle at $1. After hearing this, Yao Gui was so taken aback that he struggled to comprehend whether Li Yi's stated price was genuine or a jest. After a considerable pause, he hastily pressed Li Yi for clarification. "Is that true? Director Li genuinely intends to keep the price of these beverages unchanged?" To Yao Gui's query, Li nodded affirmatively and replied, "Of course it's true. Do you think I would jest about such matters?" With the assurance that Li Yi's words were not mere banter, but rather a genuine intention to sell at this price, Yao Gui's astonishment deepened. He initially contemplated asking Li Yi whether maintaining this price would yield any profit, but the question hovered on the tip of his tongue, ultimately swallowed back. After all, whether Li Yi is making money or not is of no concern to him. Furthermore, if Li Yi truly were without profit, he would not engage in the sale of beverages. Consequently, Yao Gui pivoted to pose another question. "Mr. Li, would you consider granting me exclusive agency rights for your factory's products?" Previously, Yao Gui had broached this idea with Li Yi, only to have it swiftly dismissed. Now that a new beverage line had emerged, Yao Gui seized the opportunity to revisit the matter. Chapter 77. They have moved away confronted with Yao Gui's proposal. Li Yi's demeanor remained largely unchanged from their last encounter. Without hesitation, he firmly rejected Yao Gui's request. "No, I have no intention of allowing anyone to exclusively represent our beverages. All sales rights must remain under our control." Having witnessed countless exclusive agents in the future exploit their influence to monopolize the market and subsequently coerce manufacturers into lowering prices, Li Yi was resolute in his stance. Though Yao Gui did not overtly express such intentions, one can never fully gauge a person's true motives. Therefore, to preclude such scenarios, the most prudent course of action is to eliminate the possibility of exclusive agents altogether. Without them, the market cannot be cornered, nor can they pressure him into price reductions. Though Yao Gui felt a tinge of disappointment at Li Yi's refusal, he ultimately refrained from pressing the issue further and simply nodded in understanding. "Mr. Li, while I accept that you won't grant me exclusive rights, could you possibly provide me with a larger initial supply? How much do you need? If possible, I would like merchandise worth 100,000 yuan. Should that prove insufficient, I will return for more." In truth, the quantity Yao Gui sought was merely the production output of 2 days. Li Yi had no reservations about this arrangement. As per their previous agreement, Yao Guo provided the payment up front, and Li Yi assured him that the goods would be delivered at the earliest opportunity. Li Yi was uncertain of the extent of Yao Guo's capabilities, yet he suspected that Yao Guo's decision to procure 100,000 bottles likely represented his entire fortune. In this context, even Li Yi could not help but admire Yao Guo's audacity. Perhaps those destined to achieve greatness possess unconventional methods. Otherwise, how could they accrue wealth? Now that Yao Guo had secured his supply, Li Yi resolved not to promote his new beverage further in the market. As long as sales thrived on Yao Guo's end, other distributors would undoubtedly seek to procure stock. After bidding farewell to Yao Guo, Li Yi mounted his motorcycle and rode home. Upon ascending the stairs, he noticed several individuals bustling about at Kai Xuexia's residence, busy packing their belongings. Puzzled by the commotion, he chose not to intrude, merely casting a glance before returning to his own home. At this moment, Su Yuping had already returned home from work and was assisting Li Xiaoming with her homework. Upon seeing Su Yuping, Li Yi inquired, "What is the situation over at Kai Xuexia's house?" Upon hearing this question from Li Yi, a peculiar expression began to manifest on Su Yuping's face. After a brief moment of silence, she finally spoke. "Their family has already disbanded, and this matter bears a certain relation to you." Li Yi looked at Su Yuping, perplexed. "How is this related to me? What connection do I have to it?" Su Yuping had no intention of being cryptic. She proceeded to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the situation. It turned out that the relationship between Kai Xuexia and Shi Hongqiao had been confirmed within the factory, leading to both Kai Xuexia and Shi Hongqiao being dismissed from their positions. Initially, Kai Xuexia's husband was able to tolerate such matters. However, once everyone in the factory became aware, he found himself the subject of ridicule wherever he went. Whether he was incited by others or acted out of sheer anger, the couple ultimately decided to divorce. Moreover, the factory's housing policy required couples to be married, resulting in the repossession of Kai Xuexia's residence. However, after her dismissal, Kai Xuexia had vanished without a trace, leaving no one privy to her current situation. Upon learning of these events, Li Yi cast a discontented glance at Su Yuping. "How can you claim this situation is related to me? Their extramarital affair was not instigated by me, and I certainly did not orchestrate Kai Xuexia's husband's decision to divorce. This matter has absolutely no bearing on me." Despite Li Yi's vehement denial of any connection to the situation, Su Yuping remained unconvinced, narrowing her eyes as she regarded him. "Are you certain that this matter does not pertain to you at all? If that were the case, why would Factory Director Hong issue a directive to address it? Surely he would have better things to occupy his time." Given her employment in the factory, Su Yuping was privy to a wealth of information. Upon learning that Director Hong had directly ordered an investigation into the lifestyle issues concerning Kai Xuexia and Shi Hongqiao, she surmised the truth behind the matter. Recalling that day when Li Yi mentioned that Kai Xuexia would pay a price, Su Yuping was increasingly convinced that Li Yi had directly informed Director Hong. Li Yi, taken aback by Su Yuping's deductions based on mere hints, adopted a somewhat peculiar expression. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly, refraining from further denial. "In truth, I merely nudged things along a bit. Had they not engaged in such indiscretions, my words would have had no effect whatsoever." All right, you need not explain so much. I never accused you of acting inappropriately regarding this matter." Observing Su Yuping's demeanor, Li Yi inquired with an amiable smile, "Do you think I handled this matter commendably?" Su Yuping gazed at Li Yi in silence. Although she refrained from speaking, her eyes conveyed a clear message. She believed Li Yi's actions were indeed praiseworthy. Su Yuping, possessing a rather timid disposition, often lacked the decisiveness to tackle challenges head-on. Previously, Li Yi, in his youthful naivety, had committed numerous errors, leading Su Yuping to grapple with her feelings for an extended period before ultimately deciding to part ways with him. Consequently, it seemed improbable that she could independently confront Kai Xuexia. Li Yi's recent strategy had effectively allowed Su Yuping to vent her frustrations, making it unlikely that she would harbor any discontent regarding the situation. Nonetheless, she would not openly express her true sentiments. Sensing Su Yuping's affirmation, Li Yi chuckled with delight. As long as Su Yuping felt justified in her views, he understood that all his efforts were worthwhile. He embraced Su Yuping and planted 2 fervent kisses on her cheeks. Chapter 78. A complicated approach. Li Xiaoming raised her head just in time to witness Li Yi's affectionate gesture. "Dad, aren't you ashamed?" she exclaimed, amused by her comment. Li Yi chuckled. "What is there to be ashamed of? It merely indicates that your mother and I share a strong bond. Su Yuping, however, did not possess Li Yi's audacity. Her face flushed crimson, reaching the roots of her ears. Please refrain from such shameless behavior in front of the children. You assist Xiaoming with her homework while I prepare dinner. With that, she exited, her cheeks aglow with embarrassment, while guiding Li Xiaoming with her studies. Li Yi's mind was preoccupied with the pressing issue of relocating. Their family resided in a space akin to a communal dormitory, which inevitably presented numerous inconveniences. Thus, the pursuit of a larger home had become imperative. However, at present, Li Yi found himself devoid of resources to facilitate this endeavor, leaving him at a loss for effective solutions. Once Su Yuping set the table with the evening meal, Li Yi, picking up his chopsticks, turned to her with a question that had been weighing on his mind. Yuping, do you know where one might purchase a house these days? Su Yuping was taken aback by his inquiry, her expression one of confusion. Buy a house? Why are you considering that? Isn't our current living situation quite satisfactory? In response to Su Yuping's remarks, Li Yi smiled gently and replied, this place feels a bit too cramped. We're already experiencing a sense of congestion. And should we be blessed with more children in the future, this space would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Su Yuping's astonishment deepened. In this era, the enforcement of family planning policies remained exceedingly stringent. Essentially, those who desire to have 2 children are often subjected to exorbitant fines, with some individuals facing financial ruin due to penalties imposed for a second child. As such occurrences proliferate, the notion of having a second child has become increasingly rare. Yet, Li Yi has now boldly broached the subject, leaving Su Yuping utterly astonished. A vague sense of trepidation also envelopes her. For Li Yi's proposition starkly contradicts the prevailing ideology of this era, showcasing a decidedly unconventional stance. This deviation from the norm often portends perilous consequences, potentially leading one down a path of madness. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuping earnestly admonished Li Yi, urging him to abandon such thoughts. One child is ample. We shall not pursue a second. Furthermore, this notion must remain unspoken to others. Do you understand? Observing the palpable anxiety etched on Su Yuping's face, Li Yi could not suppress a laugh. He was well aware that her concerns were rooted in his safety. In this era, attempting to elucidate future matters to Su Yuping would be futile, so he feigned acquiescence, nodding in agreement. All right, I shall not entertain such thoughts again. But first, could you inform me if you know where I might procure a larger house? Su Yuping shook her head. I am unaware of where to buy a house, but I have heard that our factory intends to construct several new apartment buildings. Given our circumstances, we should be able to apply for a larger unit. Presently, Su Yuping's focus was entirely on the factory's cooperative housing, yet Li Yi perceived broader implications within this context. Merely establishing employee housing would be a considerable waste of resources, and such properties would lack significant potential for future development. Consequently, Li Yi resolved to speak with Hong Jinhao to propose substantial revisions to the current housing plans. Ideally, they could develop a community, but if that were unattainable, they should at least create marketable residential properties. This approach would mitigate construction costs and potentially yield profits in the future. Upon hearing Li Yi's suggestions, Hong Jinhao's expression morphed into one of perplexity, as he had never encountered such methods before. After a prolonged silence, he finally emerged from his stupor. Is this approach truly viable? To Hong Jinhao's skepticism, Li Yi confidently nodded. Absolutely feasible. I have elucidated the pertinent issues and considerations. As long as we navigate these aspects carefully, we can not only earn money but substantial profits. The real estate sector is still in its nascent stage, unlike the meteoric rise it will experience in decades to come. However, this does not hinder the fact that engaging in real estate has become a lucrative business. Provided that operations are executed judiciously, the profits to be amassed, excluding land acquisition and construction costs, can be astronomical. Thus, in addition to desiring a share of a property, Li Yi is also eager to invest a small sum alongside Hong Jinhao, hoping to partake in the benefits. Nevertheless, Li Yi understands that he must not overtly express this intention, as it might provoke Hong Jinhao's aversion. Should this lead to a shift in Hong Jinhao's previously respectful demeanor towards him, Li Yi would find himself in a regrettable situation. To achieve his goal, he believes the optimal approach is to subtly encourage Hong Jinhao to propose the idea of him investing. In this manner, Li Yi could profit legitimately without altering Hong Jinhao's attitude. However, such a mutually beneficial strategy may not be easily discerned. Currently, Li Yi is fervently contemplating how to articulate his thoughts to prompt Hong Jinhao to extend an invitation for him to invest. As Li Yi wrestles with his anxious thoughts, Hong Jinhao addresses him. Li, to be candid, I found your previous remarks rather perplexing, leaving me in a state of partial understanding. Would you like me to clarify further? Swiftly, Hong Jinhao shakes his head. The moment he heard Li Yi's words, he was engulfed by a familiar dread reminiscent of his student days under a domineering teacher. Thus, he hastily declines the offer for further explanation, unwilling to endure that discomfort again. But how will you navigate this matter if I do not elucidate further? There are numerous complexities you must comprehend. Li Yi's words are not mere hyperbole. Indeed, delving into real estate entails a myriad of intricate details, and an outsider attempting to participate may find themselves dissuaded at the very first hurdle of paperwork. After a brief silence following Li Yi's comments, Hong Jinhao directly inquires, "What do you know about the specific procedures involved?" Having previously owned a company engaged in real estate, Li Yi possesses a thorough understanding of the processes involved. Affirmatively nodding, he replies, "Rest assured, I am well versed in these procedures and will ensure you are fully informed." Hong Jinhao swiftly gestures, No, you need not impart all that knowledge to me. I have a better solution." "What solution?" "Following your earlier suggestion, let us partner in developing this project. When profits are realized, we will distribute dividends according to our shares." Though Hong Jinhao lacks expertise in real estate development, this does not preclude his ability to contemplate the essential elements of the endeavor. In his perspective, as long as he and Li Yi established a collaborative state, it was certain that Li Yi would invest money into the venture. With Li Yi's financial backing, the risks that Hong Jinhao would have to shoulder would diminish significantly. Naturally, the ideal scenario would be to sell the properties for substantial profit. However, should the sales not materialize, it would not be a dire situation, at the very least. He could accommodate the factory workers, thus mitigating potential losses. Conversely, if Li Yi were reluctant to invest, it would imply that he himself lacked faith in this model, merely wishing to use Hong Jinhao as a test subject. In such a case, Hong Jinhao would certainly refrain from adhering to Li Yi's current notions. Li Yi remained oblivious to the true sentiments that resided within Hong Jinhao. He only recognized that Hong Jinhao's current thoughts aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. Previously, he pondered over how to persuade Hong Jinhao to invest, but now it seemed he need not contemplate extensively. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Li Yi acquiesced to Hong Jinhao's proposal. "No problem, I shall invest a specified amount." Although Li Yi did not possess a substantial sum at present, he felt no urgency. With the launch of the new Epine beverage, the burgeoning market would soon yield a continuous influx of cash flow. For the time being, there was no immediate need to upgrade any equipment within the factory. Hence, this cash flow could be channeled into the current project, allowing him to simply await the profits. "All right, I will return to devise a budget, and we shall estimate the investment ratio accordingly, ultimately determining the share distribution." Through this method, Li Yi successfully garnered a significant amount of time for himself. In the ensuing days, his sole focus would be to ramp up production of the Epine beverage. Upon returning to the factory, just as Li Yi issued the production orders, Shihao approached him to inform that someone was seeking his presence outside. Stepping outside, Li Yi immediately encountered Wang Guiwen, who wore an excessively flattering grin. "What brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Li Yi, deliberately ignoring the ingratiating smile on Wang Guiwen's face, coldly inquired. Wang Guiwen, however, showed not the slightest hint of discomfort at Li Yi's demeanor. Instead, his smile grew even more obsequious. He then spoke to Li Yi in an almost sycophantic tone. "Boss Li, could we possibly revisit our previous discussion?" Over the past few days, Wang Guiwen had been on the brink of madness. He initially believed that a mere casual dismissal would suffice to placate Li Yi, but the reality proved far more severe than he had anticipated. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Guiwen found himself unable to locate anyone who was aware of the prior incident, and not being able to find anyone was only the beginning of his troubles. Every time he casually inquired about the unwrapped orange juice, someone would inevitably mention the infamous incident involving the lethal orange juice. The scope of this rumor began to widen significantly, and it became increasingly improbable for Wang Guiwen to thoroughly clarify the matter. His earlier intention to dismiss Li Yi's concerns had completely evaporated. After all, if he himself could not overlook the clarity of this situation, Wang Guiwen realized he could not escape Li Yi's scrutiny. Thus, with no other options available, he reluctantly sought out Li Yi, hoping to negotiate a slight alteration to their previous agreement. Li Yi merely responded with a cold scoff. Your words come easily. I have already devised various plans for production. Now you expect me to adjust everything on a whim? Who will bear the losses incurred? Wang Guiwen quickly assured. I will take full responsibility for all losses. Observing Wang Guiwen's earnest attempt to shoulder the entire burden, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Pray tell, can you truly handle the responsibility? 50,000 yuan seems rather excessive. Could we possibly negotiate a lower price? Wang Guiwen's naivety left Li Yi momentarily speechless. Did he truly believe that the current price remained unchanged? Wang Guiwen was momentarily taken aback by Li Yi's words, struggling to grasp their meaning. However, Li Yi did not allow him much time for contemplation and continued. Previously, you could resolve this issue for 50,000 yuan. But now the cost has likely increased, at least several times over. Why not resort to theft? In response to Wang Guiwen's nearly desperate tone, Li Yi merely smiled lightly. If you find my current price too steep, you are free to decline. We have alternative means to address this matter. What alternatives? Wang Guiwen asked, his expression filled with anticipation. Li Yi replied with a grin. If you are willing to serve time in prison, this issue can be resolved quite easily. Would Wang Guiwen truly be willing to endure imprisonment for such a predicament? Clearly, he was not. Thus, Li Yi's proposed solution seemed utterly implausible. After much contemplation, Wang Guiwen understood he was completely at Li Yi's mercy. At this juncture, his prospects of turning the tables depended solely on Li Yi's disposition. Breaking the prolonged silence, Li Yi cheerfully inquired, have you made up your mind? Will you choose imprisonment or financial compensation? Wang Guiwen wished to convey that he did not wish to choose either option. However, he also understood that if he did not make a decisive choice, Li Yi would certainly not let him off easily. As for the demand for money, he was indeed unable to produce the substantial sum required to resolve this matter. Regarding imprisonment, Wang Guiwen certainly wished to avoid that fate. Thus, he could only plead with a beseeching gaze towards Li Yi, saying, Boss Li, I have elders above me and young ones below. My entire family relies on me for support. Therefore, I implore you to spare me this time. I assure you, I will never dare to engage in such actions again. Spare you? Li Yi retorted, his words dripping with irony. You speak so lightly. If I were to let you off, who would account for the losses we incurred? Wang Guiwen found himself silenced by Li Yi's words. He truly did not know who should bear the losses in Li Yi's factory, but he certainly could not afford to compensate for them. Just as Wang Guiwen thought he was left with no option but to face imprisonment, Li Yi's next words offered a glimmer of hope. It is not impossible for me to let you off, but you must assist me with some matters first. Li Yi's statement resonated in Wang Guiwen's ears like a divine melody. Without any hesitation, and without inquiring what Li Yi intended him to do, Wang Guiwen nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Certainly, Boss Li, whatever you require, I will do my utmost to accomplish it. In truth, it was not a matter of great importance. He merely wished for Wang Guiwen to deal with Zhao Guofeng. That should not be a problem, right? Upon hearing this request, Wang Guiwen immediately fell into a state of contemplation. Li Yi did not wait long. Noticing Wang Guiwen's silence and lack of response, he directly stated, if you are unwilling, then it is of no consequence. I can have someone else handle it. Li Yi's implication was unmistakable. He was clearly indicating that he could indeed find others to undertake the task, yet he would not relinquish his pursuit of the responsibilities tied to Wang Guiwen. Should he choose to pursue it, Wang Guiwen would inevitably face imprisonment. The choice lay entirely in Wang Guiwen's hands. Not being foolish, Wang Guiwen discerned the underlying message in Li Yi's words. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded and spoke. Boss Li, you need not seek anyone else. I can handle Zhao Guofeng for you without issue. With Wang Guiwen having committed himself to the task, Li Yi refrained from further discussion, nodding in satisfaction with a smile. He instructed Wang Guiwen to await his news, then proceeded to find Zhang Taizhu. How did your inquiries about Zhao Jiawan turn out? Zhang Taizhu, upon hearing Li Yi's question, quickly nodded. I have ascertained the details. After we decided not to purchase the oranges from Zhao Jiawan, they have since sold their oranges to the beverage factory in Qinghe County at the same price we previously offered. After Zhang Taizhu provided such a response, Li Yi felt he had a clearer understanding of the situation. The personnel at the Qinghe beverage factory were not foolish. The beverages they produced rarely required the use of oranges. Previously, Song Lizzie had sought to undermine Li Yi's factory by orchestrating a large-scale acquisition of oranges from Zhao Jiawan. However, the current circumstances indicated that Li Yi had secured a stable and substantial source of oranges. It was highly improbable that Song Lizzie could sever Li Yi's raw material supply by acquiring oranges at inflated prices from others. Since Song Lizzie had not aimed to acquire oranges from Zhao Jiawan for this purpose, Li Yi was compelled to meticulously ponder the rationale behind Song Lizzie's actions. After a brief contemplation, Li Yi arrived at a potential conclusion. Perhaps Zhao Guofeng and Song Lizzie had formed a collaboration, which would explain the situation. After all, Zhao Guofeng had previously approached Li Yi in an effort to persuade him to procure oranges from their village. Li Yi had yet to respond to Zhao Guofeng's request. In order to provide the villagers with a resolution, Zhao Guofeng would inevitably have to seek alternative means to manage the surplus oranges from their village. And Song Lizzie appeared to be the optimal candidate for assistance. At this moment, Li Yi, guided by mere threads of inference, had begun to outline the outline of the situation. He even deduced the conditions under which Song Lizzie had agreed to aid Zhao Guofeng. Recognizing that this was the reason Zhao Guofeng had enlisted Wang Guiwen to tarnish their beverage factory's reputation. Brother Yi, what do you think the Qinghe beverage factory intends to do? They wouldn't want to produce orange juice like us, would they? After sharing all the information he had gathered, Zhang Taizhu noticed Li Yi's prolonged silence and directly inquired. Awakened from his reverie by Zhang Tiezhu's voice, Li Yi chuckled softly and promptly dismissed Zhang Tiezhu's notion. Impossible, they won't produce orange juice. But why are they acquiring so many oranges then? Zhang Taizhu pressed on. Perhaps they are merely indulging in a whim. Li Yi was acutely aware that given Song Lizzie's character and acumen, he would certainly recognize that competing directly with them would yield no fruitful outcome. Therefore, Song Lizzie would not permit their factory to manufacture orange juice. Yet, Li Yi found it challenging to articulate this reasoning to Zhang Taizhu, as such fundamental logic was likely beyond his grasp. Thus, after much contemplation, he could only tell Zhang Taizhu that the primary reason for Song Lizzie's orange acquisition was simply for amusement. Of course, such a claim would only be believed by a fool. Zhang Taizhu glanced at Li Yi but ultimately refrained from pressing further, offering a gentle smile before redirecting his focus back to the production matters at the factory. After Zhang Taizhu departed, Li Yi resolved to pay a visit to Zhao Guofeng and Zhao Qingkai. Chapter 81. A vast disparity. He was indeed curious to see what this father-son duo intended to do. Zhao Guofeng clearly had not anticipated that Li Yi would come knocking at his door. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally addressed Li Yi. How dare you show your face here? Do you believe that with just a word from me, you could never leave this village? At Zhao Guofeng's words, Li Yi could not help but chuckle. Village Chief Zhao, I am well aware of your capabilities. However, I suggest you contemplate this course of action carefully, otherwise, the consequences that follow will be beyond your capacity to bear. Zhao Guofeng let out a cold snort, yet he refrained from taking immediate action against Li Yi. Instead, he inquired, what do you want from me? Speak quickly. I have no time to waste on you. Do you really consider conversing with me a waste of time, Village Chief Zhao? If that is the case, allow me to share something less frivolous, Li Yi replied, bringing up the recent rumors circulating about the factory. Zhao Guofeng did not deny his awareness of these rumors, and a smug expression crossed his face, as if he relished the notion of Li Yi's misfortune. Well then, what I am saying now surely cannot be deemed a waste of time, can it? Li Yi continued. Zhao Guofeng looked at him with a sneer. That is indeed a rare piece of good news. If you continue to provide me with such delightful tidings, I would not mind engaging in further conversation. There is no good news. Only a question for you, Village Chief Zhao. How much did Song Lizzie pay you to engage in such unscrupulous actions? It must be said that Zhao Guofeng's actions were indeed devoid of conscience. Initially, the oranges from their village could not be sold, and it was Li Yi's arrival that provided a new market for the fruit that would have otherwise rotted on the trees. Later, Li Yi offered them excellent alternatives, resulting in profit for the villagers. However, due to Zhao Guofeng's manipulative tactics, Li Yi ceased purchasing the oranges from Zhao Jiawan. At this point, Zhao Guofeng and his associates bore full responsibility for the ensuing troubles. Their actions had already caused significant disruptions to the normal operations of Li Yi's factory. Despite this, Li Yi had yet to hold them accountable, yet they dared to turn against him, an act that could truly be described as heartless. However, Zhao Guofeng did not share this perspective. He remained oblivious to any impropriety in his actions. Stop your nonsense. Today, I shall inform you that I will make your life even more unbearable from now on. This is merely the beginning. And what do you plan to do? Li Yi questioned, as Zhao Guofeng regarded him with a mysterious air, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Do you think you can pry information from me? Let me tell you. You will only lament your curiosity when it is too late. Perhaps when you are gone, you will finally understand the extent of my methods to deal with you. Upon witnessing Zhao Guofeng's demeanor, Li Yi refrained from any further verbosity and promptly summoned Wang Guiwen, who had been waiting outside for an extended period. As Wang Guiwen entered Zhao Guofeng's residence, the expression on Zhao Guofeng's face abruptly shifted to one of astonishment. Clearly, he had never anticipated Wang Guiwen's presence in such a location. Seizing the moment while Zhao Guofeng was momentarily stunned, Li Yi cheerfully inquired, "Village Chief Zhao, whatever has come over you? Were you not quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why are you now at a loss for words?" Li Yi's voice jolted Zhao Guofeng from his stupor. With widened eyes, he gazed incredulously at Wang Guiwen, exclaiming, "You, how did you come to be here?" In response to Zhao Guofeng's question, Wang Guiwen briefly shifted his gaze towards me, receiving a confirming nod from my countenance before disdainfully snorting at Zhao Guofeng. "Zhao Guofeng, you are truly a scoundrel. You think I could be easily deceived into imprisonment for a mere pittance? How could that ever lead to incarceration? I merely presented you with an opportunity for profit. You ought to be more discerning." "An opportunity for profit? Then pray tell, if such a lucrative chance exists, why do you not seize it for yourself?" Zhao Guofeng initially intended to continue his defense, but the words faltered on his lips, leaving him utterly speechless. With Zhao Guofeng rendered voiceless, Li Yi, grinning, remarked, "Village Chief Zhao, I sincerely hope you will reconsider your actions. Do not engage in such endeavors in the future, for the consequences may prove far more severe than you can fathom." After leaving Zhao Guofeng with this admonition, Li Yi paid no heed to his expression and departed. Once outside Zhao's residence, Wang Guiwen regarded Li Yi with a nearly obsequious demeanor. "Bossly, did I not perform admirably just now?" Observing Wang Guiwen's expression, Li Yi comprehended his intentions and smiled, nodding gently in affirmation. "You did indeed perform well. I shall remember your actions today." After exchanging a few words with Wang Guiwen, Li Yi dismissed him. Now that it was evident that the Qinghe Beverage Factory and Zhao Guofeng had colluded against their establishment, Li Yi had no intention of letting Qinghe Beverage Factory off the hook. Presently, the products from Qinghe Beverage Factory occupied the lower end of the market, often priced at a mere 2 or 3 dimes. Their ability to maintain such low prices stemmed primarily from the excessive dilution of their beverages. Li Yi had previously sampled their drinks at Yao Gui's place, and the experience was akin to sipping slightly flavored mineral water. The most absurd aspect was that the flavor was unmistakably derived from artificial essence, entirely devoid of natural fruit aroma, resulting in a scent that could induce dizziness upon a mere whiff. Therefore, should Qinghe Beverage Factory attempt to engage in direct competition with Li Yi, victory could not possibly be achieved through their inferior products. This is precisely why Song Lizzie sought to employ the unscrupulous tactics of Zhao Guofeng to deal with Li Yi. Faced with a lack of viable alternatives, he resorted to such dubious methods. While Song Lizzie struggled to find effective strategies against Li Yi, the latter had an abundance of options at his disposal. Now that the new machinery was operating at full capacity, Li Yi transformed the production of the old machines into a slightly diluted, low-end orange juice. Although water was added during production, the final product remained commendable, far surpassing the offerings of the Qinghe Beverage Factory. Chapter 82. No profit upon returning, Li Yi immediately commenced the production of the outdated beverages, employing various strategies to reduce their prices, nearly sacrificing his profits. His singular aim was to dismantle all counterfeit products mimicking those from his factory. Li Yi possessed a clear understanding of future economic developments. The so-called mid-range beverage market was a fallacy, with only a trivial price difference distinguishing the categories. True premium beverages would be those extravagant mineral waters priced in the thousands. Thus, Li Yi adopted this unprofitable approach to capture market share and cultivate consumer habits. Once the economic landscape improved, Epin Beverage would firmly establish itself in the hearts of the populace. He was unperturbed by the prospect of initial losses. Of course, Li Yi was still generating some revenue. After slightly adjusting the orange juice formula, he tasted it himself and nodded in satisfaction. The flavor was merely a tad milder than before, yet it remained agreeable for those who preferred a lighter taste. Consequently, Li Yi was quite pleased with this adjustment. Having refined the beverage, he brought it back to market and approached Yao Gui. "This is my adjusted orange juice. Would you taste it and let me know how it fares? Yao Gui, perplexed by Li Yi's sudden decision to revise the old beverage formula, refrained from further inquiries, nodding as he accepted the bottle from Li Yi. After taking a few sips, Yao Gui's expression morphed into one of intrigue. Observing his hesitance, Li Yi encouraged, "If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. Do not worry about my feelings." Yao Gui, hearing Li Yi's words, gathered his thoughts and softly remarked, "This revised beverage has significantly reduced the original sugar content, though the taste remains relatively unchanged. The only discernible difference is the decreased sweetness, making it far less cloying." The words currently articulated by Yao Gui evidently reflect a profound contemplation. However, his ambiguous statements bear no significance for Li Yi, who earnestly seeks genuine feedback from Yao Gui. Thus, with a smile, Li Yi directly addressed him, saying, "Boss Yao, do not concern yourself with my current emotions. Simply express your true thoughts." Li Yi possesses a keen awareness of the prevailing societal attitudes, recognizing that individuals of this era do not place a premium on health. Instead, they are predominantly captivated by bold and flavorful cuisine. In restaurants, dishes laden with oil and salt are deemed delectable. Should any establishment proclaim that a bland diet is essential for maintaining health and serve a plethora of tasteless vegetarian dishes, it would undoubtedly face ruin. The same logic applies to beverages. Consumers are indifferent to potential health repercussions. Their sole focus lies on the palatability and cost-effectiveness of the drink. Consequently, Li Yi has never contemplated promoting this beverage with a health-oriented slogan. His objective is merely to achieve unparalleled value. As long as no other drink in the same price range can rival their orange juice, Li Yi's goal is accomplished. Upon hearing Li Yi's remarks, Yao Gui fell into a brief silence. In truth, after altering the formula, this beverage is not as enjoyable as it once was. I believe you should revert to the original recipe. What if I told you that this new drink is priced at merely 1/3 of its previous cost? Would you still deem my formula unsatisfactory? Upon uttering this statement, Li Yi observed a shift in Yao Gui's expression, which morphed into one of incredulity as he fixed his gaze on Li Yi. "Are you genuinely proposing to sell this drink for just 30 cents a bottle?" Li Yi affirmed with a nod. "Do you consider that price excessive?" Yao Gui responded, "It's not that it's too high. Rather, I find it astonishingly low. Even with a diminished taste, you could easily sell it for 70 or 80 cents. To Yao Gui's comments, Li Yi merely shook his head gently, stating, "There is no need for 70 or 80 cents. It is now 30 cents. Yao Gui struggled to comprehend the rationale behind Li Yi's decision. Nevertheless, since Li Yi had firmly established this price point, Yao Gui felt it prudent to refrain from further commentary, simply nodding in acquiescence. "Very well. Since you have set the price, I have no further objections, as long as you believe it will not result in a loss." From Yao Gui's perspective, the price established by Li Yi also bore certain advantages. The lower the selling price, the greater Li Yi's operational flexibility. Ultimately, he could collaborate with several prominent market players to stabilize the price around 60 to 70 cents, which would still yield a commendable profit. However, it seemed that Li Yi had pierced through the thoughts swirling in Yao Gui's mind, effortlessly extinguishing his intentions with a single remark. "I will sell it for 30 cents. But there is one stipulation. The price at which you sell it must not exceed 35 cents. "What?" Yao Gui's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Li Yi, his expression akin to that of someone who had just encountered a ghost. "Not exceeding 35 cents? How is this business even feasible?" In Yao Gui's perspective, a bottle of beverage should yield at least a profit of 10 cents to ensure the survival of distributors like himself. Yet, while the prevailing market profit hovered around 20 cents, Li Yi was offering a mere 5-cent profit margin, leaving Yao Gui utterly astonished. Observing the astonishment etched on Yao Gui's face, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "If you can agree to this profit margin I have proposed, I shall grant you the exclusive rights to distribute this beverage. Should you decline, I will simply turn to the next candidate. There will always be someone willing to meet my terms." Yao Gui's expression morphed into one of complexity. He yearned to secure the exclusive distribution rights. Yet the meager 5-cent profit margin left him in a quandary. Such a narrow margin offered little room for maneuvering, and he feared the possibility of incurring losses. Chapter 83. The shift approaches as Yao Gui wrestled with his internal conflict. Li Yi, growing increasingly impatient, pressed on. "Have you made your decision? Will you acquiesce to my request?" Directly, Yao Gui replied, "The profit margin you propose is simply too small. Could you possibly increase it a bit? How about 15 cents? If that is not feasible, even 10 cents would suffice. I will not budge even a fraction. 5 cents is the only profit I am offering. Whether you agree or not is a matter of a single statement. Yao Gui gazed at Li Yi with a furrowed brow. It's not that I am unwilling to agree, but this profit margin is exceedingly scant. If I mismanage even slightly, I risk suffering a loss. Li Yi, however, dismissed Yao Gui's grievances entirely, having a profound understanding of the market. Although the profit margin he proposed was indeed small, the vastness of the market rendered it profitable. A 5-cent base could translate into substantial earnings, amounting to hundreds of thousands in profit. Yao Gui's claims of lacking profit were but a facade. Li Yi offered no leeway, resolutely reiterating his stance. He was confident that Yao Gui would ultimately acquiesce to his demands. Indeed, just as Li Yi had anticipated, when he feigned an intention to depart, Yao Gui hastily reached out to him. "Director Li, please don't be hasty. Let us discuss this further. What more is there to discuss? I have made my position abundantly clear. Agree to my terms, and you shall be the sole distributor of this beverage. If you refuse, I shall seek another partner." Yao Gui nodded his head vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. I promise, is that not enough?" Observing the anxious expression on Yao Gui's face, as if he feared leaving this place, Li Yi could not help but chuckle. Li Yi was not the least bit surprised by Yao Gui's response. He merely smiled slightly and proceeded to sign the contract he had prepared in advance with Yao Gui. After finalizing the exclusive agency agreement, Li Yi inquired about the current market performance of Epine soda. As Li Yi had anticipated, the sales of Epine soda were exceptionally robust, with nearly half of the 100,000 bottles Yao Gui had previously procured already sold. Many individuals in the market were actively seeking the source of Epine soda. With the sales now firmly established, Li Yi felt a sense of relief. At least he need not worry about financial issues. Soon, other business owners approached the factory, pre-ordering the production capacity of Epine soda for the next several days. Li Yi now found himself with hundreds of thousands of yuan. If he were to invest this sum into the fertilizer factory's construction project, he could indeed secure a significant stake. However, this was not a scenario Li Yi was keen on, as investing all his funds would lead to a temporary liquidity issue. He was reluctant to immobilize all his capital. As the peak season for fruit production was drawing to a close, the factory's production would inevitably decline significantly. During the intervals of orange soda production, Li Yi needed to develop more products to introduce to the market. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring fresh fish to create a snack related to fish meat. However, despite his earnest discussions with Hong Jinhao regarding this matter, Hong had yet to mention it again, leaving Li Yi feeling somewhat exasperated. Given that Hong Jinhao had not brought up the topic, Li Yi surmised that Hong was likely uninterested in collaborating. Accepting this notion, Li Yi decided to treat the matter as if it had never occurred. Since Hong did not mention it, neither would he. With the fresh fish development project stalled, Li Yi needed to identify a better project to compensate for the impending off-season in orange soda sales. Regardless of the nature of the project he might find, having cash on hand was paramount. Otherwise, even the most promising project would be rendered futile without the necessary funds. After much contemplation, Li Yi concluded that it would be prudent to secure a loan from the bank to invest in the real estate development project. This would allow him to retain a portion of his funds, enabling him to operate effectively whenever he identified a new project. With such thoughts now occupying his mind, Li Yi decided to proceed to the bank without further ado. However, upon stepping outside, he unexpectedly encountered Lei Guoqiang. "Director Lei, what brings you here? Is there something you need to discuss with me?" Recently, personnel adjustments within the supply and marketing cooperative had become increasingly frequent. Rumors circulated about impending reforms, suggesting that grassroots units like the cooperative might be abolished. Although such news had yet to be confirmed, those with even a modicum of insight recognized that the swirling rumors were largely grounded in truth. Lei Guoqiang, of course, belonged to the informed few who understood the veracity of these claims. What astonished him even more was that several months prior to these revelations, he had already heard similar insights from Li Yi, initially dismissing them as mere speculation. Yet, as the news continued to unfold, his admiration for Li Yi grew exponentially. Previously, Lei Guoqiang had contemplated investigating Li Yi's background, but now such thoughts had vanished. After all, possessing such foresight warranted no doubt regarding Li Yi's standing. Furthermore, during this period, many individuals had been reassigned to less favorable positions, yet Lei Guoqiang remained steadfast in his role, attributing his stability to Li Yi's covert assistance. However, Li Yi himself remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. It was likely the impressive sales performance derived from the beverages he had provided to Lei Guoqiang that had ensured his unwavering position thus far. In the midst of significant personnel changes, maintaining one's current position signified potential for future advancement. The mere thought of upward mobility transformed Lei Guoqiang's demeanor towards Li Yi into one of profound respect. "Young Master Li, I come with no pressing matters. I merely heard that your factory has recently released a new beverage. I was wondering if you could spare some for me to sell." Although the atmosphere within the cooperative was fraught with anxiety, business operations still needed to proceed. Thus, Lei Guoqiang sought to discuss these matters with Li Yi. Initially, he had considered offering Li Yi some monetary compensation, but recalling that each time he attempted to do so, Li Yi had unhesitatingly declined, he dismissed that notion before arriving. He now understood that cultivating a relationship with Li Yi required only genuine interactions, for someone of Li Yi's stature was indifferent to material possessions. Li Yi was uncertain about Lei Guoqiang's current thoughts. Upon hearing that Lei Guoqiang had come to procure goods, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before gently inquiring, "How many do you wish to order?" The supply and marketing cooperative was notably generous with their orders. While Li Yi was not averse to supplying them with his entire production capacity, doing so would significantly hinder his efforts to establish a comprehensive sales channel. Once the cooperative underwent reforms, he would no longer be able to leverage their formidable sales network, which was undoubtedly unfavorable news for him. Therefore, he could not relinquish his entire production capacity to Lei Guoqiang, nor did he wish for the bulk of his sales to be directed towards them. Upon hearing Li Yi's question, Lei Guoqiang promptly responded, "For now, I would like to reserve 60,000 bottles. If subsequent sales prove stable, I will consider increasing the order." Li Yi paused for a moment after this statement, then replied, "That is acceptable. However, I cannot deliver all 60,000 bottles in one go. I can only fulfill your order incrementally." Lei Guoqiang inquired about the timeline, to which Li Yi stated, approximately half a month. In reality, based on current production rates, he could meet Lei Guoqiang's demand in no more than 8 days. Nevertheless, he intentionally extended the timeline to half a month to manage capacity more effectively. After a brief hesitation regarding Li Yi's proposed timeframe, Lei Guoqiang nodded and affirmed, "No problem, half a month it is." Once the specifics of their agreement were settled, there was little left to discuss. Unlike others who were required to provide payment up front, Li Yi did not impose this rule on Lei Guoqiang. Considering that the latter was backed by the cooperative, alleviating any concerns regarding financial stability. Just as Li Yi was about to dismiss Lei Guoqiang, the latter, perceiving that Li Yi was preparing to attend to other matters, eagerly offered, "Young Master Li, where are you headed? I have no immediate tasks and would be glad to accompany you." Glancing at the blazing sun outside, Li Yi pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. He certainly wished to avoid the discomfort of riding a motorcycle under such scorching conditions. With Lei Guoqiang driving him to the bank, Li Yi bid farewell and proceeded inside. Previously, he had already conferred with a loan manager at the bank. Once he made his decision, the bank could swiftly process the loan after a brief review. As he entered the bank and prepared to inquire with the lobby manager about whom to approach for his loan, a disdainful voice echoed through the air. "What a world we live in. How can they allow such a beggar to enter the bank?" Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, not initially realizing that the remark was directed at him. However, upon turning her head, she encountered a middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed, who was gazing at him with a face full of disdain. This instantly made Li Yi comprehend that the woman's contempt was directed towards him. Lowering his gaze to his own attire, Li Yi quickly realized the source of the woman's scorn. Having spent considerable time working in the factory, he was clad in tattered clothing. Furthermore, the sweltering weather had led to a certain degree of perspiration, which was unavoidable after spending half a day in the factory. Nevertheless, Li Yi did not perceive anything inappropriate about his current appearance. After all, it is the laborers who are truly honorable. Thus, he had no intention of allowing that middle-aged woman to look down upon him. I recall someone once stating that often beneath the most resplendent garments lie the most sordid truths. Who knows the origins of those lavish outfits, anyway? He Chunlan had initially intended to mock a country bumpkin she encountered in the bank. However, she was taken aback when the bumpkin, more formidable than she anticipated, spoke in a manner that, while eloquent, was easily comprehensible. An overwhelming sense of fury surged within He Chunlan. Previously, when country folk had seen her, They had always been respectful. How could this man dare to defy her? Enraged, He Chunlan immediately shouted at Li Yi. What do you mean by that? Who are you referring to? I'm not referring to anyone in particular. I was merely expressing a casual observation. If someone feels personally implicated, that is their own concern. Li Yi retorted. You wretched peasant, do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart today? As He Chunlan raged, Li Yi's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon her. If you wish to resort to violence, then I welcome the challenge. I have never subscribed to the hypocritical notion of not striking a woman. Li Yi had never feigned adherence to the principle of chivalry. He understood clearly that true equality between men and women entails treating women as equals. This, indeed, is the utmost respect for them. Constantly prioritizing women only serves to insult those with true dignity. Moreover, some women simply do not deserve such preferential treatment. Like the vile Kai Shuexia or the woman before him, He Chunlan. Chapter 85. A clown confronted with the frigid glint in Li Yi's eyes. He Chunlan recognized that should she engage in a confrontation with him, she would undoubtedly end up battered. To prevent such an outcome, she was compelled to suppress her impulsive thoughts. Standing her ground, she raised her voice. Security. Where are the guards in your bank? Are they merely idle? Can't they see someone is about to rob the bank? He Chunlan directly accused Li Yi of being a bank robber intent on committing theft, vociferously calling out to attract the attention of passers-by. Her cries were evidently effective, as they immediately captivated the attention of all bystanders. Many onlookers were bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events, merely gathering around to speculate about the situation. The security personnel from the bank soon approached, inquiring about the commotion. What's happening here? Someone apprehend this rural bumpkin at once. I suspect he is about to rob the bank. Li Yi observed He Chunlan's theatrical performance, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he contemplated delivering a forceful kick to send her flying, a bank security officer intervened. Madam, I kindly ask you to temper your emotions. This gentleman has shown no intention of robbing the bank. Please, do not be overly agitated. How can you say he has no intention of robbery? She retorted. Just look at his tattered clothing. It's evident he lacks funds. Why would such a pauper venture into a bank if not to commit theft? You must apprehend him swiftly. We cannot afford to let him escape. At that moment, He Chunlan resembled a clown, bouncing around as those nearby began to grasp the situation. No one took her seriously, their gazes towards Li Yi filled with sympathy. After all, anyone who crossed paths with such a raucous troublemaker would likely feel discomfort. Just as Li Yi prepared to speak, a man in his 30s hurriedly parted the crowd and approached. Upon reaching Li Yi, he quickly offered an apology. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I was away and didn't realize you were here. Qian Shi, a business manager at the bank, primarily handled loan services. In his eyes, Li Yi represented a significant client, with nearly 100,000 in daily transactions, a prized customer difficult to find. Thus, Qian Shi was determined to retain Li Yi and facilitate his borrowing from their bank. However, he found himself on the verge of losing Li Yi due to a moment's inattention, fueling his resentment towards He Chunlan. Li Yi nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate. It's all right. If you have a moment, let us discuss the loan particulars. Of course, please follow me. Qian Shi responded, leading Li Yi toward the bank's VIP reception area. However, before they could depart, He Chunlan obstructed their path. What on earth is happening in your bank? This fellow is clearly not one of your clients. What profit could such a country bumpkin possibly bring you? You neglect to entertain genuine clients, yet extend such fervent hospitality to a rustic individual. I dare say you have lost your senses. Initially, due to He Chunlan's attempts to dismiss Li Yi, Qian Shi was seething with indignation. Now, her audacious words directed at Li Yi have pushed Qian Shi to her limits. With a fierce gaze fixed upon He Chunlan, Qian Shi spoke deliberately and with conviction. You ought to refrain from such egregious ignorance. Mr. Li's daily transactions at the bank amount to no less than 100,000 yuan, and his current savings here exceed 1 million. If this does not classify him as a significant client, but rather as the rustic individual you deride, I sincerely wish for more such rustic individuals to patronize our bank. Upon uttering these words, the crowd surrounding them erupted in astonished gasps. In an era where even a household with 10,000 yuan could garner attention, the notion of someone possessing 1 million in savings conjured visions of future billionaires. Good heavens, is he truly so affluent? Could this possibly be real? How could it not be? Qian Shi, as the bank's business manager, would have no reason to show such deference unless Li Yi's wealth were indeed substantial. It is indeed true that one must not judge by appearances. When might I be fortunate enough to attain such wealth? The murmurs of the onlookers rendered He Chunlan's expression increasingly grim. She had anticipated a moment of self-aggrandizement regarding her own bank balance, only to find herself outshone before she could even reveal her status as a valued client. Qianxi's statement had struck her down to the depths of despair. Although He Chunlan held a modest savings of around 50 or 60,000 yuan, in comparison to Li Yi's fortune, her amount seemed trivial, perhaps even insufficient to cover a fraction of his wealth. Consequently, He Chunlan felt a profound sense of discomfort. How could someone who hails from the countryside possess such wealth? Just as disbelief clouded her features, Qianxi interrupted her thoughts once more. If you have no further business, please step aside. I must attend to Mr. Li's matters. He Chunlan, taken aback by Qianxi's sharp rebuke, instinctively moved aside, clearing a path for Li Yi and Qianxi. The onlookers regarded her with a mix of derision, as though she were a clown performing for their amusement. Yet, this perception was merely a figment of her imagination. The crowd was predominantly fixated on the affluent gentleman with over 1 million in savings. As for He Chunlan, they were far too preoccupied to linger on the antics of a mere jester. Nonetheless, she remained acutely aware of her humiliation, harboring resentment towards Li Yi for the perceived slight. Chapter 86. The value of time. Qianxi escorted Li Yi into their VIP reception room, brewed him a cup of tea, and then cheerfully inquired about the purpose of Li Yi's visit. I am seeking a loan. And how much does Mr. Li wish to borrow? 2 million. Upon hearing the sum Li Yi required, Qianxi immediately fell into a contemplative silence. Externally, he appeared lost in thought, but internally, he was diligently assessing Li Yi's qualifications. After a few moments, Qianxi returned to reality and replied directly to Li Yi. Mr. Li, if I recall correctly, your factory's qualifications previously allowed for loans of only around 1 million. Requesting 2 million at once might be somewhat unfeasible. Observing the troubled expression on Qianxi's face, Li Yi chuckled softly. Before returning to this era, he had extensive experience dealing with banks. Thus, he was acutely aware that the difficulties Qianxi mentioned were, in fact, non-existent. Qianxi's intention was to minimize risk while maximizing profit. Should Li Yi's factory falter and fail to repay the loan, Qianxi would bear the brunt of the responsibility, potentially facing job loss. This was precisely why Qianxi preferred to keep the loan amount under 1 million. However, Li Yi had no intention of acquiescing to Qianxi's constraints. He lifted his gaze slightly to meet Qianxi's eyes and stated firmly, if you believe our factory lacks the qualifications to secure 2 million, then there is no need for us to continue this discussion. As he spoke, Li Yi rose from his chair, preparing to exit. He refrained from mentioning that their factory had recently acquired new equipment, significantly enhancing production capacity. To disclose such information would merely give Qianxi an advantage. It was crucial for Qianxi to perceive that Li Yi was not merely seeking a loan. Thus, Li Yi could maintain control over the negotiations pace. True to his expectations, upon seeing Li Yi preparing to leave, Qianxi hurriedly blocked his path. Mr. Li, please don't be hasty. If we cannot reach an agreement, we can negotiate gradually. There is no need to end the conversation abruptly. I have made my position very clear. My minimum loan request is 2 million. If you cannot meet this requirement, then further discussion is pointless. Do you truly require this 2 million? It's not that I need it. Rather, I believe that if the loan amount falls below this figure, there would be no reason for me to seek a loan. I can manage any funding shortfall on my own. Qianxi's expression shifted to one of perplexity upon hearing Li Yi's words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Li Yi from head to toe, yet he was utterly incapable of discerning the thoughts that resided within Li Yi's mind. After a brief silence, Qianxi finally spoke. Due to my current position, I am unable to approve this matter. Therefore, Mr. Li, I kindly ask you to wait here while I consult with our leadership to see if your credit increase application can be approved. Although Qianxi claimed he would seek his superior's guidance, it was merely a stalling tactic. Presently, he needed additional time to contemplate the deeper implications of this loan. He had to ensure that this sum would not devolve into a bad debt. While Li Yi scoffed inwardly at Qianxi's pretense of consulting leadership, he chose not to expose his ulterior motives and simply smiled. All right, go ahead and consult your leader. I am confident you will handle this matter adeptly. After sending Qianxi on his way, Li Yi indulged himself in tea and newspapers in the reception room. The news articles were rife with discussions about the prevailing trends of the era. Li Yi was already well aware of the direction in which this age was heading. Thus, the sensational news that seemed shocking to others was trivial in his eyes. His mind was occupied with how to keep pace with the tide of reform and profit handsomely from this transformation. As Li Yi meticulously refined his plans, Qianxi returned with the finalized loan report. Upon entering, he wore a mask of sheer delight and enthusiastically addressed Li Yi. "Mr. Li, you are truly fortunate. Our bank has recently made some adjustments to its policies, and I am pleased to inform you that your credit increase application has been approved. I can grant you a loan of 2 million. Li Yi paid no heed to Qianxi's exaggerated proclamations. He was well aware that Qianxi would ultimately acquiesce to his loan request. After all, in this era, finding a client more exceptional than himself was no simple feat. After signing the loan agreement presented by Qianxi, he was informed that, should the review proceed smoothly, the funds would be credited within 3 business days. Once Li Yi confirmed that there were no further matters to attend to, he nodded lightly and departed. However, as he stepped out of the bank's entrance, he was suddenly surrounded by several individuals. He Chunlan, having never faced such humiliation, promptly contacted a few close friends upon exiting the bank, intending to confront Li Yi at the entrance. She was determined to ensure that Li Yi experienced double the humiliation he had previously inflicted upon her. Yet, as Li Yi confronted the situation, he could hardly be bothered to engage further and simply turned to leave. However, it was unexpected that He Chunlan and her companions were utterly relentless, effectively blocking all of Li Yi's escape routes. Faced with this encirclement, Li Yi furrowed his brow in irritation. "Step aside. Oh, so you can speak after all? I thought you were mute." He Chunlan observed Li Yi with a smug expression, her eyes gleaming with derision. Typically, Li Yi dismissed individuals like He Chunlan, as he valued his time immensely and had no inclination to engage with every fool he encountered. Yet now, with He Chunlan encroaching upon him and displaying an unyielding demeanor, Li Yi could not simply endure this situation. As he prepared to confront her, a middle-aged man's anxious voice suddenly rang out. "He Chunlan, what are you doing?" Lei Guoqiang had been waiting outside the bank for Li Yi to emerge. After all, to cultivate a good relationship with Li Yi, he needed to appear courteous. Since Li Yi had arrived in his vehicle, Lei Guoqiang was contemplating how to ensure Li Yi would return, as he had not yet secured a plan for that. While waiting outside, he had indeed noticed He Chunlan, who was one of his employees primarily responsible for procurement at the supply and marketing cooperative. Over the years, He Chunlan had leveraged her authority to amass a certain amount of wealth. Lei Guoqiang was aware of these dealings, but had refrained from intervening extensively. It was clear that merely relying on meager monthly salaries would not suffice to motivate his subordinates. Thus, the prospect of additional income could significantly enhance their work ethic, which was one of the reasons Lei Guoqiang had managed to maintain discipline among his staff. Nevertheless, upon spotting He Chunlan, Lei Guoqiang intended to act as if he had not seen her, prioritizing his objective of pleasing Li Yi and wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. However, to his astonishment, upon turning his back, he suddenly realized that He Chunlan had rallied a sizable group to surround Li Yi. The sight alarmed Lei Guoqiang, prompting him to hastily exit his vehicle and rush over, calling out He Chunlan's name loudly. Startled by Lei Guoqiang's exclamation, He Chunlan instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, initially questioning whether she had misheard. Yet, upon seeing Lei Guoqiang hastily approaching, she confirmed that her ears had not deceived her. Upon his arrival, He Chunlan promptly greeted Lei Guoqiang. "Director Lei, what brings you here?" However, when faced with He Chunlan's greeting, Lei Guoqiang completely ignored her. After giving her a fierce glare, he directed his attention solely to Li Yi. His face etched with concern as he asked, "Young Master Li, are you all right?" In response to Lei Guoqiang's current display of concern, Li Yi gently nodded. "I'm fine. Why haven't you left yet?" "You have no vehicle at the moment, which is inconvenient, so I intend to escort you home, young Master Li," Lei Guoqiang replied earnestly. Li Yi nodded appreciatively and said, "That is very considerate of you." "Thank you." "Not at all. It is my duty." "You are being too courteous, young Master Li." He Chunlan, observing this situation, was utterly taken aback. Even she, despite her lack of intelligence, realized that someone who could command such respect from Lei Guoqiang was certainly not to be trifled with. Previously, she had believed that Li Yi was merely somewhat affluent and would pose no threat to her. However, upon witnessing Lei Guoqiang's deference toward Li Yi, she recognized the grave error she had made. As Lei Guoqiang ceased his conversation with Li Yi, She hurriedly turned to Li Yi, repeatedly apologizing. Young Master Li, I sincerely apologize. I was blind to the situation. If I have wronged you in any way, please forgive me. Li Yi merely responded with a cold snort. Forgive you? If I were to do so, wouldn't that render all the grievances I've endured meaningless? He Chunlan felt awkward under Li Yi's scrutiny, realizing he had no intention of letting her off the hook. Consequently, she shifted her gaze to Lei Guoqiang, desperately wishing he would intervene and alleviate her embarrassment. Yet, it was clear that Lei Guoqiang had no intention of coming to her aid, as he understood precisely whom he needed to curry favor with. Recognizing that she had to rely on herself to gain Li Yi's forgiveness, He Chunlan feigned a smile and turned her attention back to him. Young Master Li, what can I do to appease you? Just say the word, and I assure you there will be no empty promises. Is that so? Then perhaps you could enlighten me on how you acquired those savings, Li Yi replied. Although he was unaware of He Chunlan's exact position, he deduced that since she worked under Lei Guoqiang, it was improbable that she had legitimately amassed such a sum in the bank. The money must have been obtained through dubious means. As Li Yi anticipated, He Chunlan's expression shifted to one of unease upon hearing his question, her lips quivering as she struggled to form a coherent response. Growing impatient, Li Yi asserted, "What is the matter? Unwilling to share the details? Well, if that's the case, do not expect my forgiveness." With these words, Li Yi resolutely turned away. He Chunlan hurriedly attempted to obstruct his path, but Li Yi deftly evaded her interference. Regardless of He Chunlan's current thoughts, Li Yi had never contemplated forgiving her. Upon realizing she could not stop him, He Chunlan cast a pleading glance towards Lei Guoqiang. "Director Lei, what do you think?" However, Lei Guoqiang had no intention of assisting her. He let out a heavy sigh, regarding He Chunlan with a gaze filled with disappointment. "You and your foul temper have caused you endless trouble. Even now, you remain unrepentant. At this rate, you might as well wait for your own demise." Faced with Lei Guoqiang's reproach, He Chunlan quickly lowered her head in apology. "Director Lei, I understand my mistakes now. I promise to amend my bad temper. Please, help me. I truly cannot assist you with this matter. If you wish to extinguish young Master Li's wrath, you must devise a solution yourself, or you may genuinely find yourself in peril." After leaving He Chunlan with this advice, Lei Guoqiang hastily proceeded to start his vehicle. Watching as his car vanished from her sight, He Chunlan found it impossible to calm her racing heart. Regret consumed her. She wished she could simply strike her head against a wall. How could a few careless words about a country bumpkin incite the wrath of such a significant figure? Had she known this would unfold, she would not have uttered a single unnecessary word, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, in this world, foreknowledge is worth its weight in gold. Now, her regret served no purpose, and she realized that her only course of action was to swiftly devise a plan to rectify her missteps. Seated in Lei Guoqiang's car, Li Yi suddenly turned to him and inquired, "Director Lei, what was that He Chunlan about?" Lei Guoqiang had been contemplating when Li Yi would broach the subject. Yet, when the moment arrived, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the matter did not concern him directly, He Chunlan was under his supervision. Should accountability arise, he could not evade the charge of shielding his subordinate, and might even face accusations of ineffective leadership. To extricate himself from the situation, Lei Guoqiang replied, "She is responsible for procurement at our supply and marketing cooperative, but I am not very familiar with her. I only know she works for us." Observing Lei Guoqiang, Li Yi discerned his attempt to distance himself from the matter. With a slight smile, he directly asked, "Are you aware of her exploiting her position to embezzle funds?" Lei Guoqiang pondered for a moment before responding, "This matter is her own doing, and I am not privy to it." Although Lei Guoqiang claimed ignorance, Li Yi did not believe a single word he uttered. He was well aware that Lei Guoqiang could not possibly be unaware of the situation. At that moment, it seemed Lei Guoqiang was merely frightened of being held accountable, which prompted him to feign ignorance. When such incidents occur with those under your command, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. However, I can offer you an opportunity for atonement. If you can expel someone like He Chunlan from your ranks, I assure you that her troubles will not affect you in any way. Lei Guoqiang found himself at a loss for what to do. Although He Chunlan was one of his subordinates, those employed at the supply and marketing cooperative often came from complex backgrounds. Moreover, Lei Guoqiang maintained a relatively amicable relationship with He Chunlan. If he were to oust her over this incident, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Such a scenario was not one he wished to see unfold. As Lei Guoqiang fell into a contemplative silence, Li Yi spoke to him with a cheerful demeanor. Do you find this matter to be troublesome? If so, I shall let others handle it. In truth, Li Yi's words were a calculated attempt to intimidate Lei Guiqiang. He knew it was implausible for anyone else to take action against He Chunlan directly. The earlier assertion that this situation would not implicate Lei Guiqiang was not something Li Yi could genuinely assist with. He simply understood that the enforcement of professional misconduct was being taken very seriously. If Lei Guiqiang were to take action against He Chunlan, he would surely receive commendation. Even if He Chunlan had allies ready to assist her, they would not dare to make an appearance at this juncture. Unbeknownst to Lei Guiqiang, Li Yi harbored these thoughts. His mind was consumed with the dilemma of whether he should assist Li Yi. After meticulously weighing the pros and cons of his decision, Lei Guiqiang ultimately resolved to help Li Yi with this matter. He interpreted Li Yi's earlier remarks as an indication that Li Yi was simply reluctant to confront a minor figure directly. By aiding Li Yi, he believed that Li Yi would ensure his own safety in this affair. Furthermore, by taking on this task, he would significantly assist Li Yi, effectively placing Li Yi in his debt. Lei Guiqiang concluded that cultivating a better relationship with Li Yi was far more important than offending He Chunlan. Having made this decision, he thumped his chest confidently and declared, "Young Master Li, rest assured, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I guarantee that He Chunlan will pay the price." Li Yi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Lei Guiqiang's words. "This is the best course of action. Do not worry, I will ensure you are well compensated." After sketching a few grand prospects for Lei Guiqiang and issuing several empty promises, Li Yi positioned himself not far from the factory. Inside, all the equipment was operating at full capacity. Li Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction witnessing this progress. He understood that circumstances were gradually improving, and provided no complications arose, he planned to further expand the market for e-bean beverages. Only by broadening the beverage market nationwide could he establish a solid foothold before the impending market boom. This pivotal moment was approximately a year away. Allowing Li Yi to remain calm and methodical, he needed to steadily fortify his current foundation while accumulating more capital. Otherwise, with the current production capacity, it would be impossible to supply the national beverage market, let alone sustain demand within the province. Amassing sufficient funds to continuously open new branches was essential for Li Yi to ensure his production capacity could meet nationwide demands. Furthermore, after capturing the national market, he aspired to expand the e-bean brand globally. However, these were plans for the future. For now, Li Yi needed to remain grounded and avoid any distractions, lest all his efforts be rendered futile. As Li Yi observed the factory's operations and prepared to visit Hong Jinhao, Shi Hao approached him. "Brother Yi, I have some good news to share." Li Yi looked at Shi Hao with a puzzled expression, uncertain of what this good news entailed. Shi Hao, without any preamble, revealed the information he had been eager to convey. Chapter 89. The blueprint. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, it seems the government intends to further relax policies, which would bode well for our factory's development. Initially, Li Yi had expected Shi Hao's cryptic demeanor to precede something of greater significance. However, he was somewhat disappointed to realize that the revelation was merely this. With a resigned sigh, Li Yi asked, "Is there anything else to share?" In this era, few could claim to possess a clearer understanding of the future developments than Li Yi himself, given that it pertained to future prospects. He found little interest in the news and inquired if Shi Hao had any additional updates. Shi Hao, taken aback by Li Yi's lack of enthusiasm, stared at him with wide, incredulous eyes. After a moment of processing, he exclaimed, "Are you not the least bit surprised by this?" Shi Hao had devoted considerable time analyzing potential policy directions, poring over documents and networking to gather information. Ultimately, after much effort, a conclusion was reached. He initially believed that this outcome would undoubtedly delight Li Yi, prompting him to offer a generous reward. However, the reality diverged significantly from his expectations, which left him astonished by Li Yi's current reaction. In response to Shi Hao's evident surprise, Li Yi directly addressed him, saying, "Did you think I was unaware of these matters? If I were incapable of analyzing such trends, how could I possibly manage such a large factory?" When Li Yi's enigmatic smile graced his face, Shi Hao was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled Li Yi's earlier remarks when he established the factory, which clearly indicated that Li Yi had influential connections. Moreover, it became apparent that he had prior knowledge of policies that had yet to be revealed. Therefore, how could he be oblivious to the future trajectory of these policies? A flicker of disappointment crossed Shi Hao's face, and he gently nodded at Li Yi, admitting, I was mistaken. How could someone as remarkable as you, Ego, overlook such considerations? Observing the disappointment etched on Hao's visage, Li Yi chuckled softly. In truth, it is quite commendable that you have acquired this information. If you maintain this diligence, it will undoubtedly assist me in the future. Li Yi's praise for Hao was not merely superficial. From the current perspective, Hao's ability to discern the direction of policies through a series of operations was indeed impressive. After all, many still clung to the belief that working in a factory was a secure job, one that could sustain them for a lifetime. It was only when the proverbial bowl was shattered that they would awaken to reality. Hao's willingness to present the results, despite knowing they contradicted the prevailing era, evidenced his loyalty to Li Yi. Thus, it was entirely appropriate for Li Yi to commend him. Indeed, upon receiving Li Yi's praise, Hao's previously dejected expression began to soften. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "So, do we do nothing at this point?" Li Yi recognized Hao's eagerness to assist him. Therefore, after a brief moment of reflection, he instructed Hao, "Please make a trip to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau for me and handle a few formalities." Now that Li Yi was no longer burdened by financial concerns, he decided to have Hao secure the necessary permits for real estate development. Once those procedures were completed, Li Yi would be able to confidently collaborate with Hong Jinhao on the property development. However, upon hearing the nature of the paperwork Li Yi required, a peculiar expression crossed Hao's face. Clearly, he could not fathom why Li Yi wished to pursue formalities related to real estate. However, he was well aware that even if he were to inquire, Li Yi would never divulge such commercial secrets. Thus, Hao could only slightly shake his head, expelling all the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. For now, he only needed to fulfill his duties as required. Li Yi would undoubtedly ensure that his efforts were rewarded. After dismissing Hao, Li Yi finally rose to visit Hong Jinhao. Hong Jinhao was still diligently attending to each document, not once diverting his focus until Li Yi approached. "What brings you here?" he inquired without looking up, prompting a smile from Li Yi. The primary purpose was to discuss the matter concerning the development of the collective housing project. Upon hearing this, Hong Jinhao immediately ceased his work and turned his attention to Li Yi. "Have you finalized the relevant plans?" Li Yi nodded confidently in response. "Indeed. All plans have been completed. Would you like to take a look at my proposal?" "Absolutely. Let me see it." With Hong Jinhao so eager, Li Yi naturally did not hesitate to present the design he had meticulously prepared. He had not engaged a professional team for the design's finalization. Rather, he had simply sketched a rough draft during his spare time. Nevertheless, this sketch was sufficient to reveal a glimpse of their forthcoming plans. As Hong Jinhao scrutinized the sketches, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. "Are you truly certain we should construct the building in this manner?" Some of Li Yi's design concepts and implementation strategies were remarkably avant-garde, causing Hong Jinhao to worry that Li Yi's ideas might be somewhat impractical. Observing the incredulity on Hong Jinhao's face, Li Yi nodded affirmatively, asserting, "I am certain that this is how we shall build the houses. Only in this way can we generate profit." Given the current housing market was not particularly high, if Li Yi wished to earn money, he had to focus on the houses themselves. He had devised a strategy based on how to construct the maximum number of houses with the least expenditure, considering future trends alongside the present circumstances. Chapter 90. The inability to raise funds. Li Yi designed the buildings to rise 35 stories high, comprising 6 structures in total. Such height and density were astonishing for this era, which explained Hong Jinhao's surprise at the contents of the blueprints. However, this construction method would become commonplace in the future. As land prices soared, it would be impossible to reduce costs without building higher. This architectural model also offered the advantage of significantly increasing residential density, thereby enhancing land utilization. Li Yi elaborated to Hong Jinhao on the myriad advantages of this design. However, Hong Jinhao harbored a singular concern. He wondered if such a design, appearing exceedingly cramped at first glance, would genuinely entice individuals to invest in such properties. Having never experienced the era of exorbitant real estate prices, where costs soared to tens of thousands per square meter, or even hundreds of thousands in more upscale locations, Hong Jinhao believed that homes should accommodate fewer inhabitants, especially since there was ample land available at their factory. Li Yi, however, fundamentally disagreed with Hong Jinhao's pragmatic viewpoint. With a slight smile, he reassured him, "Rest assured, I can guarantee that there will be ample buyers for these homes." The The source of Li Yi's confidence stemmed from his profound understanding of the real estate market. For these buildings, he planned to engage renowned architects at considerable expense to ensure exceptional design, alongside well-coordinated facilities. Most crucially, he emphasized the necessity of effective marketing campaigns. Given his capabilities, Li Yi was certain that through adept advertising, their buildings would become the most sought-after locations in the entirety of Chang'an City. Once the buzz was generated, he believed there would be no concern regarding their sale. After articulating his comprehensive plan to Hong Jinhao, the latter's expression became increasingly complex. Li Yi's innovative strategy, which transcended the current era, left Hong Jinhao at a loss for how to respond. Although uncertain of the plan's success, he felt an inexplicable trust in Li Yi's words, sensing that Li Yi might indeed bring this venture to fruition. Following a prolonged silence, Hong Jinhao gently nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with your proposed plan. But first, could you inform me of the financial commitment you intend to make? In response to Hong Jinhao's inquiry, Li Yi refrained from hastily revealing his own investment, instead posing a counter-question. What amount do you plan to invest? Hong Jinhao, unreserved, divulged, according to our current budget, we intend to allocate approximately 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Li Yi's expression shifted to one of complexity. In his pursuit to realize this project, he had taken out a loan of 2 million from the bank, initially believing that this sum would merely secure a minor stake. He was taken aback to learn that Hong Jinhao aimed to develop the land with only a little over 1 million. In light of this revelation, Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. Observing the palpable shift in Li Yi's demeanor, Hong Jinhao inquired, "Is something amiss? Is my budget perhaps too generous?" Faced with the earnest expression on Hong Jinhao's face, Li Yi found himself uncertain of how to respond. From his demeanor, it appeared that he genuinely believed his budget was excessive, which left Li Yi in a state of perplexity and indecision. With a wry smile, Li Yi addressed Hong Jinhao, saying, "Although I have yet to conduct a detailed cost estimation, in my estimation, to fully develop this project would require at least 30 million. Your 1 million is utterly insufficient." The 30 million figure that Li Yi provided was, in fact, a conservative estimate. Should various issues arise subsequently, this price would likely escalate by at least 50% or more. Hong Jinhao was equally taken aback by the exorbitance of Li Yi's quotation, which far exceeded his expectations. "Have you miscalculated? We have previously undertaken similar collective housing projects in our factory, and this budget has always been adequate, often with surplus funds. Why would we need as much as you suggest? Labor costs are significantly low in this era, so there is little concern regarding that aspect. Furthermore, constructing such a tall building necessitates heavy machinery, which constitutes a major expense. It is impractical to rely solely on staircases. Installing elevators also incurs substantial costs. Additional expenses for water, electricity, and gas further complicate the financial picture. Thus, 30 million is merely a rough estimate." Consequently, Li Yi spoke directly to Hong Jinhao, stating, "What you mentioned pertains to the previous collective housing projects in your factory, which differ significantly from the commercial buildings we are discussing now. There are even architectural considerations that your team may have overlooked." After a brief silence, Hong Jinhao responded, "I may not fully comprehend your points, but it is unequivocally impossible for our factory to allocate 30 million for these houses. Could you explore other compromise solutions?" Li Yi was disinclined to compromise, as this represented a lucrative opportunity. Missing out on it would make it unlikely for him to amass such a sum in a short period again. Thus, he straightforwardly inquired of Hong Jinhao, "What amount can your factory realistically allocate for this endeavor?" After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jinhao replied, "Given our current financial circumstances, we can allocate a maximum of 5 million for this project. Anything beyond that would be unfeasible." Hong Jinhao was well aware of his factory situation, allowing him to provide a prompt and definitive response. The disparity between the 5 million and Li Yi's 30 million conservative estimate was significant, making it impossible for Li Yi to accept Hong Jinhao's proposed figure. After some reflection, he inquired, "Is there no possibility for you to find a way to secure additional funds?" Hong Jinhao shook his head. "Li Yi, it is not a matter of doubting your capabilities. It is simply that our factory has its own pressing obligations, and we truly cannot allocate that much capital." Chapter 91. Deceived when Hong Jinhao confidently expressed his thoughts, Li Yi felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. If he were to seek a loan from the bank, his current qualifications would render him incapable of securing such a substantial sum. Given Hong Jinhao's unwavering stance, Li Yi recognized that he could no longer rely on him. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the tantalizing opportunity before him was equally unpalatable. After much deliberation, Li Yi resolved to take a risk. He regarded Hong Jinhao and said, "Director Hong, if you can only provide 5 million, then let it be 5 million. I will devise a means to address the remaining funds myself." Devise a means? What means do you have? Hong Jinhao questioned, incredulous. 30 million was no trifling amount, and he was baffled by how Li Yi could possibly acquire such a sum. Faced with Hong Jinhao's skepticism, Li Yi merely smiled and shook his head. "You need not concern yourself with my methods. Just understand that I have a plan, and I assure you I will secure the necessary funds." Upon hearing Li Yi's unwavering confidence, Hong Jinhao refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, doubt lingered on his face. A sentiment Li Yi quickly deciphered. The crux of their collaboration hinged upon financial matters. While Hong Jinhao and Li Yi shared a cordial relationship, it remained a personal bond. When it came to financial dealings between companies, Hong Jinhao could not fully trust Li Yi's assurances. In response to Hong Jinhao's dubious gaze, Li Yi chuckled. Having anticipated such concerns, "Director Hong, I have recently registered a construction company. Henceforth, our collaboration will be formalized through contracts and transactions between our companies. Everything will be transparent. A mere glance will suffice for clarity. You need not worry about the financial aspects." Li Yi's explanation alleviated Hong Jinhao's apprehensions. Subsequently, he had little to say and merely wished to invite Li Yi for a meal. However, Li Yi declined the invitation and departed for the workshop instead. Su Yuping had not worked a night shift in quite some time, a fortunate circumstance largely attributed to Li Yi. Given the favorable relationship between her husband and Director Hong, few dared to impose upon Su Yuping to work the night shift. Even if Su Yuping herself expressed a desire to do so, no one would accommodate her request. After waiting briefly at the workshop entrance, the end of the shift arrived, and the factory workers began to emerge. In the midst of the crowd, Li Yi quickly spotted Su Yuping, waving to her in greeting. Blushing, Su Yuping rushed over to him. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I came to discuss some matters with your factory director, so I thought I might as well pick you up after work," Li Yi stated, his words unguarded, inadvertently drawing the attention of several onlookers. Various gazes were cast upon him, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and, inevitably, admiration. After all, to share a drink and forge a brotherly bond with Hong Jinhao was a dream for many within the factory. Securing such a connection promised an ascendant future. Regrettably, most lacked such opportunities or the capacity to earn Hong Jinhao's approval. Amidst these complex glances, Li Yi placed Su Yuping behind him on his motorcycle and swiftly departed. Upon picking up Li Xiaoming, the trio returned home, only to discover someone waiting for their arrival at the doorstep. "Brother, what brings you here?" It was none other than Su Yuping's elder brother, Su Chongling. Leaning against the doorway, drowsy, he perked up at the sound of his sister's voice. Straightening himself, he regarded her with a nearly mournful expression. "Little sister, you must help your brother this time. I truly have no other recourse." Hearing this, Su Yuping quickly reassured him. "Don't fret. Let's go inside for some water, and you can explain everything." Although Su Chongling did not mention Li Yi, it was evident to him that Chongling's gaze subtly drifted in his direction while he spoke. Thus, Li Yi discerned that Su Chongling sought Su Yuping's assistance, yet was essentially appealing to him. Nevertheless, despite understanding Su Chongling's underlying intentions, Li Yi chose to ignore him, feigning ignorance and remaining silent. Once inside, Li Yi set up a small desk for Li Xiaoming, assisting her with her homework. Meanwhile, Su Yuping poured a glass of water for her brother and inquired about his situation. "This predicament is of my own making," Su Chongling began. "Last year, a company approached us, offering to supply rabbit seedlings for breeding. They promised to buy them back at prices higher than the market rate once they matured. Seeing a profitable venture, I took a considerable number from them for cultivation." Su Yuping, puzzled by her brother's account, responded, "Brother, this sounds like a good opportunity. If managed well, it could indeed lead to wealth." Upon hearing her words, Su Chongling's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Clearly, Su Yuping's talk of wealth is nothing more than a figment of her imagination. However, oblivious to this, upon witnessing the expression on Su Chongling's face, she was poised to inquire further. Yet, before she could utter a word, Li Yi, who had been listening intently, interjected. "Wealth? I believe he has been deceived to the point of losing everything." Li Yi's voice immediately captured the attention of both Su Chongling and Su Yuping. Su Chongling did not dispute Li Yi's assertion. His face bore the countenance of one on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Su Yuping could not fathom the meaning behind Li Yi's words, her eyes brimming with confusion. Why speak of losing everything? Did my elder brother not just mention that they are purchasing at a price above market value? In response to Su Yuping's question, Li Yi sighed in exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from elaborating further and instead directed his gaze towards Li Xiaoming. Xiaoming, please tell your mother. If the apples at the fruit stall are priced at 50 cents per pound, and they can be purchased freely, would you still spend a fortune to hire someone to grow apples, only to buy them back at $1 per pound? Li Xiaoming gazed at Li Yi with wide eyes. After a brief hesitation, she innocently shook her head. No, you see, even a first-grade child comprehends this principle. Su Yuping's expression began to morph into one of incredulity. She could hardly believe that Li Yi would enlist Li Xiaoming to elucidate such a notion. The irony was palpable. Su Yuping maintained her composure, but Su Chongling appeared utterly mortified, wishing for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole. After several moments of silence, Su Yuping rolled her eyes dramatically at Li Yi, dismissing him entirely, and turned her attention back to Su Chongling. Brother, does this mean you have been deceived? Despite the turmoil in his heart, Su Chongling nodded affirmatively in response to Su Yuping's inquiry. Indeed, I have been fooled. Their company is not purchasing our rabbits at all. Initially, we were compelled to buy their overpriced feed and nutritional products as per their demands. It has dawned on me now that their claims of high standards for rabbit quality were nothing but a ruse. A blatant scheme to con us into purchasing their cheaply sourced feed at exorbitant prices. It is truly despicable. Su Chongling's ire was palpable as he expressed his grievances against the swindlers, his tone laced with bitterness, as if he longed to destroy them utterly. Witnessing Su Chongling's fervent outrage, Su Yuping let out a resigned sigh and directly questioned him. How much did they swindle from you? Su Chongling hesitated, reluctant to divulge the amount. Although he was reluctant to disclose the amount he had been deceived out of, his demeanor sufficed to convey everything. It was evident that he had lost all his money, and his visit to Su Yuping was merely an attempt to borrow funds for survival. Frankly speaking, if Su Chongling had not been driven to the brink of desperation, he would never have chosen to approach Su Yuping for financial assistance. After all, Su Yuping had previously been the least prosperous among their siblings. As the elder brother, Su Chongling had not only refrained from offering support to Su Yuping, but had also taken pleasure in her misfortunes in the past. Now, seeking to borrow money from her, he genuinely found it difficult to utter those words. Upon hearing about Su Chongling's predicament, none of their other siblings chose to lend him any money. Each offered a myriad of excuses, claiming they were currently devoid of funds and utterly unable to assist Su Chongling in his plight. Witnessing Su Chongling's current state, Li Yi felt compelled to speak up once more. Yuping, sometimes when Xiaoming refrains from sharing her exam results with you, you ought to grasp the situation as it truly is. No amount of questioning on your part can alter the reality. Su Yuping rolled her eyes at Li Yi in exasperation. Why must you always use my daughter as an example when you speak? Do you not realize that it makes me appear less mature than a first grader? Although she felt an intense irritation towards Li Yi, with Su Chongling present, Su Yuping found it inappropriate to voice her frustrations and chose to ignore him instead. Elder brother, are you here to borrow money from me? How much do you need? When Su Yuping broached the subject, Su Chongling finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, he directly stated, I would like to borrow 1,000 yuan from you for emergencies. Is that possible? Just as Su Yuping was about to agree after a brief consideration, Li Yi unexpectedly interjected. No, we cannot lend you money. Li Yi's blunt refusal caused Su Yuping's expression to shift to one of bewilderment. She turned to look at Li Yi with some dissatisfaction, about to voice her thoughts, but he raised his hand to interrupt her. It is not that we wish to make things difficult for you by refusing to lend you money. Rather, you must realize that under the current circumstances, it would be exceedingly challenging for you to turn your fortunes around. Therefore, lending you money would likely leave us with little hope of repayment. Su Chongling was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly recovered from his stupor. He was acutely aware that Li Yi's words held a ring of truth. Nevertheless, despite this awareness, Su Chongling was loath to confront these issues directly. Even though their other siblings shared similar concerns, none would dare to voice them openly. Now, Li Yi had laid the matter bare for all to see. Su Chongling seemed to have been wounded in his pride, unable to restrain himself from shouting at Li Yi. If you do not wish to lend me money, that is your prerogative. What do you mean by saying I will never have a chance to turn my life around? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Li Yi, observing Su Chongling's furious indignation, could not help but chuckle. He had never claimed that Su Chongling would never have a chance to improve his circumstances. He merely suggested that it would be arduous. After all, with the rapid advancement of society, a mere 1,000 yuan could easily be repaid within a few years. However, the disparity between 1,000 yuan now and 1,000 yuan in the future would be astronomical. Li Yi was disinclined to elaborate on these matters with Su Chongling. He waited patiently for him to vent his frustrations before continuing the conversation. Brother, there is no need for such agitation. While I am willing to lend you the money, it does not imply that I am unable to assist you in overcoming your current difficulties. Li Yi's statement left the previously enraged Su Chongling momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and, staring blankly at Li Yi, inquired, "What do you mean by that? How can you help me through this predicament?" Chapter 93, Divergent Perspectives. Upon witnessing the bewilderment etched on Su Chongling's face, Li Yi smiled. He did not rush to explain his thoughts, but instead posed a question to him. How many individuals like you have been deceived? Although Su Chongling was perplexed by the question, he pondered briefly before providing a rough estimate. By the most conservative calculations, at least several hundred people have fallen victim, with some raising over a dozen rabbits. There are indeed many who, like me, tend to hundreds. After receiving this information from Su Chongling, Li Yi smiled and proposed, "I have a suggestion for you. I will purchase all the rabbits you have at the market price, no matter the quantity. While this may not fully compensate for your losses, it will significantly mitigate them, preventing you from suffering total ruin, wouldn't it?" As Li Yi articulated this proposal, a peculiar expression crossed Su Chongling's face. He stood there, dumbfounded for a while, before finally addressing Li Yi. "Is this true? Are you genuinely willing to buy the rabbits we have at the current market price?" Li Yi nodded affirmatively. "Of course. If you have any doubts, we can draft a purchase agreement right now, and the price will be based on what is offered at the vegetable market." Although Li Yi's purchasing plan was not as lucrative as taking the rabbits directly to the market or selling them to small vendors, the sheer volume he was willing to acquire made it an appealing option. It is essential to recognize that, throughout the entirety of Changnan City, the demand for rabbits is not particularly significant. Should the current batch of rabbits they have bred enter the market, it would almost instantaneously saturate it, leading to a natural decline in prices, perhaps to an unimaginable extent. Furthermore, transporting these rabbits to regions with high consumption of rabbit meat would result in a substantial increase in various costs, rendering their rabbits utterly uncompetitive in those markets. Most importantly, while these rabbits could easily saturate the market in Changnan City, they would attract little to no attention in places where rabbit meat is highly sought after. Consequently, the confluence of these numerous issues has directly led Su Chongling and his fellow breeders to find themselves in a predicament where they cannot offload their rabbits. Although the acquisition price proposed by Li Yi may seem somewhat low, it is, in fact, a rather favorable arrangement for the breeders. Upon receiving a definitive answer from Li Yi, Su Chongling hurriedly exclaimed, "All right, I will return home immediately to prepare and sell all of my rabbits to you. You must not regret this. I will be waiting at home for you." After casting a glance at Li Yi, Su Chongling swiftly turned and departed. Once Su Chongling had left, Su Yuping, filled with impatience, turned to Li Yi and questioned, "Have you lost your mind? Why would you offer him such a proposal? What do you intend to do with so many rabbits?" Although Su Yuping was not particularly well versed in the intricacies of the market, it did not hinder her basic understanding of its principles. In light of the current situation, she could easily discern that acquiring rabbits that no one desires would undoubtedly be a losing venture, which is precisely why she was so agitated. Observing the fervent expression on Su Yuping's face, Li Yi could not help but chuckle. He inquired, "Have you ever tasted rabbit meat?" Taken aback by this sudden question, Su Yuping struggled to grasp why Li Yi would ask such a thing. Unable to comprehend his thoughts, she simply shook her head in response. "I have never eaten rabbit meat. In truth, rabbit meat is exceptionally delicious, possessing a firm texture and a lean yet tender quality that is truly addictive from the very first bite." Li Yi described the flavor and texture of rabbit meat to Su Yuping, yet it did little to quell her doubts. She looked at Li Yi and stated, "Even if rabbit meat is incredibly tasty, what difference does it make? You surely cannot consume all those rabbits yourself. Even if our family worked tirelessly, we could never finish all that rabbit meat." Just now, Su Chongling briefly calculated the number of rabbits, And although the figure was not particularly accurate, it was indeed substantial, leaving Su Yuping somewhat incredulous. Observing the complex expression on Su Yuping's face, Li Yi could not help but chuckle with delight. Who told you that I intended to consume all this rabbit meat myself? I merely mentioned how delectable rabbit meat is to convey that with some thorough processing, its flavor could undoubtedly captivate the market. Currently, Li Yi has acquired those rabbits at a remarkably low price, so if they can be processed and marketed wisely, they could certainly become a sensation at a reasonable price. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Yuping's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had never anticipated that Li Yi's thoughts diverged so completely from her own. Just moments ago, she had been pondering how to deal with the rabbits, while Li Yi had already discerned a business opportunity in the matter. Suddenly, it dawned on Su Yuping why Li Yi had managed to amass such wealth in such a brief period. Indeed, one cannot generalize the thoughts of individuals. Do you truly believe this approach is viable? Could there not arise insurmountable challenges? After a moment of bewilderment, Su Yuping finally regained her composure and directly posed her concerns to Li Yi. Li Yi responded with a gentle smile. Engaging in business inevitably entails various risks. Yet I shall employ all my means to mitigate them to the fullest extent, so you need not worry about such matters.